transitioning to the role of a necromancer, with skills capable of leveling up every second, possessing no upper limit for perpetual advancement. Skeleton Summoning Technique, Greater Skeleton Summoning Technique, Elite Skeleton Summoning Technique, Epic Skeleton Summoning Technique, Obsidian Skeleton Summoning Technique, Twilight Skeleton Summoning Technique. After multiple upgrades, Summoning Technique for the grand return of the great skeletal monarch. Infinite upgrades, an unceasing endeavor. Furthermore, there exist Hellfire Summoning Technique, Hellhound Summoning Technique, Bone Dragon Summoning Technique, Specter Summoning Technique. With skills upgrading every second. How shall you respond, my lord? Chapter 1. The Necromancer. Has he lost his mind? Warning. No upgradable skills available. This system is irate and is on the verge of self-destruction. Warning. No upgradable skills available. This system is irate and is on the verge of self-destruction. In the adult class for occupational awakeners, the classroom was as raucous as a bustling marketplace. Chinze found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. The system's warnings echoed like the ticking of a time bomb, growing ever more rapid, instilling a sense that an explosion could occur at any moment. Who taught this temperament? In such a hurry to serve the next patron, a young lady clad in black stockings, adorned with a promotional microphone, was speaking at a breakneck pace. Our company has launched the Warrior Job Transition Mega Package, which includes a Job Transition Scroll *1, a Novice Suit *1, a Basic Skill Book *1, and a Black Abyss Novice Guide *1. Now available for only $399,999, an exceptional $2,000 value, an opportunity not to be missed, with options for installment or full payment. Our company is backed by the Leaf family, one of the super families with a reputable background, certified by the school. Rest assured. We also offer the Mage Job Transition Mega Package, valued at $199,999. The Ranger Job Transition Mega Package, valued at $399,999, and the Assassin Job Transition Mega Package, valued at $99,999. Additionally, everyone is in for a treat. Our company will also grant a free opportunity for a high-level carry in the Black Abyss Dungeon. Interested parties may inquire for student discount loans. With only 3 days remaining, the school will distribute the Job Transition Scrolls. However, the company selling these occupational scrolls will choose this timing to preemptively sell the job packages to students, allowing them to commence leveling 3 days in advance. Does that not stir your heart? Chinze yearned to purchase, yet as an orphan, he possessed no funds. Even the most basic Assassin Job Transition package cost a staggering $100,000. His pockets were emptier than his face. To transition jobs and clear dungeons, one must first make an initial purchase. This world belongs to those who invest. Are we ordinary folk, also a part of the affluent? Yet he had a system. What was there to fear? If it slowed down any further, it would self-destruct, which was far more perilous. Chinze promptly stepped forward, maneuvering through the throng of uninterested spectators, and shouted at the young lady in black stockings, "What is the most expensive job package you have? I want one." As soon as these words were uttered, the previously raucous classroom fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were fixed upon him. Chinze, you truly possess remarkable courage. The girl clad in black stockings instantly beamed with delight, hurriedly producing a gift package adorned with a skull motif, and exclaimed, "Ah, this classmate must come from a wealthy family. This Necromancer class is tailored just for you, a formidable presence throughout all stages of the game. I trust you have watched the videos, as only a Necromancer can solo the Abyss Dungeon. $99,000. I strongly recommend opting for installment payments. Currently, we have student loans with preferential interest rates. I know your family's affluent, but who would refuse a discount?" The Necromancer. Chinze's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This profession relies solely on skill execution, with minimal dependence on personal stats. Coupled with a skill upgrade system, it is indeed a perfect match. However, that price of $99,000 seems rather exorbitant. What is the maximum duration for the installment plan? Chinze inquired. 10 years, but I do not recommend extending it too long, as the interest would accumulate excessively. I suggest a 1-year installment, which would amount to merely a few hundred in interest, quite a bargain. Oh, then I shall take a 10-year plan. With the system at his side, he might soar within a month. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Would it be reasonable to burden an unparalleled genius with debt? Perhaps by then, it could all be wiped away. At the very least, the illustriously family is involved, isn't it? If I eliminate all of you, would I not be absolved of any repayment? 10 years. The girl in black stockings was momentarily taken aback. The rest erupted in a commotion, fervently discussing Qin Zhe's reckless behavior. Just then, his close friend, Lu Yong, burst into the crowd, grabbing Qin Zhe with urgency. Brother, wait a moment. Do you realize what a 10-year installment entails? You will be serving the Li family as a lackey for a decade, with them holding your debt, compelling you to perform all manner of menial tasks. And regarding the Abyss Dungeon's high-level new player activities, do you think those seasoned professionals are idly seeking to assist us? They have no choice. As their installments increase, so does their debt. Many are now unable to repay and are left at the mercy of the company, utterly powerless to resist. Those individuals will become mere pawns of the company. Do you wish to join their ranks? Qin Zhe's expression shifted, and upon reflection, he realized the truth in Lu Yang's words. Debt equates to relinquishing one's future to another. The companies selling these class transition packages truly have insidious motives. Class changers are the most coveted resource in this world. They strategically time their release of official class guides to monopolize the class transition resources. Other students chimed in, echoing that it is indeed a trap. It would be wiser to wait for the official release of the class guide 3 days hence. But I lack sufficient time. Qin Zhe furrowed his brow. The girl in black stockings, growing restless, interjected. One cannot dismiss it so readily. As long as you manage your finances judiciously and avoid excessive consumption, the issues you mentioned need not arise. Of course, you may also set your own spending limits to prevent overspending. Lu Yong cast her a glance and continued. Moreover, the Necromancer class is not something we commoners can sustain. Skills, equipment, and attribute enhancements require a financial outlay at least 100 times that of other classes. Indeed, while the Necromancer may be powerful in all stages, that is merely survivor bias. The reality is that most necromancers are weak at every stage. Even prominent families frequently face setbacks. Lu Yong spoke passionately, his face flushed. He was genuinely concerned for Qin Zhe. Warmth filled Qin Zhe's heart. He silently appreciated Lu Yang's kindness. At that moment, other students chimed in, exactly. The warrior class is the quintessential choice, accessible to both commoners and the affluent. It would be wiser to purchase the warrior class transition package. I find the warrior inadequate. Their legs are too short. If they encounter agile monsters, they would be swiftly outmaneuvered. I believe the ranger class is superior. Armed with a bow, they can shoot indiscriminately and, with good positioning, can complete dungeons unscathed. Unscathed? Are you dreaming? The difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon is well known, and leveling up is exceedingly challenging. If a ranger fails to output sufficient damage, they become virtually useless, with no one willing to team up. Purchase an assassin class. After all, they all end up as useless. Even if the assassin cannot win, they can escape, ensuring no one can catch up. The classroom erupted into lively chatter once more. Nearly half of the students opted to buy class transition packages, as acquiring one would effectively grant them an additional 3 days of leveling time. An enticing advantage indeed. Lu Yong, I still wish to proceed, Qin Zhe said apologetically as he glanced at him. Lu Yong sighed. I knew it would come to this. You are too stubborn. I cannot sway you. Just ensure you remain mindful and do not overextend yourself. I understand. Qin Zhe nodded and stepped forward, declaring, I would like to purchase a Necromancer class transition package. Price, 10-year installment. Lu Yong responded, astonished. The girl in black stockings echoed his disbelief. Chapter 2. The Summoning Art of the Little Skeleton. Are you certain you wish to opt for a 10-year installment plan? The interest will multiply tenfold or more, potentially accumulating to 70 of the principal by the end of the decade. Would it not be prudent to consult with your family first? The lady in black stockings could not help but inquire. She was compelled to fulfill her KPI, yet she did not wish to ruin a young man's life. Ultimately, even the homeroom teacher emerged, earnestly persuading Qin Zhe. Think twice before proceeding. There is no time for further deliberation. Expedite the loan application, Qin Zhe urged. The system within his mind was on the verge of exploding. The lady in black stockings hesitated, feeling an overwhelming guilt akin to pushing a youth into an abyss. Moreover, the young man was rather handsome, with striking eyes and defined brows. Despite her inner turmoil, her hands moved with remarkable dexterity, completing all the loan paperwork in mere minutes, leaving only Qin Zhe's signature to finalize the matter. After Qin Zhe signed, the lady in black stockings presented him with a job change package adorned with a skull motif, her face radiating a professional smile. Thank you so much, Qin Zhe replied eagerly as he accepted the job change package, then blinked in confusion. Oh, How does one actually change jobs? Allow me to drive you to the temple for your job change, she offered, seeking to assuage her inner guilt. Excellent. Let us depart swiftly. Qinze could hardly wait, feeling the system was about to implode. The other students observed this exchange, shaking their heads in dismay. Alas, it is futile to reason with a fool. I recall that progressing as a necromancer is notoriously arduous, with summoned minions being exceedingly weak. In videos, those little skeletons would often fall apart mid-stride, let alone engage in monster hunts. Nobody desires to team up with them. Indeed, even if he were to seize an opportunity in the Abyss dungeon that allows for higher-tier mentorship, it may only elevate him to level 3. And one must understand that level 10 marks the true commencement of a professional career. He will undoubtedly regret this decision. However, this is a path he has chosen for himself, and he cannot blame others. The temple offers a singular opportunity for talent awakening. If choosing a profession is the first step in defining one's fate, then talent awakening is a divinely bestowed destiny. The 9 great temples are distributed across the realms. When the Abyss emerged and threatened humanity, it was the strength of the professions bestowed by the temples that enabled humans to endure through centuries of hardship, leading to the current state of stability. Subsequently, the rise of powerful families, leveraging their financial clout, began to encroach upon the resources of professionals. What was once a stable human edifice has now become precariously unstable. Crisis lurks beneath the surface, poised to erupt at any moment. Only by growing stronger can one hope to survive. Qinze, if I may inquire, why have you chosen to become a necromancer? The lady in black stockings, driving her beetle, asked with a hint of bewilderment. Because you mentioned it has the greatest potential for development. That is not the case. Panic surged within her. She had merely praised the necromancer for its high performance, yet it seemed he had genuinely believed her. By the way, Qinze, what does your family do? I am an orphan. Both my parents perished in battle. The lady in black stockings gasped, nearly experiencing cardiac distress. In her heart, she thought, I truly deserve to perish. The temple soon loomed ahead, a colossal Gothic structure. Upon arriving, she dashed about, assisting Qinze with various procedures with remarkable efficiency, completing everything in mere minutes. Had he attempted to navigate this alone, it would have taken him at least an hour, inundated with a mountain of paperwork. I am going in. Qinze nodded at the lady in black stockings. Best of luck. May you awaken an A-grade talent. Tears glistened in her eyes as she earnestly prayed for Qinze. Qinze, clutching the necromancer's job change package, strode into the transformation chamber. Within, a representative of the temple gestured toward a square pedestal at the center of the room. Please place the job change token here. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for a beam of light cascading from the ceiling, illuminating the pedestal with a divine aura. Qinze nodded, then opened the job change package, finally revealing the job change token, an icy gray bone. After placing it upon the pedestal, a chant began to resonate from all directions. Qinze felt a chilling presence enveloping him. This was the aura of the undead. Moments later, the temple representative spoke slowly. Congratulations, you have successfully changed jobs. The next step is talent awakening. Please clear your mind, and your talent will manifest naturally. I understand. Qinze closed his eyes, following the instructions to empty his thoughts. Soon, a wondrous power surged from within, and he successfully perceived it. B-grade talent, Resonance Crystal. Resonance Crystal allows 3 highest-level skills to be placed within the Resonance Crystal, sharing skill levels among other skills, with the lowest level being the shared one. Skills removed from the Resonance Crystal will incur a 48-hour cooldown. A B-grade talent. Not too shabby. Please exit through this way. The temple representative maintained a neutral tone throughout. Indeed, it is impressive. While the Resonance Crystal is classified as a B-grade talent, when combined with the skill leveling system, it proves to be an exceptional match, potentially surpassing the effects of an S-grade talent. So, what level of talent did you awaken? The lady in black stockings rushed over to inquire, her excitement seemingly surpassing that of Qinze himself. B-grade talent, Resonance Crystal, which allows for shared skill levels. I truly deserve to perish. The lady in black stockings slapped her forehead. Had she known, she would not have sold the Necromancer profession book. Luciu, you sold your soul for performance evaluation. Her internal guilt and remorse reached a pinnacle. At that moment, Qinze was too preoccupied to heed the lament of the lady in black stockings. He found a plastic stool to sit upon and hastily opened the job change package, rifling through its contents until he extracted a skill book. Little skeleton summoning technique. Is this it? Qinze asked in astonishment. This seems rather inadequate. Yes. Previously, the job change package contained 2 books, but the company deemed the costs too high, thus they reduced it to 1. The lady in black stockings laughed nervously. Internally, she cursed herself. Luciu, you truly are heartless. He heeded your words, chose the Necromancer, and is now burdened with a decade-long installment plan. He is but an orphan. How will he survive in the future? Have you no conscience? How could you deceive a child? Oh. Shinzei furrowed his brow and then opened the little skeleton summoning technique. A greenish-blue light surged forth. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill, Little Skeleton Summoning Technique. Little Skeleton Summoning Technique. Chant for 3 seconds to summon a weak skeleton to fight for you. Duration, 1 day, mana cost, 50 points. Skill levels up by 1 every second, officially activated. Little Skeleton Summoning Technique LV1. Chant for 3 seconds to summon 2 weak skeletons to fight for you. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 50 points. Minor Skeleton Summoning Technique LV10. Chant for 3 seconds to summon a robust skeleton to fight for you. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 50 points. Minor Skeleton Summoning Technique LV11. Chant for 3 seconds to summon 2 robust skeletons to fight for you. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 50 points. LV11, LV12, LV12, LV13. Ever unceasing. Chapter 3. The Abyssal Instance. The cacophonous system alert finally dissipated from his mind. The entire world transformed into an exquisite silence. In its stead, the minor skeleton summoning technique ascended incessantly, its skill description evolving continuously. Minor skeleton summoning technique LV55. Summon a horde of feeble skeletons to fight for you. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 50 points. Shinzei. Incrementing by a point every second, surely there will be an opportunity for promotion. Lu Shiyu, clad in black stockings, stood beside him. Unwilling to depart, her expression fraught with inner turmoil. 2 voices clashed violently within her mind. The first urged her to leave immediately. Lu Shiyu, you are merely a lowly salesperson. Having escorted this child to the sanctuary is already a monumental act of mercy. His future suffering is of no concern to you. Depart now, and you can shed this burning hot potato. The second voice scolded vehemently. Lu Shiyu, you are inhuman. You've led him into such a predicament. Merely completing your performance assessment with a 10-year installment, and he is but an orphan. Now you dare to flee? While we lack any real power, at the very least, you could leave behind your phone number for future assistance. Why are you still here? Shinzei inquired, bewildered. I. Lu Shiyu's face contorted with difficulty, torn between indecision. At that moment, a throng of students entered the sanctuary, all of whom had purchased their professional packages in advance. Among them was her close friend Lu Yang, who, upon entering, immediately spotted Shinzei and the black-stockinged Lu Shiyu. He approached, glaring at Lu Shiyu, who lowered her head, feeling guilty. Then, Lu Yang turned to Shinzei with a smile and asked, Hey, Shinzei, have you completed your job transition? What is your awakened talent? Well, my awakened talent is a B-rank resonance crystal, which allows me to share skill levels. Shinzei responded casually. A B-rank talent. Very impressive, Lu Yang exclaimed, his eyes brightening. For students like us, possessing any talent is a rare blessing. 60% lack any talent, while 30% fall within the FC ranks. A B-rank talent places one in the top 10%, while the probability of achieving an A rank is a meager 0. 3. An S rank is virtually non-existent. Awakening a B-rank talent implies that you are far ahead. In the warrior profession, that would mean soaring to great heights, but as a necromancer, it feels like a squandered opportunity. As Lu Yang spoke, his expression turned bitter, glaring at Lu Shiyu. If it weren't for this woman's deceit, things wouldn't have turned out this way. A perfectly good B-rank talent, wasted. Lu Shiyu trembled slightly, feeling doomed, knowing she had only exacerbated the situation. Shinzei's talent was indeed B-rank. While it may not hold much weight as a necromancer, it could greatly enhance prospects in other professions. Because of her actions, she had ruined him. Now, Lu Shiyu dared not even glance at Shinzei, fearful of encountering a gaze filled with resentment. However, Shinzei remained blissfully unaware, absorbed in the continuous advancement of the minor skeleton summoning technique. When the level finally reached LV 500, the skill underwent a remarkable transformation. Minor skeleton summoning technique evolved into major skeleton summoning technique. Major skeleton summoning technique. Summon a fiercely combative major skeleton to fight for you. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 100 points. Major skeleton summoning technique LV1, LV2, LV2, LV3, LV3, LV4. Wait, a mana cost of 100? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Shinzei. If this trend continues, it may exceed his mana capacity. He quickly pulled up his attribute panel, confirming his fears. Name, Shinzei. Title, None. Level, LV1. Profession, Necromancer. Health, 500. Mana, 100. Strength, 5. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 13. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skill, Major Skeleton Summoning Technique LV22. Talent, Resonance Crystal. Equipment. None. His current mana was just sufficient to cast the major skeleton summoning technique. After one more upgrade, he would exceed his mana capacity. He must level up swiftly, lest he find himself in the embarrassing predicament of skills advancing while his mana limit remains stagnant. No, it would be a catastrophic scenario. Shinzei felt a chill run down his spine. His mana would forever lag behind the consumption required for skill upgrades. At that point, he would be rendered useless, and the loan of 990,000 would claim his life. Brother, I have to go. I apologize for not being able to accompany you through your job transition. I'll treat you to supper in a few days, Shinzei said, patting Lu Yang on the shoulder as he prepared to leave. Hey, why are you leaving? I plan to take you to level up after your transition, Lu Yang replied, surprised. You're too weak right now. We can't form a team. Lu Shiyu suddenly interjected. I know some high-level professionals who can help connect you and assist with leveling. Lu Yang retorted sharply. Shut up, you deceitful woman. Are you trying to swindle us again? Lu Shiyu refrained from arguing, merely twitching her nostrils as if on the verge of tears. She genuinely wanted to help Shinzei. However, hiring high-level professionals would indeed require a considerable sum. She could only offer to waive her commission for Shinzei, which would still amount to tens of thousands. It's all right. After all, it's my own choice, and I can't blame others, Shinzei smiled, saying, you can go ahead. I have nothing more to do here. In Lu Shiyu's eyes, his warm smile wielded even greater impact. Why don't you scold me? Even a couple of slaps would suffice. Shinzei, what kind of quirk is this? Instead of slapping her, Shinzei simply exchanged phone numbers with her for future contact. Having settled all matters, Shinzei hurriedly made his way to the Abyssal Link. If he didn't T-level up quickly, he would soon find himself in tears after the skill upgrade. Lu Yang watched Shinzei depart, letting out a faint sigh. Such a splendid B-rank talent. Wasted just like that. Soon after, the homeroom teacher and other classmates arrived in succession. What? Shinzei awakened a B-rank talent? But he chose to be a necromancer. The homeroom teacher lamented, pounding his chest in anguish. Such a promising seedling, squandered in this manner. Why must fate be so cruel? The classmates, upon hearing this, were equally astonished. What the heck? Shinzei actually awakened a B-rank talent? In Lehigh City, the number of B-rank talents that emerge in a year can be counted on two hands, yet he chose the wrong profession. A B-rank talent is of little use to a necromancer. At the very least, an A rank is required, with S rank being optimal. What is Shinzei truly thinking? I am utterly compelled to interview him. The necromancer is typically a choice made by members of illustrious families, and they possess the means to detect impending dangers, ensuring their endeavors are foolproof before committing. Yet here he is, charging in recklessly. TSK, I doubt he will even reach level 5. Enough about that. I must hasten to transition into a ranger. Would you all care to form a party and tackle the Black Abyss on the easy level together? Sure. I am a warrior and can certainly draw aggro for you. Heh, count me in as well. I am an assassin. An assassin is fine too. The job transition gift includes a starter set of equipment that offers decent stat bonuses. Just be cautious not to die. Understood. As they conversed, they began to form teams. The matter of Shinzei was briefly mentioned, but no one paid it much heed. After all, it would not be long before he sank into obscurity, rendered silent. Lu Yang, would you care to join us for the dungeon run? If we bring along Shinzei, I will accompany you. As you know, I have trained in martial arts for several years, and my strength and agility stats surpass those of an ordinary person, allowing me to tank for 1.5 individuals. Lu Yang had just transitioned into a berserker, boasting higher attack power than a standard warrior, albeit with weaker defenses. That one do, you might be able to tank for 1.5, but Shinzei hardly qualifies as a person, so we would be short a half. It's not that we don't want to bring him. The difficulty of the Black Abyss is well known, and injuries are commonplace. We cannot gamble our lives. Very well. I will seek out others and see if I can include him. Lu Yang was not angry. After all, everyone had their own considerations. He personally did not wish to see Shinzei fall into such a dire state and wanted to extend a helping hand. Shinzei took a taxi to the entrance of the Black Abyss. He had the fare and did not require an installment plan. This is the entrance to the Black Abyss. How magnificent. Shinzei gazed at the colossal object before him, swirling like a black hole, surrounded by an aura that warped the very fabric of space. While adventurers entered and exited the void, some exuding confidence, others appearing lethargic, and some even being carried out on stretchers. He took a deep breath and strode boldly into the center of the black hole. Inside, it was bustling, resembling a grand hall. A massive electronic screen loomed at the center, broadcasting news about adventurers and party information. The mightiest of Huaxia, Emperor Sha, has successfully leveled up to 70. Congratulations. He currently holds the title of World Number 1 and is expected to conquer the level 70 raid dungeon soon. Level 56 powerhouse Morning Light has been hunted by a dungeon interloper and remains missing. A generous reward awaits those who assist. The League Group's second Soul Hall has been successfully established. All are encouraged to sign up, with successful applicants receiving substantial compensation. Shinzei cast a glance at the screen and shook his head slightly. He turned his attention to his attribute panel, Great Skeleton Summoning LV-1230. Unbeknownst to him, he had already surpassed 1,000 levels. An immediate wave of pressure washed over him. He needed to level up in the Black Abyss. So he hastily retrieved a black card from his job transition gift, emblazoned with a twisted circle, his ticket to the Black Abyss. Upon reaching the entrance, a prompt appeared before him. Easy, normal, hard, and dangerous levels require a party to enter and cannot be challenged out of order. You must clear the corresponding level S dungeon to choose freely. Nightmare level allows for single or party selection and does not require prior clearance. Choosing the Nightmare level outright would be rather arrogant. He should start with something simple. But how to form a party? Shinzei recalled his previous opportunity to have a high-level player assist a lower-level one. Thus, he dialed Lu Shiyu's number. Chapter 4. Arise, Elite Skeleton Minion. Hello. Lu Shiyu's voice crackled through the phone, tinged with a hint of tremor. Yes, hello. I am the one who recently purchased the Necromancer job transition gift pack. Oh. Shinzei, I remember you. What can I do for you? Shinzei was taken aback, surprised that she recalled him amidst so many who bought the transition pack. I need to level up, so I'm contacting you to exchange for a high-level player to assist me. I wonder when you might be able to help coordinate that? Oh, don't worry. I'll arrange it immediately. I will ensure to find you the strongest high-level adventurer. I need 4, as the dungeon requires 5 to enter. And I am quite anxious about the timeline. 4? Lu Shiyu hesitated on the other end before gritting her teeth and saying, All right, I will find you 4. But please don't mention this to anyone else. Generally, one can only find one high-level player to assist. But I can use a small privilege to fill out your entire party, each around level 10. Thank you immensely. When can I expect them to be ready? Shinzei's eyes squinted into a smile. But soon, the smile faltered. Half an hour, perhaps. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up, Shinzei calculated briefly. In half an hour, he could level up his skill 1,800 times, easily achieving promotion. However, he could not demand that they instantly teleport to him. This is quite the predicament. He opened his attribute panel and felt a chill wash over him. Great Skeleton Summoning has successfully leveled up. Elite Skeleton Summoning, LV-57, LV-58, LV-58, LV-59, LV-59, LV-60. Elite Skeleton Summoning. Summon a gigantic skeleton that instills fear far and wide. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 150. This is a disaster. My mana has exceeded my limit. I can't summon anything now. Shinzei felt his heart race. Panic surged within him. Surely the system wouldn't just erase him. He paced back and forth, his mind racing at lightning speed. Suddenly, a cat-eared girl appeared beside him, holding a large suitcase filled with vials. Red and blue liquids swirled inside. Sir. With red potions in hand, you stand unyielding. With blue potions, you are enduringly vigorous. Stock up now for an unbeatable deal, 500 per vial, discounts for bulk purchases. You want to find a better price anywhere else, meow? Shinzei's thoughts sparked. He still had his starter set unclaimed. Perhaps it could grant him an additional 50 points of mana. I'm sorry, but I don't need any at the moment. He waved at the cat-eared girl and promptly rummaged through his gift bag, only to find it contained merely a guide to the Black Abyss. He blinked, then opened his attribute panel, noticing the words warehouse in the lower left corner. Clicking on it revealed 5 pieces of basic equipment. Necromancer S staff, beginner. Necromancer S cloak, beginner. Necromancer S soft armor, beginner. Skeleton necklace, beginner. And Necromancer S boots, beginner. Necromancer S staff. Equipping level, LV1. Attribute bonus, Intelligence 1, Strength 1. Mana 50. Equipment ability, reduces casting time for Necromancer skills by 1 second. Description, a staff forged from the bones of the undead, perpetually cold to the touch, never warming. Upon seeing the staff provided an additional 50 points of mana, Shinzei was instantly elated. This is just what I need. Necromancer S cloak. Equipping level, LV1. Attribute bonus, Intelligence 1, Agility 1, Health 100. Equipment ability, casting time 3 seconds, applies a persistent frost effect on enemies, causing continuous slow down, consuming 5 mana per second. Introduction. Its shape closely resembles bat wings, and it is said to allow for brief gliding when unfurled. Undead armor, enhancing intelligence by 1 point, strength by 2 points, and providing an additional 300 health points, yet lacking any special abilities. Skeleton necklace, augmenting intelligence by 2 points, granting 100 mana, and temporarily summoning a small skeleton for a duration of 5 minutes. Undead boots, increasing intelligence by 1 point and agility by 2 points, allowing for sliding movement on flat surfaces. Upon donning the undead novice set, one instantly transforms into a chilling necromancer, the surrounding air seemingly on the verge of freezing. This attire is impressive, exuding an aura of aloof mystery. Shinzei nodded in satisfaction as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. After glancing at the time and realizing only 5 minutes had passed, he proceeded to the Abyss Management Office to purchase a temporary room, intending to test his abilities before deciding which level of dungeon to tackle. The cost for a temporary room is 1,000 coins for 1 hour. The attendant stated without looking up. "Can I pay in installments?" Shinzei inquired. The attendant finally raised her head, her lips twitching slightly. "What? Spending 1,000 coins leaves you with only 22,000. Holding the white card given by the attendant, Shinzei approached the Abyss link. "Would you like to enter the temporary room?" "Yes." In the next moment, the world around him blurred. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a pure white chamber, with a test pillar standing tall in the center, crafted from an unknown material. Confirming that he was alone, Shinzei abruptly raised his staff. "Arise, my elite skeleton." After a 2-second chant, a massive pit capable of swallowing a small car appeared before him. A robust skeletal hand, ablaze with flames, reached out from within, clawing its way to the surface. Eventually, a towering 3-meter-tall skeleton, its upper body engulfed in flames, emerged before Shinzei. Its skull square-shaped, with sharp teeth interlocking and 2 horns protruding from its head. Upon its emergence, the flaming skeleton knelt on one knee before Shinzei. Staring at the colossal figure, Shinzei found himself momentarily speechless, as even in a kneeling position, the skeleton towered over him. Elite Skeleton Monster. Level: LV1, cannot exceed the summoner's level. Health: 6,400. Attributes: Strength: 370. Agility: 232. Intelligence: 77. Skill 1, Sacrificial Flame. The elite skeleton is eternally engulfed in soul flames, inflicting 77 points of magical damage per second to any nearby enemies, with no limit on the number of targets and no consumption required. Skill 2, Heavy Strike. The elite skeleton accumulates power for 1 second to deliver a devastating blow, dealing 640 points of damage. Striking the body has a chance to maim, while a blow to the head has a chance for double critical damage and a stunning knockback effect. Skill 3, Improvised Weaponry. The elite skeleton can detach its ribcage, extending its attack range by 1 meter and causing widespread damage, ultimately inflicting 50 points of damage along with the effects of the sacrificial flame, resulting in continuous burning damage to enemies. Introduction: a highly flammable and irritable skeleton. Over 6,000 health points and attributes exceeding 100, and this is merely level 1. As my level rises, the summoned skeleton's level will undoubtedly increase, with even more formidable attributes. With such power, I should be able to solo the easy level, right? A thought struck Shinzei as he recalled the small skeleton summoned by the necklace. He decided to compare their strengths. "Come forth, little skeleton." As he chanted, a sound reminiscent of chattering teeth echoed. Chapter 5. Who is leading whom? Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of trembling joints emerged as a shivering little skeleton appeared. Standing only half a meter tall, its expression was reminiscent of a mammoose. The towering 3-meter flaming skeleton slowly turned its gaze towards it. With a clatter, the little skeleton panicked and disintegrated. "Oh no," Shinzei sighed. He now understood why others held little faith in necromancers. With such a diminutive skeleton, he could easily defeat 10 of them without any difficulty. The elite skeleton unleashed its full strength upon the testing pillar. The flaming skeleton nodded, then strode purposefully towards the pillar, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The testing pillar caved in, and damage values began to surface. For 12, 77. 77. The sacrificial flame clung to it, continuously burning. If I recall correctly, ordinary monsters boast around 500 health points. I should be able to sweep through effortlessly. The experience and item distribution rules in the Abyss dictate that contributions are rewarded according to effort. If one person does all the work while the others merely tag along, 95 of the experience goes to the solo player, with only 5 shared among the others. Furthermore, experience rewards vary with member levels. Soloing alongside a group of high-level players increases difficulty, but also amplifies experience gains significantly. Thus, he resolved to solo with 4 high-level players. Just then, his phone rang. Shinzei initially thought it was Lu Xiu calling to confirm arrangements, but upon checking, it was Lu Yang. After answering the call, he heard Lu Yang's concerned voice. "Brother, where are you now? I've redeemed the high-to-low carry times and am waiting in a temporary room. What is your status?" "Oh, just hold tight. I've used my high-to-low times as well. When you're ready, give me a shout, and we can team up to find others. High-level players are easy to locate. Don't you think?" That has settled then. Shinzei had been worried about insufficient team numbers, but Lu Yang had resolved that issue. Shortly after, Lu Xiu called. informing him that 4 high-level professionals were already in the lobby waiting for him. Qinze felt a surge of anticipation and immediately exited the temporary room. Upon arriving at the designated location, he noticed a stylishly dressed woman casually leaning against the wall, exhaling wisps of smoke in a relaxed manner. Accompanying her were 3 others, silent and aloof. "You must be Qinze?" The fashionable woman was the first to notice him, lazily tilting her head to inquire. "You're the first to keep us high-level professionals waiting. Let us make this quick and wrap up this trivial matter." The fashionable woman extinguished her cigarette and carelessly tossed it into a nearby trash bin. The other 3 followed suit, showing no inclination to exchange names. "This time, I hope to tackle the ordinary level abyss dungeon without your interference. Let me attempt to slay some monsters first, and if I truly cannot endure, then you may intervene," Qinze stated, looking at them earnestly. "No way, that's a waste of time," replied a man with a slick-back hairstyle. "Then I'll file a complaint against you. And you 1T get paid." "What? Kid, are you tired of living?" The slick-haired man paused in surprise, then snarled. "Forget it. A's, let him go. A level 1 brat can't stir up any trouble in an ordinary level abyss. Even we level 10 professionals need to coordinate to succeed," the fashionable woman remarked nonchalantly. "TCH." The slick-haired man shot Qinze a glare before turning away. "Then it's settled. Let us go. I'm in a hurry. When will I ever finish paying off my loans? I absolutely cannot stand carrying newcomers anymore." "Finish paying? With new recruits every day? There's simply no time to earn money. It has become a vicious cycle." Amidst the cacophony of his teammates, Qinze joined their ranks. Upon entering, they discovered that all personal information was concealed. Only their levels and professions were visible, and most exceeded level 10. "Shall we exchange names to get acquainted?" Qinze ventured to inquire. "Exchange names? Don't get too familiar. You're only level 1. The man with slick-back hair interrupted without hesitation. Qinze glanced at the others, who exhibited a similar attitude. He nodded, refraining from further comment. "Necromancer. Huh. Choose the ordinary level Black Abyss dungeon. Do you wish to enter?" "Yes." With Qinze's affirmative voice, the surroundings distorted. The sounds of insects chirping echoed amidst the grass. A faint stench of decay lingered in the air. They found themselves in a manor, with a villa-like high-rise nestled behind the flowers and trees. As the 4 high-level players opened their eyes, their expressions instantly turned vigilant. Their bodies tensed, a subtle fear spreading among them. Clearly, they harbored unpleasant memories of this place. A chilling scream erupted from the nearby underbrush. Something was rustling its way towards them. "Everyone, please remember our earlier agreement. Let me attempt to slay the monsters first, and only join in when I'm overwhelmed," Qinze reminded them, fearing they might forget in their anxiety. "Hurry up. Haven't you heard the monsters are out?" the fashionable woman retorted, her voice laced with frustration. "Oh, come forth, my skeletons." Qinze raised his staff, and a couple of beeps sounded. "Ah, I see. I've exhausted my mana," he said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Could someone lend me a blue potion? I'm out of mana." "What?" The 4 of them widened their eyes in unison, their expressions mirroring disbelief. The moonlight spilled across the ground, the grass swaying. The creature crawling on the ground finally revealed itself. Its claws gleamed like sharp blades. Its rotting humanoid form, and its mouth filled with jagged teeth. Its yellowed eyes immediately locked onto them. "A common monster, ghoul. Here, quickly." The fashionable woman tossed a blue potion to Qinze. Immediately, she signaled the other 3 with her gaze, indicating they should prepare for battle. The others nodded repeatedly, hardly expecting Qinze to withstand the ghoul. "Arise, my skeletons." Elite Skeleton Summon LV 1789. Summons a horde of elite skeletons to fight for you. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 150 points. As Qinze concluded his incantation, terrifying rings opened on the ground. Flames roared within, exuding a will to annihilate. The fashionable woman. The slick-haired man. The other 2? What is happening? Thick, flaming arm bones sprang forth, and towering shadows of over 3 meters appeared. The ghouls, which had been rapidly crawling towards them, froze in place, their heads slowly lifting. In the next moment, a fiery skeletal fist descended with tremendous force. Smash! The ghoul was flattened like a fly. For 32.77. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has slain a ghoul, earning you 20 experience points. Almost double the experience. Normally, a ghoul grants only 10 experience points. Delicious, how delightful. Wait, what is this situation? The area was filled with towering, fearsome flaming skeletons, at least 7 in number. Meanwhile, the high-level players trembled among the skeletons. Is this a newcomer? Is this the Necromancer? Chapter 6, Ghoul Boss. The once eerily quiet manor was instantly engulfed in flames. The fashionable woman, the slick-haired man, and the other 2 high-level players all simultaneously gaped, first in shock at the surrounding flaming skeletons, then at the ghoul that had been bludgeoned into a pulp, finally fixing their astonished gazes on this so-called newcomer. How could these three elements be connected? Who are you? The fashionable woman, shedding her previous nonchalance, stared at Qin in shock, struggling to ask. Just an ordinary person. Please follow me, and I shall guide you through. As he spoke, Qin continued forward, surrounded by the 7 flaming skeletons, like stars encircling the moon. Their defense was so dense that even a fly would be met with 2 enormous nostrils should it venture too close. The other 4 found themselves in a precarious situation, darting between the skeletons. The flaming skeletons were indifferent to their lives, moving only in accordance with Qin's pace, with the possibility of stepping on them at any moment. Rustling resumed in the grass. Ugly ghouls began crawling out, their claws sparking against the concrete path. This time, 5 ghouls emerged. They had just taken a few steps when they spotted the 7 flaming skeletons, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. Their minds barely had time to register a thought before a flaming skeletal hand descended from above, seizing one of the ghouls. The sacrificial flames burned incessantly as the ghoul struggled frantically. 77, 77. The 4 fashionable women watched in stunned silence. The ghouls they had to coordinate to defeat were mere playthings in Qin's hands. In the next instant, a terrifying scene unfolded. The ghoul was torn apart in the middle and carelessly discarded. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, earning you 21 experience points. Meanwhile, the other 4 ghouls met their demise in quick succession. Some were crushed underfoot, others had their heads ripped off and impaled on withered branches, and some were simply smashed to pieces. 507, 513, 520, a variety of gruesome fates unfolded. One must admit, the elite skeletons possessed a certain artistic flair. Congratulations. Your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, earning you 21 experience points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed a ghoul, earning you 21 experience points. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to LV2, all attributes 1, free attribute 5, health 200, mana 100. Is that all it takes to level up? Is it really that simple? Qin pondered, continuing his advance. The fashionable woman and the other 3, now utterly speechless from shock, could only wonder, what just happened? How could a ghoul shatter upon contact? Where was the ferocity they had once faced? Finally, as they surveyed the chaotic scene around them, they realized just how powerful and ruthless Qin's skeletons had been. The fashionable woman took a deep breath and turned to the others, saying, I believe we need to befriend this person. What do you think? Yes, absolutely. We must forge a connection. Such terrifying power is simply astounding. I still can't comprehend it. Even a genius from a prominent family couldn't possibly achieve this level. The disparity is unimaginable. The fashionable woman replied, if it's unimaginable, then don't dwell on it. This world is full of things beyond our comprehension. If you could understand them all, you wouldn't be standing here. I understand now. The 4 concluded their discussion. The fashionable woman cleared her throat and, with a sugary smile, hurried to catch up with Qin. Hello, you are quite impressive. We're on the same team. Yet we don't even know each other's names. Haha. Oh, didn't you say you weren't interested in sharing? That person back there even remarked on the futility of it. Qin pointed towards the man with slick back hair who was trailing behind, causing the latter to instantly flush and turn away. The fashionable woman shot him a fierce glare before quickly plastering on a smile, saying, P.S. just teasing you. Qin chose not to engage with her comment, and instead posed another question. I might be on the verge of breaking a record here. You can't just take advantage of me, can you? Upon hearing this, the 4 individuals present froze. They had come to guide the newcomer, only to find themselves potentially outdone by him. And now, he was asking them for a reward for breaking the record? Was that reasonable? Surprisingly, it was indeed quite reasonable. Ahem, our financial situation isn't particularly robust. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this old-to-new mentoring job. However, if you truly manage to break the record, each of us could offer you a level 10 piece of equipment of green quality or higher. How does that sound? Level 10 equipment? That seems fair enough. Let us discuss it at the conclusion of the dungeon. The fashionable woman eagerly responded, all right. She had initially wished to suggest exchanging friend requests, but upon realizing that Qin was disinterested in her, she reluctantly abandoned the idea and quietly followed behind him, her gait becoming noticeably more restrained. The estate was vast, and they had been walking along the path for nearly half an hour. Ghouls incessantly surged from the surroundings, their numbers steadily increasing. From an initial 10, it escalated to 20, and now 30 appeared all at once. 7 elite skeletons disassembled their own ribcages, wielding them like bats to send the ghouls flying. Akin to a game of baseball. Typically, they would disintegrate mid-air, and if one managed to land intact, it would certainly deserve a thumbs up. Congratulations. Your elite skeleton has successfully slain a ghoul, earning 22 experience points. Congratulations. Your elite skeleton has successfully slain a ghoul, earning 23 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to LV3, with all attributes at 1, free attributes at 5, health at 200, and mana at 100. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to LV4, with all attributes at 1, free attributes at 5, health at 200, and mana at 100. Since the elite skeletons were summoned at his level 1, their attributes were also level 1. The ones he summoned now would be level 4. Nevertheless, level 1 would suffice for the time being. There would be a few seconds of downtime during the recycling and resummoning process, which could lead to potential demise. After dispatching over 30 ghouls, they finally emerged from the thicket, coming upon a grand white marble fountain, exquisitely carved and beautifully designed. The fountain appeared to have been neglected for ages, covered in dust and fallen leaves. The fountain is rather aesthetically pleasing, the fashionable woman chimed in. According to the guide, this estate seems to have once belonged to a wealthy family, housing many residents. Strangely, the couple who owned the estate appears to have exclusively adopted orphans. And at higher difficulties, one encounters numerous little ghoul-like creatures. The term orphan struck a chord with Shinzei. Suddenly, a towering ghoul emerged above the fountain. Just lying on the ground, it was already 2 meters tall. Unlike ordinary ghouls, this one boasted long black hair that cascaded to its shoulders, exuding an artistically unsettling aura. A ghoul boss. Chapter 7. Halfway to Champagne? The long-haired ghoul boss slowly crawled out from atop the marble fountain. While ordinary ghouls had heads resembling large meatballs, this one, with its flowing black hair, appeared much more refined, yet emanated an exceedingly terrifying presence. Is the boss battle about to commence? My level hasn't risen significantly yet. Shinzei frowned. Since entering the dungeon, nearly an hour had passed. Observing his expression, the fashionable woman quickly approached him, saying, "Young man, we are now at the most challenging juncture, or rather, the point with the most monsters. That ghoul boss won't descend just yet. Instead, it will unleash 5 waves of creatures to deplete our strength. When the final wave emerges, it will charge down alongside the regular monsters to attack us. Oh, more monsters to slay. That is splendid. After this, I should be able to reach level 10, Shinzei remarked, his enthusiasm palpable. The fashionable woman, the slick-haired man, and the other 2 seasoned players exchanged glances, overwhelmed by a mixture of emotions. They had invested 3 long years to reach level 10, engaging in a relentless battle of wits against the ghouls, initially spending an hour just to defeat one, employing various maneuvers and consuming potions to barely succeed. They considered themselves fortunate to have managed to escape from a few battles and exit the dungeon. Those less fortunate had likely ended up as ghoul fodder. 3 years. Did they understand the weight of that duration? Yet here was this newcomer, poised to effortlessly achieve level 10 within mere hours. Just moments ago, he had been at level 1, requiring their guidance, and now, after a series of escapades, he was nearly catching up to them. In that instant, the 4 of them were enveloped in a whirlwind of mixed feelings, uncertain of what to say. Indeed, the dungeon's progression aligned precisely with what the fashionable woman had described. The ghoul boss did not charge forward. Instead, it emitted incomprehensible sounds, prompting ghouls to crawl out from the surrounding small houses, some clad in recognizable attire reminiscent of gardeners and servants. You 5, go forth and confront them. The remaining 2 will stay by my side to protect me. Shinzei commanded. The 5 elite skeletons disassembled their ribcages and marched forward. Perhaps influenced by the boss, the ordinary ghouls appeared far more frenzied. A dozen ghouls surrounded a single elite skeleton, leaping from all directions. Some clambered onto its back, others clung to its legs, and some even attempted to burrow into the gaps between its bones. The ghouls bared their fangs, fiercely biting at the skeleton's frame. Sparks flew as metallic clashed against bone, producing a cacophony of sounds. 23, 27, 22. Damage values continuously emerged above the elite skeleton's head. Given its health exceeding 6,000 points, this was merely an irritation. However, the clumsiness of the elite skeletons became apparent. They swung their ribcages, but could only eliminate 1 ghoul at a time. Nevertheless, their sacrificial flames could inflict area damage. 77, 77, 77. The battle raged on, and soon the ghouls were entirely vanquished. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has successfully slain a ghoul, earning 21 experience points. Congratulations. Your elite skeleton has successfully slain a ghoul, earning 21 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV5, with all attributes at 1, free attributes at 5, health at 200, and mana at 100. As the second wave of ghouls arrived, they shimmered with a silver sheen, resembling metal, and their resistance to flames had markedly increased. Elite ghouls. The elite skeleton raised its ribcage and struck down upon the silver ghoul. 537. Remarkably, that blow failed to slay the silver ghoul. which staggered back but still sought to continue its assault. After the second hammer fell, the silver ghoul finally met its demise. Congratulations. Your elite skeleton has slain an elite ghoul, earning 32 experience points. Qin observed that the lethality of the elite skeletons was waning. There was no possibility of retreating and then summoning again. Though he had never commanded a true battle, he had played numerous real-time strategy games. Thus, he promptly commanded, the 5 elite skeletons should contract their line and form a small circle to engage in combat. The 5 elite skeletons complied perfectly with Qin's orders. They disregarded the elite ghoul clinging to them and pivoted towards the center, ultimately positioning themselves back-to-back to form a circular formation. Leaving only the fan-shaped area in front to deal with the elite ghoul. They could simply swing their ribcages wildly, requiring no finesse whatsoever. Boom, boom, boom. 501, 512, 529. The elite ghoul quickly lost its capacity to resist, unable to lift its head. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has successfully slain an elite ghoul, earning 33 experience points. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has successfully slain an elite ghoul, earning 35 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV6, all attributes 1, free attributes 5. Health 200, mana 100. Unbeknownst to him, another hour had slipped by. Qin stood watching until he felt somewhat fatigued. He stretched his ankles and muttered to himself, "Oh dear, standing is exhausting. I should find a place to sit." With 2 elite skeletons guarding him, he felt no fear of sudden demise. He glanced around and picked up a stone brick. "Young man, how can you sit on that stone brick? It's filthy and will soil your gear." A fashionable woman rushed over and tossed the stone brick from Qin's hands. "Then where should I sit? I have a reclining chair and a sleeping bag in my storage. When we venture out, we must be prepared for everything." As she spoke, she truly retrieved a reclining chair from her storage and thoughtfully placed it before Qin. Don't you need to rest? As long as I can achieve a record-breaking accomplishment, I am thoroughly satisfied. You, however, have been tirelessly slaying monsters, so you are the one who truly needs to rest." "Thanks." Qin, indeed weary, reclined in the chair and exhaled deeply. "This is delightful. If only I had something to drink. After walking so far without a sip of water, I'm parched." He continued to muse. He had never considered storing some daily necessities in his warehouse. Upon entering, he realized he had none and could only wait for the monsters to be defeated. "Something to drink?" The fashionable woman paused, then tugged at the man with the slick-back hair, her expression serious. The slick-back man offered a slight resistance before reluctantly retrieving a long-preserved bottle of champagne from his storage. "This was meant for celebrating the repayment of my loan," he mumbled as he produced 5 elegant glasses. "This is champagne, a premature toast to your ascension to level 10. Another fierce warrior joins our ranks in the 9 provinces. Cheers." The 5 glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 8. Rocket-like ascension holding her glass. The fashionable woman couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined that completing the ordinary level dungeon in the Black Abyss could be so simple and delightful. It feels like a dream." The others nodded, their expressions mixed. They recalled their first encounter with ghouls, many having experienced terror to the point of losing control, scrambling, and wailing. While this young man now seemed to slice through them as if they were mere vegetables. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Suddenly, Qin, reclining in the chair, spoke, "Everyone, I have a request to make." "What is it?" "As long as it's within our power to assist, we will not hesitate," the fashionable woman replied eagerly, stepping forward. The other 3 also turned their concerned gazes towards him. "I hope you will keep the details of the dungeon completion to yourselves," Qin said slowly. "Oh, is that all? Rest assured, we 4 are very discreet. What should not be said, we will not utter, and we will certainly not cause you any trouble," the fashionable woman assured him, nodding repeatedly. "Well, I merely suggest it. Honestly, it doesn't affect me much whether you speak of it or not." Indeed, indeed. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Should news of Qin's ability to solo the ordinary level dungeon surface, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous factions. He simply prefers to maintain a low profile. As he spoke, a radiant white light erupted from Qin once more. The glow of leveling up startled everyone. He leveled up again. Now at LV7, his rocket-like advancement caused envy among them. Meanwhile, within the simple level dungeon of the Black Abyss, terrifying ghouls scuttled across the ground, their razor-like claws sparking against the concrete. The 5-man team found themselves in utter disarray under the attack of the ghouls. "Hurry, warrior, push forward. You can't all rely on me. I'm on the verge of being overwhelmed." "Ranger, where are you?" "You've disappeared into thin air 100 miles away. You're ranged. What are you scared of? Get in there and deal damage." Lu Yong. "Yes, you're doing well. Everyone should learn from how Lu Yong fights. I'm always stuck leading the newbies. It's exhausting." The five were in complete disarray under the assault of three ghouls. The level 10 high-level monk struggled to fend off two ghouls, his staff repeatedly striking the ghouls' heads. 132, 143. He felt pleased with his damage output, which was quite commendable for a level 10 character. Nearby, Liu Yong wielded a novice spear, using his positioning to evade the ghouls while leveraging his attack range to whittle down their health. 28, 31. Eventually, he managed to wear down a ghoul to death. The glow of leveling up enveloped him. Phew, finally reached level 2. That was tough. Liu Yong sighed in relief as he looked at the fallen ghoul. He had come to understand the difficulty of slaying a ghoul. When the ghouls first appeared, the three newcomers in the team had nearly vomited in fear, losing their resolve to fight and fleeing to safety. Combat is a tightrope walk between life and death, and most lack the awareness to become professionals. Liu Yong shook his head slightly at the terrified trio. It's best to seize the opportunity to enter the factory. Liu Yong downed a red potion to replenish his nearly depleted health. He gazed at the pale moon, his heart laden with worry. I wonder how Qin Zhe is faring. He took out a 990,000 loan for the Necromancer starter pack. If he fails to become a professional, his life could be over. As long as we don't flee from battle and can successfully reach level 2, that would be a victory. Once we exit, we can regroup and level up slowly. Meanwhile, the five elite skeletons continued their fierce battle. The silver ghouls in the manor had multiplied to hundreds, crawling rapidly on the ground. A sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Is this the difficulty of the ordinary level dungeon in the Black Abyss? It's utterly terrifying. Qin Zhe was taken aback upon seeing over 100 silver ghouls. It would take quite a while to eliminate the elite skeletons. What would you do in such a situation? If it were the four of us tasked with dealing with the fourth wave of monsters, we would have to utilize the terrain, such as narrow passages that could only accommodate two ghouls side by side, effectively trapping them there. Then, relying on potions and healing skills, we would gradually wear down the ghouls. The fashionable woman replied, given the high level of danger. We all brought back city scrolls when we entered. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, we would crush them to escape. I see, that indeed sounds prudent. Qin Zhe nodded. With the strength attributes of high-level players, the four of them would find it quite easy to deal with two silver ghouls. The strategy guide for the Black Abyss dungeon marked monster killing points, which, when leveraged with the terrain, not only significantly enhanced safety, but also improved killing efficiency. Well then, I shall take a look once I return. At this statement, all four of them displayed expressions of astonishment. You mean to say you charged in without even glancing at the guide? However, upon witnessing the valiant, blazing skeleton, it seemed that not consulting the guide might not be an issue after all. Boom. The elite skeleton shed another rib, wielding two curved bones with a slight increase in attack frequency, albeit with a minor decrease in damage. It swung the two ribs, launching a barrage of strikes. For 78, 469. The two damage values appeared almost simultaneously, instantly obliterating the silver ghoul that charged forth. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has slain a ghoul elite. Earning. Experience 32. Ghoul Claw, Equipment 1. Congratulations, your elite skeleton has slain a ghoul elite. Earning. Experience 34. Equipment drop? Qin Zhe's eyes lit up, quickly opening his inventory. A claw, sharp as a blade, lay quietly within. Ghoul Claw, LV5. Exclusive to melee professions such as warriors and monks. Upon seeing it was exclusive to melee professions, Qin Zhe lost interest in further details. Once outside, I will sell it at the trading post, or if someone needs this equipment, gifting it as a personal favor would be amiss. Hey there, have a bag of chips, and take your time. To his surprise, there were chips as well. Thank you. As Qin Zhe reclined in his chair, feeling somewhat bored, a pack of spicy chips was placed before him. It must be said that once the fashionable woman witnessed her own strength, her attitude underwent a complete transformation, ultimately aligning with Qin Zhe's desires. Unfortunately, he generally preferred not to associate with those who were so inconsistent, leisurely munching on chips and sipping champagne, after satisfying his hunger and thirst. All the silver ghouls were finally vanquished, and Qin Zhe successfully leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached LV8, all attributes 1, free attributes 5, health 200, mana 100. The long-haired ghoul boss could no longer remain still and slowly descended from the stone fountain. The slightly relaxed atmosphere instantly turned tense and grave. Chapter 9, A Just Beatdown. Silver moonlight cascaded from above. The long-haired ghoul boss crawled down from the stone fountain, and silver ghouls once again emerged from all directions, accompanied by ordinary ghouls. This time, the entire family was on the move. Black Abyss boss, long-haired ghoul. Level, LV5. Health, 13,500. Attributes, Strength, 153. Agility, 162. Intelligence, 23. Skill 1, Bite and Devour. Skill 2, Frenzy Aura. Skill 3, Moonlight Revival. After it crawled out, it ran its claws through its long black hair. Only after the elite and ordinary ghouls were all in position did it let out a piercing screech. Then, it rapidly crawled along the ground, maneuvering in a serpentine Z pattern. Approaching the blazing skeleton, it suddenly leaped from the ground. It spread its limbs wide, resembling a carnivorous spider pouncing on its prey. The blazing skeleton, caught off guard, found the long-haired ghoul boss perched on its shoulder blades, its legs clamped tight, while its claws were raised high, glinting ominously, and suddenly stabbed towards the skeleton's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and countless sparks erupted. 327. The blazing skeleton was not a living being. Even if its head was severed, it would not impede its movements, merely rendering it unseen. The long-haired ghoul boss was engulfed in sacrificial flames. 23. 25. The boss displayed a remarkable resistance to flames. With its black hair remaining unscathed, Shinzei gazed at the battlefield, unable to suppress a snicker. Subsequently, the long-haired ghoul boss's attack speed surged dramatically. Its claws sliced through the air, capable of delivering 2 strikes per second. It unleashed a barrage upon the blazing skeleton's head. Just then, a whooshing sound sliced through the air beside it. As it turned its head, a rib grew larger before its eyes, ultimately crashing down upon its forehead. Critical hit. Double damage triggered. 1089. The long-haired ghoul boss immediately succumbed to a dazed state, collapsing straight down. The 5 blazing skeletons sprang into action, surrounding the long-haired ghoul boss. Their eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames, fixated on their foe. As the long-haired ghoul boss regained its senses, it was confronted by 5 fearsome skeletons. 0 Quetzales immediately following. Ribs rained down from above, striking it mercilessly. 489, 493, 23, 501. The 5 blazing skeletons swung their ribs with the fervor of blacksmiths. Even when ordinary and elite ghouls clawed their way over, frantically attacking them, the skeletons paid them no heed. The sacrificial flames alone were enough to incinerate the ordinary ghouls. Goodness, how brutal. With such a blow, would it not splatter its brains? For some inexplicable reason, I suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the ghoul boss. Witnessing this scene, the others exchanged bewildered glances and offered their own quips. The long-haired ghoul boss, more than once, attempted to rise, stubbornly enduring the rib strikes, striving to escape the encirclement. However, as soon as it lifted its head, another heavy blow landed precisely upon it. Instantly, it was left dazed and reeling. It extended its claws in a futile attempt to shield its head, only to have its claws crushed and deformed. 1032, 512, 531. Regrettably, the Black Abyss dungeon lacked ground protection or invulnerability time. Enduring such a relentless barrage, it could only resign itself to its fate. Amidst the frenzied rib strikes, the long-haired ghoul boss's health plummeted rapidly, and as it neared 5,000 points, it suddenly howled like a husky, its body flushing a vivid red. This is bad. The boss is about to enter a state of frenzy, gaining immunity to various controls and significantly enhancing its speed and damage attributes. Everyone, prepare for battle. Upon witnessing this, the fashionable woman immediately shouted anxiously. The other 3 nodded gravely and swiftly climbed up the nearby tree. You hurry as well. This situation requires utmost caution. The fashionable woman, upon noticing Shinzei's inaction, immediately exclaimed, but the boss is on the brink of death. Shinzei pointed forward. What? The fashionable woman was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly glanced ahead. There, she beheld the long-haired ghoul boss, maintaining a stance of head held high, howling, while a ribbed cudgel relentlessly struck its head. Remarkably, the ghoul boss exhibited no reaction, stubbornly enduring the blows as if it were made of iron. The heavy club delivered devastating strikes, inflicting damage in multiples. 970, 982, 993. Before the ghoul's eyes could even redden, it succumbed to death. Congratulations. Your elite skeleton monster has successfully vanquished the ghoul boss, earning 3,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained the ghoul summoning skill book, 1. Congratulations. You have acquired the ghoul ring, 1. Congratulations. You have received the manor key, 1. You have leveled up to LV9, with all attributes at 1, 5 free attribute points. Health at 200, and mana at 100. Note, the normal level dungeon has been cleared. Please exit within 1 minute to finalize the clearing time. Level, LV9. Health, 2,400. Mana, 1,000. Attributes, Strength 13, Agility 15, Intelligence 21. Remaining free attribute points, 40. Skill, Epic Level Skeleton Summoning Art LV 532. Talent, Resonance Crystal. Equipment, Beginner's Undead Staff, Beginner's Undead Boots, Beginner's Undead Cloak, Beginner's Undead Armor, Beginner's Undead Necklace. Unexpectedly, this ghoul boss was quite stubborn. After enduring so many blows to its head, It failed to move at all and was literally beaten to death. Qin Zhe felt a surge of amusement, although he did not reach level 10 this time. Achieving level 9 was still commendable. Moreover, the boss dropped a ghoul summoning skill book, perfectly suited for his Necromancer class. Without hesitation, he immediately began to learn it. As Qin Zhe took out the ghoul summoning skill book, he promptly utilized it. A flash of greenish-blue light enveloped him, and he sensed a faint connection forming within himself. This was the ghoul summoning art. Ghoul summoning art summons a normal-level ghoul to fight for you, lasting for 1 day, consuming 100 mana points. Learning requirement, LV5. Class restriction, Necromancer. The skill upgrade system currently allowed only 1 skill to be leveled up at a time. The skeleton summoning art had just completed its upgrade, and the time required for further advancement was considerable. It would be more prudent to focus on elevating the ghoul summoning art first. Ghoul summoning art, LV1 to LV2, LV2 to LV3, LV3 to LV4. The levels continued to rise. With the dungeon now concluded, they should exit. Qin Zhe turned to look behind him, only to find 4 high-level players gazing at him with complex expressions. After a round of dungeon clearing, he had indeed reached level 9. Just 1 more level, and he would catch up with them. It felt almost surreal. As the team exited the dungeon, a record-breaking announcement reverberated through the air. Congratulations! The fastest completion record for the Black Abyss normal-level dungeon has been shattered, with a completion time of 2 hours and 27 minutes. A small reward package has been issued, and the speedrunning achievement for the Black Abyss normal-level dungeon has been awarded. The announcement instantly sparked a tremendous uproar. Someone had actually broken the record. Liu Yang's eyes were filled with envy. Alas, we haven't even made it out of the initial map, and 5 ghouls forced us to retreat. If it weren't for our swift escape, we might have perished inside. I wonder if Qin Zhe has emerged. Chapter 10, A Modicum of Fame. The Black Abyss normal level dungeon. Dark Knight Manor is currently settling. Rating, SSS. Reward, SSS level treasure chest, normal dungeon. Experience, 1000. Equipment forging hammer, 1. As the settlement rewards echoed in his mind, Qin Zhe felt the space around him warp. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing at the dungeon's teleportation point. Surrounding practitioners abruptly halted their busy activities, staring at them in astonishment. PS out. The record breaker has emerged. For level 10s and 1 level 9. This seemed to be a team of record breakers. Their future days would be filled with ease, as various endorsements and resources would flow to them in abundance. Envy engulfed everyone. Possessing a record-breaking title would make every endeavor considerably easier, and it would likely lead to a rise in prominence. Soon, practitioners from farther away rushed over, and many utilized communication functions to summon others. Come quickly, someone has broken the record. What is so fascinating about breaking a record? It's not like you did it. They shattered the record in just 2 hours, and it was for a normal-level Black Abyss dungeon. Where is it? Meanwhile, awakened practitioners and their mentors congregated in a corner. The homeroom teacher was tirelessly reiterating important points to the students. The path of a practitioner is fraught with challenges and obstacles, even the mightiest among us. The Emperor of Destruction faced trials on his journey to greatness, but he ultimately triumphed. Therefore, I urge you all that upon entering a dungeon, do not hesitate to use a return scroll for the sake of pride. It can save your lives. At that moment, a student suddenly pointed into the distance. Teacher, doesn't that person look familiar? What did he do again? Oh right, he purchased the Necromancer job transfer package in installments for a whopping 1 million. A definite fool. Ha. I remember now. Spending 1 million in installments for an ostentatious Necromancer summoning scroll. What was he thinking? He must be finished in a few days. We probably won't see him again. Wait, hold on. Why is Qin Zhe surrounded by so many people? What has he done? The students began to clamor, and the homeroom teacher furrowed his brow and turned to look. The teacher's body froze in place, and he exclaimed a classic phrase in shock. What the heck? Teacher, what on earth is going on? Some boys had already grasped the situation, while numerous girls innocently inquired. Qin Zhe, he broke the record, and it was for a normal level dungeon. The homeroom teacher spoke in a daze, as if a bomb had detonated in the crowd. No one expected that Qin Zhe, who had been labeled a fool for his installment purchase, would shatter the record and become the focal point of attention. Even the most naive individuals could comprehend the value of breaking a record. Many practitioner teams would invest heavily to acquire the record-breaking title, which provided a 20 bonus on subsequent rewards. Shopkeepers would also seek endorsements. It could be said that with such a title, one would never have to worry about food and drink for a lifetime. I wish to marry him. Does anyone want to play matchmaker? I want to marry him too. How delightful. With such a title, there is no need for hard work or dungeon grinding. Money will flow in effortlessly every day. I'll ask Qin Zhe if he has a preference for men. Just as Liu Yang emerged from the dungeon, he was astonished to see that Qin Zhe had indeed broken the record. Surely, he owed this achievement to the 4 high-level players. However, upon hearing the surrounding students' remarks. He was utterly taken aback. Just last time, you all called Qin a fool, and now, in less than a day, you've changed your tune? Past is past. Present is present. I just want to find a husband with a title. Is that so wrong? All right. Lu Yang shook his head helplessly. These fellows possess an astonishing audacity. A single pebble has stirred 1,000 ripples. Qin and his companions found themselves ensconced in a throng, with onlookers craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the record breaker. Even journalists, having stealthily infiltrated the crowd, snapped away with their rudimentary cameras. The record shattered this time was nothing short of extraordinary, clocking in at a mere 2 hours and 27 minutes, nearly 3 times faster than the previous record of 8 hours and 59 minutes. Once this news breaks, it will undoubtedly make headlines. Within a few meters of Qin, a clearing had formed, with everyone vigilantly guarding this space. As they advanced, the crowd parted like the sea, reminiscent of a hero's triumphant return. It all seemed surreal, akin to a dream. The fashionable woman, her expression a tapestry of emotions, reflected on the absurdity of it all. They had come with the intention of guiding Qin through the map, yet had refrained from intervening, inadvertently breaking the record themselves. It was utterly ridiculous. Indeed, I once thought it was merely my misfortune, only to realize upon witnessing this that the disparity between individuals is truly monumental. They are now at level 9, nearly catching up to us. The others exchanged meaningful glances towards the rear. Qin, shortly we shall procure level 10 weapons and equipment, specifically suited for a necromancer, to spare you the trouble of searching for gear. I appreciate your assistance, Qin replied, nodding as he disbanded the group. Wait a moment. The fashionable woman called out, seeing Qin prepare to leave. It was evident that they were reluctant to part, having initially come to assist him. May I inquire about your next course of action? I intend to attempt the nightmare level dungeon and see if I can clear it. A collective gasp echoed through the air. Don't go, for heaven's sake. The man with the slicked back hair exclaimed, visibly agitated. What's the matter? The nightmare is aptly named. Once you enter, there's no escape. Countless prodigies have entered with unwavering confidence, only to vanish without a trace. It is not a realm meant for the likes of us. His voice trembled, his face a mask of terror. Just the thought of it instilled such fear. Qin felt a flicker of surprise. He nodded, saying, thank you for your warning. I understand. The expressions of the other 3 shifted dramatically upon hearing his intent to brave the nightmare dungeon, gazing at him as if he were a ghost. The nightmare abyss was also known as the graveyard of prodigies. After the team disbanded, the fashionable woman and her companions immediately set out to find equipment for Qin. He decided to wait, focusing first on enhancing his skill level, purchasing some items and supplies before contemplating entry into the nightmare abyss. After all, it was the nightmare level, deserving of utmost respect. Meanwhile, Lu Xiyu donned black stockings and promotional headphones, her thoughts wandering, occasionally clouded by worry and regret. She wondered how Qin was faring. High-level professionals would diminish reward distributions. Achieving level 3 would be a significant accomplishment. Thereafter, he would be on his own. The realization that Qin was an orphan, coupled with her fervent promises, filled her with self-reproach. Lu Xiyu, you truly ought to be ashamed. Suddenly, her phone rang, prompting her to answer promptly. The dungeon has concluded. How did it go? A sigh emanated from the other end, tightening her chest. It seemed Qin had met his doom, caught in the nightmare's snare. Lu Xiyu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. What? Chapter 11, Noble Skeleton? The individual you found for us is simply too monstrous. It is beyond words to describe. The fashionable woman lamented over the phone. Monstrous? Lu Xiyu felt bewildered, unable to discern whether this was a compliment or a derogation. After all, when girls insult, they often use the term monstrous. Indeed, I was on edge the entire time. The 4 of us had to stick close to him to survive. Lu Xiyu grew increasingly confused. Was it because Qin was so inept that they had to protect him to preserve his life? A pang of sorrow gripped her heart. It was truly tragic. She could vividly imagine Qin's desperate escape within the dungeon. His attempts at learning the skeleton summoning technique, as the others had remarked, were lamentably poor. She had even searched for videos, witnessing the little skeletons wobbling as they walked, their bones disarrayed. All of this weighed heavily on her conscience. I have ruined a child's future. What future have you ruined? The fashionable woman queried, puzzled. Woe is me. In my zeal to meet KPIs, I extolled the virtues of the most expensive Necromancer promotion package, and he believed me, taking out a loan of 990,000 to purchase it. Only later did I discover he was an orphan with a B-grade talent. Lu Xiyu confessed, her voice choked with emotion. A silence lingered for several seconds on the line before the fashionable woman spoke again. You truly ought to be ashamed. How could you utter such words? A B-grade talent, in the hands of other professions, could achieve remarkable success, yet you led him to choose Necromancer. a path suited only for the ordinary. The weight of regret and guilt within Lu Xiu magnified. I am culpable. Slowly, Lu Xiu knelt to the ground, tears streaming down her face. If she could turn back time, she would not hesitate to slap herself twice. How could you sacrifice another's life for the sake of KPIs? He was merely a child, and a child full of potential at that. Do not be too hard on yourself. Everyone must take responsibility for their choices. Look at it from a broader perspective. We are merely powerless ordinary individuals, not deities. Is that true? Thank you. I feel a bit better. In the future, carry some protective gear. Be wary of being stabbed on the street. Lu Xiu. After the call ended, she continued her work in a daze. At 22 years of age, she was a priestess, once aspiring to become a professional. However, after her first venture into the Abyss dungeon, she was so terrified that she wet her pants. Witnessing a ghoul eviscerate a nearby companion left her with a lifelong trauma. Thus, she understood the trials Qinze would face. The lock screen news read, shocking. The clearance record for the ordinary level Abyss dungeon has been shattered, with time reduced by threefold. Lu Xiu glanced at it before switching off her phone and placing it in her pocket. The record-breaking event was gaining momentum, initially sparking discussion among professionals, before being reported by the media, ultimately causing a nationwide stir. Meanwhile, the dissemination of personal information regarding Qinze and his companions was strictly controlled. For ordinary individuals, acquiring specific contact details was akin to scaling a mountain. However, for influential factions wishing to purchase such information, it was a simple matter of money, with a substantial sum. They could obtain everything, including contact information. The personal data of Qinze and his group was exceptionally valuable. Nevertheless, their phones were inundated with calls, all from parties seeking collaboration. What a headache. The private messages were nearing overload. After Qinze hung up on the unfamiliar call, a glance at his private messages, which numbered 999, sent a shiver down his spine. It was utterly absurd. It felt as though he was being subjected to a digital onslaught. I wish to rent a temporary room. For how long? The receptionist asked without lifting her gaze. Let's start with 10 hours, he replied. All right. That will be a total of 10,000 yuan. Will you be transferring the funds or using a card? 10,000 yuan. Can it be paid in installments? Huh. The receptionist raised her head, her expression frozen upon recognizing Qinze and the title displayed above him. Installments are possible. How many years do you wish to spread it over? 20 years, perhaps? The receptionist was taken aback. Upon entering the temporary room, Qinze surveyed his still intact little vault, a satisfied expression gracing his features. If he could pay in installments, who would opt for a lump sum? At this rate, he might become a renowned genius within a month, easily clearing all debts. This was indeed the ultimate method of obtaining something for nothing. Come forth, epic skeleton beast. Qinze lifted his necromancer staff and chanted for 2 seconds. A black-purple swirling vortex manifested on the ground before him, roughly 2 meters in radius, exuding a profound presence. Noble purple luminescence ignited within the swirling pit, and a figure slowly ascended, a colossal purple skeleton. Before it stood a large sword adorned with purple patterns, gripped firmly in its hands. Its head hung low, and its eye sockets were shrouded in darkness, resembling a sculpture. As it fully emerged, violet flames ignited within its eye sockets, and it strode forward, kneeling on one knee before Qinze. My lord. Qinze was momentarily stunned by its imposing aura. Was this a skeleton noble? Every movement was imbued with grace and restraint. Epic skeleton beast. Level, LV9, cannot exceed the summoner. Health, 23,400. Attributes, Strength, 782. Agility, 881. Intelligence, 328. Skill 1, Death Energy. Born from death, this skeleton possesses the ability to wither all things, applying a negative death frailty effect to all enemies in proximity, reducing both attack and defense by 45, rendering resurrection abilities ineffective. Skill 2, Leap Strike. The skeleton raises its purple patterned sword and delivers a powerful chop forward, inflicting 2,132 points of damage, with a chance to trigger an execution effect that can cleave enemies in two, regardless of whether they are bosses or ordinary monsters. Skill 3, Shock Tread. The skeleton forcefully stomps the ground, generating a recoil effect that sends all enemies within a 7-meter radius flying and interrupts any ongoing spellcasting. Skill 4, Sword Summon. The skeleton naturally wields the purple patterned sword and can summon it back to its hand from a distance, increasing all attributes by 20 while ensuring inflicted wounds cannot heal autonomously. Evaluation, a noble skeleton that has fought across the lands. How formidable. If the elite skeleton was merely a powerful creature sweeping through the wilderness, the epic skeleton was an entity with a rank that even demons feared. It prepared to strike the central test post with all its might. As you command, my lord. The nearly 5-meter-tall skeleton slowly rose and suddenly leaped forward. Chapter 12. Treasure Chest Completion. The 5-meter-tall purple figure swung its sword downward. The essence of death spiraled forth. Boom! With a resounding blast. The purple sword cleaved through the test post, shattering it in two and sending the fragments flying far apart. 2031. An exceptionally high damage value slowly emerged. The purple sword danced through the air, elegantly embedding itself into the ground. The epic skeleton knelt again before Qinzhe, uttering the same 2 words, "My lord." Qinzhe nodded, feeling quite satisfied. The damage inflicted by the epic skeleton had quadrupled, and its agility had significantly increased, demonstrating impressive combat techniques, as evidenced by the flourish it had just performed. If a ghoul attempted to rely on agility to leap onto the skeleton's back for a biting attack, it would find that quite challenging. Should it leap into the air, the epic skeleton could easily cleave it apart. With newfound confidence in the nightmare-level dungeon, Qinzhe knew this was still insufficient. He was acutely aware that the epic skeleton's stats were merely comparable to those of a boss in a nightmare-level dungeon. It could handle minor foes, but facing a dungeon boss would pose a challenge. However, his skills improved by a point each second. If necessary, he could wait a few more days to enhance his skill level before re-entering for farming. A level 9 Necromancer could learn a plethora of skills: summoning, auxiliary, damage inflicting, and more, but the costs were exorbitantly high, beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Most profession holders didn't require an extensive repertoire of skills. 2 or 3 sufficed, as an excess would deplete mana reserves and overwhelm the mind. Qinzhe opened his skill panel to find his newly acquired skill resting quietly within. Silver-skinned ghoul. Chant for 5 seconds to summon a horde of metallic-bodied ghouls to fight for you. Duration: 1 day. Mana cost: 100. Come forth, ghouls. Qinzhe raised his staff, reciting the incantation. As his voice faded, a chilling rustling echoed around him, reminiscent of insects crawling on the ground. Soon, a horde of silver-glimmering ghouls emerged, numbering 60 in total. Their faces, nearly rotted, and their yellowed, murky eyes fixated on Qinzhe, seemingly filled with an insatiable hunger for flesh. Qinzhe instinctively took 2 steps back, his hair standing on end, as terror surged within him, his heart racing. After a few moments, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. To be frightened by his own summoned creatures. Truly, what a failure of a summoner I am. Silver-skinned ghoul LV 432. Level: LV 9, cannot exceed the summoner's level. Health: 1,800. Attributes: Strength 127, Agility 153, Intelligence 89. Skill 1, Fear Aura. The ghoul can instill fear in nearby beings, causing sustained mental and attribute suppression, potentially immobilizing them, though it has no effect on high-level beings. Skill 2, Corpse Consumption. Ghouls harbor an uncontrollable craving for flesh. While consuming a corpse, they restore 100 health points per second and can randomly increase 1 attribute after consuming a body. Skill 3, Steel Bite. Once fully hardened, the ghoul's resistance to negative effects significantly increases, dealing 50 additional damage and possessing a crippling effect. Description: a group of ravenous creatures that devour without leaving bones. The ghouls of the nightmare-level dungeon must possess such statistics. With over 2,000 health points, the epic skeleton could dispatch one with a single strike. It was a perfect opportunity for the epic skeleton to hone its skills. You too, engage in combat. I wish to observe the results. Qinzhe waved his hand nonchalantly. As you command, my lord. The 5-meter-tall epic skeleton slowly rose, gripping its purple-patterned sword firmly and assuming a combat stance. The jaundiced, murky gazes of the ghouls surrounding him were fixated upon the epic skeleton. In the next moment, a fierce battle ensued. The epic skeleton merely swung its sword through the air, and several silverback ghouls disintegrated mid-flight, vanishing upon impact with the ground. Damage numbers erupted: 1823, 1871, 1903, exceeding the health cap. Achieving a one-hit kill, he chose not to summon any of his minions back. Unlike other summoners, a necromancer does not require the nurturing of their summoned beasts. Simply casting a spell yields minions with a loyalty of 100%. As the skill levels up, so too do the summoned creatures. Moreover, these minions come equipped with weapons and armor, significantly alleviating the burden of preparation. How should the free attribute points be allocated? Attributes: Strength 13, Agility 15, Intelligence 21. Remaining free attribute points: 40. Strength, Agility, and Intelligence each represent distinct developmental paths, and as a summoner, my focus naturally leans towards Intelligence. After a moment's contemplation, Qinzhe allocated all 40 points to Intelligence in one decisive stroke. Intelligence 2140, Health 400, Mana 400, Mana regeneration rate increased to 1 per second. The summoning skills of a necromancer typically summon fixed creatures, independent of the summoner's attributes. Thus, any skill enhancement will not affect the undead minions. However, the Necromancer also possesses certain spell skills, which are indeed highly relevant. Next came the rewards dropped by the long-haired ghoul boss. The ghoul skill book had been learned, leaving the ghoul ring and the key to the estate. Ghoul ring. Level restriction LV5. Quality, silver. Attribute boost. Agility 7. Intelligence 3. Health 300. Skill 1. Climbing ability. The wearer can ascend vertical walls and ceilings swiftly, with climbing speed increased to 200, and the noise generated while climbing significantly reduced. Description. This is a bloodstained ring. Climbing on the ground provides a bonus? Can I just stand? Shinzei couldn't help but scoff at the peculiar attributes of the ghoul ring. Nonetheless, the ring slot was currently vacant, so he decided to equip it temporarily. The basic attribute enhancements were undeniably appealing. In the event of danger necessitating wall climbing for evasion, it could prove useful. Estate key. Dungeon item. Function. A key that opens the estate's grand door. Description. Shoo. Do not let them discover you. So this is the estate key, and its design is rather bizarre. Shinzei gazed at the oversized key resting in his palm, feeling somewhat bemused. It seemed that such a large estate key might harbor ulterior motives. Next came the record-breaking rewards from the dungeon. Record-breaking completion gift pack. Open. Congratulations. You have obtained a platinum-grade equipment selection chest. Please select a class. A long list of classes appeared, including warrior, ranger, and assassin. After a prolonged search, Shinzei finally located the Necromancer class at the end. Upon clicking it, a spellbook adorned with a skull materialized, spinning into view. Necromancer spellbook. Level restriction, LV10. Quality, platinum. Attribute boost, intelligence 30, agility 10, strength 10, mana 2000. Enhancement, 0, forging, 0, refinement, 0, skill 1, rapid casting. The casting time for all necromantic spells is reduced to 1 second, with mana consumption decreased by 50. When casting necromantic spells, there is a chance to release them at a higher tier. Skill 2, flight. Consumes 5 mana per second, granting the ability to fly, with a maximum speed of 5 meters per second and a maximum altitude of 500 meters. Skill 3, sacrifice. Sacrificing a friendly undead unit converts its entire health into a shield for oneself, lasting 1 minute and consuming 50 mana. Description. This is a cruel spellbook. Chapter 13, Deepening Sins. An artifact, an absolute artifact. Shinzei's eyes lit up at the sight of this platinum-grade spellbook. Setting aside the exaggerated base attribute boosts, the rapid casting skill alone would drive countless mages into a frenzy. The casting time is the greatest limitation faced by mages, and reducing it to a mere second would allow for seamless bombardment. It is akin to removing a limiter. Previously, Shinzei refrained from recalling his minions for a resummon due to the existing 3-second casting time. He feared that without the elite skeleton to shield him, he would meet an untimely demise. Now, with the casting time diminished to 1 second and other undead minions to absorb blows, a perpetual motion style of combat becomes entirely feasible. The second skill, flight, is also a remarkable ability, allowing for temporary disengagement from the battlefield and significantly enhancing safety while providing an aerial vantage of the ground situation. The third skill offers a means of self-preservation, which is exceptionally useful. Worst case scenario, after a sacrifice, he could summon another batch. If one is unwilling, there are plenty of undead to fill the void. The sole regret lies in the level cap of 10. He currently cannot equip it. He must first reach level 10 through the dungeon. To think that the record-breaking completion gift pack could yield a platinum-grade piece of equipment is quite delightful. The Nightmarish Estate dungeon has yet to be cleared by anyone. The first blood for the initial completion still remains unclaimed. Shinzei joyfully stored the Necromancer spellbook in his inventory. Lastly, there was the SSS-rated reward. Would you like to claim the SSS-rated reward? Congratulations! Reward SSS grade chest, normal dungeon, 1000 experience, 1 equipment forging hammer. As levels increase, so too does the difficulty of progression. For Shinzei, who is currently level 9, 1000 experience would only result in a modest 5-point increase. Open the SSS grade chest. As Shinzei's words fell, the ornate chest began to open slowly. While he was engaged in opening the chest in a temporary room, the outside world was in a frenzy searching for him. Beep beep beep. The suited man hung up the phone with a grim expression. Manager. I still cannot reach Shinzei. What could possibly be wrong? Lu Shiyu, clad in black stockings, sat obediently in the manager's office, increasingly perplexed. She had no inkling as to why the manager was so adamant about locating Shinzei. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply bring Shinzei here. I wish to discuss the issue of the debt with him. The manager cast a cold glance at Lu Shiyu, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Debt? Are you referring to the 990,000 loan for the Necromancer's exclusive package? Lu Shiyu felt a jolt of anxiety wash over her. Indeed, our investigation revealed that he does not qualify for a loan and cannot partake in the 20-year extended payment plan, so we must promptly notify him for an early repayment. If he lacks the funds, he may offer alternative compensation. The manager's final words were delivered with a sinister smile. How can this be? What loan qualifications? I have never heard of such a thing. The 20-year installment eligibility was granted by me, as long as he hasn't committed any significant violations. He should be entitled to the 20-year plan. Lu Shiyu explained anxiously. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? Or do you believe that the opinions of the company's higher-ups can be swayed by a mere sales clerk like you? The manager's face darkened. The meaning of the above? Lu Shiyu's voice trembled slightly. What do you think? Lu Shiyu was unsure how she had walked out of the office. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. She was aware of certain actions taken by the company, such as the early repayment that left professionals unable to repay their debts, thereby manipulating them. The only recourse was to file for bankruptcy, which would obliterate their future prospects. However, she never anticipated that immediately after facilitating a 990,000 installment for Qinzhe, the company would come knocking at her door with a clear intent to exert control over Qinzhe. Lu Shiyu, oh Lu Shiyu, you truly deserve your fate. Just after completing the installment loan, you collude with the company to persecute him? What should I do now? Lu Shiyu leaned on her workstation, rendered speechless for a long while. An SSS-level treasure chest slowly opened. A golden radiance illuminated Qinzhe's face. Is this a piece of golden-grade equipment? Slightly inferior in quality to a record-breaking chest. Magic armor. Level restriction, LV5. Attribute restriction, 30 intelligence, 15 strength. Quality, golden grade. Basic attributes, intelligence 10, strength 5, health 800. Skill 1, magic shield. Consumes 100 mana points to grant a magical shield of 2000 health, capable of withstanding attacks from any angle, with a 50 increase in resistance to magic. Skill 2, as solid as a rock. Consumes 50 mana points to enter a state of being as solid as a rock, effectively resisting physical negative effects such as knockback and shattering strikes. Skill 3, rapid recovery. Can be used once every 24 hours, consuming 300 mana points to restore all health, remove all negative effects, and instantly teleport to any location within a 10-meter radius while exiting combat. Description, armor symbolizing honor. A life-saving artifact, especially the last skill. Akin to a pseudo-revival ability, not only restores health, but also allows one to exit combat, and leaving a dungeon is predicated on disengaging from combat. If one cannot exit combat, death is the only outcome. Qinzhe removed his previous novice plate armor and donned this magical armor. So comfortable. The plate armor was too rigid, like being encased in plaster, while the magical armor felt as soft and silky as ordinary cotton clothing, yet exuded immense resilience. If given a choice in the future, he would undoubtedly choose not to wear plate armor again. It was too torturous. Subsequently, a flood of skill information surged into his mind. Qinzhe had already mastered the method of release. Now, it was merely a matter of practice. There remained one final reward, and this would conclude. Equipment forging tool. Tool. Function. To forge equipment of platinum grade or above, increasing basic attributes by 10. With a chance to acquire entirely new abilities, success probability is contingent upon equipment level. So it was a forging tool. He would deal with it after equipping the necromantic spellbook. Qinzhe stretched widely, then reassessed his strategy. Skills upgrade once per second, allowing for a total of 86. 400 upgrades in a single day. In just one day, his ghoul summoning skill could reach a level comparable to that of the skeleton summoning technique. He would then return to Lu Shiyu to acquire more necromancy skills through installments. Once the resonance crystal took effect, the success rate for the nightmare level dungeon would dramatically increase. The Grave of Geniuses? He would shatter this curse. Qinzhe stepped out of the temporary room, having taken just over an hour. He could not afford to waste any more time, so he proceeded to the front desk and froze time. Suddenly, an incredulous voice rang out. Qinzhe, are you level 9 now? Chapter 14, The Company's Control. No, I can't be seeing this wrong. You are level 9? His close friend Lu Yong approached Qinzhe, his expression one of disbelief. Hee, am I impressive or what? Call me foster father, and I'll take you with me. Upon seeing Lu Yong, a smile spread across Qinzhe's face. He could still discern who treated him well and who did not. Wait, my mind is a bit muddled. You mean that salesperson directly brought you 4 high-level professionals? And those 4 didn't even make a move, yet you swept through the ordinary level dungeon? Lu Yong looked at him incredulously. The frailty of a necromancer in the early stages was evident. What could those feeble skeletons, which could barely walk without falling apart, possibly accomplish? Believe it or not. Just tell me if you want to level up. Foster father. Lu Yong glanced around, disregarding the crowd, and directly knelt before Qin. No matter how absurd the situation seemed, his level was undeniably real. Clearing simple-level dungeons was well within reach. The two friends would rise together from this moment onward. All right. From now on, I will handle the monsters, and you shall be the one cheering from behind. Qin nodded contentedly. The nightmare-level dungeon could be soloed, but any actions that increased difficulty would enhance the final rewards. Just as when he previously cleared a hard-level dungeon at level 1 with 4 high-level professionals. The experience gained was extraordinary, otherwise, he would never have reached level 9. Similarly, bringing 4 deadweight companions into the nightmare dungeon would yield similarly exaggerated bonuses. Hey, are you underestimating me too much? Liu Yang exclaimed, somewhat displeased. I have practiced martial arts for several years, just now in the simple-level dungeon. I single-handedly took on a ghoul, and even that high-level professional praised me for my promising future. You're indeed quite strong, Qin acknowledged with a nod. Let's go procure some equipment and supplies, preparing to delve into the dungeon once more. Are you feeling all right? I'm in great shape. Allow me to show you what true skill looks like. Don't be surprised when you find yourself calling me foster father instead. Liu Yang placed his hands on his hips, cackling. Envisioning the scene of Qin kneeling and calling him foster father. At that moment, their homeroom teacher appeared nearby, looking at Qin in astonishment. I never expected you to break the record for the hard-level dungeon, bringing glory to our class and our school. Other classmates gathered around, some envious, others jealous. They feared their friend's struggles, but feared even more that he would soon be driving a luxury vehicle. This mindset was a true reflection of their inner selves. However, they had to maintain appearances, so they all began to congratulate him. Congratulations on breaking the hard-level record. I envy you so much. As long as you hold this title, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. You can earn money while lying down. Qin smiled and nodded in response. Thank you, everyone. I will treat you well if you treat me well, but if you intend to harm me, do not blame me. The school places great importance on your performance, but your necromancer profession raises some concerns. If you can successfully clear the Black Abyss dungeon twice, the school will provide you with various subsidies, the homeroom teacher said, pulling Qin aside. Qin's eyes brightened, and he inquired, if it's a subsidy, may I make some requests? You still wish to make requests? The homeroom teacher paused, then shook his head. All resource allocations are fixed to prevent misuse of authority for personal gain. But rest assured, the school's subsidies encompass all aspects, allowing you to proceed without worries. I see. Then what if I clear the nightmare-level dungeon? Upon uttering those words, the homeroom teacher's eyelids twitched involuntarily. If one were to conquer a nightmare-level dungeon, it would pose no issue for the principal to vacate a seat for you. Wait, you cannot possibly be serious. Then it's settled. Qin replied with a slight smile, heading towards the Abyss connection point, leaving the homeroom teacher in a state of bewilderment as he watched him depart. The students standing behind erupted into a frenzy. Damn, this Qin is incredibly arrogant. Breaking the record for a hard-level dungeon isn't that impressive. And now he is talking about nightmare-level dungeons, as if he could actually handle them. Who does he think he is? It's not like we can even access such dungeons. He had professionals help him break the record, and now he is acting like he is some kind of genius? Bah. As Qin stepped out of the Abyss connection point, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Liu Shiyu's voice, laced with a hint of urgency, came through the line. I need to purchase some items, like professional skill books. Where are you? I'll come find you. Qin was taken aback, pondering how accommodating she was. I'm just outside the Abyss connection point, with a friend. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Qin and Liu Yang casually ordered a plate of cold noodles at a street vendor. Within 10 minutes, a familiar Volkswagen Beetle appeared in their line of sight. Hey, over here, Qin called out with a smile, but Liu Shiyu hurriedly exited the vehicle and seized Qin's arm. Let us get in the car. We need to talk. It's very important. Qin was momentarily stunned, glancing back at his best friend, who wore an expression that seemed to say, I understand. You need to leave Linhai City and go to Beijing City immediately. I've already purchased your plane ticket. Over there, away from the Li family's influence. They won't come after you for money. Just settle in first, and once I sort out my work, I'll come find you. Liu Shiyu spoke in a hurried tone, thrusting a plane ticket into Qin's hand. Wait, what is going on? Qin exclaimed, seeing the urgency in her demeanor, resembling someone about to elope. I just wanted to buy something, and you want me to move to another city? Liu Shiyu paused, exhaling deeply, then revealed the company's demand for him to repay his debts prematurely. So what if I have to repay early? Isn't there's still a month left? Qin replied, bewildered. By then, you won't be able to escape. The company will force you into doing things you won't accept. If I can't escape, then so be it. Asking me to switch cities is too extreme. I just want to purchase some skill books and daily necessities. You're not thinking of paying in installments, are you? Yes, how did you know? Lu Shiyu was left speechless. Under Qin Zai's insistence, Lu Shiyu reluctantly took back the plane ticket. Her mind was clouded, having devised what she thought was a clever solution, only to have it dismissed so easily. She felt powerless. She did not believe Qin Zai could escape the company's grasp. Did I fail to convey the gravity of the situation? She wondered as she drove the Beetle, grappling with her doubts. Chapter 15. Coercive sales at the lead trading company. Practitioners flowed in and out incessantly, their eyes reflecting a sense of numbness and confusion. Almost 80% of those who departed would glance back at the imposing building, fists clenched, their nails digging into their flesh. They silently vowed that once their debts were settled, they would never again resort to installment loans. This scheme was far too harmful. While convenient and gratifying at the outset, the relentless cycle of borrowing to repay, compounded by interest, left them buried in debt, often hundreds of thousands. When the company representatives approached, they would inform the practitioner of their insufficient qualifications, necessitating tighter loan restrictions and immediate repayment. Failure to comply meant working off the debt at the company, with profits significantly below market rates, at least 3 to 4 times less. Equipment obtained from dungeons would be purchased at a mere third of its value. The company even employed specialized accountants, utilizing precise calculations to ensure practitioners lived perpetually on the edge of survival, transforming them into merciless machines serving the company. In this world, strength dictated status. The trading company, backed by the powerful Li family, remained untouchable even by official personnel. Now, with Qin Zai having shattered the record for the ordinary level Abyss dungeon, the trading company recognized his potential and swiftly tightened their grip. See, I told you, once the company discovers your potential, they will inevitably use your debts to control you. They will extract every ounce of value from you. That is the company's modus operandi, Lu Yong said through gritted teeth, fists clenched. Exactly. That's why I urged you to leave this city as soon as possible. As long as you escape the Li family's clutches, you can continue as a practitioner while I can find any job, Lu Shiyu chimed in. Don't worry about me, Qin Zai said, reclining comfortably against the cushion with his hands behind his head. What do you mean, don't worry? Brother, your future is on the line. You're walking into a lion's den, and you still plan to visit the trading company? The Beetle stopped outside the trading company, and Qin Zai leaped from the car. Why shouldn't I take advantage of the opportunity? He had already gauged the homeroom teacher. If he could conquer a nightmare-level dungeon, the principal would surely vacate his seat for him. While it might be an exaggeration, it nonetheless hinted at the true value of the nightmare dungeon. Strength reigns supreme. And that principle applies to him as well. He would break through the cage constructed from above with sheer force. Moreover, he understood the company's unscrupulousness. Whether it was 100,000 for an assassin or 999,000 for a necromancer, they had ways to keep you ensnared, ensuring you could never escape the trap. This was the coercive sale of a practitioner's future. Qin Zai, what do you wish to purchase? Lu Shiyu called out, catching up from behind. What is the most expensive item you have? Lu Shiyu paused. Lu Yong looked equally perplexed. This scene felt oddly familiar. The most expensive item should be the resurrection emblem, allowing one to revive at full status once from a dungeon, limited to 1 use per dungeon, priced at 10 million. The second most expensive item was the forced escape scroll, which allowed one to flee even during combat, priced at 5 million. Oh, then I'll take a resurrection emblem, Qin Zai declared grandly, waving his hand. The resurrection emblem served as a second chance, crucial in case of an unexpected demise within the Nightmare Abyss dungeon. Upon hearing the price of 10 million, Lu Shiyu gasped in shock. Are you throwing caution to the wind? Please, you're still young with a bright future ahead. Don't go down this path, Lu Shiyu implored, her heart aching at the sight of Qin Zai's reckless demeanor. Internally, she chastised herself for having led such a promising individual to this point. Just then, Qin Zai's next words pierced her heart like a dagger. Don't you want to meet your KPIs? 10 million must amount to a considerable commission for you, Qin Zai inquired, genuinely wishing to provide some benefit to those around him. Lu Shiyu pressed her hand against her chest, retreating with a countenance fraught with embarrassment, unable to articulate a single word. In that fleeting moment, she genuinely contemplated the notion of ending her life as a form of atonement. Just then, a flippant voice abruptly pierced the air nearby. Ah, you must be Qin Zai, it chirped. Lu Shiyu, you've done remarkably well to bring this young gentleman along. This time, your year-end bonus shall be doubled. Qin Zai turned to see a man clad in a suit, his hair slicked back with gel, exuding an air of elitism. However, the tone in which he spoke carried an unmistakable air of condescension. Manager, that Qin Zai is not what you think, Lu Shiyu exclaimed in a flurry of panic, but found her words failing to convey any clarity. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Qin Zai inquired, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the man. Surmising this must be the manager. I am Lu Guanghua, the man announced, his face adorned with a broad smile. Having learned of your achievement in breaking the dungeon record, I wish to extend my gratitude. Hence I informed Lu Shiyu to arrange this meeting. Indeed, you are quite impressive, he added, extending his right hand. Onlookers among the surrounding professionals scoffed at the scene. This manager Lu was notorious for concealing malice behind a veneer of charm. Many had been ensnared by his smile only to find themselves hopelessly entangled in a web of deceit. Qinze regarded him with surprise before questioning. Are you here to poach clients from Lu Shiyu? Isn't that rather shameless for a manager? At this remark, the surrounding professionals erupted into laughter, their gazes finally turning towards him. This person is intriguing. Lu Guanghua awkwardly retracted his hand, lowering his gaze to adjust his sleeve, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. Qinze, let me get to the point. You currently have an outstanding installment debt of 990,000. Due to the revocation of your qualifications, you must repay this sum this month. Otherwise, we shall initiate legal proceedings, preventing you from ever entering the Heiyuan dungeon again. However, we are not heartless. Hence, we offer you a second option. Join the young Master S team, follow his orders. And should he rise to level 10 by gaining 5 levels, your debt will be absolved. Qinze narrowed his eyes, discerning the ulterior motive behind this proposal. The professionals surrounding them gasped in astonishment. This was undeniably one of the most perilous teams to join. Many were aware that the young master of the Li family was a notorious wastrel who held no regard for ordinary individuals. Those sent into his team often faced his wrath, and the loss of life within the dungeon was commonplace. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiyu's pupils dilated as she grasped the hem of Qinze's clothing. I refuse, he stated coolly. Then prepare to repay the money within a month. Gathering 1 million should not pose a challenge for an orphan. Ahaha, Lu Guanghua retorted, dripping with sarcasm as he divulged Qinze's background. Who told you I am going to repay the money? What? Lu Guanghua's brow furrowed, an array of thoughts flooding his mind. It soon dawned on him that Qinze had already conquered the ordinary level Heiyuan dungeon. Even if he had assistance, the rewards from breaking the record would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit, well exceeding 1 million. Presumably, Qinze believed he could repay the debt with ease. A sinister smile crept upon Lu Guanghua's lips. Naive, utterly naive. The installment contract clearly states that should one be unable to repay the debt, all acquired equipment and items must be sold to the company at a price far below market value. It is only natural to repay one's debts. Since you are so confident, I shall not impede your shopping. We are a legitimate and compliant company. The notion of oppression does not apply here. After coming to this conclusion, Lu Guanghua retreated with a smile. Leaving Linhai City now seemed impossible. Lu Shiyu shook her head repeatedly, while the surrounding professionals engaged in fervent discussions, their eyes darting towards Qinze with a mixture of excitement, confusion, and disbelief. What makes you think you can outmaneuver the company? Yet, Qinze's subsequent actions left them utterly astounded. Bring forth the 10 million resurrection badge, he stated calmly. Wait, are you serious? Lu Shiyu gasped. I must prepare for the upcoming dungeon. Money is but a material possession, but my life is singular. And this could enhance your performance as well. Why not? Qinze replied with a smile, shrugging nonchalantly. Lu Shiyu was left speechless, unable to resist his resolve. She procured an insurance box containing a resurrection badge, hesitating as she handed it over. Are you truly buying this? Of course. Remember to arrange for a 20-year installment plan. What? Isn't it also for your performance? You would receive a substantial commission from the 10 million. Qinze responded with a shrug. Lu Shiyu's eyes widened, her body instinctively retreating a step. This action incited a tumult among the onlookers. He was practically throwing himself into a pit. He must be eager to meet his demise. Lu Guanghua sneered from the background, observing Qinze through the surveillance, recognizing that a record breaker was still worth 10 million. A 10 million resurrection badge. On a 20-year installment plan, Lu Shiyu's head buzzed as she finalized the paperwork. Where are the skill books for the Necromancer? Let me see. Qinze continued to peruse the exchange, his gaze sweeping over the merchandise. Right here. You are currently at level 9 and can learn 3 skills, 2 auxiliary skill books, and 1 summoning skill book. Which would you like? I'll take them all. Are you no longer even inquiring about the price? Truly giving up all pretense. To be honest, with every item Qinze purchased, it was Lu Shiyu who felt the most anguish and conflict. Soon, 3 skill books lay before Qinze. Skeleton Archer Summoning, Meditation, and Evil Aura. Skeleton Archer Summoning. Required learning level LV5. Chanting time 3 seconds. Summons a skeleton creature armed with a bow and arrow to fight on your behalf. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 100 points. Upon seeing this skill book, Qinze's eyes brightened. He was in dire need of ranged output, and the skeleton archer was the perfect solution, significantly enhancing his chances of clearing the nightmare dungeon. He immediately opened the skill panel, noting that the silver-skinned ghoul had leveled up twice. Silver-skinned ghoul, Moonlight ghoul. Moonlight ghoul, Shadow ghoul. Level, LV237. In terms of promotion frequency, it was comparable to an epic skeleton creature. Shinzei promptly removed it from its upgrade position and equipped the Skeleton Archer summoning, initiating an upgrade every second. Simultaneously, the B-grade talent Resonance Crystal was finally ready for activation. All 3 skills were placed within the Resonance Crystal, and the others for upgrading would also share levels. Meditation, a universal skill for mages, allows for relatively rapid mana recovery while seated, restoring 100 mana points per minute. Evil Aura, a fundamental skill for the undead. Allies within the aura experience a 10 increase in speed and a 10 boost in resistance to negative effects, with an influence radius of a 10-meter diameter circle. The latter 2 skills are indeed commendable. Meditation can prevent a shortage of mana, while the Evil Aura serves as a collective buff. As one's level ascends, the effects are certainly something to anticipate. Moreover, under the Resonant Crystal effect, they have already begun to enhance. LV1, LV2, LV2, LV3. Everlasting and unceasing. Each skill book costs 1.5 million, totaling 4.5 million for 3. Lu Shiyu is at a loss for words. Purchase. Shinzei nodded. These 3 skills are a necessity. Additionally, let us procure a complete set of gear. My novice equipment is in dire need of an upgrade. A full set of level 5 silver gear requires 12 million. Silver grade equipment? Such disdain for my capabilities. I demand gold grade gear instead. What? Gold grade equipment? Lu Shiyu gaped at Shinzei, who had seemingly lost his mind. Words failed her. Surrounding adventurers gave Shinzei a thumbs up. Truly a valiant warrior. Even Lu Guanghua in the background could no longer remain seated. Such an expenditure nearing 40 to 50 million could never be recouped, even if Shinzei were sold. With matters at this juncture, he could only endure. Soon, a set of gold-grade equipment was presented, gleaming with golden radiance, valued at around 30 million. You may reclaim the staff and robe. I have acquired them. The remainder is mine. Azure Wave Cloak, Azure Wave Boots, Azure Wave Necklace. All are level 5 gold-grade equipment. Suitable for mages. Truly deserving of their gold-grade status. Wearing them is a delight. They feel refreshing and cool. After donning the equipment, Shinzei marveled at the novelty. After this series of operations, his initial 1 million seemed trivial. His audacious act of purchasing equipment and skill books on credit, combined with the title of record breaker in ordinary level dungeons, quickly spread across the internet, igniting extensive discussion. After all, everyone was already aware that the Li family's company was not engaged in honorable practices for quite some time. Shinzei's behavior was akin to willingly leaping into a pit of flames. Such self-destructive actions were precisely what the Li family company longed to witness. Until news arrived. Akin to a bombshell, Shinzei was to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. Chapter 17, Nightmare-level dungeon. Azure Wave Cloak. Level requirement, LV5. Attribute requirement, 53 points in intelligence. Quality, gold grade. Base attributes, intelligence 30, strength 10, health 1000. Skill 1, Azure Wave Healing Light. Consumes 300 mana points to unleash a bouncing healing wave, restoring 500 health to the first target, bouncing 7 times with a 20-point decrease each time. Skill 2, Stasis Recovery. While remaining stationary, health regenerates at 5 points per second. The Azure Wave Necklace provides a base attribute bonus of Intelligence 20, Agility 20, with an additional skill that releases a beam of punitive light, inflicting a fixed damage of 300 points on enemies. The Azure Wave Boots grant a base attribute bonus of Agility 25, Intelligence 15, with an additional skill that creates a wave in front of the caster, significantly increasing movement speed. Shinzei tested them and felt as though he were walking on a conveyor belt. A certain level of skill is required, otherwise, one risks falling. Is there anything else you wish to purchase? Lu Shiyu's voice trembled slightly. Yes, let us procure some supplies. Barbecuing is too cumbersome. A simple hot pot would suffice. Bringing along some vegetables and meat that can be cooked quickly. Lu Shiyu. Surely, you do not intend to dine within the dungeon? Precisely. Staying in the dungeon for several hours can lead to boredom, so it's wise to stock up on food. Recliners, drinks, and a simple hot pot were all stored in Shinzei's inventory, costing over 10,000. He also secured a 20-year installment plan. After this grand shopping spree, Shinzei spent not a single penny yet returned with a full bounty. Lu Guanghua and the other adventurers even began to feel a peculiar illusion. The true fool was not Shinzei, but the company. However, there are countless tales of those who spend lavishly yet weep in despair when repaying. As Lu Guanghua watched Shinzei leave, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Your repayment date is the 1st of next month, including all items purchased today. We hope you can provide us with an explanation by then." Of course, all preparations are in place, and at last, It is time to enter the Nightmare Dungeon. Qinze did not rush. Instead, he returned home for a brief slumber. The skill upgrade system prioritized enhancing skeleton archer summoning before venturing into the Nightmare Dungeon. This approach seemed more prudent. During this time, he perused nearly all online guides regarding the Manor Dungeon, noting some overlooked details, such as the hidden child-esque drawing beneath the long-haired ghoul boss, depicting a map of the manor. Attention to these nuances would be crucial for the upcoming foray into the Nightmare Dungeon. Furthermore, it appeared that the Manor Dungeon harbored a narrative backdrop. Meanwhile, Luciu sat on her bed in her modest dwelling, her heart heavy as she gazed at the unexpected 10,000 in commissions in her account. When did she become so wretched? Each item Qinze purchased struck her heart like a hammer. All this money was earned through blood and sacrifice. Looking at the money, she could not help but murmur, "I truly deserve to perish." That night, Qinze's name echoed throughout Linghai City. Major media outlets featured him prominently on their front pages. Astonishingly, the record breaker in ordinary level dungeons had taken out a loan of nearly 50 million. The perils of excessive consumption, how it can ruin a person. And Qinze stands as the prime example. Discussions erupted beneath the post. With a fortuitous start, Qinze had managed to turn what should have been a prosperous beginning into a catastrophic failure. The record-breaking title was something many coveted, and he had squandered it all on unnecessary purchases. Indeed, if I had such a title, I would certainly lounge at home in leisure, avoiding the world. The above commentator seems to think everyone shares their lack of ambition. Such individuals are unlikely to ever attain a record-breaking title, let alone adopt a passive attitude. You all would kneel and worship the title if you had it. Yet here you are criticizing me? Qinze's future seemed bleak. The Li family company was notorious for its predatory practices, and he had effectively handed others a knife to wield against him. Upon awakening, Qinze stretched luxuriously. He made a call to have Lu Xiyu drive over to collect him. After spending so much money, surely transportation for a client was a reasonable request. Soon, Lu Xiyu arrived in her beetle, her expression complex as she regarded Qinze. "Let us depart for the abyssal connection." Qinze glanced at his skills in the car, noting that the skeleton archer had indeed leveled up. Skeleton archer summoning. Flame skeleton archer summoning. Flame skeleton archer summoning. Powerful skeleton archer summoning. Powerful skeleton archer summoning. Annihilating skeleton archer summoning. Level, LV 3241. This level indeed provided a sense of security. The other two skills had also undergone upgrades. Meditation, greater meditation, greater meditation, incantation. Incantation arts, greater incantation arts. Greater incantation arts. With hands clasped together and murmuring the necromantic incantations, one can commune with the spirits of the deceased, causing undead within a 10-meter radius to regenerate health at a rate of 300 points per second, while non-undead entities suffer damage at the same rate. Additionally, inducing a state of fear as a negative effect, consuming 20 mana points per second. Evil aura, greater evil aura, greater evil aura. Necromancer's graveyard. Necromancer's graveyard. Giant Necromancer's graveyard. Giant Necromancer's graveyard. Consuming 1,000 mana points, it can temporarily alter the surrounding environment. Undead units within gain absolute dominance. With a speed of 100 and an attack frequency of 100, continuously providing usable corpses and generating a vast area of fear. Another trump card. A smile spread across Qinze's face. "We've arrived." Lu Xiyu parked the beetle by the roadside, her expression complex as she gazed at Qinze. "Are you really certain about entering the Nightmare Dungeon?" Lu Yang's right eyelid twitched, his face a mask of terror as he stared at Qinze. "Yes. I am confident in my ability to conquer the Nightmare Dungeon." "Stop joking. This is tantamount to courting death. Trust me. Can an ordinary dungeon elevate me to level 9? Have you considered what transpires within? Are you implying?" Lu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed. The so-called high-level players did not intervene, but instead became my source of experience." Qinze nodded affirmatively to his thoughts. "This is simply unbelievable. Will you accompany me? As my good brother, I confide this to you." Lu Yang hesitated. After all, this was a nightmare-level dungeon, and if they succeeded, it could propel him to great heights. Qinze's reasoning was straightforward. Having another player would not only yield bonus rewards, but also enhance their chances of success. Why not seize the opportunity? "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall meet their demise. I intend to make it known that following me brings sustenance, while those who defy me will be erased from existence," Qinze declared, his words infused with unwavering confidence. Lu Yang stared at him, captivated by his self-assurance. "Then let's do it. I believe in you. Lead me to victory." "Foster father, do you wish to enter the nightmare-level Abyss dungeon? This dungeon presents extreme difficulty, with all monsters enhanced by 35 times, posing severe danger. Please choose wisely." "Currently in a 2-player state." "Yes." "Lu Yang, foster father, go for it." Qinze 1. Countdown, 10 seconds, 9, 8. As the final word left his lips, a distortion enveloped Qin, and he vanished from sight. Moonlight bathed the earth, and the surrounding grass rustled softly. Everything appeared eerily tranquil. With the distortion of space, Qin's arrival shattered the silence. The grass nearby erupted with the ghastly cries of ghouls, quickly followed by the sound of their rapid crawling. The atmosphere here is terrifying. The grass is infested with ghouls, Lu Yang exclaimed, panic coursing through him. Just facing a single ghoul was daunting enough. So many would leave him utterly devoured. I know you're anxious, but hold on for a moment, Qin remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly before raising his staff. Arise, my skeletal warriors. In an instant, 5 swirling vortices appeared around them. Epic skeletons, wielding massive purple swords, gradually ascended, their hollow eye sockets ignited with purple flames. Lu Yang, are you telling me these are skeletal monsters? Chapter 18, Dining on Hot Pot while Slaying Monsters. The nightmare-level manner exuded an even more vivid sense of reality. The breeze that drifted by carried an insidious malice. Qin remained vigilant, feeling an eerie chill permeate his neck. Something sinister lurked here. The manor, shrouded in darkness, loomed in the distance, observing him. In the next moment, the nearby grass began to tremble as ghouls emerged from within. Although Qin was mentally prepared, he still found himself momentarily taken aback. These ghouls bore grotesque, twisted markings resembling the erratic scribbles of a madman. Nightmare Ghoul. Ordinary nightmare monster. Health, 5,300. Level, LV10. Attributes, Strength 273, Agility 298, Intelligence 73. Skill 1, Frenzy. Upon sighting a player, the Nightmare Ghoul can instantly enter a frenzied state, increasing its speed to 300 and attack speed to 300, with a chance of indiscriminately attacking both foes and allies, consuming enemies or allies to enhance its madness and attributes. Skill 2, Pain. The Nightmare Ghoul exists in a perpetual state of anguish and seeks to spread this suffering to others. Any targeted attacks will receive a pain buff, suffering continuous damage of 10 points per second for 1 minute. Description: they were filled with resentment in life and do not relent in death. Foster father. Did you see the markings on these ghouls? It feels like a nightmare. Lu Yang shivered, pressing closer to Qin. Come on, we haven't even started fighting yet. And you're already terrified. I need to earn my place here. I'm just a level 2 novice. Lu Yang lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. This was merely the beginning of the nightmare dungeon. The monsters would only grow more grotesque. Qin shook his head slightly. The 5 purple skeletal figures surrounding them instilled a sense of security. The dark, hollow eye sockets of the skeletons burned with purple flames. They showed no fear of the nightmare ghouls and charged forth with their weapons. The nightmare ghouls, indeed frenzied, leaped into the air, their claws flailing wildly, leaving behind afterimages. An attack speed of 5 strikes per second was to be expected. Unfortunately for them, they were met with a massive purple sword that sliced cleanly across their faces. Swish. An upward slash swiftly dispatched 1:53:20. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a nightmare ghoul, earning 80 experience points. What the heck? Did I just see that correctly? Over 5,000 damage with a single strike? I recall that the highest damage a level 10 player could inflict was 500 at best. Your skeleton just increased that by tenfold, and there are 5 of them? Lu Yang exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. It's merely that the skeleton possesses a killing skill, allowing it to deplete the full health in 1 strike. Under normal circumstances, around 2,000 health would be typical. Qin explained with a smile. Having a buddy to farm monsters with makes it quite enjoyable. If I ventured in alone, my mood would be considerably darker. However, those 5 skeletal warriors alone were insufficient to eliminate all these ghouls. Can you summon more? Arise, my archer skeletons. Qin raised his staff, and a dark purple pentagram began to rotate beneath him. A skeletal hand suddenly erupted from the earth, startling Lu Yang into an involuntary yelp. Soon, the entire skeletal body emerged, bearing a simple black longbow. Lu Yang, they look incredibly powerful. Foster father, your skeletons are extraordinary. The archer skeleton stood significantly shorter than the melee skeletons, approximately 1.8 meters tall, with slender bones. Summoning a total of 12, they could form a small squad. Annihilation archer skeleton. Level, LV9, cannot surpass the summoner. Health, 7,300. Base attributes, Strength 673, Agility 1132, Intelligence 798. Skill 1, Oblivion Arrow. Death energy operates in a unique manner, attaching itself to arrows. Upon delivering a penetrating strike to the enemy, it unleashes a death energy storm with a radius of 2 meters, engulfing foes within and inflicting 300 damage per second. Once completely obliterated, it devours the remains. Skill 2, Infinite Arrows. The arrows of the Oblivion Bowmaster skeleton are forged from death energy. Consuming a unit allows for the creation of a single arrow, which cannot be bestowed upon others. A successful shot on the enemy induces debilitating emotions such as numbness, panic, and agony. Skill 3, Rain of Arrows. A single release of 30 arrows enables a broad area assault on enemies, incorporating effects of all standard skills. It can also deliver consecutive shots to the same target, though the damage per arrow diminishes progressively. Description: a master archer with exceptional accuracy. Currently engaged in combat, they instinctively know their course of action. They swiftly retrieve their great bows, drawing the strings taut against the sky. The tips of the arrows ignite with black flames before being loosed with a whoosh. The arrows arc gracefully through the air, striking true upon the back of a ghoul. Buzz. The death energy erupts, instantly swirling into a dark energy sphere, consuming several nightmare ghouls in an instant. 1821, 300. 300. Aside from the preceding high damage values, the remaining 300 bursts forth in a vast display. Moreover, the nightmare ghouls caught within exhibit a marked reduction in their movements. A purple skeleton wielding a greatsword promptly approaches to deliver the finishing blow. 2389. Congratulations. You have slain a nightmare ghoul, gaining experience. 83. Nightmare skeletons emerge like cockroaches, showing no signs of abating. The purple skeleton and the archer skeleton work in perfect harmony, effortlessly dispatching any number that approaches. Liu Yang gazes in awe at the unfolding battle, his heart now convinced. Qin Zhe has not deceived him. It is indeed possible to conquer the nightmare dungeon. It appears to be yet another protracted struggle, so let us take a brief respite. Qin Zhe retrieves a reclining chair and a simple hot pot table. Soon, the enticing aroma of the hot pot wafts through the air. Liu Yang, you are having hot pot in the nightmare dungeon? His worldview feels utterly shattered. Enough small talk. Would you care for some lamb skewers? Yes. Foster father. Please relax. I will handle this minor task. Outside, the battle rages fiercely, while inside, Qin Zhe and Liu Yang indulge in their meal. At the trading company, a man trembles on the ground. The young master from the Li family stands upon his back. In Linhai City, the Li family holds the sway. Who do you think you are to dare take my Li Yuhao's equipment? The man quivers, pleading, young master Li, please have mercy. I worked hard to obtain a high-quality piece of equipment just to sell it for a good price. My son is gravely ill and in need of funds. I care not for your troubles. That equipment is mine, and you shall relinquish it. Li Yuhao kicks the man in the gut, sending him flying several meters. At that moment, Lu Guanghua enters, glancing at the man sprawled on the floor, then respectfully states, the individual named Qin Zhe has declined your invitation to form a party. Qin Zhe, you say? Li Yuhao furrows his brow. Just as Lu Guanghua prepares to offer a warning, Li Yuhao's eyes suddenly light up. Are you referring to that exceptionally handsome man? Huh. Lu Guanghua is taken aback. He recalls the rumors surrounding young Master Li, who is known to have no preferences in matters of gender, and a chill rises within him. He promptly nods in affirmation. Indeed, that is the one. Then what are you waiting for? Bring him to me. Can he simply refuse? Li Yuhao's expression reveals astonishment, as if questioning why such matters are directed at him. Understood. Understood. He has taken out a loan of nearly 50 million. My investigations confirm he will be unable to repay it by the end of the month. I will present him before you. Lu Guanghua wipes the sweat from his brow and speaks hastily. End of the month? Do you think I will wait that long? Bring him to me by tomorrow, and if you fail, be gone. Li Yuhao states with brazen authority. Yes. Lu Guanghua nods repeatedly. Just as he is about to turn to leave, an urgent notification appears. Announcement. The practitioner Qin Zhe has chosen to challenge the nightmare-level Black Abyss dungeon. What? He actually... Lu Guanghua's eyes widen in shock as he suddenly understands Qin Zhe's intentions. If he can conquer the nightmare dungeon, it will undoubtedly shake the higher echelons of the official ranks, ensuring his protection. Should he fail, there would be no need to repay the debt. Chapter 19. The Vengeful Spirit Beetle. At Awakening High School in Linhai City, countless students learn of Qin Zhe's exploits. The initial envy swiftly dissipates, replaced by confusion and schadenfreude. Qin Zhe, has he lost his mind? To purchase so many items on credit at once, only to have the trading company threaten him over debts. Is he truly that reckless? Even a $1 million resurrection badge wasn't enough. He went ahead and bought a full set of golden-grade equipment. It seems he is utterly unaware of the company's terrifying nature. TSK, one must admit, this situation is becoming increasingly entertaining. He is in for a wild ride. Having never experienced the thrill of reckless shopping, the 990,000 Undead class transfer package has completely derailed his thought process. The homeroom teacher's expression shifts dramatically before settling into a deep sigh. He genuinely wishes to assist Qin Zhe and could even help him apply for resources. However, borrowing 4 to 5 million at once is beyond the school's capacity to assist, and it is utterly impossible to cover his debts. The Lee family company is no stranger to exploitation, backed by the primary family of the Central District. They dominate Linhai City, establishing a systemic oppression of ordinary practitioners, all while meticulously adhering to legal guidelines, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate this influence locally. Of course, this is also a consequence of Qin Zhe's own reckless choices. Knowing full well the risks, he still ventured forth. At that moment, an announcement resonates, striking like a heavy hammer in the hearts of all present. Announcement: the Qin Zhe team has commenced their challenge of the Nightmare Dungeon. Please be informed. The homeroom teacher? A multitude of students? What is happening? A bolt of realization flashes through their minds, seemingly connecting all the dots. The homeroom teacher exclaims, "That rascal Qin Zhe has intended to enter the Nightmare Dungeon from the very beginning, even going so far as to reveal his name, openly challenging and mocking the Lee family company. If he can conquer the Nightmare Black Abyss Dungeon, everything will change. 4 to 5 million is nothing. He is a person that every faction will wish to court." Wait, hold on, Qin Zhe's team? The homeroom teacher jolts, hastily checking the team's composition, only to have his lips twitch in disbelief. Level 9 Qin Zhe, Level 2 Lu Yang. These two truly have the audacity. Given that the Manor's Black Abyss Dungeon is a first-tier dungeon, only practitioners within Level 10 may enter. Due to the dungeon's formidable difficulty and the practitioner's skills and attributes yet to be cultivated, the Manor's Black Abyss Dungeon is more challenging than higher-tier nightmare dungeons. Many prominent families opt to bypass this dungeon, choosing instead to level up directly. Over time, the Manor's Nightmare Dungeon has become legendary. No one dares to challenge it. The two individuals, Qin Zhe and Lu Yang, appeared to be nothing more than mere delivery boys in this eerie, foreboding manor, where the haunting wails of nightmare ghouls echoed incessantly. An epic skeleton wielded a violet-patterned greatsword, engaging in battle at the forefront. The massive blade danced gracefully through the air, confronting the nightmare ghouls that lunged from above. With a deft reversal of its sword, it plunged the weapon into the ground, showcasing its devastating destructive power against flesh at that very moment. The health of the nightmare ghoul plummeted to half, yet it continued to struggle. Suddenly, an arrow rained down from the heavens, striking it squarely on the back of its head. Dark energy erupted forth, ravaging and consuming it. The numbers flashed: 1789, 300, 300. Fortunately, there was no friendly fire, or else the epic skeleton would have suffered as well. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a nightmare ghoul, gaining experience, 80. The count of these nightmare ghouls was now beyond reckoning, and experience had risen by 2/3. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, who had been merely spectating, ascended 2 levels. From level 2 to level 4. The rapidity of his advancement felt surreal. He never imagined that monsters could be dispatched in such a manner. As he mused over this, he popped a slice of meat into his mouth. Delicious. The oppressive aura in this place was palpable, even with a blanket draped over him. He felt the chill seeping into his clothes. There was an unsettling sensation, as though something sinister was watching and manipulating everything from the shadows. What do you think? Qin Zhe, wrapped in his blanket and cradling a warm cup of coffee, replied, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. I once thoroughly researched the strategy. The entire manor dungeon is divided into 2 phases. The first involves defeating the ghoul boss outside to obtain the manor key, allowing entry into the manor for further progression. However, upon careful analysis, I discovered that all practitioners entering the manor would incite the wrath of the manor boss." Accompanied by a furious roar to get out, Lu Yang rested his chin on his hand, pondering the implications. "Yes, I noticed that too. The monsters outside the manor and those within belong to different factions. They are at odds with one another." Qin Zhe nodded, acknowledging that meticulous netizens had previously provided such insights. At that moment, a sudden crack of a whip echoed from afar, causing the nightmare ghouls to emit low growls and retreat. "Let us pursue them," exclaimed Lu Yang. "I'll tidy up here." After Lu Yang organized the area, they promptly advanced toward the manor. Now that they had acquired the manor key, pushing forward was undoubtedly the right course of action. As they progressed, new monsters emerged from the surrounding foliage, resembling beetles about a meter in length. The moonlight illuminated their forms, reflecting silver spots. But it was the heads adorned with hair that sent a chill down Lu Yang's spine. "Those creatures have human heads on their necks?" Lu Yang gasped. Qin Zhe furrowed his brow, remaining silent. These head beetles were not mentioned in any strategy guide. The dungeon strategies only covered the hard and nightmare levels, leaving their nature shrouded in mystery. Beetle Wraith. Ordinary nightmare monster. Level, LV10. Health, 7,300. Attributes, Strength 432. Agility 397. Intelligence 129. Skill 1. Take off. The beetle wraith can unfurl its insect wings to ascend, albeit slowly. During its flight, it releases scale powder that induces confusion and suffering as negative effects. Skill 2. Vitality. The beetle wraith possesses formidable vitality. Even if decapitated, it continues to exist. When its health drops to 0, it remains active for 30 minutes. And if someone casts a healing spell, the wraith can regain its capacity for action. Description: they were once individuals, until one day. My goodness, they can still live after death? They seem even more terrifying than ghouls. Liu Yang shuddered, realizing the dire fate that awaited anyone ensnared by these wraith beetles. I believe these wraith beetles serve merely as a form of punishment. Their skills lack offensive capabilities. It seems their existence is solely for the sake of suffering. However, that is not our concern. Let us engage. Chapter 20. The Secrets of the Abyss. The beetle wraiths boasted exceedingly high attributes, surpassing even the nightmare ghouls. Yet their combat prowess and will to fight were alarmingly feeble. Upon sighting the fierce violet skeleton, their 8 insect legs trembled, their white, pupilless eyes betraying a hint of panic, and they began to turn away in an attempt to flee. Halfway through their escape, they halted, as though something terrifying was obstructing and intimidating them. Is this an invitation to slaughter the beetle wraiths? Intriguing. This nightmare dungeon holds much intrigue. The experience gained could not be squandered. The epic skeleton stood firm, providing protection, while the shadowy archer skeleton capitalized on its range advantage, unleashing a barrage of arrows that pierced the beetle wraiths, causing them to erupt in deathly energy, annihilating their forms. 1728, 300, 300, 1794, 300, 300. A torrential downpour of arrows fell from the sky, with 20 out of 30 striking true against the beetle wraiths. The arrows, ignited by black flames, effortlessly breached their exoskeletons. Amidst this relentless assault, the beetle wraiths did not retaliate. Instead, they writhed on the ground, shrieking in agony. Some, seemingly overwhelmed by pain, unfurled their wings and staggered into the air, devoid of any intent to attack, instead flailing chaotically in an attempt to evade. Why do their cries sound like garbled human voices? It seems they are attempting to communicate. Liu Yang recoiled slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a creature, one that only knew to flee when assaulted. It was hard to fathom that such monsters resided within a nightmare dungeon. Truly, it was a boon for farming experience. Indeed, those voices belonged to human souls. Yet their bodies had been grotesquely fused with other beings. Qinze nodded, a complex expression gracing his features. Witnessing such a sight, he found his appetite for hot pot waning. If these creatures had been virtuous in their previous lives, granting them a release would be an act of mercy. Conversely, if they had been malevolent, then their punishment would be deserved. So, you mean they were deliberately transformed into this state to endure punishment? Precisely. With each successive volley of arrows, the beetle wraith's health was finally depleted. Now, they merely needed to wait half an hour for them to pass away. Qinze refrained from advancing recklessly, opting instead for caution, ensuring that the wraiths met their demise before claiming the experience as their own. Suddenly, a purifying moonlight descended, illuminating the writhing beetle wraiths on the ground. To their astonishment, their health, which had been at 0, began to rise. And soon they surged back to life with alarming rapidity. What is happening? If they continue to heal, won't this take forever? Qinze quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Once writhing on the ground, the vengeful beetle spirits managed to right themselves, their audacity seemingly amplified this time. Their pure white eyes glimmered with resentment as they fixated intently on Qinze, revealing aspects of their true nature. The situation appeared rather dire. If they could continuously revive, we might ultimately be worn down. Liu Yang gripped his spear tightly, speaking with caution. I suspect it must be the mastermind behind the scenes, believing our inflicted torment insufficient, attempting to dismantle them into fragments. If that fails, we shall have no choice but to charge in. First, we must eliminate the boss. Dealing with the lesser foes will be straightforward thereafter. Liu Yang interjected, shouldn't we tackle the boss first, then the minions? The order seems reversed. Shadow Ghoul LV 3271 summons a horde of peak stat shadow ghouls to fight for you. Duration, 1 day, mana cost, 300 points. Arise, my ghouls. Qinze raised his staff, causing the surrounding space to warp. One by one, the shadow ghouls emerged, their bodies a ghostly gray that allowed them to blend seamlessly into the surrounding darkness, rendering them nearly invisible. A total of 130 ghouls appeared, each possessing remarkable speed, concealed within the shadows. The beetle spirits, still disoriented from their recent revival, had no time to react before a claw plunged into their carapace, tearing it asunder, viscous blood spraying forth like oil. 723, 771, 809. The shadow ghouls attacked with astonishing speed, delivering 3 strikes per second. The cumulative damage was substantial, eliciting anguished cries from the beetle spirits. Spare me. I am merely a dormitory administrator. I know nothing of the headmaster's deeds. Please, I beg you, let me go. Accompanied by their cries of despair and the fragments of information they divulged, Shinzei began to piece together the narrative. This manor was originally an orphanage, dedicated to sheltering homeless children, and these beetle spirits were once the staff who managed, nay, manipulated, these children, raising them to a certain age before extracting their blood and selling their organs. They were undeniably villainous. Shinzei sighed softly. Having initially believed the boss's strategy was to torment them, only to realize it was a straightforward form of punishment. However, these individuals must have held absolute control over the manor. How had it devolved into such a state? Lu Yong appeared perplexed. I don't know, judging by their screams. It seems one of the children must have suddenly turned dark and begun to exact retribution upon them. For now, let us observe whether our efforts will satisfy the adversary. The shadow ghouls moved with blinding speed, flickering in the shadows. One by one, the beetle spirits were torn apart, revealing a grotesque array of human entrails scattered across the ground. Finally, their health reached zero. The beetle spirits shattered into pieces, their legs still twitching, clinging to life. They had to endure for a full 30 minutes. This time, the essence of moonlight did not descend upon them. The kill notifications rang out consecutively. Congratulations. You have successfully slain a beetle spirit, gaining experience, 120 points. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a beetle spirit, gaining experience, 120 points. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to LV10, all attributes 1, free attribute 4, able to learn advanced skills of the Necromancer class. All skill levels have been enhanced, health 1000. Mana 500. It seems my suspicions were correct. The mastermind behind it all desires me to inflict suffering upon these beetle spirits. What truly transpired within this manor? Shinzei retrieved the level 10 necromantic spellbook, finally able to wield it. The novice staff was cast aside into storage, gathering dust. Chapter 21, Advanced Necromantic Skills. At last, I have reached level 10. Equipping the necromantic spellbook shortened my casting time to 1 second, enabling me to summon replacements at will. Even if all my skeletons were to perish, I could resurrect them, allowing them to reappear at full health. Additionally, the ability to fly for escape or reconnaissance seemed promising. Shinzei delightfully donned the necromantic spellbook, his fingertips gliding over the intricately patterned cover, the engraved skull prominently displayed. Father, you've reached level 10, congratulations. Lu Yong exclaimed with excitement. The journey felt surreal to him, though he could only gain a fraction of the experience. It was sufficient to elevate him to level 5 in the face of an overwhelming experience base. For an ordinary individual, reaching level 5 could take nearly a year. And as levels progressed, the ascent became increasingly arduous. Many remained stuck at level 5, unable to gain experience from simple dungeons while failing to conquer the more challenging ones, ultimately fading into obscurity and exiting the ranks of adventurers. A practitioner who could attain level 10 was a rarity among thousands. Yet, Shinzei accomplished this feat in a mere 2 days. Lu Yong looked at Shinzei with a mixture of gratitude and admiration. So strong, so formidable, he thought. Completely captivated, Shinzei felt little excitement regarding his level increase. His focus lay on the advanced skills of the Necromancer. He was taken aback to discover that skills were categorized into tiers. He had only known that as levels rose, the skills available for learning would gradually unlock. And at level 25, one could undergo a class change, thus acquiring a specific career path. Each practitioner possessed a unique advancement direction, and at that juncture, their combat prowess would experience its first qualitative shift. Upon our exit, I must ensure to acquire those advanced skills. Having dispatched the beetle spirits, we pressed onward. After approximately half an hour, we finally arrived at the familiar marble fountain. The long-haired ghoul boss lounged atop the fountain, sensing our approach, slowly raising its head. Its eyes swirling like vortexes, seemingly intent on dragging our very souls into their depths. Long-haired ghoul, nightmare. Boss. Health, 132700. Attributes, Strength, 931. Agility, 1083. Intelligence, 273. Skill 1, Blood Moon Cycle. The silver moon above transforms into a blood moon, ancient doors creaking open to crave the flesh and blood of youths. It relishes in merging flesh and imbuing it with new life. This time, the ancient and malevolent force empowers the long-haired ghoul, tripling all its attributes, draining health at a rate of 1,000 points per second until death. Skill 2, Phantom Forest. The long-haired ghoul's eyes can cast illusions, forcibly ensnaring the enemy's consciousness within, inflicting unparalleled torment and inducing confusion, stupor, and madness, with a chance of rendering foes into imbeciles. Skill 3, Gatekeeper. The ancient door's sentinel, selecting and accepting sacrificial offerings, presenting them to its kind. Each time, it gains comprehensive attribute rewards. Upon its demise, the ancient doors shall close, awaiting the birth of a new gatekeeper. Description: their favored one. Are you prepared to face retribution? A gatekeeper? This creature appears to be a guardian? Liu Yang similarly gazed upon the introduction of the long-haired ghoul, his legs trembling with trepidation. The veiled fear seemed to be unfurling, and he was certain he would regret this moment. You don't mean to say that the final boss we must confront is this creature, the guardian of the last realm, do you? Compared to the information conveyed by the interface, the formidable attributes of the long-haired ghoul seemed almost trivial. Impossible. Such an ancient and powerful entity is beyond our level 10 capabilities. Even in a nightmare dungeon, one must consider the extreme possibilities. Conjuring a boss of level 60 or 70, that would not be a dungeon but a slaughterhouse, where anyone who enters meets their demise. I believe it's merely a backdrop, Shinzei asserted with unwavering confidence. That puts my mind at ease, but wait. The long-haired ghoul appears to be quite formidable as well. My goodness, with over 1,000 in agility. Many level 20 practitioners only reach 400 or 500 in base attributes at that level, and that S among the elite. Hence the term nightmare dungeon. Shinzei, however, appeared remarkably composed. Let us set the hot pot back up. We might be in for a lengthy battle. Ah, brother, I mean adoptive father. Is it really appropriate for us to indulge in hot pot right now? That seems rather disrespectful to a nightmare level boss. What if it gets angry? Can you even engage it in battle? Well, certainly not. A single slap from it would end me. Funny, I feel the same. Liu Yang sighed. The aromatic hot pot bubbled once more. Shinzei, wrapped in a blanket, reclined in the rocking chair, simultaneously downing 2 bottles of blue potions to replenish his mana. 5 epic skeletons, 12 shadow archers, and 130 shadow ghouls had now been summoned. This was just the first wave. Once they were all vanquished, Shinzei would summon the second wave. He still had the skills, great incantation, and giant undead cemetery at his disposal. Should the first wave fail, he would then resort to his remaining abilities. A fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. The 5-meter-tall purple skeletons took the lead, serving as a frontline shield. They possessed the power of death, capable of breaching the opponent's defenses by 45, inflicting only slightly diminished damage upon the long-haired ghoul boss. Simultaneously, their tactical coordination was impressively fluid. One epic skeleton leapt forward, gripping its great sword tightly, raising it above its head, and then bringing it down with tremendous force. The long-haired ghoul boss made no attempt to evade, instead widening its eyes in a frenzied whirl of illusions. It seemed intent on bewitching the skeletons. Yet, lacking any cognitive faculties, they were impervious to its tricks. The blade struck the back of the long-haired ghoul boss's head with a resounding thud, causing it to stumble. 1983. The second epic skeleton slid in, ribs skimming the ground, sweeping its great sword horizontally. The long-haired ghoul boss's head was instantly knocked to the side. 2003. The subsequent epic skeletons followed suit, delivering relentless strikes with their great swords. 2039, 2045. The shadow archer skeletons pulled their bows taut, launching a barrage of arrows in a relentless cascade toward the long-haired ghoul boss. 30 arrows struck the same target in quick succession. 1537, 1489, 1372. Though the damage was gradually diminishing, this was a substantial output delivered within 3 seconds. The shadow ghouls lurked in the shadows, dispatching the encroaching nightmare ghouls. It was an all-out brawl, with the nightmare ghouls ultimately facing defeat. Chapter 22, The Dark Ranger. At the trading company, Lu Xiyu, clad in black stockings, sat demurely on the sofa. Manager Lu Guanghua paced restlessly before the desk, clearly agitated. What is your relationship with Shinzei? Lu Guanghua suddenly halted, his voice sharp. We have no relationship. He is merely my customer, though I deceived him into purchasing a 990,000 undead class transfer package. I feel quite guilty about it, and wish to compensate him. Lu Xiyu sighed. The thought of Shinzei made her feel like a sinner. What a good child he is. Ultimately, under her influence, he had strayed toward the wrong path. Humph, if the company discovers any special relationship between you two, they will have the right to reclaim all your earnings, and you will owe a substantial sum, understand? Lu Guanghua threatened malevolently. In truth, he had already investigated. It was indeed their first encounter a few days prior. The two were not connected in any significant way. Otherwise, he would have leveraged Lu Xiyu against him. Understood, understood. Lu Xiyu nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Just as Lu Guanghua intended to dismiss her, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he smiled wickedly. Do you know where Shinzei is now? Lu Xiyu paused, recalling that she had sent Shinzei to the Abyssal Link. So she casually remarked, he should be in a dungeon, right? Ah, you are aware of that. But do you know which dungeon he is in? This, I do not know. Lu Shiyu was not part of the practitioner circle and did not keep up with such information. He has entered a nightmare-level dungeon. That brat is trying to use this to evade the company's reckoning. To fail is to perish? He is so naive. The company has never incurred losses. Even if he dies, he will ultimately be returned, as the company possesses rights over his remains. Even if subjected to experimentation and research, they will recover any losses, as well as the equipment he possesses. Lu Guanghua ground his teeth in fury. If anyone harbors the deepest resentment toward Qin Zhe, it is undoubtedly him. He had endured a fair share of scorn due to Qin Zhe. Lu Shiyu clenched her fists instinctively upon hearing those venomous words. This was the most vile thing she had ever heard. Not even the remains are spared. What kind of humanity is this? The realization that she was working for such a company deepened her sense of guilt. But then, she suddenly became aware of the implications of the term nightmare dungeon. And she froze. I've heard nightmare dungeons are exceedingly dangerous. No one dares to enter. Lu Shiyu asked, bewildered. Not merely dangerous. Those who enter are destined to die. And even those who escape do not survive. Lu Guanghua observed Lu Shiyu finally grasping the gravity of the situation, his face radiating schadenfreude. Do you understand? By the time Qin Zhe emerges, he will be nothing but a corpse. Boom. This statement struck Lu Shiyu's mind like a thunderclap. Her hand slowly pressed against her chest, as she felt a pang of anguish. So, by sending him to the abyssal link, it was akin to delivering him to the guillotine. Qin Zhe was acutely aware of the risks of installment loans, yet he had long since prepared himself. Even if he were to perish in the nightmare dungeon, he would not serve the company like a dog. A mist clouded Lu Shiyu's vision. She could no longer see what lay before her. In that moment, she felt utterly shaken. Simultaneously, she was filled with sorrow. Within the Nightmare Manor dungeon, the battlefield was exceedingly brutal. Various skeletal limbs flew about chaotically. Adoptive father, the meatballs here are ready. They are fresh and tender. Do give them a taste. Lu Yong diligently managed the kitchen, organizing the hot pot with precision. Various vegetables and meats were added to the pot, and those ready to be fished out were retrieved promptly. Delicious, delicious. Don't just keep cooking. Hurry and have a bite. I can't possibly finish all this by myself. Qin Zhe felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed the rapid emergence of the food. The efficiency was astonishing. Hee, you're the main combat force, of course. You should eat your fill first, Lu Yong chuckled, taking a seat at the table and savoring a mouthful. He was acutely aware of his role, merely a bystander, focused on logistics. Thus, it was imperative to ensure Qin Zhe dined comfortably. If we were to discuss the main combatants, it would be the skeleton monsters that should be fed, but alas, they possessed neither tongues nor stomachs, nor any sensory perception. Qin Zhe shook his head. Yet, this became their advantage. The illusion effects of the long-haired ghoul boss had no impact on them. Moreover, they felt no pain, experienced no fear, and were impervious to injury, like the undead warriors they resembled. Meanwhile, the battlefield with the long-haired ghoul boss had escalated to a fever pitch. After several rounds of assault, its health had plummeted by over 50,000, leaving it with around 70,000 health points. As its health dwindled, the ferocity of the long-haired ghoul boss intensified. In an unexpected counterattack, it lunged forward, circling behind the epic skeleton, then opened its gaping maw, viciously biting down on its spine. Crack! The vertebra shattered upon impact. 3,271. The epic skeleton attempted to seize the long-haired ghoul boss, but its body suddenly collapsed, disintegrating on the ground, its eye sockets, once ablaze with purple flames, now empty. One epic skeleton had met its demise. It seemed this wave of summoned creatures had reached its limit. Qin Zhe squinted at the sight. The health of the other epic skeletons was nearly depleted as well. Shadow ghouls, step up. Cancel the epic skeleton summoning. Qin Zhe issued 2 commands in quick succession. The shadow ghouls, lurking in the darkness, had been silently dispatching the lesser monsters nearby. Now, fully intact at 130 strong, they swiftly dispatched 60 to confront the long-haired ghoul boss. The once formidable epic skeletons crumbled one by one upon the ground. Arise, my skeletal minions. Qin Zhe raised his magic book, and 5 circles unfurled on the ground as the epic skeletons began to rise. Since the epic skeletons had not been placed in the upgrade position, they remained unchanged. They promptly stepped forward to engage the long-haired ghoul boss. Commencing a new round of battle, the long-haired ghoul boss appeared momentarily taken aback by the fully revived skeletal foes. The archer skeletons, having remained in the upgrade position, finally achieved their promotion. Doomed archer skeleton, Dark Ranger. Dark Ranger. Heroic level summoning spell. Each summoning will yield a fixed unit, and as the skill level increases, the strength of the hero also escalates. Summons a heroic Dark Ranger to fight for you. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 1,000 points. Activation requirement, sacrifice 100 units, regardless of ally or foe. Qin Zhe, After 5 levels of upgrades, it culminated in a heroic level unit. Chapter 23. How absurd, how delightful. Heroic level summoning spell? Shinzei felt a surge of excitement at the revelation of this new skill. He understood that there were various types of summoners: beast summoners, human summoners, elven summoners, and even dragon summoners, each with distinct summons and combat styles. However, the one commonality and rarity was the heroic level summons. It could be said that a heroic level summon was the benchmark for measuring a summoner's prowess. The growth potential and skill intensity of heroes far surpassed that of ordinary summons, allowing them to rival even practitioners of the same tier. Yet, for a summoner to possess a heroic level summon was akin to reaching for the stars. Even among elite families, a summoner bearing a heroic level summon was a rarity indeed. So, does this mean that every summoning skill of mine can ultimately be upgraded to a heroic level summon? Shinzei couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Truth be told, he was somewhat intimidated. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he forced himself to remain calm. He realized that doomed Archer Skeleton summoning had not directly upgraded to Dark Ranger summoning, but had instead branched into 2 distinct paths for him to choose from. One was the heroic level route, while the other led to a special monster line. Doomed Thunder Skeleton Archer, Special Monster Route. The Doomed Thunder Skeletons are a renowned undead race, possessing formidable combat capabilities and vast racial strength. As their level increases, so too does the number they can summon. Shinzei glanced over and quickly grasped the situation. While the Dark Ranger was indeed a heroic level summon, its number was limited to just 1 per summoning. Conversely, the Doomed Thunder Skeleton Archer, though not heroic level, had no such limitation. As its level increased, it could potentially summon hundreds or even thousands, each with substantial combat prowess, ultimately accumulating to rival the Dark Ranger. He desired both, yet felt torn. Why present me with such a dilemma? Shinzei tugged at his hair, struggling to make a decision. At that moment, Liu Yang suddenly exclaimed, trembling, "Foster father, there's been a change. Look, the moon has turned red, and the entire night sky is shrouded in a layer of blood mist. It's terrifying." With his reminder, Shinzei suddenly realized that the crimson moonlight had cast a red hue over the entire world. The lurking terror was ready to emerge. He had no time to linger in indecision. Damn, this isn't the only opportunity. I can always split the skills into multiple phases later. Gritting his teeth, Shinzei promptly chose Dark Ranger summoning. After all, it was a boss. A unit with strong single-target attack capabilities was essential, and a heroic level unit was perfectly suited for that. Selection successful. Please sacrifice 100 units, regardless of ally or foe, to activate the summoning skill. Sacrifice? Shinzei immediately scanned his surroundings. The enemies shrouded in crimson had retreated. Only the long-haired ghoul boss stood tall among them, howling toward the moon like a wolf. Emanating an eerie red glow, even its black hair transformed into a blood-red hue. 5 epic skeletons surrounded it, brandishing their purple-patterned great swords in a relentless assault. 2037, 2089, 2148. Undoubtedly, this was an opportune moment to deal damage. Yet, frustratingly, their output was outpaced by the long-haired ghoul boss's health regeneration under the blood moon's influence. Shinzei pointed to the remaining shadow ghouls, 101 in total, just enough for the sacrifice. He abruptly raised his magic book, and countless ghostly lights spiraled in from all directions. Sacrifice. Like souls being consumed, one by one, the shadow ghoul's pupils dulled, and they collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Sacrifice 1, sacrifice 1, sacrifice 1, sacrifice 1, sacrifice 100. Doomed Archer Skeleton summoning, Dark Ranger summoning. Dark Ranger summoning LV1, LV2. As the blood moon's influence over the long-haired ghoul boss reached its climax, Shinzei hastily raised the tome of necromancy in his hand and began to chant, "Arise, my Dark Ranger." In the next moment, a swirling pentagram of deep purple appeared on the ground before him. Violet light surged forth, coalescing into a sphere. Gradually, a slender and graceful figure emerged within, her back bearing an exaggeratedly large longbow. As the light dissipated, the enchanting figure revealed herself. Clad in purple leather attire that scarcely concealed her form, a vast expanse of smooth skin glimmered. Her flowing and aesthetically pleasing musculature seemed to harbor boundless power. She donned a cloak with a hood that shrouded her entire face, while her eyes, resembling 2 rubies, emitted a sinister crimson glow. "My master." Upon her summoning, the Dark Ranger knelt on one knee before Shinzei, exuding utmost reverence. Dark Ranger. Heroic grade. Level. LV10, cannot exceed the summoner's level. Base attributes, Strength 1037, Agility 1589, Intelligence 1205. Skill 1, Withering Arrow. Each arrow shot by the Dark Ranger carries a withering effect that, upon striking an enemy, bypasses both magical and physical defenses, spreading virally from the wound and sprouting dense red spots. The initial damage is 300 points, which escalates over time, ultimately reaching 1,000 points of damage per second, rendering healing and purification ineffective unless a special divine artifact is employed to dispel it. Upon the enemy's demise, the withering flower absorbs all life essence, thriving on the corpse and autonomously attacking surrounding foes, releasing a mist imbued with decay. Skill 2. Decay Detonation. A one-time detonation of the withering effect within an enemy, inflicting 5,000 points of true damage and triggering an explosive effect. The splattered ichor that contacts other enemies induces a weakened version of the withering effect, which will evolve into the standard version after spreading for 10 seconds. Skill 3. Charged Piercing Arrow. The Dark Ranger can channel energy for 310 seconds, compressing various degrees of dark energy to its utmost limit, achieving a range of 3,000 to 30,000 meters, with arrows measuring 15 meters in length, delivering 3,000 to 30,000 points of piercing damage to enemies. Skill 4. Petal Flicker. Upon sensing danger in her vicinity, the Dark Ranger can blink to any location within 5 meters, perceptible area, scattering withering petals that, if touched by enemies, will infect them with a weakened version of the withering effect. Description: a hunter traversing the shadows, reviled by many powerful figures. 30,000 damage from a 10-second charge? The base attributes are utterly monstrous. Shinzei was awestruck. Heroic attributes are indeed outrageous. Without awaiting Shinzei's command, the Dark Ranger had already locked onto the Blood Moon transformed ghoul boss. Her eyes, filled with a malevolent glow, betrayed no emotion. She slowly drew back the string of her massive longbow, dark energy gathering at her fingertips. Chapter 24. Their Recruitment Letter. The Dark Ranger rooted herself in a stance, her eyes gleaming ever brighter. The arrow coalesced at her fingertips, growing in size. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Blood Moon transformed ghoul boss sensed impending danger and began to thrash about anxiously. It first hurled an epic skeleton aside, its steel-like teeth shattering bones into fragments. 5,327. Following up with a claw strike, it obliterated the epic skeleton monster in an instant. 3721. The strength of the long-haired ghoul boss surged to unprecedented levels. Your epic skeleton has perished. Your epic skeleton has perished. Your epic skeleton has perished. The newly summoned skeletons had barely warmed up before meeting their demise. The long-haired ghoul boss suddenly turned its gaze toward them, its blood-red vortex of eyes swirling with terror. It's looking at us. Liu Yang stumbled back in fear, his voice trembling. Don't look into its eyes. Yes, yes. Liu Yang hastily shut his eyes, but the next moment, a radiant arc of violet light streaked before his eyelids. What? He opened his eyes to see the ghoul boss's head jerk back abruptly, its massive body tumbling backwards, an arrow piercing through its skull. After a brief silence, the blood-red markings rapidly spread, imparting an unexpected beauty to the ghastly long-haired ghoul. 17328. 17,000 damage. Are you telling me this is level 10? Liu Yang's eyes widened, his mind buzzing. Arise, my skeletons. Shinzei lifted the tome of magic once more, summoning 5 epic skeletons that crawled forth. Flames ignited in their hollow eye sockets as they charged toward the long-haired ghoul boss. Their assault was merely a distraction, but all that mattered was buying time. This is the advantage of the monster series. Even in death, they could be resummoned until the mana ran dry. The Dark Ranger once again readied her charged piercing arrow, unleashing it in full force. The long-haired ghoul boss could not withstand such immense power, toppling several meters backward. 30,000. At last, with the ghoul's unwilling wails echoing, the kill notification sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a long-haired ghoul boss, Nightmare Edition. Gaining experience. 50,000. Acquired. Special item Blood Moon Orb. Acquired. Platinum Grade Equipment Blood Moon Claw. Acquired. Golden Grade Equipment Crimson Battle Armor. Acquired. Golden Grade Equipment Crimson Necklace. A Platinum Grade item dropped, alongside a plethora of Golden and Silver Grade equipment, all at level 10. Regrettably, the Blood Moon Claw could only be equipped by assassins. Both the base attributes and equipment skills were incredibly enticing, making it a top-tier assassin's gear that would undoubtedly incite a frenzy if sold. However, being level 10 equipment, it served merely as a transitional item, rendering it somewhat awkward. Its price would also be significantly reduced. The Platinum Grade equipment was secondary. What truly captivated Shinzei's attention was the Crimson set that had dropped, each piece being level 10, with attributes and skills that could only be described as exceptional, vastly superior to the 5-level Golden set he had acquired from the marketplace. Crimson Battle Armor. Level Restriction, LV10. Class Restriction, Universal. Quality, Golden Grade. Attribute Bonus, Strength 10. Agility 10, Intelligence 10, health 1500, regeneration 2 health per second. Skill 1, Blood Pool. The Crimson Battle Armor automatically stores health points. Killing an enemy allows you to siphon 1/10 of their life, with a maximum capacity of 100,000 health points. Excluding negative effects such as healing bands. Any loss of health is instantly recovered until the stored health is entirely exhausted. Skill 2, Crimson Eruption. Consuming 500 health points can deal 1,000 points of area damage within a 5-meter radius, additionally causing enemies to be knocked back. The more health points consumed, the greater the damage dealt, and the more effective the knockback becomes, with a damage cap of 7,000 points. Skill 3, Savage Charge. Consuming 100 health points. A robust blood armor envelopes the user, accompanied by a shield spike that effectively disperses enemy encirclement and inflicts 513 points of impact damage, with an additional 200 damage to structures. Description: a being akin to a blood cow, capable of enduring immense punishment. Crimson Cloak. Level restriction, LV10. Class restriction, Universal. Quality, Golden Tier. Attribute bonus, Intelligence 15, Agility 15, with enhanced lightness allowing for extreme vertical wall running. Skill 1, Elemental Defense. When subjected to elemental attacks such as fire, water, or lightning, the cloak can be used as a shield to mitigate elemental damage. Skill 2, Aerial Gliding. By unfurling the cloak in midair, the wearer gains gliding capabilities, controlling altitude at both ends to alter direction. Skill 3, Crimson Confinement. Consuming 500 mana, the user unleashes crimson energy, inducing panic and tremors in enemies, immobilizing them for a duration of 0.13 seconds, contingent upon the enemy's level and strength. Description: do you wish to experience the thrill of flight? Crimson Boots enhance base attributes by 20 points in agility and 10 points in intelligence, permitting a triple jump in midair, significantly swifter than the ascent of a necromantic spellbook, enabling leaps of approximately 20 meters in 3 bounds, perfectly complementing the cloak's gliding. The Crimson Necklace increases base attributes by 20 points in intelligence and 10 points in strength, featuring the primary ability to deploy a reconnaissance eye with 500 health points, autonomously surveying the surroundings and notifying the user of any occurrences from a distance, while also sharing vision, a remarkable convenience, currently limited to 1 deployment. Shinzei cast a glance at the attributes of the Golden Tier equipment, promptly exchanging his level 5 set. He relegated the level 5 gear to the warehouse, allowing it to gather dust. Once donned, Shinzei's appearance was instantly revitalized, exuding an aura of dark red, mysterious and formidable. Beside him, Liu Yang shimmered with a white light, evidently having achieved a successful level up. Although he had merely been a passive participant, the experience and rewards he garnered filled him with exhilaration. Feeling at ease, Shinzei dismissed the epic skeletons and shadow ghouls he had summoned, leaving only the alluring Dark Ranger at his side. The hero-level summoning technique could not be repeated in a short span. Once cancelled, she could not be resummoned. Lastly, he possessed a unique item, the Blood Moon Sphere. Holding it in his hand, he beheld a crystal orb wherein a blood-red moon floated. Blood Moon Sphere. Special item. Effect: upon use, the blood moon descends upon the earth. Ancient doors will open, and they shall summon you, allowing you to become their sentinel, acquiring their power, or facing death. Description: as long as you provide ample and delectable blood offerings, they shall grant you your desires. Was this item an offer? A recruitment for a sentinel? Chapter 25, Resistance. The long-haired ghoul boss, with a terrifying visage riddled with arrows. Is being a sentinel truly a rewarding endeavor? Neither living nor dead. Who would willingly undertake such a role? Shinzei stood before the long-haired ghoul boss, observing its wretched state, unable to suppress his head shaking. Thus, the narrative of the manor instance became glaringly clear. The analyses circulating online were fundamentally erroneous, as the crucial information lay within the nightmare-level dungeon, inaccessible to them. In essence, the long-haired ghoul boss was a broker, having struck a deal with the so-called orphanage, providing the ancient entities with the organs of children in exchange for substantial benefits to the headmaster. This place was a horrific human flesh farm. Shinzei shuddered within, overwhelmed by the darkness and bloodshed. The previously encountered insect spirits with human heads were merely the staff of the orphanage, responsible for deceiving and controlling the children. Judging by the punishments and tortures inflicted upon them, it appeared that the orphanage had been seized by the children. What transpired to bring about such a dire situation? Shinzei pondered. Suddenly, he recalled that upon the death of the long-haired ghoul boss, a hand-drawn map of the manor would appear beneath it, prompting him to summon an epic skeleton to seek it out. Ultimately, a 5-meter-tall giant skeleton approached Shinzei, clutching an A4 paper. My lord. Shinzei accepted the drawing, which depicted a house sketched in black crayon, with crooked paths. At the top, a sentence read, "My best friend, where are you now?" Triggered storyline quest, my best friend. Quest description, 1 by 1. The children of the orphanage have vanished, leaving the others in a state of unease. The dormitory matron reassures them that these children have been adopted and are embarking on lives of prosperity, transforming their apprehension into hope that someone will rescue them from this eerie orphanage. Until one day, a child named Xiao Feng discovered that his best friend was missing. He searched the manor and, before a concealed stone door, found his friend disemboweled, with the adults of the orphanage present. Terrified, he ran back, crying, only for the matron to tell him that his best friend had been taken away to live a better life. Quest objective: locate Xiao Feng's best friend and bring them before him. Quest rewards: 50,000 experience points, 1 random item, 1 random piece of equipment. Qinzhe, your best friend has been disemboweled. Where am I to find them? Father, that was perilously close. Ah, how did I trigger a quest about a best friend? Liu Yang approached cheerfully, having reached level 6. Upon glancing at the quest description, he was left utterly speechless. Goodness, luring children for profit. Are these people even human? Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he suddenly froze. What is it? I recall a video I saw previously, where a content creator stumbled upon a place filled with bones, the slender remains likely belonging to children. The creator couldn't decipher the purpose of that place and posted it on Bilibili. Do you think it could be? Indeed, it is highly likely. That child has probably turned to bones. What should we do? Shall we proceed with this quest? Yes. Do not forget my profession, Qinzhe replied with a mysterious smile. Necromancer. Indeed, I converse with skeletons. How could I possibly fail to find his remains? When gods begin to bleed, they cease to be divine. People will begin to rebel, until they trample them underfoot. The Li family's trading firm perpetually loomed over all ordinary practitioners, utilizing debts to force them into selling their futures at a pittance. Many have begun to recognize the issues and feel discontent. However, as life has not yet reached its nadir, they naturally adopt a mindset of resignation, living day by day, even tolerating some of the company's overreaches. Over time, those who dare to resist are viewed as aberrations, as if all of this were a matter of course. Until the emergence of Qinzhe, he had not engaged in any significant actions nor exhibited any form of rebellion. He merely caused the company to incur some losses, especially after the announcement of his entry into the Nightmare Dungeon, which ignited a fervent response among all practitioners. Announcement: Team Qinzhe enters the Nightmare Dungeon. Countless practitioners suddenly realized that they too possessed the power to say no. I've delved into numerous dungeons, amassed over a dozen pieces of silver-grade equipment, and after 3 years, I've only earned 50,000. That is even less than what an ordinary person would make in 3 years. Damn it. I'm selling items at a loss, and the prices I pay are twice as high as the market. After 3 years of repaying a principal of 500,000 plus interest, I still have 45,000 left. I'm done. Every day, I'm just tasked with training newcomers, leaving me no time to grind dungeons myself. In my youth, I foolishly took out loans totaling 1,300,000. After years of frugality, my debt hasn't diminished. I even owe an additional 100,000. Sometimes, I fantasize about taking a knife to the entire family of the company's leadership. I want to denounce the young master of the Li family. A year ago, I was just beginning to shine, my future was bright, but due to my installment debts, I was forced to guide the Li family's young master, who promised that one session would erase my debts. I naively believed in the beauty of the world, only to have him cruelly break my right leg, thus ending my career as a practitioner. Do you know what's the most ludicrous part? The medical expenses that the Li family ultimately paid were deducted from my debts, leaving me with a debt of 50,000. It's better to let everything fall apart. The Li family is the greatest tumor. If Qinzhe can enter the Nightmare Dungeon to resist, why can't I? Qinzhe truly sees through it all, recklessly taking on so much debt, and then directly entering the Nightmare Dungeon, successfully milking the Li family's resources. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen the Li family suffer a loss. If Qinzhe can successfully clear the Nightmare Dungeon, no. If he can escape alive, that would undoubtedly deal the most formidable blow to the Li family, and at that point, he would rally countless supporters, able to topple their tyranny in Linghai City. Countless practitioners, having been wronged, fervently discussed this. The arrival of Qinzhe undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to their bleak lives. As long as he could emerge from the Nightmare Dungeon, everything could change. This world reveres strength. They lacked the power and could only submit to the oppression of the Li family. Yet, Qinzhe was more than capable of demonstrating his strength. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Li family leisurely sipped coffee, relishing the sight of the agitated and suffering lower-tier practitioners, dismissing their rebellion with disdain. Debts must be repaid. It's the natural order of things. A bunch of losers, wanting to spend without a thought of repayment? Such a utopia does not exist. Chapter 26. Spread the word. Necropolis. Countless practitioners eagerly awaited the return of Qin Zhe. He had transcended individuality, becoming a symbol of the clarion call for victory. As long as Qin Zhe could return, they would follow in his footsteps, further resisting the exploitation of the Li family. They didn't expect to erase all their debts, but at the very least, they hoped to eliminate the predatory low-price acquisitions and forced transactions. Otherwise, no matter how many times they entered the dungeons, the outcome remained the same. 80% of the profits were siphoned away, leaving them with a meager 20%, which they still had to use to repay their debts. Outrageous. At the Black Abyss Connection, some practitioners even set up altars, praying fervently for Qin Zhe's safe return. Their eagerness was nearly palpable. The Li family's trading company would not tolerate such occurrences, promptly issuing various task orders, compelling these individuals to venture into the dungeons under the burden of debt. Practitioners, despite their complaints, dutifully followed suit. There was no choice. They dared not resist as individuals. A day swiftly passed. The longed-for event did not materialize. Neither a survivor nor a corpse was teleported out, causing a wave of anxiety among the people. There was still hope. The lack of a corpse meant Qin Zhe was still alive. Alas, a day had gone by, and I was beginning to lose hope. After all, it was a nightmare-level dungeon, notorious for its insatiable monsters. I had seen countless videos of nightmare dungeon clears, filled with such creatures. If Qin Zhe were swallowed, it would be entirely plausible for no corpse to emerge. But wait, didn't Qin Zhe have the sense to retreat at the first sign of danger? Surely, he wouldn't willingly risk his life within. The nightmare dungeon does not bend to human will. Can one simply enter and exit at will? What does he think the nightmare-level dungeon is? Indeed, a day's time could clarify many matters. Damn it. We truly need a prodigious talent to lead everyone through this crisis and break the Li family's monopoly and oppression. Without strength, words hold no weight. I tend to be rather pessimistic. If Qin Zhe successfully emerges, what if the Li family entices him with riches? Even drawing him into their ranks to jointly enjoy the city's resources? Do you think he would be tempted? At this, a profound silence enveloped the room. One path was paved with gold, while the other was fraught with thorns. Any rational individual would know which to choose. They realized their naivety. In Linghai City, within the mayor's office, Tang Zhu, clad in a pristine white suit, wore a grave expression, her fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the table. Currently, at level 24, she found it challenging to maintain control over the entire Linghai City. However, there was little she could do. Official resources were scarce, and her level was the highest among the city's official ranks, yet it paled in comparison to the Li family's influence. They had practitioners at level 37, directly overshadowing her by 13 levels. In this world, strength speaks volumes. Even as mayor, if one's level cannot command respect, they wield no substantial power, and there is no way to contend with their might. Furthermore, as a superfamily, the Li family could easily dominate even the official forces in the central district. Were it not for the balancing presence of the other four superfamilies, the Li family's rapacious ambitions might plunge the entire Dragon Nation back into feudalism, monopolizing all resources. At this moment, the principal seated below suddenly spoke up. The current situation is dire. The power structure of the Dragon Nation is gradually coalescing into 5 oligarchic groups, while official power is being inexorably weakened. The 5 superfamilies are intentionally sidelining official personnel, and the resources allocated from high-level dungeons are scant. The future of the Dragon Nation is truly uncertain. His expression was fraught with anxiety, filled with concern for the nation's future. While internal upheavals unfolded, external threats loomed larger. He understood all too well the tactics of the 5 superfamilies, who, through extreme repression, sought to extract the nutrients for their own growth. In the end, they would lead everyone, including themselves, into the abyss. Oh, matters at the national level are beyond our control. We are not in a position to intervene. What is crucial now is the issue in Linghai City, where practitioners have long harbored grievances. Moreover, the Li family has been sacrificing the futures of all practitioners to seize resources and bolster their own power. We must find a way to eradicate this malignant tumor. Upon this declaration, the official upper echelon fell silent. They wielded practitioners of level 37 and had established an entire system of exploitation. They even operated within the bounds of legality, leaving no grounds for intervention. Shall we charge in and eradicate them? I believe the key to breaking through lies with Qin Zhe. Principal Shirkong remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly speaking. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. The Minister of Human Resources was the first to interject. I dissent. Qin Zhe possesses only a B-grade talent, and he is a necromancer. Our resources are limited. We cannot place our bets on a single individual. Indeed, even if Qin Zhe were to escape successfully, it would not substantiate his worth. Unless he could conquer the nightmare dungeon, a possibility that cannot be entirely dismissed but can only be said to approach zero. Breaking the Lee family's monopoly is an arduous task. We need to harness the power of lower-tier professionals, and Shinzei has garnered widespread support. I believe he is the one destined for this challenge. The senior officials began to engage in a heated debate. After a prolonged silence, Mayor Tang Zhu let out a deep sigh. Let us pause for a moment. I have decided to mobilize all resources and place our full trust in Shinzei. He is the people's choice, and the power he can summon is unfathomable. However, the prerequisite is that he must emerge alive. Unbeknownst to Shinzei, he had already become the focal point of public expectation. As he ventured into the Nightmare Manor, Shinzei was unaware of the acclaim surrounding him. I recall the burial site lies just ahead. The environment of the nightmare-level dungeon has changed somewhat, but the crucial location should remain unchanged. Liu Yang scanned the surroundings, searching for the place depicted in the video. No need to look further. Is that not the ancient door described in the introduction? Shinzei patted his shoulder, startling him momentarily. The ancient door? A place specifically for, well, you know. Liu Yang turned to follow Shinzei's gesture, and indeed, a grand door was concealed amidst the gnarled branches and the darkness, adorned with intricate floral patterns that exuded an aura of sinister dread. Ancient door, sealing a terrifying, unknown entity. The two shared a tacit understanding and chose not to approach recklessly. Instead, they began searching the vicinity, certain that the grave pit must be nearby. Here it is, we found it, Liu Yang exclaimed with excitement, pointing at a patch of ground. I wondered why it was so hard to find. It was overgrown with weeds. Shinzei nodded, lifting his necromantic tome, and began to chant. Rise, necromantic cemetery. A vast wave of light surged outward in all directions. As it spread, gravestones emerged from the soil, marking the identities of these nameless corpses. All were children, their deaths horrific to behold. Chapter 27. Entering the Manor. Rise, necromantic cemetery. Gravestones broke through the earth, inscribed with the names and other details of the deceased. Following this, tiny skeletal hands sprang from the soil, with incomplete little skeletons crawling forth. Some skulls were severely damaged, with large indentations, while others had broken legs, hopping precariously, ready to fall apart at any moment. A few had all 12 ribs shattered, creating gaping holes when viewed from the center. These small skeletons seemed oblivious to their fate, their hollow eye sockets glimmering with a spark of innocence and curiosity as they gazed at Shinzei and Liu Yang. Such a macabre scene left even the stoic Liu Yang feeling vulnerable. I can't bear to look, it hurts too much. It is hard to imagine what they endured in life. Shinzei sighed in sympathy. These children can rise as skeletons because their souls have not departed. We are helping them find liberation and return to the rightful path. However, this is a nightmare dungeon, an existence in infinite loops. So what we see and feel may not necessarily exist in reality. They could merely be echoes from history. After all, once other players enter, everything we alter will likely reset. Indeed, the world harbors too much injustice, and we cannot change anything. Liu Yang inhaled deeply, recalling the haunting image of his parents hanging from the ceiling when he returned home as a child, their swaying limbs etched in his memory for a lifetime. Yet he could not change it, not even repay the debts they left behind. A son's debts must be repaid by the son. Shinzei, in silent contemplation, then inquired, "Who among you is the best friend of Xiaofeng?" One little skeleton, with a broken rib, reflexively raised its skeletal arm. "It's you. Come with us. We will take you to see your best friend, Xiaofeng." Shinzei beckoned, and the excited little skeleton stumbled over, falling twice in the process, its head rolling away before it hurriedly picked it up and placed it back on its neck. Best friend of Xiaofeng. Quest NPC. Level, LV1. Health, 500. Base attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Intelligence 10. Skills, none. Description, an ordinary little skeleton. Let us proceed to the manor. Shinzei patted its small head and commanded an epic skeleton to lift the little skeleton and place it within its own empty ribcage, both for protection and speed of movement. The journey to the manor was devoid of any formidable monsters. An unknown creature lurking in the shadows made no move. In simple terms, they were indifferent to what became of Xiaofeng's friend. Finally, the villa hidden beneath the dark night came into view. It was a 3-story building, its windows shrouded in darkness, with 2 large doors firmly closed before them. This must be the final arena of the nightmare dungeon. Liu Yang's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, once we pass this stage, we should be able to return, Shinzei stated as he retrieved the manor key from his pack and inserted it into the massive lock. With a click, the lock disengaged, and the gigantic doors creaked open, releasing a cloud of dust into the room. They entered a spacious hall, dominated by a grand arched staircase, with an ornate chandelier hanging from above and Roman columns scattered throughout. An epic skeleton, towering at 5 meters, ducked to enter, barely able to move. As Shinzei walked in, surrounded by the skeletal minions, he frowned at the dust-covered hall. Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed from the arched staircase. "Welcome, outsiders. I am the master of this manor. Help me, and you may choose a generous reward, wealth, power, or beautiful women." Qinze, Liu Yang, are we really negotiating with this creature? It would be a mercy to slay you with a single blow. Yet, before them, a choice box indeed appeared. Trigger main quest, the undying manor master. Wealth, power, beautiful women. Note, choosing one option means forfeiting the best friend quest. Qinze and Liu Yang exchanged glances and then laughed. We choose to forfeit. Sometimes, our principles cannot be swayed. Even if the rewards from the manor master appear more enticing. You despicable outsiders. To dare reject my goodwill. You greedy vermin, how dare you defy me? Die. The manor master's voice suddenly morphed into a venomous rage, as if the entire world owed it a debt. Immediately, howls erupted from all directions, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. What a ruckus. This old fool has quite the flair for theatrics. Liu Yang, instead of feeling fear, shouted in anger. Witnessing the tragic events unfold within the manor, it is only natural for anyone to wear a grim countenance. The clattering sound persisted for several seconds before the main figure emerged slowly. A soldier, towering at 2 meters, clad entirely in armor. His movements were stiff, and his body was grotesquely covered in a repulsive substance resembling blood vessels, which bore eyes that incessantly darted about. It was evident that these vessels governed the soldier's actions. Corrupted soldier, nightmare grade monster. Level, LV10. Health, 25,000. Base attributes, strength 1023, agility 178, intelligence 32. Skill 1, corruption power. The corrupted soldier possessed an eerie strength, allowing attacks to be executed in an instant, inflicting 25 times the critical damage, while simultaneously enhancing his regenerative abilities to 10 points per second. Upon contact, there was a significant chance of corrupting ordinary beings, who would then fall under the sway of the same will. Description, a pitiful soldier, who, even in death, remains oblivious to what has transpired. Although this monster possessed but a single skill, it proved far more troublesome than any other creature. Arise, my shadow ghouls. 130 shadow ghouls swiftly emerged from the surrounding air. Their purpose was merely to buy time. When it came to slaying monsters, the Dark Ranger was indispensable. Concurrently, Qinze detached the Dark Ranger from the system's upgrade slot and replaced it with Epic Skeleton Summoning. The Dark Ranger could not be summoned again. Thus, enhancing the Epic Skeleton was the more prudent choice. A fierce confrontation was imminent. As the time for rest arrived, Qinze sought a place to recline. He stretched lazily and retrieved a lounge chair from the storage. Boss battles required some tactical oversight, while skirmishes with lesser foes merely served to pass the time. Father, after such a long journey, you must be thirsty. Here, have a chilled soda. Chapter 28, Further Evolution, The Special Monster Path. Clang, clang, clang. The infected soldiers advanced with rigid steps, as if their knees could not bend. Each one appeared even more abstract than mere skeletons. However, as the epic skeleton strode forward, raising its great sword high to strike down upon them, the opponent's counter was astonishingly swift. The silver sword drew a shimmering arc through the air before striking heavily against the purple-patterned great sword. Clang! Countless sparks erupted. The massive form of the epic skeleton staggered back a few paces, a crack forming along the edge of the purple sword. 1279. The corrupted soldier faltered, its rigidity causing it to collapse to the ground, while the silver sword shattered entirely. 1784. In their clash, the epic skeleton held a slight advantage. In the next moment, a giant black arrow spiraled forward, grazing past the epic skeleton. It emitted a sharp whistle as it flew. The corrupted soldier, rigidly attempting to rise, had just lifted its head when the massive black arrow pierced through its skull, splattering crimson ichor. The tremendous force propelled it backward, impaling it against the wall after passing through 2 other infected soldiers. 30,000. 20, 194. 15, 329. The power was steadily waning, yet it sufficed to slay the corrupted soldier. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a corrupted soldier, earning experience. 200, blood pool content increased. 2,500. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a corrupted soldier, earning experience. 200, blood pool content increased. 2,500. It is indeed the Dark Ranger that proves invaluable. Its efficiency in taking down monsters is unparalleled. Qinze savored a sip of his steaming coffee, relishing the moment. The only lamentation was the sluggish release speed of the charged arrow, requiring a full 10 seconds to gather power. Thus, one could only proceed slowly. Father, that manor's master must be the orphanage director. Everyone else has transformed into vengeful insect spirits, enduring torment. How come he alone remains unscathed? Lu Yang inquired, grinding coffee beans by hand, puzzled. This director should be the beneficiary of the orphanage incident. The ancient door has granted him some form of recompense. Even if the child has succumbed to darkness, confronting the director would likely be a formidable challenge, as both are currently evenly matched, locked in a stalemate within the manor. Which is why we have the option to support either side, Qinze deduced, drawing from his years of gaming experience. Consequently, we must seek out the child and assist him in breaking this deadlock. A promising student indeed. Qinze smiled faintly, and then produced a hastily drawn A4 map, appearing rudimentary yet comprehensive in its information. At the far end of the first-floor corridor, a circle had been drawn with an arrow pointing from it, inscribed with I, Xiaofeng. Other locations were marked with circles and arrows. Kitchen, accessible. Basement, dangerous. Second floor director's room, dangerous. Toy room, accessible. Dissection laboratory, extremely dangerous. This was likely the children's dormitory, where Xiaofeng was located, while the other accessible areas presumably held rewards. Our current objective is merely to complete the quest. Other rewards can be considered later. What do you think? Qinze inquired, gesturing toward the hand-drawn map for Lu Yang's opinion. I wholeheartedly agree. This nightmare dungeon is truly terrifying. I find myself perpetually on edge, struggling to imagine what the nightmare difficulty of a high-level dungeon must entail. Indeed, there exists a clever method for navigating this nightmare dungeon. Had we known from the outset that we were to choose between two factions, we could have avoided most combats by simply aligning with Xiaofeng or submitting to the director, thereby gaining assistance from the dungeon's NPCs. Exactly. If we were to sneak in through a window, we could evade the battle we are currently engaged in. Precisely. Yet we are here to level up by defeating monsters. Just as those words left his lips, a sudden flash of white light enveloped Qinze. Level up. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV11. All attributes 1, free attributes 4, health 500, mana 100. Higher levels naturally suppress lower ones, significantly diminishing their effectiveness. Even a single level difference yields a substantial advantage. At last, I have leveled up. Progressing past level 10 becomes increasingly challenging, Qinze mused, unable to restrain his thoughts. While Lu Yang, merely riding on the coattails of experience, had ascended 5 or 6 levels. Meanwhile, he had only managed to rise 2 levels since entering the dungeon. In truth, aside from these 2 possibilities, there exists a third. I require no aid from any dungeon NPC. I shall wield absolute power to vanquish you all. This epic skeleton, leveling up every second, had finally reached the crossroads of promotion. Epic Skeleton LV Max, eligible for promotion. Please select a promotion path, Heroic Path. Special Monster Path. Heroic Path, Red Skeleton, Melee Hero. Special Monster Path, Thunder Skeleton Warrior Clan. Red Skeleton? Qinze furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Although he could not perceive the specific details of the promotion, he could glean some vague insights from the options presented. The Red Skull, a melee hero mounted upon a fiery skeletal steed, excels in charging forth to breach enemy lines. Its offensive capabilities far surpass its defensive attributes. In the realm of conventional combat, the Red Skull undoubtedly delivers formidable output, rivaling even that of the Dark Ranger. However, to put it bluntly, the Red Skull is a master at dispatching weaker foes. Against adversaries of equal or lesser strength, it can topple them with ease, inflicting far greater damage than the Dark Ranger, thus achieving remarkable efficiency in subduing lesser opponents. Yet, if faced with the nightmare dungeon currently challenging Qinze, it would likely falter, struggling to overcome its foes and ultimately meeting its demise upon penetrating enemy territory. The Thunder Skeleton Warriors possess rather mediocre attributes, yet they can summon hundreds, if not thousands, of their kin. As a frontline damage absorber, they serve as an excellent choice, ensuring the Dark Ranger can maintain a safe distance to unleash powerful attacks. After careful consideration, Qinze ultimately resolved to pursue the path of special monsters. The Thunder Skeleton race, being a prominent faction among skeletal beings, has already appeared twice. Failing to select them might result in their absence in the future. I choose the Thunder Skeleton Clan. Selection successful. Epic Skeleton Monster, Thunder Skeleton Warrior. Thunder Skeleton Warrior LV1. Summons a regular warrior of the Thunder Skeleton Clan to fight for you, lasting for 1 day, blue mana cost, 300 points. LV1, LV2, LV2, LV3. Thunder Skeleton Warrior LV30. Summons an advanced warrior of the Thunder Skeleton Clan to fight for you, lasting for 1 day, blue mana cost, 300 points. As the level increases, the potency of the summoning spells escalates dramatically. Qinze patiently awaited the retreat of the epic skeletons, as the shadow ghouls met their demise or suffered grievous wounds. Only then did he slowly lift the tome of magic in his grasp. Arise, my thunder skeletons. Chapter 29. Is this a skeleton monster? Foster father. The monsters are tightening their encirclement. Shouldn't we retreat outside the estate? Liu Yang gazed at the sluggishly moving infected soldiers, his complexion ashen. An invisible weight bore down upon him, rendering him nearly breathless. Despite their slow movement, their attacks were razor-sharp. Each strike emitted a shower of sparks, overwhelming even the purple giant skeletons. The consequences ranged from severed swords and shattered bones to outright disintegration. The shadow ghouls fared even worse. Their agility and rapid movement were supposed advantages. Logically, their nimble offensive tactics should have allowed them to toy with the sluggish infected soldiers. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. The shadow ghouls suffered the harshest fate. Concealed in the shadows, they unleashed their proud speed. Simultaneously, they afforded their opponents due respect, deliberately maneuvering behind the infected soldiers to evade the gleaming silver swords before launching their devastating strikes. The robust veins coursing beneath the silver armor and the bulging eyeballs were fixated on them, having discerned their movements in the shadows. The moment the shadow ghouls revealed their claws, the infected soldiers spun around, striking with lightning speed. 4738. A terrifying damage value erupted forth. Before the shadow ghouls could utter a scream, a gaping wound was cleaved through their midsection, their health entirely depleted, and their forms dissipated into black smoke. Alas! Qinzhe sensed the lingering resentment of the shadow ghouls and chuckled softly. Once I elevate the Thunder Skeleton clan's levels, I shall ensure you are among those to gain strength. One day, you shall reclaim your honor. With Qinzhe's promise, the resentment of the shadow ghouls gradually dissipated into the air. Possessing a B-grade talent, the Resonance Crystal, he understood that upgrading 3 skills translated to upgrading all skills. It was illogical not to pursue advancement. Foster father, what shall we do? Your ghouls seem on the brink of annihilation. Liu Yang's face was a mask of terror, his appetite for hot pot completely forgotten. Do not fret, I still possess a trump card. You have another card? Is it reliable? Of course. Qinzhe raised the necromantic tome in his hands. After a second of incantation, terrifying lightning surged around him, spiraling like a colossal serpent. What is this commotion? Foster father, are you about to transcend? Liu Yang gazed around in astonishment. A powerful and unyielding aura brewed amidst the thunder. A summoning array composed of lightning swirled beneath his feet, simultaneously unfolding above his head. Gleaming ribcages, crackling with plasma, descended slowly, suspended within the tempest. Following this, formidable skulls sprang forth, with limbs emerging from the gaps, coalescing into towering 3-meter skeletons. Each emitted arcs of electricity, exuding an imposing presence. Their deep eye sockets, filled with countless flickering sparks, endowed the skeletons with an almost divine quality. Thunder Skeleton Clan Regular Warrior. Special Summon. Level, LV11, cannot exceed the summoner's level. Health, 34,000. Attributes, Strength 1237, Agility 832, Intelligence 327. Skill 1, Thunder Energy. The Thunder Skeletons are birthed from the forbidden Thunder Pool, with every inch of their bones infused with thunderous energy. Upon fully activating their Thunder state, their health is reduced to 50, their size doubles, and they autonomously release Thunder Energy, enhancing all attributes by 20. All skills transform into Super Thunder state, gaining greater combat prowess, lasting for 1 hour, after which they enter a weakened state. Skill 2, Thunder Stomp. The Thunder Skeleton leaps high, reaching the pinnacle of Thunder Energy, and releases it in one fell swoop, inflicting 4,327 points of thunder damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, causing paralysis, dizziness, and fainting effects. Skill 3, Thunder Armor. The Thunder Skeleton activates its ancestral secret art, enveloping itself in thunder armor, enhancing its defense by 30, slowing the attack speed of surrounding flying projectiles, and paralyzing foes within proximity. Description: the most ordinary warrior of the Thunder Clan. A total of 20 Thunder Skeleton regular warriors emerged. Each stood only 3 meters tall, significantly shorter than the 5-meter epic skeletons. However, their combat strength was vastly superior, with bone density far exceeding the norm. The air buzzed with crackling electricity, imparting a tingling sensation. This was the formidable magnetic field generated by the 20 Thunder Skeletons, capable of summoning any lightning at will. Nonetheless, the thunder energy coursing within them required transformation to be unleashed. As the 20 Thunder Skeletons gracefully descended, their electrically charged eye sockets immediately locked onto the surrounding enemies, and they strode forth, fists crackling with lightning, ready to deliver crushing blows. The infected soldier's blood vessel-riddled face glimmered under the brilliance, and the eyeballs adhered to the blood vessels fixated on the Thunder Skeletons. They swiftly swung their gleaming silver swords to meet the oncoming fists of lightning. Just as the two forces were about to collide, the air crackled with electric brilliance. The silver sword of the infected soldier struck as if it had plunged into a quagmire, its speed drastically reduced. The electrified skeletal fist narrowly missed the silver sword, then struck the infected soldier's head with a resounding impact. With a sickening crunch, a massive dent erupted upon their face, spewing forth torrents of crimson liquid. The infected soldier was sent flying backward, skidding several meters along the ground. 3274. The thunder skeleton gazed impassively at the scene, refraining from pursuing the foe. Instead, it stood its ground, defending against the approaching infected soldiers with an unwavering resolve. Whoosh! A massive black arrow sliced through the air, instantly piercing the skull of an infected soldier. The sheer inertia propelled it backward, taking several infected soldiers down in its wake. 30,000. 25,238. 15,043. Terrifying damage values swiftly materialized. When it comes to damage output, the prowess of the Dark Ranger was undeniable. The Thunder Skeleton and the Dark Ranger each played their roles to perfection. The former absorbed damage while the latter dealt it, epitomizing the most efficient method of monster hunting. Congratulations, you have slain an infected soldier, gaining experience. 210 points, blood pool content. 2,500. Congratulations, you have slain an infected soldier, gaining experience. 215 points, blood pool content. 2,500. Congratulations, you have slain an infected soldier, gaining experience. 230 points, blood pool content. 2,500. With each infected soldier's demise, the defensive perimeter gradually expanded. Shinzei's experience points surged, swiftly reaching 20. This was truly astonishing. Liu Yang watched in wide-eyed astonishment. The disadvantage had been glaringly apparent, yet the sudden emergence of the new skeleton creature had turned the tide completely. This was no mere summon. It was akin to a formidable boss, the kind that could be tackled by hundreds of professionals in unison. He looked at Shinzei, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Shinzei preemptively interrupted, "Don't ask. It's a secret." "No, I merely wanted to exclaim 2 words, Liu Yang declared emphatically. Father. Chapter 30. The vascular corridor in the hall of the manor's first floor. The infected soldiers lay strewn in the dust. Their once silver armor had dulled, eventually decomposing into a putrid mass on the ground. What power had the manor's master acquired to reduce people to such a state? Liu Yang gazed at the rotting soldiers, his heart filled with both fear and curiosity. "I don't know. Let's go over and find out," Shinzei remarked, glancing at his experience panel, which had now risen to 50. With another wave of monsters, he would level up. He also noted that the closer they approached the boss, the stronger the monsters became. "Oh, are we not going to find Xiao Chong to turn in our quest?" Liu Yang exclaimed, astonished. "I believe defeating the boss would yield greater experience and rewards. The Black Abyss dungeon dynamically adjusts its difficulty and rewards based on the strength of the adventurers. If we let Xiao Feng join us, our experience would be halved, and the rewards would diminish as well. Have we not journeyed this far for experience and rewards?" Shinzei rose calmly, the well-built Dark Ranger shouldering his longbow and staying closely by his side. The surrounding 20 Thunder Skeleton warriors tightened their protective formation, demonstrating commendable operational discipline. "Oh, really?" Liu Yang's eyes widened. He had heard far too much and was at a loss for words. "Are you worried that the NPC's strength will overshadow your experience and rewards?" "Precisely," Shinzei affirmed. "In comparison to formidable strength, I prefer to carry a burden. That way, both experience and rewards will be augmented." "Liu Yang, I suspect you are subtly criticizing me, yet I have no evidence." Once the infected soldiers had decomposed on the ground, the manor fell into an eerie silence. The master of the manor no longer made an appearance, seemingly contemplating the threat posed by the incoming adventurers. "Let us proceed directly here." Shinzei indicated towards the second floor's master bedroom, where Xiao Feng had notably marked a circle in red ink, labeling it as extremely dangerous. "All right," Liu Yang swallowed hard. "In any case, I'm just a bystander. I shall follow your lead." "Very well. We shall eliminate the master and then find Xiao Feng to turn in our quest. And everything will be accomplished." Shinzei chuckled. "We can claim the record for first-time nightmare completion." "Nightmare completion record?" Liu Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue before he jested. "We truly are formidable." Subsequently, Shinzei gathered his army of the undead, consisting of 20 Thunder Skeletons and 1 Dark Ranger. The summoning technique of the Thunder Skeleton clan had just leveled up, necessitating skill enhancement for increased combat prowess. The Shadow Ghoul summoning technique would have to wait. Meanwhile, Liu Yang tidied up the hot pot scene, sealing the uneaten food to avoid waste. Shinzei led his formidable squad directly up the ornate arched staircase to the second floor. As they reached the corridor on the second floor, grotesque blood vessels were grotesquely woven into the walls, extending ominously to the end. They pulsated like living entities, sending chills down their spines. "What on earth is this?" Liu Yang felt a wave of dread wash over him. Is this so-called master a demon? We shall continue onward to find out. Qinze frowned, advancing step by step under the protection of his formidable forces. Remarkably, they encountered no monsters along the way. However, as they progressed, the grotesque blood vessels on the walls quivered with increasing intensity. Listen, do you hear something? Qinze suddenly halted, straining to listen. Hear something? Lu Yang felt a jolt of fear, quickly focusing his attention. It resembles a drumbeat. No, it is a heartbeat. Some monstrous entity is gestating. Lu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of monster's heartbeat sounds like a drum, resonating throughout the entire building? They pressed forward, the heartbeat growing louder and more powerful. Lu Yang clutched his chest, feeling as though the creature's heartbeat was affecting his own. It was unbearable. 57, 63, 69, numbers representing health loss erupted above his head. The mere sound of the heartbeat was overwhelming. Lu Yang panicked, hastily retrieving a red potion and downing it. 100, 100, 100. This is absurd. I'm going to be killed by the boss's heartbeat. How outrageous. Lu Yang grumbled as he consumed the red potion. Fortunately, he had previously purchased 50 red potions to deal with the ghouls. Little did he know, they had now become crucial in preventing him from being overwhelmed by the boss's heartbeat. Qinze, too, pressed his hand to his chest, feeling discomfort. Though it was considerably less severe than Lu Yang's predicament, and he did not experience any health loss, the Thunder Skeletons and the Dark Ranger remained entirely unaffected. Shall we simply destroy the blood vessels on the wall? The boss will surely be enraged. The Thunder Skeleton warrior drew forth a captured silver longsword, the sparks of electricity dancing along its blade, converging at the tip. With a crack, the sword, crackling with arcs of electricity, plunged into the wall of blood vessels. Countless red fluids erupted instantly. 3271. Are they explosive as well? Lu Yang couldn't help but comment. Be careful not to get splattered by these substances. They are too sinister. As Qinze's voice faded, the well-built Dark Ranger stepped forward, using her delicate form to shield him from the infection. The Thunder Skeleton clan and the Dark Ranger, with their noble lineage, were naturally impervious to contamination. A piercing scream of pain echoed from the depths of the corridor, causing the wall's veins to constrict violently, as if they were responding to the anguish. Qinze recognized that voice. It belonged to the director. Simultaneously, he realized that aligning himself with the director's faction and believing in its words would ultimately lead to his demise. The nightmare scenario appeared to offer a choice between two factions, yet the director's camp was steeped in malevolence, making allegiance a likely path to death or, at the very least, infection. It seemed they had made the right choice. Onward they pressed. The manor began to tremble, a clear sign that the director was in a state of panic. They continued forward until they reached the red circle marked in the children's drawing. This was the core, where all the veins converged from every direction, coalescing at the door. No, it was more accurate to say that all the veins emanated from within. Thump, thump, thump. A powerful heartbeat resonated from within the room, accompanied by labored gasps. They were on the verge of confronting the final boss. Were you prepared? Qinze took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Lu Yang, beside him, gulped down a red potion and, upon hearing Qinze's words, could not help but chuckle bitterly. What preparation can I make? Should I sprinkle some cumin on myself to enhance the flavor? Chapter 31. Battle, battle, battle. Are you ready? It's time to enter. Qinze inhaled deeply, calming his anxious heart. Lu Yang felt a strong urge to scoff. His readiness was of little utility. He was merely a supportive appendage at this point. However, as the words formed on his lips, they morphed into something entirely different. Father, don't mind me. Just go all out. Qinze first commanded the Thunder Skeleton warriors to destroy all the veins gathered outside. 3278, 3320, 3427. Each time he plunged the gleaming silver sword into the veins, damage numbers appeared, indicating that these vessels were connected to the final boss. Inflicting any damage beforehand would be beneficial. Once they entered, defeating the nightmare boss would be out of the question. The best-case scenario would be to establish a stalemate. As they destroyed the veins, the howls from within the room persisted, as if a creature were ready to burst forth and tear them apart. Yet something restrained it from doing so. Qinze nodded to Lu Yang, then sent a Thunder Skeleton in to scout. After confirming there were no health losses, he followed suit, and the sight of the elderly man before him caused his pupils to narrow. The old man, wearing a respirator, trembled as he walked on the vein-laden floor. In the center of the room was a pulsating mass of flesh, with all the veins radiating from it, and the fearsome heartbeat emanating from within. It seemed to be nurturing some creature, yet it had not yet hatched. Unhatched demonic cocoon. Nightmare boss. Level, LV10. Health, 200,000. Attributes, Strength 1000, Agility 1000, Intelligence 1000. Skill 1. Hatching. Upon hatching, it will acquire a new form. Remaining time to hatch, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Qin Zhe's eyes narrowed. There was still a minute and a half until hatching. Fortunately, they had come directly here. If they had sought out Xiaofeng, they would have faced a fully formed boss. Child, do not be afraid. You will be well soon. At that time, everyone will kneel before you. The old man did not acknowledge Qin Zhe and Lu Yang's entrance. Instead, he approached the great cocoon, his face revealing a tender affection as he reached out with a hand connected to N4, caressing the mass. Is this the gift they have bestowed upon you? Qin Zhe inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, what a perfect work of art. You uncouth villagers only know how to destroy. The old man cursed vehemently. Qin Zhe, what a foul-mouthed old man. Is your son inside there? Afflicted with a terminal illness? Of course, I have ushered him into a higher state of existence. He will be grateful for my decision in due time. So, your son is healthy then? The old man did not answer, but his expression revealed the truth. Then there is no problem. Qin Zhe had expected a classic narrative of a desperate father conducting sinister experiments to save his son. With a wave of his hand, he immediately commenced the assault. With just over a minute left, he aimed to obliterate the great cocoon. 20 thunder skeletons donned their thunderous armor, advancing in unison. The air crackled with electricity, continuously suppressing the enemy. The old man quivered occasionally, clearly affected by the electric shock, yet he remained upright, despite his frail appearance. The Dark Ranger, possessing an athletic build, removed her longbow, anchoring herself firmly, and drew the string back fully. Dark energy swiftly coalesced at her fingertips, causing the energy arrows to swell in size. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No, you barbaric savages, you shall not destroy my masterpiece. I will not permit it. The old man screamed, his pupils igniting with a crimson glow. The grotesque veins lining the walls began to quiver in response. Take down this old man first. He is not right in the head. Qin Zhe commanded immediately. Orphanage Director. Nightmare Boss. Health, 30,000. Attributes, Strength, 132. Agility, 71. Intelligence, 297. Skill 1. Seed of Corruption. One of the gifts bestowed upon him, granting him the power of regeneration and an immortal, corrupted body, enabling him to fuse and sacrifice high-tier materials to grant himself or others a corrupted form. Skill 2. Corruption Control. He can control all corrupted creatures he has personally created. Skill 3. Loss of Control. Corruption may occasionally spiral out of control, turning into mindless killing machines. The director can execute distant termination and recovery. Description, their gift. Is it a blessing or a curse? The Dark Ranger fully drew her bowstring, swiftly aiming the arrowhead at the old man's head before releasing it. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed as it struck the old man's skull. 30,000. The old man's head snapped back, his body appearing to bend backward, yet he did not fall. Yes, yes, strike me, but do not harm my child. The director straightened up again, his health bar depleted, yet still alive, exclaiming with wild excitement. He is still alive even with 0 health? Lu Yang was left dumbfounded. It must be his skill. The Seed of Corruption, granting him the ability to regenerate. Look, his health is beginning to restore. Qin Zhe's eyes narrowed. Truly, this was a nightmare boss, proving to be quite formidable. He is actually recovering. The director's health surged from 0, rapidly climbing over 700 in an instant. Just then, the gleaming silver sword lunged forward, piercing the director's chest. 3284. Damage numbers floated up, driving the director's health into the negatives. Yet, he remained undying, his health recovering from the negative. First, it descended to 0, and then it ascended to positive numbers. How absurd this is. Qin Zhe felt a chilling dread wash over him upon witnessing this scene. Father, shall we continue to fight? Lu Yang was now utterly terrified. Yes. Let us unleash everything we have against that grotesque cocoon. All firepower was redirected towards the corrupted flesh cocoon, with a total of 200,000 health points. It was not insurmountable. The Dark Ranger, after a 10-second charge, could inflict 30,000 points of penetrating damage. In total, it would take merely 70 seconds to shatter the corrupted flesh cocoon. This cocoon was not endowed with the ability to regenerate. Once its health was depleted, it would be annihilated. The Dark Ranger possessed formidable damage output, yet the 10-second charge rendered it vulnerable, necessitating layers of protection. Whoosh! The sound of air being split echoed as a black arrowhead plunged into the corrupted flesh cocoon. 30,000. A piercing shriek of agony erupted from within. No, you must not strike me. Whatever you do, spare my children. The director cried out in despair, extending his arms wide to shield what lay behind him. Akin to an eagle guarding its young, the charged arrow, after 10 seconds of preparation, was released once more, piercing through the director's chest and embedding itself in the cocoon behind him. 30,000. 25,394. Damage mitigation took effect, This was disastrous. Shinzei's pupils constricted sharply. The previously anticipated 70 seconds to obliterate the cocoon was now rendered impossible. Arise, my ghouls. 130 shadow ghouls crawled in through windows and doors, launching their assault from all directions. Spread forth, necropolis. Annihilation, grand incantation. Shinzei, overwhelmed by urgency, unleashed all his damaging spells. Chapter 32, Dragon. Spread forth, necropolis. The necrotic energy wave emanated from Shinzei, radiating outward in all directions. Where it passed, graves swelled, and tombstones emerged from the earth. The sinister tableau, once composed of crimson veins, was instantly transformed into a grim scene dominated by the undead. To be fair, even amidst the grave markers, the atmosphere felt far more refreshing than the prior grotesque display of blood vessels. The undead, it seemed, had not anticipated their own day of clarity, all thanks to the contrasting presence of their peers. As the battlefield morphed into a necropolis, both skeletons and ghouls experienced a significant boost in mobility and attack speed. The higher their unit strength, the weaker the enhancement coefficients. Thunder skeletons gained 50, while ghouls gained 100. The Dark Ranger also received a boost, but the charged Dark Arrow still required a full 10 seconds to unleash. The Thunder Skeleton warriors steadfastly maintained their defensive perimeter, shielding Shinzei and the Dark Ranger. Meanwhile, the Shadow Ghouls focused on attacking, gnawing and clawing at the corrupted flesh cocoon, though their damage output was disappointing. 574, 589, 603, their strength began to wane, and damage was increasingly mitigated. If they were level 10 professionals, their damage would range between 200 and 300. Occasionally, an exceptionally equipped individual, finely honed in all aspects, could deal damage in the range of 500 to 1000. This, of course, varied by profession. For instance, an assassin aiming for maximum damage could very well inflict 1,000 points of damage. Whoosh! The Dark Ranger fired another fully charged arrow. 30,000. 25, 748. Several arrows were embedded in the director's body, yet he remained unyielding, his health having plummeted by tens of thousands. Grand incantation. Shinzei raised his spellbook and recited aloud. This was a spell that dealt damage to enemies while restoring health to himself within a specific radius. It inflicted 300 points of damage per second. Not much, but just barely adequate. However, it restored 100 points of health and mana each second, a rather enticing benefit. The drawback was glaring. One could not move, as any attack would interrupt the casting. 300, 300, 300, 300, 100, 100, 100, 100. The ebb and flow of damage left Shinzei feeling exceedingly well. Before long, a minute had passed, and the health of the corrupted flesh cocoon was nearing its end, with only 324 health points remaining. After an additional 5 seconds of charging, the Dark Ranger, supplemented by the ghouls' finishing blows, could eliminate the boss before them. Then, everything could finally be declared over. Crucially, the information panel for the corrupted flesh cocoon revealed that it had 10 seconds left before it could commence hatching. In this time frame, it was assuredly vulnerable to destruction. Suddenly, the director, pinned to the wall, twisted his head, bloodshot eyes glaring with malevolence as he snarled, "You all shall perish. I demand compensation for my perfect form." What? Liu Yang was rendered speechless. This creature had sacrificed its own offspring and then sought to dominate the transformed body? It appeared to be the case. This old fool truly deserved to die? Shinzei spat in disgust. At that moment, the seemingly exhausted director extended his hands, still connected to 4 drips, and forcibly pried apart the outer shell of the corrupted flesh cocoon, trembling as he pushed himself inside, his hands reaching in as if grasping something within. The cocoon began to tremble, followed by the sound of suffocating struggles. My heavens, this is inhuman. Liu Yang felt darkness closing in before his eyes. Focus all attacks on the gaping fissure. Shinzei felt a shiver run down his spine. He was at a loss for words. Whoosh! The Dark Ranger released an arrow after 6 seconds of charging. The damage had been meticulously calculated to precisely deplete the remaining health of the corrupted flesh cocoon. At that moment, a claw, adorned with black spikes, suddenly emerged from the crack, impossibly grasping the charged arrow. Crack! The dark arrow was astonishingly snapped in two, plummeting to the ground. A soft plastic foretube was even lodged in the claw's back. Shinzei. The Dark Ranger exhibited a look of disbelief. You all shall accompany my son in death. You dare to mar my perfect form. A bestial voice echoed from within the corrupted flesh cocoon. Then 2 claws, covered in black spikes, clawed at the fissure, slowly revealing the creature within. A lizard-like face emerged, its golden vertical pupils igniting with vengeful fire. It wore glasses upon its nose, faintly resembling the former visage of the director. You all truly deserve to die. It roared, its gaze fixed venomously on Shinzei. Were looks capable of killing, Qinzhe would have perished 1,000 times over. A dragon? Qinzhe's expression was one of astonishment. It bore a striking resemblance to a Western dragon, a winged lizard capable of breathing fire. Liu Yang, though terrified, joined the discussion. Qinzhe furrowed his brow, awaiting the boss information panel to materialize. However, instead of the panel, he witnessed the creature emerging uncontrollably from the cocoon. Be on guard. But before he could finish, the monster that had been the director suddenly lost control and collapsed to the ground. Qinzhe was taken aback, quickly observing the scaled dragon-like creature sprawled on the ground, its lower half missing from the waist down. It could only crawl using its claws. The golden vertical pupils were filled with malice. Qinzhe couldn't contain his laughter. It seemed their previous efforts had not been in vain. Body-deficient corrupted dragon. Nightmare boss. Level LV10. Health, 340,000. Attributes, Strength 3, 217, Agility 103, Intelligence 1, 738. Skill 1, Enchanted Dragon Breath. The arcane power brews within its throat, charging for 3 seconds before unleashing an attack in the form of breath, inflicting 700 damage per second, accompanied by a magical negative effect. If not dispelled within 10 seconds, the body will succumb to decay and become sustenance for the enchanted dragon, enhancing its base attributes and skill damage upon consumption. Due to bodily imperfections, skill damage is halved, rendering it incapable of devouring enemies to augment attributes. Skill 2, High-Speed Flight. This skill is rendered unusable due to bodily imperfections. Skill 3, Dragon Form. The effectiveness of the dragon scale defense is significantly diminished due to bodily imperfections, and the power of dragon claws and teeth is greatly reduced, with a 99 decrease in movement speed. Skill 4, Evolution. All dragons possess the ability to evolve infinitely and can restore their imperfect bodies without limit. Recovery countdown for the imperfect body, 48 hours, 29 minutes, and 53 seconds. Description: a dragon, the sovereign of the world. Someone will surely lose sleep tonight. Liu Yang laughed heartily. If the Dean were to truly transform into a complete enchanted dragon, his future days would be utterly delightful, boundless, and omnipotent. But for now, let us reap the rewards. The strength of dragons surpasses my expectations. Moreover, they exhibit growth potential. In the future, I must acquire a skeletal dragon or something similar. Qinzhe gazed at the attributes of the enchanted dragon with a tinge of envy. If it were to fully materialize, he feared he would not survive this encounter. Fortunately, this creature is lacking its lower half. Let us slay it. Chapter 33. What does it mean to toy with a boss? You all deserve to perish. The Dean resembled a newly hatched lizard, its body adorned with tender scales. Transparent mucus dripped down its form. Only its face betrayed age and resentment, evoking discomfort. From its waist down, it possessed only a small, malformed tail, grotesque and unsightly. It scuttled across the ground, hissing with venomous fury, its throat briefly brewing before expelling enchanted breath in a cloud-like formation that rapidly spread forward. The Thunder Skeleton warriors stood resolutely, showing no signs of retreat in the face of the terrifying breath. The electric charge in the air between them surged, creating an exhilarating tingling sensation upon contact. Once the enchanted breath enveloped the area, it felt akin to entering a mire. The already sluggish speed diminished further. Upon landing prematurely, only a minor residue clung to the first row of Thunder Skeleton warriors. 523, 300, great spellcasting. 518, 300. The fluctuation of damage significantly delayed the demise of the Thunder Skeleton warriors. At that moment, a black arrow suddenly pierced the air, propelled by immense kinetic energy, striking the enchanted dragon Dean squarely in the chest. 30,000. The Dean clutched its chest and recoiled, casting an even more menacing glare in response. It clawed at the ground, dragging its incomplete lower body, evoking a sense of pathetic desperation. We shall employ a kite-flying tactic against it. Qinzhe smirked. With the Dean's limited mobility, we must exploit this to the fullest. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. The Dean desperately crawled forward a short distance, while Qinzhe's main forces retreated correspondingly. As it cursed and grumbled in retreat, Qinzhe's forces advanced once more, unable to strike back or escape. The Dean was left in a state of frustration. The Dark Ranger within the ranks, unhurriedly, drew back the bowstring, charging and releasing penetrating arrows. Every 10 seconds, it inflicted 30,000 damage. The Dean's newly formed dragon scales proved utterly inadequate for defense. Father, this is brilliant. Are we truly on the verge of clearing the nightmare-level dungeon? Liu Yang felt as though he were dreaming. Is the Manor-esque nightmare-level dungeon truly within our grasp? This is an unprecedented feat. Once we emerge, the ensuing frenzy will be unimaginable. He could scarcely fathom the implications. Most crucially, with this completion record, the rest of his life would be secure. Liu Yang cast an impassioned glance at Qin Zhe, his heart swelling with excitement. It is all thanks to him. The remainder will be considerably simpler. It will primarily consist of toying with the foe. You loathe me intensely, yet you cannot strike me, nor can you flee. You can only watch your health dwindle. Simultaneously, the Li Corporation grew increasingly ruthless, initiating purges against those practitioners who had previously aligned with Qin Zhe. Countless low-tier practitioners lamented their plight. Some even chose to ascend rooftops, ending their hopeless lives. Most practitioners endured, struggling under the daily burden of debt. As they passed the nightmare connection point, they could not help but sigh instinctively. It has been 2 days, yet there remains no sign of movement at the connection point. The first to dare defy the Li Corporation has simply vanished? How utterly disheartening. When will this cycle of suffering end? Each day begins with debts, and more debts. Items obtained from dungeons must be sold at a pittance, with no end in sight. Life is unbearably mundane. Brother, you're fortunate not to be married. I am now wed and must endure my wife's sour demeanor daily, burdened with both elder and younger dependents, all while drowning in loans. Just imagine the magnitude of my stress. I dread returning home each night. Has Qin Zhe truly met failure? Not even a ripple has been made. It is profoundly disconcerting. Not necessarily. If he has failed, his body would be transported back, and since there has been no transmission, there remains a chance. Brother, do not be so naive. It is entirely normal for a nightmare not to return a body. 2 days and without news, the odds are he has perished. Countless voices echoed with despair. They yearn for a champion, one who can shatter the existing rules. Yet, how arduous it is to produce such a figure. Historically, such individuals possess the bearing of emperors, capable of upending the world. It is conceivable that centuries may pass without a single emergence. Occasionally, S-grade prodigies may appear in Linhai City, but when such talents arise, they attract the covetous gaze of various factions, with extravagant resources being forcefully bestowed upon them. The Li Corporation wields greater resources than the official entities. It is highly probable they will claim the prodigy. A talent capable of having anything at their disposal would hardly deign to glance at us lowly folk, would they? Perhaps they shall remain ensnared in oppression until their demise. Since Qin Zhe entered the Nightmare Dungeon, a captivating figure has frequently been seen at the Black Abyss connection point. Qin Zhe, you must return. Lu Xiyu clenched her fists tightly. If you can emerge, I will repay your debts. I shall never again engage in unscrupulous deeds, nor will I deceive others for the sake of performance. I implore you, please return. As she spoke, her eyes glazed over with moisture. I beseech you, you must come back. Otherwise, I shall carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. I am culpable. On the other hand, students have received the officially issued job transfer documents, and the number of individuals entering the Black Abyss dungeon has surged. The hall was filled with the incessant chatter of students. Classmates, remember to purchase several bottles of red potions. Even the simplest dungeons can be conquered with the aid of potions, the homeroom teacher reiterated tirelessly. Be mindful not to take out loans for equipment. While it may bring momentary satisfaction, you will surely lament your decisions in the future. Do you understand? In unison, the students responded, understood. Yet, they exchanged knowing glances. Shaking their heads, they certainly would not resort to installment loans, for the cautionary tales were all too evident. The most reckless among them was Qin Zhe, who had taken out a staggering loan of several million to acquire a full set of top-tier equipment. And what was the result? Before he could indulge in his newfound power, he was forced into a nightmare dungeon. Currently, the personnel from the Li Corporation awaited at the entrance to the nightmare realm, poised to collect Qin Zhe's remains. Such a grim fate instilled fear in them, rendering them averse to loans, no matter the incentive. To their astonishment, the principal, the head of education, and even the mayor had arrived. The group gazed with furrowed brows at the swirling portal of the nightmare. It has been 2 days. What are the chances of Qin Zhe's survival? Mayor Tang Zhu crossed his arms, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the vortex. A data analyst sighed, approaching 0. Even the probability of his corpse being teleported out is minimal. The S-class talents in the Manor S Nightmare Dungeon face considerable risks of demise, and Qin Zhe possesses only a B-class talent, making escape exceedingly difficult. What a pity. I should have engaged with this child sooner, the principal lamented. He must have panicked and, without guidance, hastily entered the Nightmare Dungeon. Alas, let us strive to secure his remains intact. That is all we can do. Chapter 34, A Bountiful Harvest. The Dean, transformed into a half-dragon boss, crawled about in a wretched state, its diminutive form riddled with black, piercing arrows, resembling a porcupine. Each arrow inflicted 30,000 damage, and its health dwindled rapidly. With a furious roar, the Dean's golden vertical pupils gleamed ominously, its breath becoming increasingly rapid. summoning even more minions. Yet, this only served to facilitate Qinzhe's advancement. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV12, with all attributes increased by 1. And 4 free attribute points available, health 500, mana 100. Qinzhe allocated all his free points to intelligence, honing his specialization. The summoned undead minions operated independently from his attributes. Their strength increased with his level. However, auxiliary and damage-dealing skills were tied to his intelligence and required careful allocation. The corrupted dragon boss was the most formidable adversary he had ever faced, although its mobility had significantly decreased, making it susceptible to attacks. Its scales hardened and regenerative capabilities intensified. The Dark Ranger's charged shots, which dealt fixed damage of 30,000, only proved to be effective at 10,000 damage against the boss. Ultimately, the battle devolved into a war of attrition. Congratulations, you have slain a corrupted soldier, gaining 210 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a corrupted statue, gaining 300 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a corrupted ghoul, gaining 150 experience. Various minor foes fell outside the encirclement formed by the Thunder Skeleton warriors. Upon entering the electromagnetic field created by the warriors, the enemies found their movements severely hindered, akin to wading through a swamp. The Thunder Skeleton warriors and shadow ghouls deftly harvested the weakened foes. After an extended stalemate, the corrupted dragon boss had lost 2/3 of its health, while countless lesser creatures had perished. Qinzhe's experience rose to level 1372. The ensuing moments grew somewhat tedious, revolving around repositioning and gradually depleting the boss's health, a monotonous endeavor. Father, once we clear the Nightmare Dungeon, the officials should ensure your loan is interest-free, Lu Yong mused, following closely behind Qinzhe, already envisioning the bright future ahead. Interest-free? Qinzhe shook his head. I won't repay them a single cent, principal included. What? Lu Yong stared in disbelief, his mind momentarily blank. He quickly urged, but that's the Li Corporation. They have always exploited others. When have they ever suffered losses? You must reconsider. The trading company in Linhai City is run by the Li family's offshoot. A pair of typical misers who would rather gnaw off a piece of flesh than let a single grain of rice slip away. You currently owe them nearly 50 million. That's akin to carving a piece of flesh from their thigh. If you fail to repay, they will go mad. That sounds intriguing. I relish the sight of my enemies in a state of desperate fury, ultimately reduced to a pitiful state like the Dean boss, Qinzhe chuckled, gesturing towards the beleaguered Dean. Little did he know that the Dean boss had overheard him, his face reddening with rage. Ha ha, Qinzhe laughed heartily. The sight of the Dean's impotent fury resembled that of a jester. However, the Li Corporation still harbors professionals above level 30, while our mayor barely reaches level 24. This disparity is the true root of our predicament, Lu Yong expressed his concern. Professionals above level 30? Qinzhe frowned slightly. This indeed presents a challenge. Can he act against me? If he were to attack you within the dungeon, no one would intervene. The events that transpire in the dungeon remain a mystery. And he could simply claim you were slain by monsters, Lu Yong explained. In reality, he cannot lay a hand on you. The Li family does not operate in isolation. And the officials and the other 4 major families would restrain him. Should he act, it would provoke widespread outrage. If he cannot act against me, that is a relief. Qinzhe replied. That said, a level 30 professional's influence over Linhai City may surpass your expectations. His words could carry more weight than the mayor's. So he is likely to employ his authority to suppress you. Qinzhe looked at Lu Yong in surprise. Ah, I recall you were quite the diligent student. How do you possess such extensive knowledge of the Li Corporation? Because my family succumbed to the pressures of installment loans, compounded by the Li Corporation's relentless harassment, ultimately choosing death. Ironically, they believed this would ease my burdens, but the debt fell squarely upon my shoulders, Lu Yong replied with a hollow smile. Thus, once you become a professional, the Li Corporation will similarly pursue you for repayment. Indeed, the Li family is truly despicable. I shall ensure their demise in due time, Qinzhe declared, gazing into the distance with fervor. Lu Yong had always assumed Qinzhe spoke lightly of such matters, until one day, he witnessed rivers of blood flowing. You brutish mortals, you dare to slay me? One day, I shall awaken, and I will rend you to shreds. The Dean Dragon boss emitted a venomous roar of defiance before succumbing to another charged arrow. 395, Dragon Scale defense reduced. After 5 grueling hours of struggle, the boss finally collapsed to the ground. Ultimately, the boss met its demise. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the nightmare-level boss, the corrupted Dragon Dean. Achieving the first kill of this nightmare-level boss, earning 100,000 experience points, and completing the first kill experience reward of 200,000. Congratulations, you have obtained the diamond-grade equipment, the Dragon Staff. Congratulations, You have acquired the platinum-grade equipment, the Corrupted Lance. Congratulations. You have received the special item, Dragon's Blood. Congratulations. You have obtained the ordinary item, Corrosion Rune. You have leveled up to LV 14, with all attributes at 1, and 5 free attribute points. Health 500, Mana 100. Level, LV 14. Health, 7600, Mana, for 1200. Attributes, Strength 63, Agility 37, Intelligence 142. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Summon Thunder Skeleton Clan LV 12730, Summon Dark Ranger LV 1834, Summon Shadow Ghoul LV 242, Grand Spellcasting LV 242, Giant Undead Cemetery LV 242. Talent, Resonance Crystal. Equipment, Crimson Battle Armor, Crimson Cloak, Undead Grimoire, Crimson Boots. Chapter 35, Diamond Grade Weapons. As the mournful wail of the corrupted dragon Dean echoed, the surrounding minions collapsed lifelessly. The twisted veins adorning its body swiftly withered and decayed, transforming into a mass of putrefaction. In its final moments, it bestowed upon Shinzei a surge of experience. Congratulations, the infected soldier has perished, earning experience, 210 points. Congratulations. The corrupted ghoul has been slain, gaining experience, 160 points. Congratulations, the golem has been defeated, receiving experience, 320 points. Experience points surged upward, reaching LV 1432. Leveling up not only enhanced basic attributes, but also unlocked advanced skills. In terms of sheer numbers, professionals could never match the dungeon monsters. The statistics of the dungeon boss exceeded those of professionals by more than tenfold. Yet, why can professionals still conquer dungeons? It is due to skills and mastery over the attack mechanisms of monsters and bosses. Understanding the enemy's various attack patterns, combined with health point deductions. Even a deity could be worn down. Surprisingly, he obtained diamond-grade equipment. The Dragon Staff. Shinzei's eye sparkled. This was the first time he had encountered diamond-grade equipment. A rarity of extraordinary caliber. Previously, while perusing the trading post, he had not encountered a single piece. The highest he had seen was gold-grade. Equipment above platinum likely circulated through auction houses. Dragon Staff. Level requirement, LV 15. Class restriction, Mage, 124 Intelligence. Quality, Diamond Grade. Enhancement, 0. Forging, 0. Enchantments, none. Attribute bonuses, Intelligence 75. Strength 30, Agility 30, Mana regeneration 5 per second, Health regeneration 1 per second. Skill 1, Dragon's Chant. All mage skills released will transform into Dragon's Roar. And skill effects will additionally carry dragon attributes. Low-tier summons gain the bloodline of the dragon, while powerful summons acquire dragon weaponry. Damage skills will include Dragon Breath. And defensive skills will incorporate Dragon Scales, passive skill with no consumption. Skill 2, Dragon Companion. Wielding the staff summons a dragon spirit, capable of defending against psychic and elemental damage, allowing for aerial riding, accommodating up to 5 individuals, duration, unlimited, with a mana consumption of 50 per second. Skill 3, Staff Strike. A melee ability, swinging the staff to deliver a blow to the enemy's head, inflicting 24-37 magic damage, accompanied by effects such as stun, confusion, and fear, consuming 300 mana points, cooldown, 1 second. Skill 4, Dragon's Roar. Emitting a dragon's roar. Enemies within a 5-meter radius may experience temporary deafness and enter a state of fright. Enemies within a 10-meter range will experience intimidation, daring not to approach. A supportive skill with no damage. Each use consumes 500 mana points, cooldown, 1 hour. Description, a staff imbued with the will of the dragon. Releasing skills as if the dragon itself has descended. With the staff in hand, the world is at my command. Could this staff be forged from the remains of a dragon? Absolutely formidable. All skills possess dragon enhancements. Low-tier summons inherit the dragon bloodline, and high-tier summons bear dragon equipment. Every skill and spell is augmented by dragon attributes. If this were to be revealed, would it not bring tears of envy to the eyes of those mages? Moreover, this staff is truly versatile, capable of both offense and evasion. It even possesses a stealth strike skill, capable of silencing foes with a single blow. The seemingly least potent fourth skill, devoid of any damage, is, in fact, the most formidable technique, surpassing the first skill, Dragon Transformation. For this is the true dragon's roar. The suppression of bloodlines and ranks compels any creature to bow in submission. If unleashed behind an unsuspecting ordinary person, the likelihood of inducing a fatal fright is substantial. As it causes no harm, this skill can indeed be executed in reality. It requires level 15 for equipping, and I am but 1 level short. Shinzei glanced at his experience, already brimming with anticipation. Completing Xiao Feng's task would yield an additional 50,000 experience points. The first clear of the Nightmare Dungeon and the record holder will also receive corresponding rewards. Adding these together, surely I can level up. Did the Nightmare level boss just perish this easily? Am I dreaming? Liu Yang was enveloped in several beams of white light, clearly indicating he had also reaped considerable rewards. Even if he merely absorbed 5 experience points, it would be sufficient for him to reach level 8. As levels rise, so too does the difficulty of advancement. Soon he would experience the same leveling pains that Qin Zhe currently faced. Nonetheless, the first clear record of the Nightmare Dungeon would ensure his lifelong security. Does he still believe that my choice of a Nightmare Dungeon was due to pressure from Li's corporation? Qin Zhe smiled at him. Regardless of the Li corporation's influence, you would have chosen the Nightmare Dungeon. They were merely incidental. Liu Yang murmured. He suddenly perceived his longtime friend, now shrouded in mystery and strength. He could no longer comprehend him. However, becoming stronger is a good thing. Strength ensures one is not subjected to bullying, and one can trample upon those who once held power over them. The illustrious Li family, the final boss, the corrupted Dragon Dean, has met its demise. The walls once veined with crimson have now turned a dusty brown, the blood vessels shriveled like withered vines. Following the hand-drawn map, Qin Zhe made his way towards the children's dormitory on the first floor. He refrained from retracting the bulk of his party, keeping them close for vigilance. One could never be too cautious. Perhaps Xiao Feng was another boss, and his vulnerability could lead to an untimely demise. Along the way, they encountered no monsters. The entire manor felt lifeless. At last, they stood before the tightly shut dormitory door, and a prompt immediately chimed. A door sealed by powerful telekinetic forces. Unable to be opened, Qin Zhe was taken aback. Just then, a youthful and excited voice emerged from within the door. Liang Yu, is it you? The little skeleton that Qin Zhe had brought along dashed forward in excitement, its head nearly falling off. The jaw clicked erratically, seemingly yearning to articulate something. Alas, the vocal cords had long since ceased to exist. With a creak, the door gradually swung open, revealing a disordered dormitory. At the center of the room sat a small boy, bound tightly to a chair, his eyes covered. Yet, he could still perceive Qin Zhe and the others with remarkable accuracy. Xiao Feng, Psychic Abilities User. Level, LV10. Basic Attributes, Strength 17, Agility 23, Intelligence 23-17. Skill 1, Telekinetic Domain. Skill 2, Growth. Description, an abilities user born from extreme fear and hatred. The little skeleton cradled the skull and approached step by step. This is your best friend. We have brought him here. Unfortunately, he is already deceased. Qin Zhe gazed at the small boy with a complex expression. The source controlling everything outside the manor emanated from this very place. Thank you. Thank you for bringing Liang Yu. You are all good people. Xiao Feng lifted his head. Smiling. Completed the best friend mission. Gained experience. 50,000. Received random item. Copying mirror. Received random equipment. Telekinetic glass bead. Golden grade hidden weapon. Chapter 36. Am I going to die? Let us understand the first pass. Thank you, outsiders. Now I know my best friend has perished. Xiao Feng, bound to the chair with his eyes covered by white cloth, spoke in a surprisingly calm tone. Xiao Feng's favorability 50. Well? Liu Yang scratched the back of his head, unsure of how to respond. He glanced at Qin Zhe, who shrugged in return. Once they leave, the little skeleton will crumble, and the soul will dissipate along with it. After learning of Liang Yu's disappearance, I searched for him relentlessly. Even when the dormitory aunt deceived me into believing he had been adopted, I refused to accept it. I was right. All the adopted children had perished, fed to terrifying demons. Since then, I have lived in fear and darkness, too cowardly to speak to the other children, yet helplessly watching them vanish one by one. I was too weak. Some children even longed to be adopted, unaware of the fate that awaited them. I despise those who deceived me. I loathe my own cowardice. I have always hoped Liang Yu was still alive, wishing fervently that everything was merely a dream, that this was just an ordinary orphanage. Until one day, they discovered me. Xiao Feng recounted his past with a quiet detachment. What do you intend to do next? Qin Zhe inquired. I shall become the master of the manor, repaying the suffering I endured to these people 100-fold. And those demons lurking behind the door, I shall exact my revenge upon them. Xiao Feng shouted through gritted teeth. I possess an item that can unlock the ancient door. If you don't mind, I can bestow it upon you. Qin Zhe declared, producing a blood moon orb. Once used, it will transform you into their watchdog. This is my gratitude. Xiao Feng suddenly became animated. Normally, he would be unable to open the ancient door. Only with this item could he deceive them into granting access. As for what follows, it would depend on Xiao Feng's intentions. Simultaneously, Qin Zhe harbored an ominous premonition that the Black Abyss dungeon was not an infinite cycle of respawns. It likely had a grand storyline, and everything he did could potentially alter its trajectory. You have gifted the Blood Moon Orb to the abilities user Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's favorability 1000. Shall I unbind you? No, thank you. Pain will remind me not to forget my hatred. Congratulations, the Nightmare Manor dungeon has been completed, achieving a perfect ending. Xiaofeng's Revenge. Rating SSS. Experience reward 150,000. Completion reward Nightmare Chest 1, Nightmare Equipment Chest 1. Title for completing Nightmare Manor 1. Congratulations, the Nightmare Manor dungeon has been completed for the first time. And it is a perfect ending. You have received the first completion title reward, Ruler of the Nightmare Manor. Ruler of the Nightmare Manor. All practitioners entering this dungeon will receive a 20 reward bonus, 20 increase in equipment drop rates, 20 increase in item drop rates, and a 20 decrease in dungeon difficulty. All practitioners entering this dungeon require your approval, and you will additionally gain 3 experience points. Upon equipping this title, all effects take immediate effect. I now control all resources of this dungeon, who can enter and who cannot. Even Qin Zhe, who had witnessed various rewards, was taken aback. It is worth noting that the Black Abyss dungeon is currently the most sought-after low-level dungeon. Even level 115 players choose to level up here. Its strategic value is immense. Securing control of the Manor dungeon would compel the prominent figures in Linhai City to treat him with greater respect. This is becoming increasingly interesting, Qin Zhe thought, a smile gracing his lips. He had now earned the right to negotiate at the table. Wow, I have acquired a complete set of golden grade equipment, along with the first completion chest and a record-breaking title, not to mention an abundance of experience. Liu Yang exclaimed excitedly. In such a brief span, he had pinched his thigh several times, fearful that he was dreaming. A full set of golden grade equipment? Is there nothing else? Qin Zhe inquired, surprised. Wow, I am already immensely satisfied. What rewards did you receive? Nothing much, merely the control over the Manor dungeon. Liu Yang's head snapped up. The dungeon is now yours? At the nexus of the Nightmare dungeon, a black vortex spun slowly, seemingly eternal and unchanging. The manager of the trading company, Lu Guanghua, stood across from it. His gaze fixed intensely upon the black vortex, revealing an expression of deep resentment, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Beside him stood 5 subordinates, their legs aching from standing so long, yet they dared not utter a word of complaint, instead maintaining forced smiles and sycophantic flattery. Manager, this Qin Zhe is truly wicked. Unable to control his hands, accruing debts, and ultimately dragging you down. If his corpse were to be transmitted out, all you would need to do is give a glance. And I would gladly lash him a few times to relieve your anger. It has been 2 days. Qin Zhe's corpse is likely rotting in some monster's belly by now. Ha ha ha, look at those practitioners, dejected and downcast. How could they be so foolish as to believe Qin Zhe could emerge from the Nightmare dungeon and dare to resist the company? It's laughable. These individuals lack the awareness to recognize their own worth and have ultimately dragged us down with them. The 5 exchanged words of flattery and complaint. Lu Guanghua felt increasingly irritated, akin to 5 flies buzzing incessantly around him. Silence. The 5 who had previously been indignant fell silent in an instant. Lu Guanghua massaged his temples, cursing the useless group in his mind. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance, and a thought crossed his mind. Lu Shiyu is here too? Go fetch her for me. As Lu Guanghua sensed his precarious position within the company, a cunning plan took shape in his mind. Ah yes. Yes. Before long, Lu Shiyu, clad in black stockings, approached with a wary expression. Before she could speak, Lu Guanghua unleashed a tirade of insults. Lu Shiyu, do you still wish to continue working at the company? I no longer wish to. I resign, Lu Shiyu replied with remarkable decisiveness. Having spoken, she prepared to turn away. Lu Guanghua was taken aback. He had not anticipated such straightforwardness. Thus, he immediately retorted, Qin Zhe is currently deceased in the Nightmare dungeon. His very remains consumed by the monsters. As the sales representative who facilitated his loan, you are obligated to bear all the debts. Lu Shiyu halted abruptly, spinning around with a hand clasped to her chest, her eyes glistening with tears. Her pitiable demeanor startled Lu Guanghua, for it contradicted the logic of the situation. The words spoken by her were entirely at odds with his expectations. You say Qin Zhe is dead? How do you know this? Lu Shiyu choked out. Huh. You seem unconcerned about your own debts, yet you fret over a stranger. It's utterly laughable, Lu Guanghua guffawed, his gaze akin to that of a man observing a fool. 2 days had elapsed, with no signs of life or death. Where do you suppose he could be? Surely, he lies rotting in the belly of some beast. Before he could finish, an announcement resonated. Congratulations, Qin Zhe's team has completed the Nightmare Dungeon's first clear, taking 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Awarded the title, Ruler of the Mansion Dungeon. Chapter 37, The King Returns. Congratulations, Qin Zhe's team has completed the Nightmare Dungeon's first clear, taking 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Awarded the title, Ruler of the Mansion Dungeon. The announcement echoed in the minds of every professional in Linghai City. This was an acknowledgement from the Abyss. In that moment, the Abyss Hall fell into a profound silence. All professionals gaped, their minds a blank canvas. What had just transpired? What did the announcement mean? Qin Zhe had cleared the Nightmare Dungeon? In just 2 days? Who was it that just spoke? Was it you? Lu Guanghua immediately denied it, viciously grabbing a subordinate by the collar, demanding acknowledgement. The fact that Qin Zhe had cleared the Nightmare Dungeon was undoubtedly the worst possible outcome. Had Qin Zhe simply vanished, the company would suffer a loss nearing 50 million, and he would merely face demotion. Life would not be as comfortable as before. But the company would undoubtedly find other means to recover that 50 million. However, if Qin Zhe succeeded in clearing the dungeon, his fate would be sealed. The mere thought of confronting the young master of the Li family sent shivers down his spine. That individual regarded people as mere pawns. It wasn't me. The Abyss announcement reverberated in his mind. Qin Zhe had truly succeeded in clearing the Nightmare Dungeon. The subordinate, though incredulous, shouted it out loud. Lu Guanghua felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly collapsing. Clad in black stockings, Lu Shiyu found herself engulfed in immense chaos. Was the Abyss truly becoming this humane? To announce the death within the Nightmare Dungeon? Was the Li family employing some sort of method for investigation? Wait, how could it be a clear? Qin Zhe had. Had he cleared the Nightmare Dungeon? Lu Shiyu suddenly realized her grave misunderstanding. He had indeed cleared the Nightmare Dungeon. Oh my heavens! She glanced around the hall, filled with professionals yet enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, she grasped a significant truth. Linghai City was on the brink of transformation, just as everyone struggled to believe. They abruptly recognized a pivotal point. Since the Abyss announcement had indeed arrived, did this not imply that Qin Zhe would also appear? Goodness! Does this mean we will be among the first to witness this miracle? Their hearts raced with exhilaration and trepidation. For this individual was the pioneer of the Mansion Nightmare Dungeon. Moreover, it was a level 10 Nightmare Dungeon. Professionals at this stage were often caught in a precarious position, armed with only low-level skills and minimal equipment bonuses, rendering them incapable of showcasing their true potential. Countless prodigies, even those with A-level talents and one with S-level genius, had perished within its depths. Thus, the Mansion Nightmare Dungeon was aptly dubbed the Graveyard of Genius. Yet today, this ironclad rule had been shattered. Most critically, Qin Zhe's successful clearance of the Nightmare Dungeon had rekindled their hopes. How would the conflict between Qin Zhe and the Li family be resolved? The 50 million in installment loans was no trifling matter. Wow, I am eager to see what unfolds next. Qin Zhe has genuinely cleared the nightmare-level dungeon. His potential might now surpass even some S-level talents, rivaling the exceptional geniuses of the 5 major families in the Central District. Would the Li family relent and erase the debts? I believe the Li family will certainly yield. Those individuals are shameless. As long as they can continue profiting and maintain their current monopoly, they would kneel and bow if necessary. 50 million is but a small price to pay. Indeed, securing a genius surpassing S-level talent is worth far more than 50 million. They might even offer an additional 500 million. We all understand the value of such extraordinary talent, and these prominent families are acutely aware of it as well. Now, the focus shifted to how Qin Zhe would choose. Hoping he would reject the Li family's apologies and compensation, instead rallying the lower-tier professionals for a rebellion against the existing hierarchy. What are you daydreaming about? That would be insanity. Why would he forsake a prosperous life to help us dismantle the rules? In the end, he would gain nothing. What is reality if not the maximization of personal interests? While this was true, perhaps, countless professionals emerged from their initial shock, their hearts entwined with joy and anxiety. At last, the connection to the nightmare began to twist and ripple, 2 figures gradually materializing. It was none other than Qin Zhe and Lu Yang. Oh my God, so many people. Lu Yang, upon emerging, was greeted by a sea of eager gazes, nearly suffering a cardiac episode. It seemed everyone had been waiting for their arrival. The moment was heartwarming. Qin Zhe smiled as he surveyed the crowd, his eyes locking onto the face of a beautiful woman. My personal driver is here as well. No need to worry about hailing a ride later. Hey, don't block the way. Qin Zhe is exhausted and desperately needs rest. As he traversed through the throng, the crowd parted like the sea. A myriad of astonished and exhilarated eyes fixed upon him, reminiscent of legions of fans awaiting an international superstar. Soon, however, someone discerned a peculiarity. Why was Qin Zhe so impeccably clean? Not a speck of dirt marred his form, let alone any injuries. Was this reasonable? One must understand that the Abyss dungeons were represented in a data-driven manner. If a professional's arm were bitten off, even if the lost health were restored, the severed limb would never regenerate. It was rare for anyone to emerge from a difficult dungeon unscathed, let alone a nightmare dungeon. He had cleared the nightmare dungeon without a scratch. What on earth did this mean? People gazed at Qin Zhe in astonishment, their minds momentarily befuddled. As he walked through the crowd, they instinctively parted for him. At the end of the path stood Lu Shiyu, frozen in place. You drove here, right? Qin Zhe inquired. Huh. Indeed, the car is parked right at the entrance. Lu Shiyu appeared to be in a daze, as she had long believed that she had caused Qin Zhe's misfortune. He had been struggling due to her influence, even clashing with the Li Corporation, and had no choice but to retreat into the nightmarish dungeon to escape. Yet, he had emerged victorious from that nightmare. Could you possibly give me a ride? Oh, not at all. It's no trouble. Lu Shiyu waved her hands repeatedly, eagerly scurrying off to fetch her beetle. Countless envious glances from women fell upon her back, filled with jealousy and admiration. Just as Qin Zhe was about to leave, a tense voice called out, "Wait a moment. Qin, this esteemed gentleman, I am Lu Guanghua, the manager of the exchange company. I had the fortune of meeting you once before. I wonder if you still remember?" Qin Zhe turned in surprise, encountering the obsequious face of Lu Guanghua. What? Do you think I've come into some money and you want me to repay you in installments? It hasn't even been a month. Qin Zhe frowned and replied. No, you misunderstand. Someone of your brilliance would have no need for installments. I merely wish for you to meet with our senior executives over a meal. We have matters to discuss amicably. Oh, then let us just forget it. No need for a meeting. I have no time for that. Qin Zhe waved his hand dismissively and strode toward the exit. Lu Guanghua seemed anxious, eager to say more. Enough. If you keep clinging like a stubborn plaster, you will bear the consequences. Lu Yang stepped before him, pinning him down with one hand. Understood. I shall remain silent. Lu Guanghua nodded rapidly. It was only after Qin Zhe departed from the abyss hall that the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. What decision would Qin Zhe make? Would he accept the olive branch from the Li Corporation? Or would he? Chapter 38. At any cost? Understood. At the exchange company, the young master of the Li family, Li Yuhao, lounged comfortably on a sofa. Before him knelt a row of individuals, both men and women, their expressions desolate. A bunch of foolish swine. Daring to conspire against Qin Zhe to embarrass me? While he hides away in the nightmare dungeon, what are you lot doing? Each word from Li Yuhao pierced their hearts like needles. I know you have been secretly hoarding some funds without the company's knowledge. The company originally turned a blind eye to your difficulties, but now I see you are unworthy. A bunch of worthless scum, deserving of relentless exploitation. It is only just that debts are repaid. At this declaration, all those kneeling raised their heads in terror. One man, particularly agitated, exclaimed, I have a son who just entered junior high. He needs money desperately. Young Master Li, please show mercy. Get lost. Li Yuhao impatiently kicked him aside. A mere 200,000 in total? How pitifully destitute. The others clenched their fists, their eyes filled with despair. To Li Yuhao, 200,000 was insignificant. But for them, it was a lifeline. Now all hope was lost. Li Yuhao observed the despairing crowd, a playful smile creeping onto his face. Given your atrocious behavior, all future tasks to repay your debts will be personally overseen by me. At this pronouncement, all present felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. If the young master of the Li family took charge, he could easily ruin them. Suddenly, an announcement blared forth. Congratulations. Qin Zhe's team has completed the Nightmare Dungeon in a record time of 53 hours, 27 minutes, and 32 seconds. Awarded the title, Sovereign of the Manor Dungeon. Li Yuhao's smile froze on his face. What does this mean? He actually cleared the Nightmare Dungeon? The kneeling individuals, initially shocked, soon erupted into ecstatic cheers. With Qin Zhe having conquered the Nightmare Dungeon, hope was rekindled. Now that they were cornered, they decided to gamble everything on Qin Zhe. Li Yuhao's pupils quivered. As he sat there in a daze, his mind in utter disarray. At that moment, his phone rang beside him. Rushing to answer, he saw father on the caller ID. Yuhao, at any cost, bring Qin Zhe to our Li Corporation, do you understand? At any cost. Oh, understood. Li Yuhao hung up, instantly feeling a surge of confidence. His father was the strongest in Linghai City, with a level as high as 32. Even the mayor had to bow before him. At any cost, he mused. A sinister grin spreading across his face. In the beetle, Qin Zhe sat by the window, the screen flickering with light. Are you all right? Lu Shiyu frequently glanced at Qin Zhe through the rearview mirror, her face filled with concern. In her eyes, Qin Zhe was cornered by a debt of 50 million. Thus he had entered the Nightmare Dungeon to take a risk. It was truly tragic, and she felt partially responsible for it. What could possibly be wrong? I'm sitting here just fine, Qin Zhe replied casually, engrossed in examining his skill panel while engaging in idle chit-chat with Lu Shiyu. His Thunder Skeleton Warrior summoning technique had astonishingly reached LV 20349, yet it had not yet leveled up. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with its power. At this stage, it must be the pinnacle of combat prowess. Thunder Skeleton Warrior Summoning Technique LV-20352. Summon 2 formations of 300 ordinary Thunder Skeleton Warriors. They possess formation capabilities, providing you with protection for a duration of 1 day, consuming 500 mana points. One day, he would summon the entire Thunder Skeleton clan without any surprise. For now, he would leave the Thunder Skeleton Warriors as they were and focus on leveling up the Shadow Ghoul. Currently, the Shadow Ghoul's level was too low, dragging down his overall skill level. Once the last skill, the Symbiotic Crystal, advanced, it would elevate all skills together, leading to a qualitative transformation. However, the issue lay in the scarcity of his skills. He only had 5 in total, making it hard to imagine that he was a Necromancer living off skills. Lu Shiyu continued to ramble. The exchange company will definitely not let this go easily. Those people are terrifying, trust me. You'll tremble at the knees when you meet them. Now that you have cleared the Nightmare Dungeon, I don't know what this signifies, but it surely carries significant weight. You should negotiate with them. Qin Zhe suddenly inquired. Does the exchange company have high-level skill books for Necromancers? They do, but no buts. Help me acquire all the high-level skill books. The more expensive, the better. Huh. You can't be thinking yes, a 10-year installment plan. Just buy them boldly. Lu Shiyu was taken aback. Buying 1 is like getting it for free. Buying 2 is the same. So why not buy a few more? Would they really make a genius who cleared the Nightmare Dungeon go into debt? The beetle halted in front of an old residential complex, where elderly men and women were exercising. Are you truly going to do this? Lu Shiyu couldn't help but inquire again. They are from the Li Corporation. Are you not afraid? Let me do the calculations, Qin Zhe said, observing her beautiful yet bewildered face. I used my first profession transfer gift package, then followed your instructions to purchase a Necromancer for 990,000, right? Yes, Lu Shiyu nodded repeatedly. This marks the inception of an insidious cycle, from which there is no turning back once one opts for installment payments. Owing 990,000, the company will undoubtedly pursue me. I must embark on dungeons to earn money. But what if I lack equipment? It seems I must resort to installment plans again. Doesn't it appear that each step only multiplies the burden? To me, being indebted for 1 million or 50 million bears no distinction. Qin Zhe shrugged, seemingly resonating with this logic. Lu Shiyu's eyes reflected a naive clarity. Returning to his desolate abode, which had gathered dust from his 2-day absence, Qin Zhe proclaimed, "Arise. My Dark Ranger." Accompanied by a melodic incantation, a voluptuous Dark Ranger materialized from the summoning circle. She knelt before Qin Zhe and inquired, "My master, what is thy command?" In the next instant, a cloth was thrust into her hands. The Dark Ranger responded, "When it comes to cleaning, only a Dark Ranger in human form is capable." The thunderous skeletons and shadow ghouls, both adept at demolishing, were no match for the master's decree. Clutching the cloth, the Dark Ranger commenced her task with agile grace, while Qin Zhe settled onto the sofa to collect his dungeon rewards. SSS Level Completion Reward. Experience Reward. 150,000 XP. Completion Reward. Nightmare Chest X1. Nightmare Equipment Chest X1. Nightmare Manor Completion Title X1. Claim Reward. Affirmative. Chapter 39. The Battlefield, Dusk Plains. Successfully claimed SSS Level Completion Reward. Acquired. 150,000 XP. Nightmare Chest X1. Nightmare Equipment Chest X1. Nightmare Manor Completion Title X1. As rewards were distributed, Qin Zhe's experience surged upward, reaching level 14 with 627,389 XP. With eager anticipation, a radiant light descended from above. At last, he had broken through to level 15. Upgraded. Qin Zhe's eyes gleamed as he swiftly retrieved the dragon's staff from his inventory and equipped it. Now, he had truly embarked on the path of invincibility. The roar of a dragon reverberated around him, then suddenly expanded outward. The Dark Ranger, kneeling and mopping the floor, felt a shiver run down her spine. A primal threat emanating from his bloodline compelled her to raise her head, only to be astonished by her master's newfound draconic power. She lowered her gaze once more, scrubbing with renewed vigor. Truly, he deserved the title of master. Having reached level 15, venturing into the manor dungeon for monster hunting seemed ill-suited. He recalled that the second phase of the Abyss dungeon featured smaller environment dungeons such as Bloody Factory and Death Cruise, alongside the grand battlefield dungeon Dusk Plains. The latter boasted immense scale, with a map vast enough to encompass an entire sector, permitting all professional teams to enter, each supporting their respective factions. Battlefield dungeons typically possess a unique nature and vanish upon completion, serving as a crucial element in the grand narrative. If memory served correctly, the Dusk Plains battlefield dungeon had been fought for over 20 years, with countless professionals participating. Some even perished at the hands of rival factions. These were occurrences beyond the jurisdiction of the officials. In this realm, great power resided within individuals, significantly undermining the authority of the governing body. Should I bring an end to the conflict in Dusk Plains, the rewards ought to be substantial. Moreover, such a battlefield is ideally suited for my necromancer abilities, allowing me to summon a legion of minions with a mere gesture. How could those natives and professionals hope to contend with me? Shinzei had resolved in his heart. The next dungeon would be Dusk Plains. Before that, he needed to prepare various skills and equipment, all of which would be acquired via installment plans. Debts would remain unpaid, yet he would procure only the finest. SSS Nightmare Chest, shall I open it? A massive chest, measuring 1 meter in length, materialized, thudding heavily onto the ground. It appeared exceedingly weighty, with intricate patterns writhing across its surface, radiating madness and brutality. The SSS Nightmare Chest theoretically contained everything: skill books, equipment, items, pet eggs, forging stones, and even bizarre artifacts, all of which were treasures. He recalled a video on Bilibili, where a content creator opened a chest and inadvertently summoned a horned demon, creating a gaping hole in the room. Drawing a deep breath, Shinzei grasped the dragon's staff, signaling the Dark Ranger to remain vigilant, before cautiously opening the 1-meter SSS Nightmare Chest. The moment the chest creaked open, a scarlet light erupted forth. As he attempted to discern its contents, a serpentine object lunged forth. Startled, he instinctively swung the dragon's staff to strike. Bang! With a resounding thud, the serpentine figure retreated into the chest. Shinzei finally beheld its true form, a dark purple tentacle, tapered at the end and covered in disconcerting eyes. What manner of creature is this? Surely it won't unleash a monster for me to battle. As the crimson glow faded, the nightmare chest dissipated into black smoke, revealing a book lying quietly on the ground. Its cover bore the emblem of a triangular eye. A skill book? No cause for alarm then. Intrigued, Shinzei approached to pick up the skill book. Thousand-Eyed Tentacle Summoning Technique. Special summon. Chanting time, 30 seconds. Capable of summoning a tentacle from the Forbidden Sea to a fixed position. Duration, 1 day. Mana cost, 3,000. What an unexpected acquisition. However, a necromancer dabbling in tentacles poses no issue. The combat prowess of the tentacle remains to be validated. Thanks to skill upgrades, even mediocre abilities can become formidable. B-level talent Resonance Crystal, activate. With a hum, 3 crystals vibrated in unison, instantly elevating Tentacle Summoning Technique to the same level as Ghoul Summoning Technique. Thousand-Eyed Tentacle Summoning Technique. Spiritual Tentacle Summoning Technique. Spiritual Tentacle Summoning Technique. Disciplinary Tentacle Summoning Technique. Disciplinary Tentacle Summoning Technique. Container Tentacle Summoning Technique. Container Tentacle Summoning Technique LV-1038, LV-1039, LV-1039, LV-1040. The tentacle skill continued to ascend, leaving Shinzei uncertain as to what he would ultimately summon. Regardless, it would be a tentacle. When he eventually entered the Dusk Plains battlefield, there would be a million natives engaged in melee combat. Summoning a few tentacles to enlighten them would be a fitting introduction. Next came the Nightmare Equipment Chest. There was nothing left to discuss. He would simply open it. Once more, a scarlet glow spilled from the chest, and a small object spiraled upward. Shinzei reached out to catch it as the nightmare chest dissipated into black smoke. It was a ring, not adorned with gems, but featuring an eye instead. What is it with these nightmare chests and their obsession with eyeballs? They're all eyes. Shinzei gazed at the bizarre ring, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet, it was of diamond quality. Even pinching his nose, he would have to wear it. Nightmare ring. Quality, diamond grade. Level restriction, LV-15. Class restriction, Mage, 150 intelligence points. Base attributes, Intelligence 100, Strength 10, Agility 10, resistance to negative effects such as illusion, panic, and mental attacks is doubled. Enhancement, 0. Forging, 0. Runes, none. Skill 1, Illusionist. Allows the caster to designate any object, including themselves, to create 2 illusory duplicates. Inheriting 50 of the original's attributes and taking double damage, the main body and the duplicates share memories, lasting for 2 hours with a cooldown of 6 hours. Consuming 1,000 mana points. Skill 2, Sleep. Forces any creature into a deep slumber for 8 hours, waking upon being attacked, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Consuming 1,000 mana points. Skill 3, True Sight. Enables the wearer to see through all forms of stealth, disguise, and similar skills, while also perceiving malice in the degree of environmental danger, providing warnings in the form of prompts, a passive skill that operates perpetually without consumption. Skill 4, Gaze of Binding. The eye engraved on the ring fixates on the enemy, continually amplifying mental telekinesis until the target is immobilized. Activation time, 10 seconds. Binding duration, until the gaze is averted, consuming 100 mana points per second. Description: you may not wish to know its origins. Chapter 40. Installments are installments. My money is my money. The Nightmare Ring. This one is quite impressive. It may not surpass the Dragon Mage staff, but wearing an eyeball on one's finger does indeed evoke a sense of dread. Qinze adorned the Nightmare Ring on his right index finger, admiring its glimmer in the sunlight streaming through the window. The eyeball rotated erratically, locking gazes with him. Deep within its black depths, something seemed to swirl, attempting to draw him in. What a nuisance. Even the master isn't spared. He delivered a sharp slap to the oversized eyeball, causing it to tilt awkwardly with a resounding clap. The eye then settled down, no longer daring to wander. Next, there was the title of Master of the Manor Dungeon. Once adorned, it would take immediate effect, forcibly expelling any adventurers currently grinding for experience, rendering them unable to claim any earned rewards. Such as the might of the Master. How domineering. Should I don the title now? Qinze furrowed his brow. The Manor Dungeon was level 115, primarily a source of income for lower-tier adventurers. Wearing it now would be akin to severing their lifeline. Never mind. Why should a debtor make things difficult for another debtor? At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he found a string of unfamiliar digits. He promptly declined the call. In this day and age, scams abound, often involving loan inquiries. But perhaps loaning could be worthwhile, and quite lucrative at that. After hanging up, his phone rang again, this time displaying a message. Mayor's Office of Lehigh City. Such prestige is somewhat formidable. Qinze answered the call, and a refined voice greeted him. Hello, Qinze, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Tang Zhu, the mayor of Lehigh City. First and foremost, congratulations on successfully clearing the Nightmare Dungeon. It is truly astounding. Principal Chow and I are still in disbelief. He never expected such a genius to emerge from his institution. In the past century, your level of genius ranks among the top 10 in Lehigh City. Your emergence is a great honor for us. Tang Zhu spoke with utmost seriousness. The sincerity of such compliments brought a pleasant warmth to his heart. However, Qinze's first response caused Tang Zhu to falter. Are you truly the mayor and not a scammer? Should I call the police to verify? Tang Zhu chuckled helplessly. The demeanor of this super genius is indeed quite unique. I am currently downstairs, in the official vehicle of Lehigh City. You can verify my credentials online. Oh, step out of the vehicle for me to see, Qinze replied. Moving to the window, he then witnessed an official vehicle open its door, revealing a capable woman in a white suit with short hair, who turned back to exchange glances with him. Verification complete. It was indeed the mayor. All right, you may return to your vehicle. Tang Zhu. Goodness, I am the mayor. What is wrong with you asking me to sit at home? Thus, Tang Zhu returned to her seat. Mayor, is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed. I wish to extend a formal invitation for you to join our administration. There will be a designated position with monthly approved resources. With your current qualifications, you would receive at least 100,000 yuan monthly, the freedom to select any item from the National Treasury, and a real-time outfitting of a gold grade set. What do you think? Qinze. To be honest, it's not particularly enticing. Let us not even mention gold grade. He was already somewhat dismissive of platinum grade gear. He had an abundance of gold grade equipment in his storage, enough to sell back to the administration. A prolonged silence caused Tang Zhu to grow anxious. She gritted her teeth and said, I can negotiate for a platinum grade set to match your level. Note, this would be a complete set, currently valued highly in the market, sought after by various factions to cultivate their own talents. Qinze, I believe you are worthy. Another silence ensued, leaving Tang Zhu bewildered. Surely, you aren't looking down on a platinum grade set? To be frank, resources are quite scarce within the administration. A platinum grade set is the utmost reward possible. However, if it were Lee's company in Lehigh City, they could potentially offer an entire diamond grade set. Realizing this, Tang Zhu sighed. Qinze, has Lee's company promised you a diamond grade set? If you choose to join them, it would be understandable. As it pertains to your future, I can only wish you well. I have not joined Lee's company, nor will I in the future, Qinze replied calmly, his tone resolute. What? Tang Zhu nearly hung up, her finger trembling as she quickly reconnected. There's more to discuss. At present, I have no intention of joining any organization. I am only open to cooperative relationships. Should you be willing? Qinze thought simply. He had yet to fully exploit the benefits of his installments. Would joining the administration still afford him opportunities for free resources from Lee's company? As the saying goes, if you owe 1 million or several billion, the creditor can easily dictate terms. But if you owe tens of billions? Apologies, you would have to bow before me first. Willing, of course. Tang Zhu nodded repeatedly, her heart brimming with excitement. As long as Qinze did not lean towards Lee's company, everything could be negotiated. I now require a secure storage account. One that no one else can tamper with. Can you ensure that? Certainly, and if it can be kept private, That would be even better. Ideally, no one should know. Shinzei stated, already envisioning grand plans in his mind. Installments are installments, but my money remains my own. Each shall be accounted for. His warehouse was brimming with golden tier equipment, just waiting to be sold. However, if he deposited the money into a regular account, the Lee Corporation would trace it and promptly seize his funds. This would render his efforts to acquire the items essentially futile. A secure account? That we can manage. But your request seems rather straightforward. Does it not require any resources? Tang Zhu inquired with incredulity. If there are further demands in the future, can they be added? Of course. Well, that complicates matters. After hanging up the phone, a smile spread across Shinzei's face. Now that everything was in place, all that remained was to indulge in a shopping spree. It is well known that high-tier skillbooks are exceedingly rare. Just then, a vigorous knocking echoed through the air. Bang, 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 bang. The sound bore an ominous undertone. Shinzei, with the nightmarish ring adorning his right hand, swiftly turned. His gaze fixed intently on the door. Danger loomed. With a swift motion, he retrieved the Dragon Mage's staff from the warehouse, gripping it tightly in his hand. The Dark Ranger followed closely, his crimson eyes brimming with vigilance. Peering through the peephole, he beheld the sneering face of the young master of the Lee family, accompanied by a cohort of 10 level 20 professionals. Chapter 41. What does the roar of the evil dragon entail? Is this the modus operandi of the Lee family's young master? Gathering 10 level 20 professionals. Does he believe he can subdue me? This was Shinzei's first encounter with the young master of the Lee family, and he was presented with such a grand gesture. Quite intriguing. However, if a skirmish were to ensue, would the decrepit residential building not collapse? Moreover, this was his home, the very space that the Dark Ranger had painstakingly cleaned. Outside, the level 20 professionals stood rigidly, their expressions fierce as they glared into the room. The pressure emanating from their levels was palpable, almost tangible. Any ordinary professional would likely quail in fear. Li Yuhao stood at the back, grinning malevolently at the security door. The phrase at any cost was indeed a mere saying for him. After all, having others do his bidding was not his style. What of conquering the nightmarish dungeon? Was he not still compelled to bow before him? With a creak, the security door slowly opened. All present immediately braced themselves. Their intent was not necessarily to engage in combat, but rather to showcase the disparity in their strength, compelling the other party to submit. To their astonishment, no one emerged from the door. Instead, a mobile phone was extended outward. The black camera lens pointed directly at them, causing everyone to freeze in shock. Look, the Lee Corporation has amassed a large group at my doorstep. Are they seeking wealth or blood? Li Yuhao's expression shifted drastically as he shouted, quick, snatch his phone and delete the video. He hastily covered his face. Shinzei chuckled from inside. Ah, so you still care about your reputation? The nearest level 20 professional immediately reached out to seize the phone, only to grasp at thin air as it was swiftly withdrawn. Such rapid reflexes? Several level 20 professionals collectively gasped in astonishment. Generally speaking, level suppression manifests in various forms, enabling one to evade attacks even under duress. What a prodigious feat. At that moment, an assassin professional darted swiftly through the crowd, clad in black, moving like a specter. Just as he believed he could easily seize the phone, a staff materialized before him. A thunderous blow struck his crown, rendering him momentarily senseless. 1563, the damage value floated into the air, leaving all level 20 professionals momentarily speechless. What kind of damage was this? It was utterly outrageous. Wait, something's off. How did a staff produce the effect of a greatsword? Was the mage masquerading as a warrior? They felt their heads spinning, unable to comprehend. A mere 1500 damage? The level cap had forcibly diminished my damage by 1,000. Shinzei scoffed. Nevertheless, with a fragile target like the assassin, 3 strikes would suffice to eliminate him. Moreover, the assassin who had charged forth now appeared as though intoxicated, clutching his head unsteadily until he collided with the wall, collapsing to the ground. The daze rendered him utterly disoriented. He would be incapacitated for several minutes. The hallway fell silent as all gazed in shock at the dizzy assassin. What do you intend to do at my home? Shinzei held up the phone, recording the spectacle before him. Li Yuhao approached, covering his face. You dare to attack my people? Invading a private residence. What is there to fear? Shinzei's voice rang out, resonating with conviction. Li Yuhao ground his teeth in anger. Boy, do you not know who I am? Are you unaware of the consequences of provoking me? I truly do not know. Li Yuhao stared at the phone camera, momentarily rendered speechless. Li what? Pray tell. Shinzei demanded, glaring at the phone screen. Li Yuhao inhaled deeply, then commanded the remaining 9 professionals. You all, seize his phone. The video must not circulate. Yes. The 9 professionals sprang into action, with warriors leading the charge, followed by priests, mages, and archers, resembling a team preparing to tackle a formidable boss. It seems you possess some wit, Qinze complimented as he saved the video, tucking the phone away. Li Yuhao smirked, a look of superiority on his face. But not for long. The roar of the evil dragon. A terrifying dragon's roar erupted down the hallway. Those level 20 professionals clutched their ears, collapsing in agony. Their heads ringing, their hearts filled with terror. The assassin, slumped against the wall, slumped further, losing consciousness. That was a dragon, a legendary mythical creature. With just one skill, it rendered all professionals incapable of resistance. Li Yuhao, the weakest among them, felt the effects most profoundly. He crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, losing control of his bodily functions. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago had vanished entirely. Haha, one skill, and you've been reduced to this state. Let me snap a few photos for social media. Qinze laughed heartily, pulling out his phone and taking several shots. Without delay, he edited a message to post online. The individual who just claimed to be Li Yuhao dared to block my door with 10 level 20 professionals. Is there no law anymore? Accompanied by images of Li Yuhao and his 10 associates, initially displaying their intimidating presence. Alongside 2 photos. One depicted the hallway with professionals sprawled about, while the other showcased a close-up of Li Yuhao, his face contorted in pain, his pants visibly soiled. Upon hitting send, those surfing the internet quickly noticed that Qinze, the first conqueror of the nightmarish dungeon, had made a post. The shockwaves were immediate. Countless individuals flocked to the thread, and upon reading the contents, they felt as though struck by lightning. What a bombshell! After posting, Qinze closed the page, uninterested in the ensuing ramifications. He had anticipated such outcomes long before. Now, he needed someone to tidy up this mess. Thus, he dialed Mayor Tang Zhu's number. Qinze, my dear student. Is there something you need? Tang Zhu's voice radiated cheerfulness. Qinze's call was intended to signify that there was intrigue afoot. Yet, the moment he spoke, she was left utterly speechless. The individual who claims to be Li Yuhao has frightened me to the point of losing control. Tang Zhu. After a few seconds, she finally managed to speak. Yes, I need you to send someone over to handle this matter, and by the way, there are also 10 level 20 professionals beside me, all of whom have lost their ability to resist. You may need to dispatch additional personnel. If you could also tidy up the corridor while you're at it, I would be immensely grateful. Qinze's tone was calm, yet it stirred a tempest within Tang Zhu's heart. The Li Corporation is threatening you? More or less. All right, I will rush over immediately. Rest assured, we will detain Li Yuhao and ensure he is not released casually. I appreciate your assistance. After Qinze hung up the phone, his eyes narrowed slightly. Every situation demands a legitimate origin. In terms of installment debts, he was indeed in the wrong. However, if one resorts to such brazen threats, then one must not blame me for being unyielding. Chapter 42. Delivering a grand gift to the Li family. Wail of police sirens echoed throughout the dilapidated residential building. With no less than 5 police cars, 3 armored vehicles, and 2 ambulances converging upon the old neighborhood, creating an imposing spectacle. Furthermore, news media vehicles from television stations were also present. Reporters, having caught wind of the unfolding drama, hastily mobilized, fearing they would miss out on this sensational story. Soon, cameras were set up, capturing every angle without omission. Tang Zhu alighted from one of the police cars, her expression taut, her lips pursed as if under immense pressure. Everyone, exercise caution. There has been a violent incident involving professionals. The victim is Qinze. Ensure his protection. Understood. The police cordoned off the area swiftly. Officers rushed into the high-rise. Upon reaching the floor where the incident occurred, the sight before them left everyone momentarily stunned. Level 20 professionals lay strewn across the ground. The scene was immensely shocking. These were level 20 professionals, and yet they lay there so helplessly? It was unfathomable. What force could have rendered them thus? Oh my heavens! That the young master of the Li family. He is terrified. In their astonishment, the officers proceeded to place handcuffs on the professionals, transporting them into their vehicles. Their gazes swept over the security door, awe evident in their eyes. This was all the work of a single individual. Qinze's strength exceeds our imagination. Tang Zhu murmured. Li Yuhao, accustomed to arrogance and tyranny, attempted to coerce Qinze in such a manner. One could only wonder what expression his father would wear upon learning of this. Principal Chao stood nearby, a smile gracing his face. After this incident, Qinze will likely not align himself with the Li Corporation, which is beneficial for us. We must strive to win him over. Previously, the Li Corporation would exert pressure on us, downplaying any transgressions committed by Li Yuhao. But this time, we must make our stance clear. For the sake of Qinze, we are prepared to confront the Li Corporation. Meanwhile, after completing these tasks, Qinze lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Although he had indulged in 2 feasts of hot pot within the nightmare dungeon, the overall experience had been relatively pleasant. However, 2 days had passed, and he had scarcely closed his eyes. He was not so arrogant as to sleep within the nightmare dungeon unless he wished to tempt fate. The alluring Dark Ranger sat by his bed, vigilantly guarding his sleep. A profound sense of security enveloped him. He awoke naturally, stretching languidly as sunlight poured in through the window. His first sight was of the Dark Ranger seated at his bedside, her hands cradling his phone, which displayed a game called Gold Shovel. Intriguing, the Dark Ranger remarked, turning to him. With a flick of her fingers, a 5-cost, 3-star card sparkled into existence. The remaining 3 cards were swiftly discarded. Here you go. Qin accepted the phone, struggling to contain his excitement. At that moment, he noticed a long list of missed calls flashing on the screen. It rang incessantly. I feared I might disturb you. The Dark Ranger spoke again, mimicking a pressing gesture. You did well. You may play on your phone when boredom strikes. Feel free to purchase anything you desire. Yes, just opt for the installment plan. Qin nodded. Although the Dark Ranger was a creature of the undead, she too experienced moments of ennui. At your command, my lord. The Dark Ranger's crimson eyes shimmered, clearly elated. Very well. Qin perused the missed calls. 3 from Lu Yong, 5 from Lu Xiu, 1 from Tang Zhu, 23 from the Li Corporation's office, and several from classmates. What truly caught Qin off guard was a call from a former elementary schoolmate. Are they all concerned about me now? Qin pondered, deciding to return Lu Yang's call first. Lu Yang's concerned voice soon echoed through the receiver. The Li Corporation is looking for you. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Li Yuhao has been apprehended. He should be out of circulation for quite some time. What? Li Yuhao has been arrested? No way. Did you not know? Qin inquired, puzzled. How could I know? All I know is that you've gone viral online. Your post has garnered nearly 20,000 comments. 20,000 comments? It seems the public has harbored grievances against the Li Corporation for quite some time. Perhaps I should amplify the situation further. Is there more to escalate? Lu Yang exclaimed in shock. That's rather complex to explain. Oh, never mind. I'm preparing to enter the battlefield dungeon, Twilight Plains. Would you like to join? Godfather. It's a battlefield. I recall that one must form a party to participate. If we can slightly alter the course of the battle, there should be ample rewards. Very well, then the task of assembling a team is yours. Level and strength do not matter. But they must understand the art of lying low. If they possess any culinary skills, that would be even better. Understood, I shall handle this minor task. You focus on dealing with the Li Corporation. Good. The team issue for Twilight Plains was currently resolved. Qin believed that the title of Nightmare Conqueror would attract many professionals. At this moment, Lu Xiu's call rang again. Qin glanced at the screen before pressing the answer button. Lu Xiu's voice came through, somewhat hesitant. Qin, regarding the advanced skill book for the Necromancer you mentioned, I have arranged it, but Mr. Li just contacted me, expressing his desire to gift it to you for free and hopes to have a proper discussion. Mr. Li? Li Yuhao's father? Yes, his name is Li Xingong, the highest level individual in Linhai City at present. Quite prompt. Qin mused inwardly. I refuse. Please convey my exact words to him. Your son's actions have incited my wrath. Also, sell me those skill books on an installment plan. All right. I will relay the message. Wait, you still want to pay in installments? After conquering the Nightmare Dungeon, you should be quite wealthy. Lu Xiu couldn't help but inquire. Do I look wealthy? The equipment I obtained from the dungeon is for my own use. Now that I've fallen out with the Li Corporation, they will undoubtedly tighten the purse strings on me. You have truly endured much, Lu Xiu sincerely remarked. Will you be at home later? I can bring you the skill book. Are you sure you want to pay in installments? Isn't that just giving them leverage? Absolutely, and for 10 years no less. Qin replied with unwavering conviction. Li Xingong had just given him the skill book for free. What difference did it make to repay him in installments? The former even carried an element of goodwill. It was a terrible bargain. Furthermore, he was preparing to send a grand gift to the Li family. Chapter 43. The rhythm of war on the top floor of the Li family building in Linhai City. An expensive purple clay teacup was hurled violently to the ground. Damn it. Incompetent fool. I instructed him to spare no expense to woo them, and he sends 10 level 20 professionals to blockade their doorstep? Li Xingong seethed, causing the others present to tremble in fear. Oh dear, do calm down. You'll wrinkle your beautiful face. A graceful and alluring woman approached gently. Our family has a routine inspection in a month. Let us first consider how to placate them. Upon hearing her words, Li Xingong fell silent. They were a dominant force in Linhai City, respected even by the mayor. Yet, before the main family of the Li clan, they were insignificant. If the main family discovered they were losing control of Linhai City, they would promptly send someone to take charge and unceremoniously cast them aside. The resentment from the professionals had been brewing for a long time, exacerbated by the sudden emergence of Qin, a prodigious talent, leading to an almost palpable loss of control over Linhai City. Damn it, we held no animosity towards Qin. The debts hadn't even begun to be collected. Yet this prodigal son has ruined everything for me. It seems rather difficult to mend ties with him now, Li Xingong thought, unable to suppress his anger as he continued to curse. Yu Hao is still a child. Let us first rescue him from prison. I fear he may find the food there unpalatable, the enchanting woman continued, her voice soothing. Just indulge him. Although Li Xingong was furious, he accompanied the beautiful woman to the detention center. Dozens of luxury cars filled the road in front of the facility, exuding grandeur. They stepped out, both wearing dark sunglasses. Why hasn't the warden come to greet me? Li Xingong furrowed his brow. In the past, when he arrived, the gates would open before the car even stopped, and the warden would come out with a large entourage, smiling and bowing low. Yet now, the warden was absent, and the gates remained firmly shut. What on earth are these people doing? Do they no longer wish to thrive in Linhai City? Li Xingong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The beautiful woman cried out urgently. How dare they so brazenly disregard you? Hurry, they might even dare to lay hands on Yu Hao. It seems it is time to show them who truly holds power in Linhai City. Li Xingong's expression darkened. He beckoned to his subordinates and strode toward the detention center. Without knocking, he kicked the heavy iron door open. Warden, get out here. Li Xingong stormed in, his voice booming with rage. At that moment, a stern female voice rang out. Li Xingong, who permitted you to enter? This is a secure facility for prisoners. Unauthorized personnel must not intrude. If you wish to visit a family member, you must go through the proper channels. Leave immediately. Oh, Mayor Tang, your words today are quite spirited. Li Xingong turned to see a capable woman in a white suit, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Xingong, your shadow looms over Linhai City, stifling the hopes of countless citizens for a brighter future. From this day forth, I solemnly warn you, everything you have monopolized must be relinquished, and the tragedies you have caused shall be repaid by you. Tang Zhu declared, each word resonating with authority, as if reciting a solemn oath. Li Xingong momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. Are you out of your mind? What absurdity is this? What makes you think you can challenge me with your level 23? I could pull anyone with a higher level than you. How many dungeon resources have you claimed? What have you contributed to their development? You dare to spout such nonsense here. All of Linhai City is a result of my blood and sweat. Without me, would you be where you are today? Li Xingong yelled, veins bulging on his forehead. That does not justify your monopoly over professional resources. Tang Zhu met his fierce gaze without flinching. You are here for your son, aren't you? I will allow you a glimpse, but to take him away requires proper procedures. Without them, we will not release him. Should you dare to forcefully intrude, I will report you for unrest within the Li Corporation. As she spoke, a door slowly opened, and a foul stench wafted out. Son, what happened to you? The beautiful woman rushed forward in alarm, only to be blocked by security. Li Xingong's face turned ashen as he beheld his son's miserable state. The prestigious Li family valued their reputation above all. If the main family were to see him in such disgrace, the consequences would be dire. Being removed from the family lineage was a mere light punishment. Are you seeking war with me? Li Xingong ground his teeth. If you wish to call this a war, then I shall oblige. Tang Zhu replied with a cold smirk. On this day, the struggle between the government and the Li Corporation commenced. Such audacity. This is an outrageous affront. Upon returning to the top floor of the Li building, Li Xingong shattered 2 more purple clay teacups in his fury. Oh, my son, how you suffer in there. Think of a way out. The beautiful woman wept, wiping her tears. My dear, do not fret. They wouldn't dare harm Yu Hao. I will expedite the procedures, and he will be released in a few days. Li Xingong reassured his wife before summoning his most trusted confidant. How dare Tang Zhu challenge our Li Corporation? I demand she kneels before me to apologize. Boss, public sentiment is currently against us. Ever since Qinze posted about the young master leading 10 level 20 professionals to blockade the entrance, many have been criticizing us, causing significant repercussions. The PR department head reported urgently, holding a tablet. These ungrateful wretches. If it weren't for our company supporting them, they'd have starved on the streets. Filter out these ingrates, and cultivate some loyal hounds. We will reward those loyal to the Li Corporation. As for the ingrates, cut off their dungeon resources and demand repayment. Let us see what they do. Li Xingong said fiercely. Anyone who looked at him could tell he was genuinely enraged. Understood, I will take care of it right away. Soon, the tide of online sentiment began to shift. The loyalists of the Li Corporation joined in unison. Who was it that opened the dungeons of Linhai City? It was the Li Corporation. Li Xingong is undoubtedly the foremost benefactor of Linhai City. You ungrateful lot. I wholeheartedly support the Li Corporation. Those attacking us have ulterior motives. I'm heading into the dungeon to grind experience and rewards. Do you online losers have a place to level up? One can only make a ruckus online. In reality, one must rely on strength to speak volumes. You seem unable to enter the dungeon, huh? Perhaps you should consider whose bread you are buttering before you speak. Serves you right, reaping what you sow. Chapter 44. A Change in the Weather. Inside an aging residential building, Shinzei observed the Dark Ranger, donned in an apron, fervently cooking something. He found it hard to maintain his composure. Wait, can you actually cook? My lord. I am preparing sustenance, the Dark Ranger replied. I spotted a large femur in the pot. It couldn't possibly belong to the neighbors, could it? Indeed, my lord, came the response. Shinzei. Soon after, the Dark Ranger's culinary creation was unveiled, a collection of large bones. Upon seeing the quantity, Shinzei's complexion turned ashen. Surely, this doesn't mean they disassembled the entire family of neighbors? Fortunately, these bones appeared robust and bore some distinction from human remains. Just then, he heard the furious roar of a neighbor demanding to know who had pilfered his pig bones. Is this what you consume over there? Shinzei questioned, his appetite for bones decidedly lacking. The Dark Ranger, however, relished each bite, crunching them with gusto as if they were apples. Indeed, my lord, the soul content of these bones is rather low. They do not compare to what I have previously consumed, the Dark Ranger stated coolly. Shinzei, you're quite particular, aren't you? The Dark Ranger, being a hero unit akin to a summonable beast with growth potential, stood in stark contrast to other summoning skills that produced varied, one-time use units. Thus, the Dark Ranger would accompany him for a considerable duration, making it reasonable to cultivate their bond over time. The Dark Ranger polished off an entire pot of bones. Shinzei ordered a takeout of yellow braised chicken rice, and, on a whim, settled the neighbor's bill for the bones, leaving the latter somewhat embarrassed. Come, try a bite of our human delicacies, Shinzei urged, glancing at the Dark Ranger's alluring figure. Yet, the moment the morsel reached his lips, he promptly regurgitated it. After satisfying their hunger, it was time to move on. What sort of retaliation might Lee's company undertake? Surely, they wouldn't launch a counteroffensive based on my post. Seated on the sofa, Shinzei opened his phone, greeted first by a message from Tang Zhu, a series of images depicting Li Yuhao weeping and wretchedly confined, utterly devoid of his former arrogance. Tang Zhu, I assure you, he will not be coerced by anyone. The court will impose whatever sentence it deems fit. Shinzei, thank you. I have a gift for you, one you will surely appreciate. Tang Zhu, what gift? Shinzei, you will find out shortly. Closing the message, he opened the forum webpage, which was inundated with private messages, 999 to be precise. Upon perusing, he discovered the situation unfolded as anticipated. The public was ecstatic about his personal involvement. Some even wished to place him at the forefront of their resistance against Lee's company. Individual confrontations with powerful entities often proved futile. However, when forces of power clashed, it was a different story, such as the official sector directly opposing Lee's company. All he needed to do was offer a few small tokens. He then clicked on his post, astonished to find the comment count had surpassed 30,000. His follower count had also skyrocketed past 500,000. Previously, he had only a handful of bot followers. As his finger glided across the screen, an array of comments unfolded before him. Good heavens, what do I see? Lee's young master actually brought 10 level 20 professionals to block Shinzei's door, only to be terrified into submission. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. I recall Lee's young master flaunting his connections with audacity. Now he has been thoroughly subdued by Shinzei, the conqueror of the Nightmare Dungeon. Indeed, this implies a conflict between Lee's company and Shinzei. They've yet to respond, likely wary of Shinzei's talents. I sincerely hope Lee's company grows a backbone. It would provide Shinzei with the justification to obliterate them. I will unconditionally support Shinzei in any circumstance. The despicable Lee's company should have been toppled long ago. Their exploitation has become unbearable. Countless comments echoed similar sentiments, culminating in a chorus of grievances against Lee's company. The public had suffered long under their tyranny. Subsequently, Lee's company released an announcement, effective immediately. All professionals openly slandering the company would be barred from entering any dungeons operated by the company, and installment payment privileges would be revoked. Starting next month, all debts must be settled in full, otherwise, coercive measures would ensue. This ignited a fervor online. Even Shinzei couldn't help but exclaim, "What a ruthless heart." The uproar was palpable. What? I merely uttered a couple of sentences, and they've outright banned me from participating in dungeons? How am I to repay my debts? Do they even speak human? What do they mean by dungeons being operated by their company? I truly laugh. Even without you, the connection to the abyss would not disappear. Such audacity. This is utterly tyrannical. What am I to do? My child has just been born, and I desperately need money for formula. To the person above? How tragic. I initially intended to descend into the dungeons to save up for a dowry. Now I've decided against marriage altogether to avoid the hassle. This cannot continue. It's untenable. Whereas the official response, Lee's company is running rampant. Alas, the owner of Lee's company is a level 32 professional. while the highest level mayor in the official sector is only level 24. How can they manage this? Li's young Master S thugs are all level 20. Consider the disparity. Those once filled with righteous indignation were now genuinely frightened. Their very survival was at stake, rendering existence a formidable challenge. Should Li's company persist with such oppressive measures, it was likely that thousands would opt for a rooftop farewell within a month. Countless sycophants emerged to mock them. Hee. The Abyss dungeon connection is quite spacious. It's lovely. You ingrates. The company provides you with dungeons for leveling up, which is already commendable, yet you greedily desire more. Monster farming is delightful, and the experience flows in abundance. The cacophony of derision left many professionals bereft of the confidence to respond. Reality had indeed crushed their spirits. Those in power controlled the resources, indulging in culinary luxuries while the lower-tier professionals struggled merely to survive. As they witnessed Li's company's unwavering intent to annihilate them, they could only beseech the official sector for aid. A multitude of pleas flooded the official account. Unfortunately, the authorities remained resolutely silent. Tang Zhu, witnessing the scene, clenched her fists tighter. It was not that she wished to remain inactive. Rather, the dungeon resources were simply no match for Li's company. At this moment, Li's company was wielding its resources to proclaim dominion over the city of Linhai. Just as despair enveloped the masses, Qinzhe issued a new post. I am the sovereign of the manor dungeon. All professionals, except those from Li's company, may enter the dungeon free of charge. In that instant, everyone erupted in excitement. There is hope. Tang Zhu promptly urged the official account to follow suit with an announcement. Equipment produced in the manor dungeon can be sold to the official sector at prices exceeding market value. As she gazed upon the newly posted message, a long-lost smile graced her face. This was the first step in countering Li's company. At long last, he has emerged. Chapter 45. The most expensive undead skill book. Qinzhe, how dare he oppose our Li Corporation? Does he not comprehend our stature? Li Xinggong, upon witnessing the post released by Qinzhe, clenched his fists tightly. He watched helplessly as the manor of Black Abyss dungeon slipped from their grasp. With all the company's professionals being expelled, those once marginalized professionals eagerly surged into the monster hunting fray. Most critically, the official provision of equipment trading services circumvented their control entirely. A gaping void appeared in the territory of Li Corporation. At that moment, a man rushed in, breathless. Boss, the headquarters just notified us that the inspection has been moved up. Someone will arrive in 10 days. If the HQ sees this mess, we what? 10 days? Damn it, we must resort to unconventional methods. Li Xinggong's demeanor shifted to one of panic, but he quickly gritted his teeth and declared, let these people witness the depth of our Li Corporation's foundation. To entertain thoughts of toppling us is but a fool's dream. At the connection point to the manor of Black Abyss, vehicles were parked in abundance outside. Professionals streamed in with palpable excitement etched on their faces. Some were even in tears. Wah, thank you, Qinzhe. Thank you, officials. Finally, we have a Black Abyss dungeon to conquer. We no longer have to sell the equipment at rock-bottom prices. Our good days are about to begin. Qinzhe has shattered the resource monopoly of Li Corporation. Incredible, brothers. As a level 2 assassin, I find it hard to form a team. Is there anyone who can lead me? Come on, I'm a level 3 warrior. Let us form a group. If I can't defeat the hard mode, surely I can handle the easy one? I'm a level 5 mage. Count me in for DPS. Previously, entering dungeons was rife with deceit as everyone sought to maximize their gains. But this time, I resolved to be sincere. Let us help one another and aim for a decent rating. Exactly. I was thinking the same. Everyone is struggling now, so let us be a bit understanding. The professionals were overwhelmed with gratitude, acutely aware of how hard-won their newfound opportunities were, cherishing them immensely. Only through enduring brutal exploitation and oppression could they truly appreciate what they now enjoyed, all fought for by Qinzhe with his very life. Without Qinzhe, none of this would exist. They cast aside their prejudices and the hierarchy of disdain, beginning to cooperate earnestly. The once gloomy city of Linhai now radiated newfound vitality. The loyal dogs of the company emerged from the Black Abyss connection point, each one dejected. They could not fathom how the once omnipotent Li Corporation had relinquished control over the manor dungeon. Huh, what happened to your arrogance, you bunch of defeated curs? It's laughable. Just because they tossed you a few scraps, you truly believed Li Corporation was your patron, purchasing equipment back at 1/3 of market price? You must be out of your mind to think you can keep working for them. It's just a dungeon usage right. Look at how puffed up you are. We can always go to the other two. Exactly. Just a low-level dungeon usage right, and you're all puffed up with pride. Linhai City boasts 9 dungeons, with 3 at level 115. If it comes to it, I'll simply go to another one. Are you aware of the Dusk Plains Grand Dungeon? It is the main storyline dungeon for Linhai City. Without Li Corporation's protection, the city would vanish from the map by tomorrow. Naively optimistic, far too naive. Open your eyes and see the world. The loyal dogs of the company retaliated without hesitation, and the verbal sparring escalated. Due to the formidable influence of Lee Corporation, some celebrity social media influencers began to rally in support of them. Dear family, Lee Corporation is facing difficulties. They must protect Linhai City and its citizens while coordinating various resources, fretting daily. Those claiming they cannot repay debts and are oppressed should reflect on their own efforts. Fans began to applaud in the comments. Yes, well said. I'm with you. The coolest brother. Lu Shuer chimed in. Everyone must behave. There are always those who wish to plunge Linhai City into chaos for profit. I believe things are just fine now. I hope everyone keeps their eyes wide open. Leaving no ground for those wicked individuals. Lu Shuer, known as Linhai City's top influencer, even shared a voice message, triggering a heated discussion. This fierce confrontation brought forth all manner of creatures from the shadows. Danger begets opportunity. Everyone sought to take a bite. This predicament kept Mayor Tang Zhu busy, intent on reclaiming Linhai City for the officials. Seizing this opportunity, it was imperative to eradicate these lurking threats. Moreover, among Linhai City's 9 dungeons, the officials only controlled one level 25 to 35 dungeon, alongside Qinzai's level 115 dungeon, leaving the remaining 7 entirely under Lee Corporation's dominion. It could only be said that after taking the first step, the road ahead remained arduous and distant. The online quarrels erupted chaotically. Once Qinzai confirmed that events were unfolding as he had anticipated, he ceased to pay further attention. Just then, Lu Xiu called him. The first thing she said was, "I'm downstairs at your building." Upon descending, Qinzai spotted the familiar Volkswagen Beetle parked by the road. Opening the car door, he was greeted by a familiar fragrance. Taking his seat in the passenger side, he glanced at the smiling Lu Xiu and inquired, "The people from Lee Corporation Haven given you a hard time, have they? They regard me as a bridge for communication with you. How could they possibly trouble me? I'm merely a sales representative, and I have no ties to you." Lu Xiu replied, shaking her head. Then, she gazed at Qinzai, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? After contemplating for a moment, Lu Xiu sighed. The company has decided to impose sanctions on you as retaliation for your opening of the Manor Dungeon. From now on, everything you purchase from the company will be doubled in price. With that, she lowered her head, unable to meet Qinzai's eyes. She had been part of the entire meeting, and it felt as though she had conspired against Qinzai with the company, which was never her intention. Oh, what's the big deal? If it's doubled, then so be it. As long as I can pay in installments. Lu Xiu stared at him, bewildered. No. Don't think that just because you borrowed money and are stubbornly refusing to repay it, you can get away with it. What do you mean? I only learned this a few days ago. If the debts accumulate excessively, it will be reported to the Li family, the super clan in the central district, who will take measures to collect the debts. Lu Xiu paused, continuing, their methods are quite ruthless. The family's direct debt collection is indeed troublesome, Qinzai mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Given his rapid growth rate, leveling up skills by the second, what could he possibly fear? Now, the priority was to dive into the dungeon and level up. He needed to reach at least level 30 quickly. Right. You must think carefully now. No more hesitation. Bring out that most expensive undead skill book and let us have a look. Lu Xiu responded. This scene feels strangely familiar. Chapter 46, Skill Choices. The Commoner's Path and the Noble's Path. In the Beetle, Lu Xiu began to grow anxious. Did you really understand what I just said? I am well aware of your current mindset. You undoubtedly feel as if you have successfully navigated through a nightmarish trial. Now regarded as an unparalleled genius that various factions are eager to court, with countless individuals seeking to alleviate your burdensome debts. Qinzai was somewhat taken aback. Was his demeanor so conspicuous? The Lee Corporation maintains a close-knit relationship with its ancestral clan, which can directly manipulate the company. It is accurate to say that not only in Linhai City, but also in other regions controlled by the illustrious Lee family, this modus operandi prevails. The ancestral clan meticulously monitors the flow of funds, and should there be substantial debts, they would intervene directly. The purpose of the Lee Corporation doubling the value of your purchases is to enable the clan to swiftly deal with you while reaping the rewards. A blatant strategy indeed. Clearly, Lu Xiu had conducted thorough research prior to this encounter. Rather than belittling himself, Qinzai engaged in deep contemplation. Thus, the Lee Corporation does not wish to confront me directly. Instead, they intend for their patriarch to intervene on their behalf. He couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The Lee Corporation is indeed an oddity, defying conventional tactics. Typically, one would expect a gradual escalation, yet here, they simply declare, "Father, come." The intricacies of the situation are somewhat convoluted, and I lack the entitlement to acquire more detailed intelligence. In any case, the Lee Corporation is currently more concerned with the overarching dynamics. Exacerbating your conflict could incite greater resistance from the lower-tier practitioners. I understand now, Shinzei nodded. The Lee Corporation possesses considerable acumen. Their strategic objectives are clear. First, stabilize the overall situation, and second, should you continue to accrue substantial debts, they will summon their patriarch to address you. So, do you still wish to purchase skill books? As far as I know, while the Lee Trading House is the primary channel for acquiring such skills and equipment, there exist underground routes and clandestine organizations that may offer superior quality. Upon hearing Lu Shiyu's words, Shinzei recalled the cat-eared girl carrying a suitcase. She must be from the underground marketplace. I am fully aware of the risks involved. Yet I still choose to make a purchase. To me, the significance of leveling up outweighs monetary concerns. If the illustrious Lee family seeks to confront me, let them come. However, once I reach level 40 and enter the central district, I too shall seek them out. Let us see who can prevail. Shinzei's thoughts were now resolute. Skills that enhance every second are undeniably potent. The only limitation he faced was his level. Rapid leveling is undoubtedly the optimal choice. As for skills, each profession generally possesses hundreds of them, with practitioners planning their acquisitions based on their unique characteristics, divided into civilian and aristocratic paths, with each path branching into numerous distinct playstyles, some centered around poison, others on health, and so forth. Aristocratic skills are more ornate and possess higher ceilings than their civilian counterparts. Each skill chain requires 12 foundational growth skills to support and enhance it. These optimal skill combinations have been meticulously crafted through the trials of countless veteran practitioners, while some have attempted to forge their own combinations, often leading to disastrous results. A few prodigies, however, may grasp an entire suite of skills through a single weapon or fundamental item, a rare breed indeed, but that is a topic for another time. Typically, practitioners at level 10 should begin to strategize their paths. Of course, Shinzei did not intend to deliberate on such matters. He would simply purchase without hesitation. Thus, what skills have you brought today? Shinzei inquired with palpable anticipation. Ahem. What I have brought is Lu Shiyu's expression turned somewhat uneasy as she retrieved a tablet from the storage compartment beside the car seat. After a few taps, she handed it to Shinzei. These skills are all considered unwanted within the civilian tier, and their prices are exorbitantly steep. However, Shinzei examined the tablet with utmost diligence, oblivious to Lu Shiyu's demeanor. His skills could level up every second. Even the most lackluster abilities would become formidable after a day and night of continuous practice. Moreover, with the resonance crystal, he merely needed to complete the learning process. Stealing a glance at Shinzei's handsome, yet earnest profile, Lu Shiyu's heart fluttered with guilt. I truly am a wretch. I feel immensely sorry for him. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shinzei finished reviewing the skill descriptions on the tablet. Given the current circumstances, it was improbable for the other party to provide a robust skill chain, even at double the price. Am I able to purchase all of them? Shinzei asked. That is not possible. I have been expressly instructed to sell only one skill chain, Lu Shiyu replied, shaking her head. Oh, Shinzei refocused his attention on the tablet, his brows furrowing in concentration. He was once again grappling with a dilemma. There were 3 civilian skill chains available, the first centered around a corpse graveyard. Resembling an ethereal necropolis, yet unlike the latter, this one exists within the summoning realm, allowing for the continuous summoning of skeletons. The 4 auxiliary skills enhance and support the graveyard and the skeletons, functioning as a nurturing system for summoning-type structures. Every necromancer daring to choose this set has perished within the dungeon. It is pitifully weak and immobile. The second skill chain revolves around soul siphoning, collecting the lingering souls of corpses and converting them into personal power, infusing it into summoned entities to strengthen them, or injecting it into enemies to inflict energy tilting damage. The 4 auxiliary skills summon offerings and provide energy boosts, offering a slight edge, but not much. Moreover, there is a limitation concerning corpses. Without them, the entire skill set becomes useless. The third core skill is corpse detonation, which is quite self-explanatory. Upon an enemy's demise, one can trigger an explosion from a distance or sacrifice a summoned entity to create an explosion. The 4 auxiliary skills randomly summon corpses and enhance detonation damage. Even a dog would shake its head at such skills. Furthermore, the price is exorbitantly steep. Am I truly limited to selecting only one skill chain? Shinzei could not help but ask once more. Such feeble skills surely would not concern the Lee Corporation, would they? Very well, let me add one more. I will just gloss over it with my superiors. Lu Shiyu pondered for a moment before nodding. Shinzei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, that is wonderful. I choose the first 2 skill chains. This summoning-type structure can continuously produce skeletons, which is quite enticing, coupled with the second skill of soul siphoning, which allows for a steady extraction of souls. It is truly unbeatable. He prepared to tackle the next dungeon, the Twilight Plains, where he could truly showcase his prowess. With the skills upgrading every second, he could hardly fathom how powerful he would ultimately become. Have you made your final decision? Confirmed. One chain costs 50 million. For two, that amounts to 1 billion. Not an issue. I'll take a 10-year installment plan. Lu Shiyu, Chapter 47, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Oh my. You now a 1,500,000,000. Alternatively, you could purchase this skill book, which might be slightly cheaper, or consider the Lee Corporation-esque skill capsules, which randomly yield skills that could potentially include aristocratic options. Many practitioners cobble together such means and ultimately manage to acquire something comparable. Moreover, this could effectively circumvent the Lee Corporation's sanctions. Lu Shiyu gazed at Qinze with a heavy heart. It seems as though he is on the verge of facing a significant blow. After all, it is the illustrious Lee family. Even a speck of dust falling from them could crush an ordinary person. The skill gacha is indeed quite intriguing. However, are you certain that the Lee Corporation will not tamper with it? I fear that investing a fortune might yield no returns, leaving me at the mercy of the Lee family. Qinze shook his head repeatedly. In the past, present, and future, only he ever benefited from others. That being said, are you truly all right? I am perfectly fine. Qinze acquired 2 skill storage boxes and watched as the beetle-shaped vehicle drove away. Upon returning home, he eagerly opened the skill storage boxes. This was the most fundamental skill chain, boasting 5 skills in total. Together, that amounted to 10 skills. He was set to soar. The Dark Ranger curiously leaned closer, their bodies inadvertently brushing against one another. The icy chill sent a shiver through Qinze, bringing him back to a state of calm. He opened the first skill storage box, revealing a small 5-pointed star formation within, seemingly safeguarding and sustaining the skill book. At its center lay Graveyard of Death, while the other 4 secondary skills orbited around it like stars around the moon. Graveyard of Death summons a graveyard from another world, containing a burial mound from which 2 robust skeletons may emerge every minute, with a maximum limit of 1,000. The summoning can be repeated, consuming 1,000 mana points. Note: once the skeletons are exhausted, the skill can be reclaimed to gradually restore the summoning capacity, recovering 1 per minute. This summoning structure, akin to a hero, can be cultivated repeatedly. Excellent. I shall learn it. Qinze closed his eyes, the wails of restless spirits echoing in his ears. He felt as though he had stepped into the Graveyard of Death, shrouded in a chilling silence. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Graveyard of Death. Resonance Crystal, activate. Graveyard of Death, Large Graveyard of Death. Large Graveyard of Death, Pirate Graveyard of Death. Pirate Graveyard of Death, Cannon Type Pirate Graveyard. Cannon Type Pirate Graveyard. Black Pearl Graveyard of Death. Black Pearl Graveyard of Death, Despairing Naval Battlefield Graveyard. After 2 days of leveling up, the Shadow Ghoul summoning technique also reached its 5th upgrade. Branching into 2 paths, the Special Monster, Hellfire Ghoul, and the Hero Path, Nexus, the Core Ghoul. Qinze opted for the Hero Path, Nexus, as he already possessed a vast army of skeletons and had no need for mere fodder. Yet, is my graveyard not askew? How did it end up in the sea? Upon seeing the second Pirate Graveyard of Death, he found it difficult to contain himself. A vivid image of a horde of skeletons, adorned with eye patches or wielding hooks, running amok filled his mind. Perhaps they would even shout, "Set sail! Hoist the sails!" Despairing Naval Battlefield Graveyard summons a naval graveyard from another world, featuring a massive underwater trench, dry, devoid of water, from which 30 random pirate skeletons, captain skeletons, mermaid skeletons, man-eating monster skeletons, and skeletal sea monsters may emerge every 10 seconds, with a maximum limit of 5,000. The summoning can be repeated, consuming 5,000 mana points. Note: upon reclaiming this skill, it will recover swiftly, restoring 15 every 10 seconds. By the heavens, this is rather fascinating. How will I engage in battle? A horde of pirate skeletons trampling the skeletal remains of ships, howling wildly? Quite likely. He diligently learned the remaining 4 skills, each undergoing 5 upgrades. Perhaps due to their shared skill chain, all enhancements focused on Despairing Naval Battlefield Graveyard. The Bone Enhancement skill continuously upgraded to Curse Body. Description: all types of skeletons can utilize their abilities from before death, adapting accordingly. The Aura Enhancement skill advanced to Moonlight Radiance. Description: silver moonlight spills in from another world. Upon an enemy's demise, they shall transform into one of its ranks. The Black Pearl once again recruits crew members. The Rapid Skeleton Emergence skill evolved into Geyser Eruption. Description: let them rain down a storm of pirate skeletons. The Loot Gold skill ascended to Treasure Plunder. Description: gold, treasure chests, gold, treasure chests. In summation, one could encapsulate it in a single phrase: 50 million was not spent in vain. It is time to deliver a minor shock to the Dusk Plains, a battlefield that has endured for 20 years. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Li Corporation headquarters, Li Xing stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the entire city. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of malice passing through them. Should someone perish this time, he could not be held accountable. It is all due to these lowly professionals who failed to recognize their fortune, and the Li headquarters had come down for an inspection in advance. Yu Hao, what shall we do? Can we not release him yet? The beautiful woman inquired anxiously. What are we to do? He has consumed spirit rice since childhood. He cannot adapt to ordinary meals. Soon, regardless of whether it is Tang Zhu or Qin Zhe, they will kneel at my feet, Li Xing replied nonchalantly. My Li Corporation controls the main story quest of Linhai City, akin to holding its lifeblood. Having spoken, he gazed into the distance. Where the connection point of the Dusk Plains, major quest began to manifest anomalies, black lightning incessantly striking forth, connecting heaven and earth. Soon, the sky itself became tainted, riddled with countless strands of black lightning. These bolts did not dissipate. Instead, they twisted in the heavens. An aura of profound terror engulfed the citizens of Linhai City in dread. What is happening? The beautiful woman trembled as she asked. The Dusk Plains is the main story quest of Linhai City and the determinant of its existence. As the highest explorer, I have earned the title of Main Story Explorer, granting me the power to directly alter the difficulty of the main quest. Li Xing proclaimed proudly. Now, the Dusk Plains has reached nightmarish level and is beginning to affect reality. Only I can readjust this nightmarish quest. Do you think they will not kneel and beg me? You frightened me to death. The beautiful woman chuckled lightly, playfully punching him. This time, they must not have it easy. They deserve to be thoroughly humiliated and tormented. Of course, my dear, shall we not also indulge in some torment? How dreadful. Chapter 48. The Battlefield of Dusk Plains, here I come. Black lightning flickered and twisted above Linhai City. It formed connections with 8 points on the ground, gradually converging downward. These were 8 enclosed black abyss dungeons, including Qin Zhe's estate dungeon, all beginning to undergo transformations under the influence of the black lightning. The whirlpool of the abyss accelerated, expanding ominously, evoking an intense sense of danger. My lord, danger approaches. The Dark Ranger, alert as a rabbit, stretched its neck high, its crimson eyes firmly locked onto the window. Black lightning cascaded from the sky like a waterfall. Danger? What could possibly threaten Linhai City? Qin Zhe was still immersed in the allure of his island of skeletons when, in an instant, he beheld a doomsday-like spectacle outside. He rushed to the window, where the whirlpool link to the Dusk Plains dungeon had swelled to over 20 stories high. A profound sense of shock enveloped the atmosphere, laden with an ominous aura. Black Abyss announcement. The main storyline dungeon, Twilight Plains, has escalated to a nightmarish level. In 3 months, the other 8 dungeons will undergo a transformation, randomly ensnaring all living creatures in Coastal City into the dungeons until the city becomes a forbidden zone for life. A forbidden zone for life. I recall a similar incident in the island nation, where the main storyline dungeon could not be cleared, prompting a desperate plea to the country of America for assistance, only to be met with indifference. Ultimately, the entire city succumbed to a forbidden zone for life, giving rise to terrifying monsters that roamed the earth, capable of annihilating a city with a mere breath. Subsequently, when discussing this dreadful creature, the netizens from the nation of the book took a certain pride in it. Impressive. ISNT it. One we raised. Truly a bizarre train of thought. However, the evolution of Twilight Plains into a nightmarish level presents a silver lining for me. The experience gained will significantly increase, thus accelerating my leveling speed. By the time the Li family arrives, perhaps I can deliver a resounding slap in the face, sending them back where they came from. How dare they think Coastal City is a playground for them? As my reverie concluded, I shifted my focus to the remaining skill chain. Once mastered, I would be poised to enter the dungeon. The skill placement box creaked open, revealing a pentagram formation that began to rotate slowly. Qin Zhe grasped the skill book titled Soul Capture, positioned in the center. This was a self-empowering skill that granted a degree of combat prowess without reliance on summons. Soul Capture, no consumption, allows the acquisition of souls from deceased corpses or sacrificed allies. By chanting incantations, one can control the soul storage capacity, 020. A classic Necromancer skill. Qin Zhe closed his eyes, and soon felt a cerulean soul hand manifest. With a mere grasp through the air, he could extract souls. Resonance Crystal, activate. Soul Capture, Strong Soul Capture. Strong Soul Capture, Soul Drain. Soul Drain, Soul Vortex. Soul Vortex, Shell Guidance. Shell, now that piques my interest. For consecutive upgrades. The 5th being a watershed moment, a qualitative leap. Shell Guidance, Yomi Shell Guidance. Yomi Shell Guidance. The Soul Hand is upgraded to the Yomi Hand. accompanied by a deathly Yomi miniature, which can grow. When used on enemies with weak consciousness, it can render them unconscious and extract their souls, allowing for free control without chanting. Yomi soul count, 50,000. Goodness, has Yomi been conjured for me? Does this mean I will reign supreme in the realm of the undead? The boundary between life and death is becoming increasingly indistinct. One can both strip away life and bestow new existence. Souls extracted through Yomi shell guidance all come with special effects, positively influencing the remaining 4 secondary skills. Spirit body continuously upgrades to Death Whisperer. Description: the more Yomi souls amassed, the higher the base attributes, with a maximum enhancement of 70. Upon the demise of a Yomi soul, a slight increase in base attributes occurs, restoring 1,000 health and mana points. Soul enhancement continuously upgrades to Lost Rebirth. Description: infuses Yomi souls into summoned entities, granting them rebirth. Soul energy tilt continuously upgrades to Possession attack. Description: control over 10 or more Yomi souls to launch an assault on enemies. Those with weak spirits can be directly possessed until death. Is this akin to ghostly murder? In reality, wouldn't it allow one to eliminate anyone at will? It is well known that practitioners are forbidden from employing lethal skills in reality. The joint declaration of the 5 superfamilies in the authority states that upon detection, retribution will follow to the ends of the earth. Yet, this technique of ghostly murder could be executed without a trace. Fear aura continuously upgrades to Hope deprivation. Description: without hope, how long can you endure? Who claims this set of skills is worthless? Step forward and take a walk. This skill set, centered around souls, constructs a seamless chain of offensive and defensive abilities. Moreover, sacrificing a single soul can restore 1,000 health points instantaneously, requiring no additional actions. To consume a health potion, one must unscrew the cap and drink, as health restoration is contingent upon the act of drinking. Yet this is akin to an enhanced necessity. Without further ado, I must hasten to enter the dungeon and level up. Twilight Plains, let me discern what lies within. At that moment, my phone rang abruptly. Glancing down, I noticed it was a call from Lu Yong, prompting a smile to grace my lips. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hello, adoptive father. Upon hearing your name, everyone eagerly signed up, resulting in a list of over 100. However, after Twilight Plains transformed into a nightmarish dungeon, about 80% fled, leaving behind only the unfortunate souls, those whose lives are nearing unbearable hardship. Should I send you the list for your selection? No need, you choose. Just ensure you do not obstruct me. Of course, at this moment, it seemed unlikely anyone could hinder me. All right, I have finalized my selection. When shall we proceed? Should we wait for the transformation of Twilight Plains to conclude for safety? We shall enter now. Let us meet at the Black Abyss Junction. Wouldn't that be a tad perilous? Do you not trust me? Trust you. Yes, but I am still apprehensive. Qinze, when did this fellow learn to exercise caution? As the call ended, another ring echoed through. It was Mayor Tang Zhu. My days are increasingly filled with matters to attend to. Qinze muttered softly before answering the phone. Qinze, I wish to discuss something with you. Is this a convenient time? Certainly, go ahead. I am just outside your building. Let us converse in the car. Qinze peered out the window to see a brand new black sedan parked below. It was fortuitous that Tang Zhu would transport him to the Black Abyss Junction. However, upon entering the car, Tang Zhu's first words caused him to lose composure. We have decided to compromise with the Li family company. Tang Zhu lowered his head, his expression somber. Chapter 49, A Desperate Gamble? Qinze, I apologize. I did not consider the implications thoroughly. The main storyline dungeon, Twilight Plains, has a monumental impact on Coastal City, and the Li family company's control over Twilight Plains has exceeded our expectations. If this continues, Coastal City may indeed become a forbidden zone for life. The perpetually strong-willed Tang Zhu now bowed his head, his dark hair cascading from behind his ears, falling across his face. What do you intend to do? Qinze inquired softly. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the Li family's main branch in the Central District will inspect Coastal City in 10 days. The lower-tier practitioners hold significant grievances against the Li family company, and with your emergence, the situation has spiraled towards chaos, prompting them to elevate Twilight Plains to a nightmarish level. If this laissez-faire attitude persists, Twilight Plains will spiral out of control. Qinze replied. Isn't that a lose-lose scenario? If Twilight Plains spirals out of control, the Li family company will also lose everything. We cannot afford to gamble. Tang Zhu sighed softly. Qinze fell into silence. Thus, we have resolved to apologize to the Li family company. We may need to relinquish some critical resources, but there is no alternative. Critical resources? That likely pertains to the singular dungeon controlled by the authorities. Thus, The city of Linhai has completely fallen under the dominion of the Li Corporation. A flicker of helplessness crossed Tang Zhu's face. I understand your intentions. Take me to the link point at Twilight Plains, to the abyss, Qin Zhe stated calmly. Tang Zhu sharply raised her head. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Qin Zhe. You can't possibly be considering. No, absolutely not. You will perish within, she urged, alarmed. My mind is made up, Qin Zhe replied, and with a serious countenance, he countered. Do you truly wish to concede, Tang Zhu? If we surrender now, it would signify a perpetual defeat. All would be forced to kneel before the Li Corporation. Are you willing to witness the lower-tier practitioners of Linhai being ruthlessly exploited? The arrogance of the Li Scion was overwhelming, to the extent of inflicting grievous harm at will. If this continues, who could possibly rein him in? Qin Zhe's voice, though soft, struck Tang Zhu's heart like a hammer. No, I cannot accept that. It would be akin to descending into hell. Yet, she felt the weight of despair, as the prospect of victory seemed utterly elusive. Trust me once. I am your hope. Qin Zhe's confident tone left Tang Zhu astonished once more. She stared at the young man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she produced 2 boxes. This is a divine concealment gem. I had initially saved it for myself, but now I bestow it upon you. The gem is invaluable. Procured from the Central District. Even within the nightmare level, Twilight Plains, it will ensure your safe return. She continued. The other is a super blood pearl, which, when consumed, directly increases your maximum health by 10,000. I also acquired this treasure in the Central District, and it will aid you in progressing further within Twilight Plains. Qin Zhe's eyes brightened at the sight of both exquisite items. Divine Concealment Gem. Upon use, enter a concealed state, capable of hiding from deities, becomes visible after one attack. Duration, 30 minutes. Usage count, 45. Super Blood Pearl. Consuming it increases health by 10,000, with no side effects. Strength requirement, 50. Watching Qin Zhe consume the Super Blood Pearl, Tang Zhu nodded in satisfaction. Health, 10,000. Current health, 18,700. This provided a significant boost, greatly reducing the risk of sudden death, a persistent concern for Qin Zhe. Although his health was still not high, it was barely sufficient for survival. The abyssal whirlpool loomed nearly 20 meters high, towering over the surrounding buildings. The area was desolate, the populace having been urgently dispersed. Occasionally, a few reckless practitioners could be seen. The rewards for a nightmare-level main quest were indeed enticing. Waves of terror emanated from the whirlpool, causing the concrete structures to crumble rapidly. Do not overreach. You must return alive. Understood. After stepping out of the vehicle, Qin Zhe dialed Lu Yang's number. Moments later, Lu Yang emerged from a nearby building, his face devoid of smiles, filled instead with tension and concern. I have gathered everyone. Most are from struggling backgrounds, eager to take a gamble. Are you frightened? Of course. This is a nightmare-level main quest. Although I have never entered, even standing outside makes my calves tremble. Lu Yang replied with a casual bravado. Did you bring the hot pot? I've been craving barbecue lately. What? You expect to feast while going in there? Lu Yang was taken aback. Why not? Clearing such dungeons takes considerable time. We can't just go in without food or drink, can we? That's a fair point, haha. I brought a barbecue grill. Suddenly, a charming voice chimed in. I can grill, meow. Whose child is this? Qin Zhe was momentarily stunned, then spotted the cat girl bouncing towards them. It's you, the one who sold me the red and blue potions. Yes, meow. The cat girl nodded enthusiastically. Are you human or cat? Qin Zhe had long wished to inquire. I'm human, meow. Qin Zhe. He found it hard to believe. Lu Yang interjected. Allow me to clarify. This cat girl, though not her real name, belongs to a special organization known as Jialan. They specialize in collecting quality special skill gear and items for sale, essentially functioning as an underground syndicate. This organization is quite enigmatic. To join, one must undergo body modifications and gain the organization's approval. The cat girl is among the lowest tier. That's right, and don't ask me anything about the Jialan organization. I won't answer, meow. Does the Jialan organization possess skill books for noble routes? Qin Zhe inquired casually. None, meow, but they do have skill books for special routes. Quite bizarre ones, meow. Wait, I can't answer that. You've led me astray, meow. The cat girl huffed, hands on her hips in indignation. Soon after, the remaining 2 team members revealed themselves. One was a silent girl with long black hair, named Mu Shui, who bore numerous wounds. The other was a middle-aged man named Sun Yunlong, whose face was etched with the marks of time, exuding warmth towards everyone. Qin Zhe exchanged glances with each team member before leading them into the terrifying abyssal whirlpool. Entering nightmare-level main quest, Twilight Plains. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Chapter 50, Village Slaughter? Entering nightmare-level main quest, Twilight Plains. Qin Zhe's team, do you wish to proceed? Qinzhe turned back to look at everyone. I am about to enter. Lu Yang. Knight, let's go all in, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Cat Girl, Ranger Yippee. Meow meow meow. Mu Shui, Assassin MM. Sun Yunlong. Warrior, my child is ill and in urgent need of funds. I don't possess many skills, but feel free to request anything. Confirming entry into the dungeon. Seeing that all team members had agreed, Qinzhe clicked to confirm. It could be said that every member of Qinzhe's team was in a desperate situation. Each harbored their own grievances, while Lu Yang was simply a good friend willing to take a gamble alongside him. Let us charge ahead. Please select your faction, Bobo people, weaker and surrounded. Holy royalty, invaders, possessing far greater strength than the Bobo people. Note, different faction selections will lead to different starting locations and rewards. Is there more? Qinzhe hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing the Bobo people, as it offered slightly more experience rewards. Faction selection successful, starting location, Poison Fog Village. The space began to distort, black lightning crackling around them. Qinzhe felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly he found himself standing on soft, muddy ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, while the sound of insects chirping filled the surrounding grass. The entire sky was shrouded in a black mist, casting a gloomy pall over the atmosphere. Without uttering a word, Qinzhe raised his dragon mage staff and intoned, "Arise, my Dark Ranger." A statuesque Dark Ranger materialized from the teleportation magic circle, and upon sensing a whiff of danger, she immediately grasped her formidable bow, fingers poised on the taut string, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Is everyone all right? Qinzhe inquired, casting a glance at his companions. I'm fine. So am I. Yet, before the responses could fully settle, the other 4 members, excluding Qinzhe, were suddenly marked with the ominous indicator of 111 health points lost above their heads. We're poisoned. Is this what the nightmare difficulty main quest entails? Losing health upon entry? Lu Yang's voice trembled with anxiety. Meow meow. I have antidotes here, one for each of you to dispel the toxins. However, we remain enveloped in this poisonous mist, and in a matter of minutes, we'll begin losing health again, so I suggest drinking health potions directly. The cat girl produced 4 antidotes, handing them out to her teammates. Since we are all comrades, there's no need for payment. The others received the antidotes with utmost care, recognizing their critical importance for survival. Suddenly breaking her silence, Mu Shui remarked, "Strange, why are there no monsters appearing this time? We're merely subjected to a continuous health drain." Qinzhe cast her a sidelong glance. No, there are terrifying monsters all around us. They simply remain concealed. They have surrounded the entire village. Mu Shui's eyes widened in realization as she grasped the implication. Indeed, it's exactly as you suspect, Qinzhe replied with a wry smile. What on earth is going on? You two are just playing charades, Lu Yang exclaimed, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. The cat girl and Sun Yunlong bore expressions of confusion, unable to fathom the circumstances. What we are about to face could be a village massacre. Meanwhile, Tang Zhu, accompanied by a cadre of high-ranking officials from Linghai City, watched as Qinzhe entered the Twilight Plains. They all removed their hats in a gesture of respect. Subsequently, Tang Zhu turned to her comrades. Comrades, Qinzhe has ventured into the nightmare-level Twilight Plains for the sake of Linghai City. What reason do we have to falter? We must grit our teeth and persevere until the end, restoring clarity to Linghai City. Her impassioned words ignited fervor among all present, inspiring them to commit fully to the noble cause of Linghai City. Yes, the resounding affirmation soared into the sky. Tang Zhu inhaled deeply. Calming herself before delineating tasks, Minister of Commerce immediately commenced the establishment of an official market platform. All trade prices should fluctuate with the market at the outset. There is no need for a grand scale. Maintaining trade for the Manor's Abyssal Dungeon will suffice. Understood, I shall attend to it right away, but regarding funding. Minister of Finance, allocate 10 billion for this market establishment, with subsequent funds to be adjusted based on market performance. Understood, as tasks were delegated. The groundwork for the official-led grassroots market began to take shape. The Manor's Abyssal Dungeon commenced its orderly flourishing. Previously overconfident corporate lackeys contemplated switching allegiances. But without Qinzhe's consent, they could only wail helplessly from the outside, for the market-priced equipment trades were undeniably alluring. Atop the Li Corporation building, another expensive purple clay cup shattered upon impact. Li Xinggong's face turned a deep crimson with rage, his body trembling. What do they mean? Can they not see the current situation? The main quest dungeon, Twilight Plains, has entered nightmare difficulty, and Linghai City is on the brink of becoming a death zone. Why are they not kneeling before me to apologize? Why do they persist with that damned equipment mall? Do they wish to be the scourge of Linghai City? He was baffled, truly baffled. With only 9 days until the arrival of his kin, witnessing the chaotic state of Linghai City would seal their doom. Suddenly, a stunning woman beside him remarked, "Do you think they are gambling? Gambling on what? What capital do they possess? They are betting that you lack the resolve to truly transform Linghai City into a death zone." Upon hearing this, Li Xingong fell silent. Indeed, he had only intended to frighten them. After all, if Linghai City became a death zone, he too would lose everything. Well then, let us see who outplays whom. As the people of Linghai City begin to vanish one by one, we'll see who can maintain their composure. I certainly do not care about a few lives. A mad grin crept across Li Xingong's lips, until an announcement rang out, freezing his smile in place. Announcement: Qin Zhe's team has officially entered the nightmare-level abyssal dungeon. Twilight Plains. Faction choice: Bobobo people. Li Xingong. Has he lost his mind? He dares to enter this. My dear, this Qin Zhe is quite formidable. Previously, the Manor's nightmare-level dungeon was deemed a graveyard for geniuses, yet he persevered through it. There must be something at play here, the stunning woman asserted confidently. Don't ask. Just trust a woman's intuition. He cannot possibly clear the Twilight Plains. Li Xingong dismissed the notion outright. The difficulty of the Twilight Plains and the Manor dungeon was like comparing heaven and earth. They were not comparable. Furthermore, the Twilight Plains had remained unresolved for 20 years at ordinary difficulty. How could he hope to conquer it now that it had escalated to nightmare level? Oh, my dear. You control the Twilight Plains. Why not enter and take a look? If you find Qin Zhe, simply eliminate him. Wouldn't that save us all the trouble? The stunning woman continued to suggest. Li Xingong's eyes brightened at her words. To eliminate Qin Zhe directly would eradicate future threats. Very well, very well. Chapter 51. Beastly Villagers? A village massacre? Lu Yong exclaimed in disbelief. Entering the nightmare-level main dungeon, Twilight Plains, the first encounter was something utterly deranged. The village was filled with defenseless citizens, who would hardly resist, yet their intent was to kill. What Lu Yong did not realize was that the reality was 100 times more dire than he imagined. The exact circumstances remained unclear, but since they were temporarily safe, it implied that the abyssal dungeon was granting them time to seek the Bobobo people and attempt to establish contact before entering a state of war. As Qin Zhe surveyed the area, he noted the squelching, soft earth, and the waist-high, withered straw. The toxic gas, imbued with a potent acidity, clung to their gear, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion, severely damaging its durability. Small, palm-sized insects resembling crickets relentlessly assaulted their battle boots, exhibiting remarkable aggression. Upon being crushed, their innards were also acidic. Do you think the toxic gas could have been deliberately released? Mu Shui, who had remained silent, once again demonstrated her talent for saying the most shocking things. The others gasped collectively. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. The sky, shrouded in a thin veil of black smoke, revealed a hint of brilliant blue. This signified that they were currently in daylight. The Qin Zhe team began their advance, their feet sinking into the muck as they trudged toward the distant structures. Suddenly, towering wooden stakes, approximately 4 meters high, emerged from the straw ahead, each impaled with human figures. From bottom to top, they had been forcibly inserted, with signs of struggle evident. Their heads drooped, vacant eyes gazing downward as flies swarmed around, feasting upon their remains. The first to succumb was none other than the middle-aged man, Sun Yunlong, who knelt aside and retched violently. The others staggered momentarily but managed to hold their composure, particularly the charming cat girl, who appeared remarkably unfazed, much to Qin Zhe's astonishment. It seemed they were all villagers of the Bobo, gruesomely impaled here after being captured by the enemy. The remaining villagers dared not collect the bodies, assuming there were still survivors among them. Qin Zhe furrowed his brow and began to analyze the situation. Lu Yong could not contain his outrage, exclaiming, "Isn't this utterly inhumane? Using poison gas and impaling people. Are they trying to coerce confessions? No, I believe it is merely for amusement," Mu Shui interjected, gesturing towards the surrounding heaps of straw. The enemy likely possesses heavily armored beasts, having lingered here for a considerable time to revel in the agonizing struggles of the Bobo before their demise. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others collectively shifted in disbelief. Even the cat girl could no longer maintain her calm, remarking, "If that's the case, won't we be in dire straits if captured?" "It can certainly be inferred," Mu Shui replied gravely. Observing the disarray among his companions, Qin Zhe could only chuckle bitterly. To think that before encountering the sacred royal family, his small team was already on the verge of collapse. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Yet since they had already entered the quest, he would not prevent anyone from withdrawing if they wished. After a brief pause, Qin Zhe addressed the group, saying, "The dead deserve respect. Let us bury these Bobo villagers to assert our stance and facilitate communication with any survivors we may encounter." "Bury them? But they are impaled on stakes. Removing them will be a grotesque task," Sun Yunlong grimaced, stepping forward. "I may not possess many skills, but digging graves is a labor I can handle." I will see to it. Lu Yang joined him, stating, count me in. I've been resting long enough and should lend a hand. Witnessing their determined expressions, Qinze smiled and replied, there is no need for that. Let us not forget. I am a necromancer. Controlling corpses is my forte. With that, he focused intently and extended his hand towards the hung figures. Guidance of the underworld shell, activate. Suddenly, the lifeless bodies hanging from the stakes jolted to life. They lifted their vacant eyes and began to struggle, freeing themselves from their gruesome restraints. Good heavens, brother. Why do I feel even more terrified? Lu Yang gasped, his eyes widening as his body bristled with apprehension. The impact was overwhelming. Sun Yunlong again found himself retching at the roadside. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the corpses tumbled into the muddy ground, then crawled to a nearby clearing. Their hollow gazes fixed upon the distant village. After a tense moment, they began to dig their own graves before lying down within them. Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1. Guidance of the Underworld Shell, 550,000. 5 souls in total were contributed. You shall witness the onslaught against the sacred royal family. Withdrawing his hand, Qinze murmured. 5 souls stirred into action, their hatred igniting. Let us proceed toward the village, he commanded as his team trudged through the muck, continuing their advance. Just a few paces later, faint sobs emanated from the nearby straw. Who is there? Lu Yang exclaimed, his obsidian spear materializing in his grasp. Calm down. It could be a surviving Bobo villager. Qinze quickly intervened, then smiled towards the source of the sound, saying, come forth. We are here to assist the Bobo in resisting the sacred royal family. No sooner had he spoken than a shivering little girl, covered in dirt and wearing tattered clothes, stepped into view. Xiao Qiong. Identity, villager. Description, residing in a village controlled by the sacred royal family, living in constant fear. I saw you burying the Auntie's body. You are good people, the girl timidly stated. We are new here. Could you tell us what has transpired? We wish to help you. Qinze spoke softly. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yang, who immediately understood and retrieved a red apple from their supplies, having stocked up on food rather than equipment for this venture. The girl's eyes sparkled with hunger upon seeing the apple, and she quickly grasped it, devouring it eagerly. They call us pigs, the girl mumbled through bites of fruit. Every dawn, they come to our village to capture children like me. They enjoy letting us run first, then chase us on their vicious wolves. If we manage to hide in the fields and cover ourselves in mud, they can't detect our scent. Sometimes those captured do not die. Instead, they are taken to a fortress where they can be disassembled and reassembled. I've seen them with multiple heads. When they see me, they say they want to send me to the fortress. Chapter 52, Slaughter. As Xiao Qiong voraciously consumed the apple, a clearer picture of the village's plight emerged through her incoherent words. This is utterly inhumane. It's simply deranged. Lu Yang clenched his fists, unable to suppress his indignation. The others gazed at Xiao Qiong with complex expressions. In comparison to the oppression from the Li Corporation, the life of this girl was evidently far more desperate. This was no mere slaughter. It was a monstrous amusement at the cost of human lives. The Bobo's cause was undeniably justified. If aiding the sacred royal family meant perpetuating such cruel atrocities against the Bobo, I would willingly withdraw. I have never witnessed such cruelty. Qinze remarked, handing her another apple as she finished the first. Xiao Qiong's affection level, 50. Xiao Qiong did not eat the second apple, but carefully stowed it away. Why not eat it? Qinze inquired, intrigued. I want to save it for my friends. They haven't eaten in days, she replied. What a good child, Qinze said, gently patting her head, his resolve hardening further. That means we shall strike. Any sacred royal family member who dares to show their face will be annihilated. They do not deserve to exist in this world. Every morning, they capture one child for an hour, then leave. Xiao Qiong just needs to endure until then to survive. There are still 10 minutes left, she calculated, tilting her head and counting on her fingers. So the sacred royal family was still here. That made things simpler. With a cold smirk, Qinze instructed the group not to scatter and raised his dragon mage staff. Come forth, my ghoul Nix. A blood-red pentagram unfurled, and 2 terrifying claws emerged, followed by rows of needle-like teeth and a powerful jaw, exuding immense strength. Nix's form was akin to that of an ordinary human, yet its deformed skeleton forced it to crawl upon the ground, its muscular back arched high, with claws and head thrust forward, ready to tear apart its foes. Its visage was horrific, its battle prowess formidable. Ghoul Nix. Hero Unit. Level, LV-15, cannot exceed the Summoner's level. Health, 89,000. Attributes, Strength 1, 573, Agility 1, 639. Intelligence, 327. Skill 1, Devour Evolution. Nix, by consuming corpses, living ones will suffice, continuously accumulates evolution points. Upon reaching a certain threshold, he can enhance various bodily parts such as claws, fangs, muscles, and bones, with a chance of acquiring unique abilities like subaqueous gliding and invisibility, and a minuscule probability of inheriting the skills of the deceased. Skill 2. Toxic Hunt. Nyx's claws and fangs are laced with a lethal toxin upon attacking foes. They become infected, rendering them unable to detoxify for a brief period and prohibiting all healing effects. This inflicts a bleeding effect of 150 points per second and 450 points of poison damage, with a chance of bestowing negative effects such as paralysis and debilitation. The deadly toxin and Nyx share a symbiotic relationship, allowing them to sense each other, regardless of where the infected beings attempt to flee. Nyx can effortlessly foresee their movements and siphon a portion of their base attributes. Skill 3. Magic Immunity. Nyx's physique has undergone a unique alchemical forging, rendering him impervious to all magical damage. Moreover, he possesses no magical abilities and cannot utilize any magic-related aids. Skill 4. Carnage Feast. Nyx's bodily functions are fully unleashed, granting him a movement speed of 100, an attack speed of 100, a killing efficiency of 100, a prey detection of 100, a toxin spread rate of 100, and fully awakened combat instincts, enabling him to discern the weaknesses of foes and consume their cores. Duration, 1 hour. Following the skill's conclusion, he will enter a state of exhaustion, resulting in a 50 reduction in all attributes and an inability to recover health. Introduction. A rabid dog. Do not unleash it. Is this not a pure embodiment of a corporeal slaughter machine? Why not forsake all magical elements and forge the flesh to its zenith? It is time for these sacred royal beings to witness what constitutes a true monstrosity. As Nyx emerges, a sanguinary aura pervades the air, startling his companions. Father, it seems your summoned creature has grown increasingly terrifying in just 2 days, exclaimed one. Such ferocity, I must admit, is rather intimidating. Although Mu Shui uttered no words, her retreat of 3 steps was quite earnest. Surprisingly, Xiao Qiong remained the most composed, pointing at Nyx with a childish voice. The creature pursuing me appears even more fearsome, with limbs that stretch far longer. Upon hearing that another monster was deemed more fearsome, Nyx let out a disgruntled howl. Where is this creature pursuing you? Qin Zhe inquired gently, crouching before Xiao Qiong. At that moment, the towering stalks to the left suddenly toppled sideways. Xiao Qiong's face contorted in terror, and she cried out, "It's coming." Just the slow advance was enough to send everyone's hearts racing. Yet, the entity seemed unhurried, wobbling forward as the stalks parted to reveal it. What are you pretending to be, Dark Ranger? As you command, my lord. The Dark Ranger's eyes gleamed with an intense light as she drew back her bowstring, dark energy coalescing at her fingertips before culminating in a black arrow, which she released with force. Whoosh! The stalks exploded outward, clearing the path ahead. They finally beheld the full form of the creature, which bore a pale human face. Devoid of fangs yet exuding an oddity, its body rippling with muscles, and its limbs, as Xiao Qiong described, elongated like a spider's. The black arrow struck its forehead, causing its massive frame to tilt slightly backward. 370. The damage value floated away. The pale creature, having been struck, appeared unfazed, gazing at the group with a grin instead of fury. This thing is deranged. The sight of the pale creature instantly evoked a sense of dread among the group. Divine Royalties Human-Faced Dog. Nightmare Level Monster. Level, LV20. Health, 100,000, regenerating 50 health per second. Attributes, Strength 1, 073, Agility 1, 297, Intelligence 1, 538. Skill 1, Concealed Hunt. The human-faced dog can effectively conceal itself and set traps based on the enemy's habits and psychological states. Once an adversary falls into a trap, they will endure a fierce ambush inflicting 200 points of damage, with a 100 chance of causing debilitating effects. Skill 2, Smiling Suggestion. Upon encountering enemies, the human-faced dog displays a smile, implanting psychological suggestions that provide an advantage in subsequent encounters, effectively predicting the enemy's next move and increasing damage dealt by 20. Skill 3, Information Relay. Upon receiving significant information, the human-faced dog can transmit it to other human-faced dogs over long distances, synchronizing information within seconds. Introduction. A new breed crafted by the Divine Royalty. Taboo, yet formidable. Chapter 53. What is this filthy creature? The human-faced dog crawls slowly out from the stalks, its elongated limbs propping itself up like a large insect. Lu Yang remarked, "This creature is a cerebral adversary?" The catgirl exclaimed, "Its three-dimensional attributes exceed 1,000. It's terrifying." Sun Yunlong added, "This is the nightmare-level difficulty of the main storyline dungeon." All team members turned pale, retreating in unison. Only Qin Zhe remained, grave-faced and steadfast. Frankly, the difficulty of the main storyline dungeon far exceeded expectations. This so-called human-faced dog possessed health even surpassing that of the flesh-eating Nyx, and in the previous Nightmare Manor dungeon. It would have been considered a minor boss, yet here it seemed merely an ordinary monster. According to the introduction, it could summon a horde. However, one must admit, such a formidable creature must yield substantial experience. Nyx, do you have the confidence to crush it? Nyx climbed up, its bulbous eyes glinting with disdain, as though comparing itself to the human-faced dog was an affront. Flee, retreat quickly. The claws of the human-faced dog are as sharp as blades. They relish disemboweling humans. Upon catching sight of the human-faced dog, Xiao Qiongqiong's face turned ashen. Her instinctive reaction was to stumble backward and dash away, swiftly disappearing into the stalks. Qinze made no attempt to stop her. Despite her youth, she had battled monsters with wit in the village, developing her own set of experiences. Any intervention might yield counterproductive results. She would return once she perceived safety. Nyx remained silent, letting out a disgruntled roar, its claws scraping the ground, eager to tear apart the human-faced dog. However, without Qinze's command, it would not charge forward. The human-faced dog lay at a distance, its pale visage still adorned with a smile, fixated on the snarling Nyx, its body seemingly frozen in fear. Both parties appeared evenly matched in attributes, yet their hidden lineage was worlds apart. You hold quite a grudge. Go on, let me witness your prowess, Qinze said softly, crossing his arms. In the next moment, Nexus charged forth like a wild buffalo unshackled, its claws frantically clawing at the ground as it began its reckless sprint. Leaping from the earth, it extended its claws to pounce upon the man-faced dog, seeking to engage in close-quarters combat. The man-faced dog maintained its enigmatic smile, seemingly discerning Nexus's intentions. It took a step back, then thrust its sword-like right claw upward with formidable force, aiming directly for Nexus's abdomen. Sparks flew from the collision, accompanied by a spine-tingling screech. Damage values of 1278 erupted above Nexus's head. In the next instant, it abandoned its assault on the man-faced dog and instead lunged to sink its teeth into the elongated claw. With a crunching sound, its needle-like fangs clamped down, biting through the claw along with the poison that had become ineffective. Damage values of 3,678, 3,721, and 3,795 appeared, each indicating the claw's incapacitation as the toxin failed to take effect. Ghoul Nexus, having consumed the right claw of the man-faced dog, gained 1 evolution point and 1 intelligence attribute. Ghoul Nexus, having consumed the right claw of the man-faced dog, gained 1 evolution point and 1 intelligence attribute. Each bite yielded an evolution point, accompanied by a hint of intelligence. Could it be that my Nexus is beginning to develop a mind of its own? Ghouls typically rely on instinct for battle, so a touch of intellect would indeed be welcome. To everyone's astonishment, the man-faced dog emitted a pained shriek, staring in disbelief as its right claw was devoured. How dare you consume me? Nexus feasted with remarkable speed, its gaping maw equipped with 2 sets of sharp fangs, one set protruding outward to maximize oral capacity, and another set lined within its mouth, complemented by barbed tongues to facilitate swallowing. Within mere seconds, the entirety of the man-faced dog's right claw had vanished. Just as the man-faced dog's wails filled the air, Nexus lunged forward once more, pressing its face against the dog's. The dog's cries abruptly ceased as their gazes locked, the atmosphere growing eerily still. With a gaping maw, Nexus swiftly severed the man-faced dog's head. A few crunching bites later, its needle-like teeth, now stained with the splatter of gore, swallowed the head whole. Damage values of 21,370, 22143, and 22,189 registered, each indicating severe trauma to the brain as the toxin proved ineffective. Ghoul Nexus, having consumed the right claw of the man-faced dog, gained 5 evolution points and 5 intelligence attributes. Ghoul Nexus, having consumed the right claw of the man-faced dog, gained 5 evolution points and 5 intelligence attributes. As the man-faced dog lost its head, its elongated limbs collapsed helplessly to the ground, the rear claws twitching toward the sky. Qinze exclaimed, "Is this truly the Ghoul Nexus?" Such brutality. The attributes of both adversaries were comparable, yet they existed on entirely different levels. Moreover, after inflicting brain trauma, Nexus was able to defy attribute limitations, delivering a devastating blow. All signs pointed to the Black Abyss instance not being a mere game, but a realm where blood was shed and lives were lost. Congratulations. Your Ghoul Nexus has slain a man-faced dog of the Holy Royal family, earning 1,200 experience points. 1,200 points? This is a windfall. It's worth noting that ordinary monsters in the Manor Nightmare instance yield only a few dozen experience points, highlighting an astronomical disparity. Furthermore, From the description, it appears that the man-faced dog could alert others of its kind. This is tantamount to handing out free experience. This is no ordinary nightmare-level mainline instance. It is a veritable haven for grinding experience. As the man-faced dog fell, the other team members did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, they gazed at the voracious ghoul Nexus with terror in their eyes. In unison, their minds echoed the same question: what is this foul creature? Meanwhile, in the outside world, news of Shinzei entering the nightmare-level mainline instance spread like wildfire across the internet, igniting a tidal wave of discussion. Countless individuals were moved to tears. What? Shinzei entered the nightmare-level mainline instance, the Twilight Plains? That is a level 1540 mainline instance, meaning not only would he encounter level 15 monsters, but also level 41s, with no restrictions imposed. The most horrifying aspect was that a level 40 boss would impose a sense of despair through sheer level suppression. Damn the Lee Corporation for upgrading the mainline instance to nightmare difficulty. They are endangering the entire populace of Linghai City. Shinzei, he truly has my heart in turmoil. Bravely stepping into the nightmare-level mainline instance for the sake of Linghai City and his sense of loyalty. Calculating the time, it has been over an hour. And Shinzei's body has yet to be transmitted out. There is still hope. Chapter 54. Escalating stakes, to death and beyond. Dark lightning cascaded from the sky above Linghai City like a torrential waterfall. The menacing aura compelled wild monsters to flee far and wide, too terrified to approach. Li Xingong stood atop the Li Corporation building, his pupils reflecting apocalyptic scenes. Behind him were 60 professionals, each above level 20. Many of these professionals were beginning to display signs of fear, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. You need not fear. Our chosen faction this time is the Holy Royal Family, which has always been my preferred faction. Li Xingong turned to address the assembled professionals. The Holy Royal Family held absolute dominance in the Twilight Plains and possessed the capability to conclude the war, yet they were unwilling to do so. They sought to seize the treasures of the Bobo people and extract their biological value through disease research. You understand what I am implying, do you not? A wave of unrest swept through the professionals, exchanging bewildered glances. The revelation regarding the Twilight Plains was explosive. Of course, in this era of rampant self-serving individualism, they would not concern themselves with the suffering of the Bobo people, nor ponder the inhumanity of the Holy Royal Family. As long as their own lives were not in jeopardy and they stood to gain, aligning themselves with the esteemed Li family was sufficient. Once you enter the instance, you have one goal: ensure Shinzei perishes within it. Do you understand? Understood. Of course, I will also enter. We will coordinate our actions within the instance. Upon hearing this, the professional's eyes lit up. Li Xingong was a level 34 professional, while Shinzei was merely level 15. With such a significant level disparity, how could they possibly lose? Their entry was essentially a windfall, especially in a nightmare-level mainline instance, promising abundant experience and equipment rewards. It was a foolproof venture. Who would not want to partake? If anyone wishes to withdraw, please raise your hand. I, Li Xingong, will not compel anyone. His gaze was piercing as he surveyed the crowd. Those who had hesitated now found themselves sweating profusely. Should they choose to leave now, it would likely mean being cast out of the Li family in the future. They had to cling tightly to this opportunity. President, I would go through fire and water for the company without a second thought. This Shinzei had indeed gone too far, forcing the president to activate the nightmare difficulty of the mainline instance, endangering Linghai City without regard. Truly, he deserved condemnation. Rest assured, President, as soon as I lay eyes on Shinzei, I shall wield my great axe without a moment's hesitation. The fervent declarations of loyalty from the practitioners stirred a sense of satisfaction in Li Xingong. Shinzei's audacious entry into the nightmare-level mainline dungeon significantly galvanized the resolve of the lower-tier practitioners to resist. When the family arrives in 9 days, witnessing such a scene would spell disaster for them. It would be far better to obliterate their hopes by personally extinguishing them. Since they are mere cattle, let them toil diligently. Li Xingong raised his hand, summoning a small black vortex that materialized in the spacious room, surrounded by flickering black lightning. Now that we are all in accord, let us not delay any further. We shall proceed at once. Remember, upon entering the Twilight Plains, each team's spawn point will differ. So it is imperative to establish contact with your fellow members immediately and ultimately heed my commands. Of course, should you learn of any news regarding Shinzei and find a prime opportunity to eliminate him, do not hesitate to act. The one who delivers the final blow to Shinzei shall be handsomely rewarded. After providing thorough instructions, Li Xingong observed as the practitioners formed their teams, one by one stepping into the Twilight Plains. Finally, he led his own team into the Black Vortex. Announcement: Li's Team 1 has entered the nightmare-level mainline dungeon, Twilight Plains. Team composition: Holy Royalty. Announcement: Lee's Team 2 has entered the nightmare-level mainline dungeon, Twilight Plains. Team composition, Holy Royalty. A total of 12 announcements left all practitioners in Linhai City dumbfounded. This was essentially the pinnacle of practitioner prowess in Linhai City, collectively entering the nightmare-level mainline dungeon. Twilight Plains, to encircle and hunt down Qinzhe. The final announcement reverberated, igniting a media frenzy. Announcement: Li Xingang's team has entered the nightmare-level mainline dungeon, Twilight Plains. Team composition, Holy Royalty. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Just moments ago, the lower-tier practitioners were brimming with excitement, only to feel as though they had been doused with cold water. Their lives, which had begun to flourish with hope, were abruptly undermined by Li's company. The estate dungeon and the official marketplace formed a perfect trading loop, providing equipment to those in need, while the sellers reaped substantial profits, all contingent upon Qinzhe's existence. Li's company was indeed malevolent, deliberately aligning with the Holy Royalty faction that opposed Qinzhe. Their ulterior motives were now evident to all. It's over. It is truly over. Qinzhe is only level 15 and must confront high-level monsters while being besieged by Li Xingang, who is level 34. No known prodigy has ever crossed the chasm of 20 levels. This is truly infuriating. Just as life seemed to hold some promise, it is now extinguished. How can we assist Qinzhe? I genuinely do not wish for his demise, nor do I want everything to be destroyed. I recall that some special items could be of help, but those are held by the super families, and we have no access to them. Alas, in a rented room, Lu Xiyu was moving about with a bowl of instant noodles when suddenly, it slipped from her grasp and splattered on the floor. She froze in place, trembling as she gazed at her phone. The headline that had just popped up read, Li's company elite practitioners form a team to enter the Twilight Plains. Are they hunting down a once-in-a-generation talent? How did things come to this? Panic and concern etched across her face. She had just arranged a 100 million loan for Qinzhe to acquire 2 skill chains. Now, Li's company was mobilizing to find Qinzhe. Could it be that they were pursuing him for his debts? At this moment, she was at a loss for words. Although Qinzhe had requested the loan, did that absolve her of responsibility? Not at all. In fact, she bore significant culpability. It was I who led to Qinzhe being hunted. Had I not facilitated his loan, we would not have arrived at this dire juncture. I am truly despicable. The ghoul Naxus was voraciously devouring a man-faced dog, each bite yielding 1 point of evolution and 1 point of intelligence. The announcement caught Qinzhe by surprise, prompting him to look up. The elites from Li's company have entered, and they chose Holy Royalty? Chapter 55. Are you here eating barbecue? The ghoul Naxus, in both appearance and mannerisms, was far from endearing, causing team members to distance themselves as much as possible, fearing they might inadvertently regurgitate. Lu Yang exclaimed, "The ghoul I encountered before was nothing like this. Foster father, I am eager to learn what it has endured under your care. Catgirl, I can't hold it anymore. I feel like I might vomit. Sun Yunlong, how do you manage to withstand this? I've even expelled bile." Even the enigmatic Mu Shui had to clutch her abdomen, feeling a wave of nausea. After hastily downing a calming potion, she felt somewhat better and glanced at Qinzhe with a complex expression. If I am not mistaken, this ghoul should be a hero unit, correct? Indeed, Qinzhe confirmed without reservation. Mu Shui glanced at the nearby Dark Ranger, choosing to remain silent. The revelation of 2 hero units sent tumultuous waves through her mind. From which superfamily did they originate? Hero units possess growth potential and could ultimately surpass practitioners of the same level. Yet, Qinzhe possessed 2. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the straw nearby, instantly heightening everyone's alertness. Lu Yang instinctively leaped up, trembling as he asked, "Who is it?" "It's me. Did you really kill the man-faced dog?" A muddy-faced child emerged from the straw. Upon seeing Qiangqiang's face, the group exhaled in relief. They were grateful to be outsiders, living in such a nightmarish village. Battling creatures like man-faced dogs daily would be utterly despairing. "You really killed the man-faced dog? How is that possible? They are impervious to blades and fire. How did you manage it?" Qiangqiang stepped forward, disbelief etched on her face. At that moment, the ghoul Naxus lifted its head, its mouth clenching the last remaining paw of the man-faced dog. Seeing this, Qiangqiang covered her mouth in shock. "Do not be afraid. It is my pet, and it has devoured the man-faced dog. Its nickname is also Puppy." Qinzhe sought to calm Qiangqiang's nerves before calling out to the ghoul Naxus, "Come, give a couple of barks." "Woof woof woof." The ghoul Naxus rolled over, playfully responding, yet this act sent chills down everyone's spines. "Please act normally, thank you." "Ahem. There is no need for such antics. I merely wish to affirm that while it may look unappealing, it possesses a good nature," Qinzhe remarked with a cough. Qiangqiang gazed at the splattered blood across the ground, falling silent. "What about the others in the village? Is the Bobo Resistance Organization here, and how can we contact them? Once the misunderstanding was resolved, Shinzei began to inquire about crucial information. The Twilight Plain, after all, serves as the primary battlefield for the main quest, with all rewards distributed exclusively from both factions. Amidst this chaos, he engaged in indiscriminate slaughter without accepting any faction tasks, ultimately leading to a significant reduction in both experience and rewards. The villagers have all hidden away. The resistance organization has been discovered and exterminated. The village elder has been desperately trying to contact the Popo army, as crucial intelligence regarding the Holy Royal family resides here, but all lines of communication have been severed. Little Qianqiang, with a downcast expression, spoke softly. A thought struck Shinzei. He believed the elder must be the one responsible for issuing the faction tasks. And he hurriedly inquired, "Is the elder still alive?" "I don't know," she replied. "Like everyone else, the elder is hiding from the humanoid dogs, evading capture. I have no idea if he has been caught." "Then where has everyone gone?" "They're hiding in this field of straw. As long as we smear ourselves with mud, the humanoid dogs won't be able to scent us. Their search lasts only an hour. If we can endure that, we will be safe." "I see." Shinzei turned to survey the straw field, realizing that all the villagers were concealed within, playing a game of hide and seek. Thus, if he could eliminate all the humanoid dogs in the straw field, the remaining villagers would be safe, allowing the faction task to be completed smoothly, leading directly to the stronghold of the Holy Royal family. Of course, he needed to exercise caution. Ideally, the level gap with the enemies should not exceed 10 levels. Otherwise, the risk of a swift demise remained considerable. "Liu Yang, are you hungry?" "Huh." Liu Yang was taken aback, as were the others, bewildered by the inquiry. "Starving. Are we going to set up a barbecue stall?" "I'm famished just watching Nax eat so heartily." Shinzei retrieved a reclining chair from the warehouse and settled comfortably into it. "Oh, I see." Liu Yang was puzzled, yet chose to unconditionally trust Shinzei, ready to follow his lead without question. This was the essence of his role as a mere bystander. The other three, however, were less enlightened, staring blankly at Liu Yang as he busied himself, their heads adorned with large question marks. "In this situation, you want a barbecue? Seriously?" "Soon." The air filled with swirling smoke and the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, validating their doubts. "Are we really having barbecue?" "Catgirl, Wodafa." She had ceased her meowing, now sounding more like a soul questioning its existence. Even the usually aloof Mu Shui gaped, speechless. Conversely, the middle-aged man Sun Yunlong exhibited the greatest awareness, promptly joining Liu Yang in the preparations, handing the first batch of sizzling, oily skewers to Shinzei. Shinzei took a bite, the rich flavor of meat and spices exploding in his mouth. "Delicious. Little Qianqiang, would you like a taste?" Upon tasting, Qianqiang's eyes sparkled. She had never experienced such delectable food before. "Big brother, if we do this, the humanoid dogs and the pursuers from the Holy Royal family will come after us," she said, her words slightly unclear. "That's precisely what I want," Shinzei replied with a slight smile, then removed the Nax summoning technique from his skill upgrades and replaced it with Dark Ranger summoning technique. Now, the level of the Thunder Skeletons had reverted to the lowest tier. As he anticipated, the smoke from the barbecue began to rise within the straw field. Coupled with the messages transmitted by the humanoid dogs before their demise, countless humanoid dogs toying with the villagers, along with pursuers riding monstrous wolves, suddenly turned their attention to the ascending smoke. In the next moment, they surged from all directions. The upright straw fell like waves. "They're coming." Shinzei's gaze sharpened as he extended his hand with the Dragon Mage staff. "Arise, my Thunder Skeletons." Purple lightning flickered around, and the pentagram summoning array activated amidst the thunder. One after another, densely packed, 300 Thunder Skeleton monsters, adorned with tiny dragon scales, swiftly filled the surrounding space. Chapter 56, The Holy Royal Family? The slaughter begins. The air crackled with purple lightning as the Thunder Skeleton warriors descended slowly. In total, there were 300, forming two square formations around Shinzei and his companions. An invisible magnetic field expanded between the skeleton formations, and the purple lightning coursed through them. The straw, unable to withstand the intense heat, ignited rapidly, while the soft, muddy ground beneath hardened swiftly, vaporizing into white mist that spread in all directions. Liu Yang and the others noticed the 111 damage indicator above their heads had vanished, but they were too stunned to care. Gazing in awe at the multitude of Thunder Skeleton elite warriors surrounding them, rendered speechless. If the undead Nax had provided a minor shock, the Thunder Skeleton elite warriors were an overwhelming revelation. Liu Yang, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Father, did you just poke a skeleton nest?" "Wodafa, why do the skeletons have electricity too, meow?" "My fur is standing on end, crackling with electricity, meow." The cat girl shouted, her claws flailing in the air, causing a stir. "What should I do?" Sun Yunlong was utterly flabbergasted, collapsing to the ground. This middle-aged man had never witnessed such terrifying skeletons before. "How did you summon so many skeletons?" he asked. Astonishment etched across his face. "To my knowledge, such an exaggerated skill must be of a forbidden level at least. No, this is far beyond any forbidden technique. If this skill were to be made into a skill book, it would unleash a bloodbath in the Dragon Kingdom." Mu Shui seemed to comprehend more, her voice trembling. "That's why I suggested we start barbecuing. This battle isn't our concern. We can eat and drink while waiting for it to end. Did you all bring chairs? If not, you'll have to stand. This nightmarish level main quest would undoubtedly take a long time to complete, and after this meal, who knew when they would eat again?" Qinze reclined comfortably in his chair, savoring the succulent skewers of lamb while indulging in a refreshing drink, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Once the Thunder Skeleton elite warriors emerged from the pentagram, they showcased remarkable discipline. They stood in formation, their hollow eye sockets flickering with bursts of short, fragmented lightning. The summoned Thunder Skeleton elite warriors were no longer comparable to the previous batch of ordinary warriors. First, they were significantly larger, their straight spines coursing with purple plasma that flowed through their circular ribcage and formed a heart composed of pure thunder energy within their hollow chests. Each powerful heartbeat sent electric energy racing through their bones, filling their leg bones, hand bones, toe bones, and skull. Moreover, each of them wielded a long axe nearly 2 meters in length, with a parallelogram blade resembling a human fire axe, crafted from a pitch-black, unknown material. With each heartbeat of their thunderous hearts, the axe blades shimmered with a web-like electric glow. This was the backbone of the Thunder Skeleton clan. Capable of sweeping away numerous factions, the Thunder Skeleton battle group. Qinze summoned 2 formations at once. Thunder Skeleton Elite Warriors. Special Route Monsters. Level, LV 15. Health, 53,000. Attributes, Strength 1782, Agility 793, Intelligence 238. Skill 1, Thunderheart. The unique capability of the Thunder Skeleton clan lies in their ability to transform their skeletal forms into conduits of thunder, endowing them with a fearsome strength that surpasses that of mere mortals. This transformation is passive and incurs no expenditure. It is synchronized with the rhythmic pulsations of their thunderous hearts, thereby altering their fundamental attributes, an augmentation of attack, speed, and defense by 200 each, among other enhancements. Additionally, they possess effects such as thunder paralysis, thunder burn, and thunder acceleration. When the formation is activated, all enhancements increase by 30, granting the ability to deliver thunderous strikes and facilitate information transmission within the formation. Skill 2, Undying Trait. The elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton clan, upon depleting their life force, will see their bones collapse to the ground. After 500 seconds, if they have not suffered a shattering blow, their bones will erupt with electrical energy, linking together to resurrect with 20 health points, with no limit on the number of revivals. When activated, the formation reduces the resurrection time to 100 seconds. Skill 3, Thunder Infection. Upon slaying an enemy, the thunder energy will swiftly cleanse the corpse of flesh and blood, infusing the bones and transforming them into a low-grade thunder skeleton for summoning, inheriting 30 basic attributes. Due to the inability of ordinary beings to withstand the power of thunder, this transformation will result in permanent destruction after 30 minutes. The formation's activation extends this duration to 24 hours, allowing the selection of stronger bones for reuse, with the potential for permanent integration into the Thunder Skeleton Battalion. Introduction: the skeletal calamity that strikes terror into countless factions, multiplying in numbers and strength with each battle. A single elite Thunder Skeleton warrior is formidable beyond measure. What adversary can withstand a formation of 300 skeletons? The crux of the matter lies in my level, which restricts the attributes of my summoned entities. Were I at level 30, the attributes of the Thunder Skeletons would triple at the very least, and the same holds true for other summons. Level is the key. The man-faced dog, the sacred royalty, let them all perish. Not a single one shall remain. The elite Thunder Skeleton warriors, as if receiving a divine decree, surged forth. The pulsating plasma hearts within their chests rumbled like distant thunder, capable of inflicting internal injuries merely through their vibrations. At that moment, a voice, filled with utmost respect, suddenly rang out from beyond the skeleton formation. "Please wait, esteemed Necromancer. I represent the sacred royalty and wish to discuss matters with you." Oh, Qinze raised an eyebrow. He had yet to encounter the so-called sacred royalty. As the adage goes, knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This was a perfect opportunity to glean insight into them. Have the speaker approach. With Qinze's command, the Thunder Skeleton formation parted to create a pathway. Two towering elite thunder skeleton warriors escorted a humanoid creature forward, trailing behind them a whimpering, peculiar creature resembling a dog with 8 legs. This humanoid must be a member of the sacred royalty. Firstly, their head was bald and gleaming, adorned with a golden diamond symbol between their brows, and they wore splendid attire that far surpassed the filthy appearance of the small creature beside them. The sacred royalty elegantly rose, adjusting their disheveled garments, and their initial words caused Qin to frown. Esteemed Necromancer, how can you associate with these wretched beings? With your prowess, you could easily be a guest of honor among us, basking in our generosity. They spoke with an air of arrogance, as if it were an unparalleled honor. Upon glimpsing the panel of the sacred royalty, Qin absorbed the basic information and then gestured to the elite thunder skeleton warriors. Dismember him. The sacred royalty was instantly thrown into a panic. No, how dare you? Chapter 57, A Wealth of Experience, Rapid Leveling Up. The sacred royalty, riding atop the 8-legged creature, led the man-faced dog in a menacing encirclement. Their thoughts raced with plans to eviscerate this group of wretched beings, relishing the sound of their cries of desperation. However, they were suddenly confronted by the emergent thunder skeletons. Captain of the Sacred Royalty Hunting Squad. Nightmare Elite Monster. Level, LV 20. Attributes, Strength 2375, Agility 793, Intelligence 1795. Skill 1, Sacred Crystal. The Sacred Royalty originated as an ordinary human race until a man ascended to the throne and proclaimed their superiority over all beings, possessing unmatched bloodline powers. Through cruel experiments on the Bobo people, they ultimately developed the Sacred Crystal, which was embedded within their foreheads. In battle, they inflict damage of 50 and possess a speed of 50, alongside the application of sacred energy. Skill 2, Whistle Summon. Experimental creatures within a 5-kilometer radius of the Sacred Royalty will converge upon hearing the whistle, engaging in hunts against the Bobo people. Skill 3, Squad Banner. The captain of the Sacred Royalty Hunting Squad commands the entire team, boosting all members' damage and speed by 20. If the captain falls, morale dissipates, resulting in a reduction of damage and speed for all members by 20. Introduction. Their duty is to transform Bobo villages into pens for disease experimentation. This is truly despicable. It appears that the Sacred Royalty possesses the capability to annihilate the Bobo people, likely having kept them alive for experimentation purposes, indicating that the entire region may be under their control. Thus arises the question. Opting for the Bobo people's faction presents a nightmare-level difficulty. But from where does the Sacred Royalty's nightmare-level challenge stem? Might they also be facing some horrifying crisis? Upon seeing the captain of the Sacred Royalty Hunting Squad, Xiao Qiong's first instinct was to flee, but as she took a couple of steps, she was blocked by the thunder skeletons. She attempted to charge through twice, only to be repelled back by the thunder skeletons, ultimately cowering behind Qin, trembling with fear. Her dread of the Sacred Royalty was ingrained in her very genes, particularly the sight of the man-faced dog, which made her hair stand on end at the mere thought of death. From this moment forth, you need not fear, for I will demonstrate that they are but mere mortals. Qin gently patted Xiao Qiong's head and spoke softly. He then raised his gaze slightly, uttering a sharp command. Kill. The attributes of the captain of the Sacred Royalty Hunting Squad appeared formidable, yet he was genuinely cowardly. He seemed accustomed to preying on the weak. The instant he encountered a being of equal or greater strength, his fighting spirit evaporated. Lying on the ground, he cried out, Esteemed Necromancer, why do you aid these wretched beings? You ought to be of our noble standing. The hunting squad captain extends an invitation to you. Will you join the Sacred Royalty? Can factions even be exchanged? Qin was taken aback and waved his hand dismissively. Who is noble and who is lowly is not for you to dictate. You, the Sacred Royalty, lack the authority to make such judgments. The expression of the Sacred Royalty Hunting Squad captain shifted dramatically. He could no longer concern himself with notions of nobility and grace, instead shouting in terror, No, please don't kill me. The formation of thunder skeletons sealed off the pathway once more. Countless thunder skeletons encircled the captain of the Sacred Royalty Hunting Squad, axes crackling with web-like electrical patterns raised above their heads, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. 27, 23, 2801, 2932. The damage inflicted by a solitary skeleton was insufficient to annihilate the captain of the Holy Royal Family Hunting Squad. However, when a dozen skeletons converged to unleash their assault, the cumulative damage per second became formidable. The captain of the Holy Royal Family fell during the second wave of attacks, letting out a horrific scream as he perished. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the captain of the Holy Royal Family Hunting Squad, earning 2,300 experience points. Nearby, the ghoul Nyx could no longer contain his excitement. his sharp claws scraping eagerly against the ground, his bulbous eyes glinting with a ravenous thirst for blood and flesh. Qinze observed everything intently. Go forth. The Ghoul X rushed forward eagerly, swiftly severing the captain's head in a single bite. Ghoul Nix has consumed the head of the captain of the Holy Royal Family Hunting Squad, gaining 10 evolution points, 10 strength attributes, and 5 holy energy. What on earth is holy energy? Qinze felt a surge of anxiety, pondering what Nix, with his insatiable appetite, might evolve into. Following the captain's demise, terrified screams erupted from outside the formation. The damage and speed of all members of the hunting squad plummeted by 20. In the next instant, the Thunder Skeletons dismantled their defensive formation, scattering to assault the Holy Royal Family. Despite having foundational attributes to support their resistance, the struggle was limited. Faced with tenfold the number of Thunder Skeletons, coupled with the surprise attack from Ghoul Nix and the long-range strikes of the Dark Ranger, they soon found themselves overwhelmed. The face dog finally ceased its smirk, desperately raising its neck in an attempt to escape amidst a throng of Thunder Skeletons. Dozens of square axes were raised and brought down, splattering blood in all directions. 2891, 2907, 2918. After 2 rounds, the face dog met its end, exhibiting virtually no capacity for resistance. Congratulations. You have slain a face dog, earning 1,200 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a member of the Holy Royal Family Hunting Squad, earning 1,500 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a modified dog mount, earning 700 experience points. In any case, it was a scene of indiscriminate slaughter, seeing humans fall and dogs perish. A torrent of experience flooded in, propelling him to 2 levels higher. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV16, with all attributes increasing by 1 for free attributes. 400 health points and 100 mana points. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV17, with all attributes increasing by 1 for free attributes for 100 health points and 100 mana points. For other professions, leveling up primarily enhances base attributes and skill damage. However, for Qinze, the most significant aspect of leveling up was the unshackling of the power of his summons. The one-sided battle left Xiaoqiong in sheer disbelief. Was the once terrifying Holy Royal Family truly being dispatched like mere dogs? The memories of her former life spent in fear and hiding surged forth, and tears filled her eyes. In that moment, she felt no thrill of vengeance, only a deep ache in her heart, leading her to weep uncontrollably. Observing the sobbing Xiaoqiong, Qinze let out a soft sigh. Everything had come to an end. Chapter 58. The War of Factions begins. The Holy Royal Family Hunting Squad, including the face dog, numbered a total of 40 monsters. Once encircled by the Thunder Skeletons, escape was nearly impossible. One of the Holy Royal Family members, witnessing the inevitable defeat, hurled his monstrous dog mount to the Thunder Skeletons and erupted with holy light, sprinting madly towards freedom. A black energy arrow, coalescing into form, shot forth, embedding itself in the back of his neck. The sheer force sent him tumbling to the ground. 30,000, the Thunder Skeletons, moving with electric swiftness, seized his legs and dragged him back. No. Amidst frantic screams, the square axes were raised and brought down. Congratulations. You have slain a member of the Holy Royal Family Hunting Squad, earning 1,500 experience points. As the dust settled and the cacophony of battle faded into silence, the elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton clan stood once more in formation, their hollow eye sockets flickering with sparks of electric light. Their discipline was impeccable. In the face of the Holy Royal Family's resistance, some had already lost half their health. Disperse, my skeletons. Qinze raised his Dragon Mage staff, conjuring a pentagram teleportation array once again. The Thunder Skeletons descended into it one by one. The impressive skeletal formation vanished, leaving behind a carpet of Holy Royal Family corpses. The once untouchable Holy Royal Family now lay lifeless on the ground like discarded dogs. Ghoul Nix feasted with abandon, devouring bite after bite, as if his stomach would never fill. The Yellow Spring Corpse Guiding Technique. The right hand of the Yellow Spring extended, and 40 corpses immediately emitted souls. Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1. Yellow Spring's soul capacity, 4, 550, 000. To Qinze's surprise, the bizarre 8-legged dog mount bore no soul, resembling a haphazard assembly of parts. What on earth was this Holy Royal Family up to? Thud. Xiaoqiong stared at the mass of corpses, then collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. They are all dead, haha. She had never imagined the Holy Royal Family could perish. Just to escape the encirclement and pursuit was a stroke of luck. The complete annihilation of the Holy Royal Family Hunting Squad was beyond her wildest dreams. Once, her companions had been captured just beside the muddy ground where she hid. She had clamped her mouth shut, terrified to make a sound. Those lofty beings now lay at her feet like dead dogs. Was it truly over? This was a nightmarish-level main quest, and the first wave of monsters had been dispatched in mere minutes? How could this be possible? The usually composed Mu Shui was the first to break the silence, exclaiming in disbelief. She had deeper insights and could feel the magnitude of the shock. The crucial point was, she had teamed up with many professionals before and had never witnessed such a method of combat. Ordinary professionals relied on health potions and terrain advantages to whittle down monster health. Talented noble professionals utilized skill advantages and teamwork to mitigate damage. Yet how could a squad of 40 monsters be exterminated in mere minutes? The sheer power displayed could single-handedly clear a small map. Get used to it. We just need to cheer 666 from the sidelines. Lu Yang consoled Mu Shui, adopting a nonchalant attitude. He pulled out a large batch of raw lamb skewers and handed them to her. Mu Shui, what are you waiting for? Grill the meat. Mu Shui dazedly accepted the raw skewers, feeling a sense of unreality. Meow, meow, meow. The cat girl stood in place, her expression blank. I have no idea what just happened. Just grill the meat. Sun Yunlong was perhaps the busiest person present, bustling around to manage the barbecue stall, turning out delicious skewers in no time. Before long, the nearby straw field began to rustle, and a group of gaunt, dirt-covered villagers emerged. They beheld the lifeless bodies of the sacred royalty sprawled upon the ground. Their faces contorted in terror as they instinctively recoiled several steps. It was the hunting party. Run, flee swiftly, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. They turned on their heels and dashed away. Fear had evidently seeped into their very bones. Little Qiang hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "They are dead, they are dead." Slain by the young master. After much shouting, the villagers finally turned back, anxiety etched upon their features. Upon confirming the demise of the sacred royalty, they collectively crumpled to the ground. Thank you, outsiders. The mud-streaked village chief emerged, gazing earnestly at Qin Zhe and his companions. Poison Mist Village Affinity 500. Your courage and strength are astonishing. Having obliterated the hunting party of the sacred royalty, you should be able to escape this place unscathed. Head north. There lies a weakly defended area of the sacred royalty, where we, the Bobo people, have established underground fortifications. Take my token, they will welcome you. As the chief spoke, he removed a silver ring and entrusted it to Qin Zhe. Do you accept the village chief's token, the silver ring? Upon agreement, you will officially join the Bobo people's faction and receive faction quests. Chief, you may keep your token, Qin Zhe replied with a smile. Lu Yang and the others looked on in bewilderment. Why had he refused? This is for the best. We can leave the dominion of the sacred royalty and live peacefully. The chief nodded, indicating his understanding. The sacred royalty were notoriously ruthless. Not everyone would dare to oppose them. Chief, you misunderstand. I intend to remain in the village and annihilate all the surrounding sacred royalty, thus hastening our victory. The chief abruptly looked up, incredulous as he regarded Qin Zhe. He then shook his head, saying, I acknowledge your formidable strength, capable of annihilating the sacred royalty's hunting party. Yet if you believe you can eradicate all the surrounding sacred royalty, you are mistaken. Do you see that peak? Atop it stands the defensive fortress of the sacred royalty, housing not only their elite forces, but also the grotesque abominations they have created, and they are conducting research on diseases within. Moreover, numerous strongholds surround us, likely en route to besiege our village. You must flee while there is still time. The chief's sincerity was palpable. He did not wish for the hero to perish here. If I were to flee, would you not all perish? The chief, upon hearing this, forced a bitter smile. To remain here is akin to being dead already. Grandfather Chief, little Qiang choked back tears. I only hope that you can take her with you. She is still young, with much time ahead. We shall stay in the village, and once we have vanquished the sacred royalty, we will ascend to the fortress. Qin Zhe's resolve was unwavering. The surrounding sacred royalty were all formidable foes. There was no way he would abandon this fight. Faction quest triggered. Defend the village. Reward, 100. 000 experience. Reward, 1 exquisite treasure chest. Chapter 59, An Eye for an Eye, heads adorning the village entrance. Poison Mist Village, a word cannot encapsulate its misery. The houses were cobbled together from dilapidated wooden planks, and the pathways were riddled with muddy pits. Some structures bore gaping holes, with various detritus spilling out, likely unearthed during the hunts by the man-faced beasts. Moreover, the sacred royalty were adept at exploiting the populace, consistently maintaining the village's numbers within a certain limit. Little Qiang had always believed she survived by hiding, but in truth, once spotted by the man-faced beasts, she was merely toyed with before being released. Brave heroes, our village's conditions are limited. Please partake of some food and water. The chief and other villagers emerged from their rickety homes, presenting the scant provisions they could muster. However, The yellowish, silt-laden water and the stone-hard, unknown bread were indeed unpalatable to Qinzhe. He could only politely decline. Nevertheless, he refrained from offering his own supplies. Firstly, because the main quest's duration was uncertain, and his provisions might not suffice for his own needs. Secondly, it could disturb the villagers' morale. Those dwelling in darkness, seeing a glimmer of light, could find it challenging to thrive in their shadowy existence. Qinzhe understood that this was the real world. Unbeknownst to them, 10 minutes had elapsed. The village remained eerily silent, the sacred royalty conspicuously absent. Where are they? Why such sluggishness? Qinzhe could not help but voice his frustration. His skills were practically itching to be unleashed. Container tentacle summoning technique. Despairing sea battle cemetery skill chain. Underworld corpse guiding technique. Skill chain. All awaited their moment to shine. Perhaps the sacred royalty are still unaware? Liu Yang speculated. There are no communication devices here. And with everyone dead, there is no one to inform them. Quite reasonable. Waiting idly here was not a viable plan. They needed to devise a method to notify someone. Mushue, Catgirl. They were now questioning whether they were playing the same game, fearing that alerting the sacred royalty might provoke an attack. Dark Ranger, my lord, procure a head from the sacred royalty and launch it toward the fortress. At your command, my lord. The Dark Ranger promptly stepped forward. Drawing back his bowstring, the black energy arrowhead affixed with the decapitated head of a ghoul, and began to gather strength. Liu Yang, Mushue, Catgirl. How thrilling, how audacious, to shoot the head of a hunting party member directly at the fortress. The damage may be minimal, but the insult is profound. Just as they were taken aback, the Dark Ranger released the bowstring. The black energy arrow, bearing the head, vanished into the clouds above. Whether it would reach the fortress remained uncertain. At that moment, the village chief approached, trembling, to relay intelligence regarding Poison Mist Village. In truth, the sacred royalty's hunting party did not merely capture villagers for experimentation. Many were sold into slavery. Nearby, there existed a city of the sacred royalty, inhabited by common folk, who possessed a substantial demand for slaves. Hence the villagers were primarily sold to them. That city had once belonged to the Bobo people. The sacred royalty exterminated them and shamelessly occupied it. As the chief recounted the past, hatred gleamed in his eyes, almost igniting with fury. Qinzhe's interest was piqued. A city? Imagine the experience within. The chief remained oblivious to Qinzhe's expression. Continuing his monologue, the noble fortress of the sacred royalty is now engaged in researching growth potions. They intend to make us sprout like wheat, to be harvested and sold in droves. Such humiliation, a sheer disgrace. If the growth potion is truly developed, I would rather perish than grant them any opportunity. The chief, consumed with rage, fell into a severe coughing fit. Liu Yang shook his head in lament. Alas, the sacred royalty truly excels in their depravity. Catgirl, it pains my heart to hear this. The Bobo people suffer so. Who would willingly choose to align with the deranged sacred royalty? Does this mean the hunting party is responsible for capturing slaves? Is a convoy for transporting slaves expected to arrive soon? Qinzhe pondered, resting his chin on his hand. With a faction quest currently at hand, leaving the village directly was not a feasible option. Moreover, after his departure, the entire village would be ruthlessly slaughtered. A thought that weighed heavily on his conscience. It would be better to first eradicate the surrounding sacred royalty and then raze the castle to the ground. Ghoulish Nax, you shall keep the heads, just as before with the stakes, and hang them all at the village entrance. As Nax feasted with delight, its claws transformed into a dark golden hue, a sign of impending evolution. Alas, it could not consume the heads, the most nutritious part. Nonetheless, it promptly executed Qinzhe's command, hoisting several stakes at the village entrance, adorned with the heads of the sacred royalty. Now, they awaited the arrival of their foes. 10 minutes passed. Finally, the convoy carrying the cage approached slowly. Leading the cart was a dog with 8 legs. The leader of the sacred royalty sat leisurely in the cart, only to be abruptly stunned upon seeing the heads hanging outside the village. Are these the heads of our sacred royalty? How could this be? Once he regained his composure, he fell from the convoy in terror. Come forth, my skeletons. Let us begin with an appetizer. Kill. Thunderous pentagrams erupted, and thunder skeletons emerged, axes in hand, ready to strike. The skeletons were not verbose. The sacred royalty of the slave convoy were significantly weaker, dispatched in mere moments. Congratulations, you have slain a member of the sacred royalty, earning experience, 700. Congratulations. You have slain a member of the sacred royalty, earning experience, 700. You cannot kill me. I am the nephew of General Black Sun. The general is currently at the stronghold. Should you dare to kill me, he will make you wish you were never born. The leader shouted at Nax after tumbling from the cart. Unfortunately, Nax could not comprehend his words, merely tilting its head in confusion. General Black Sun? Can it be consumed? It then approached swiftly and severed the leader's head in one bite. Congratulations, you have slain a leader of the sacred royalty, earning experience, 900. This wave of the convoy provided a direct increase in experience by 10%. The experience from the sacred royalty varied slightly, yet it was still quite delectable. As for the so-called General Black Sun, he was likely a minor boss of this region. A bunch of trifles, all to be slaughtered. Before long, the convoy was annihilated, accompanied by the heads directed at the castle. This finally drew the attention of the sacred royalty, who, in a fit of rage, dispatched a large army from the surrounding strongholds. They swiftly encircled the village of Poison Fog. Upon witnessing the heads displayed at the village entrance, their humiliation was palpable. You have arrived. The more, the better. Chapter 60. The Forbidden Touch. Care to learn? Stakes stood at the village entrance, adorned with the heads of the sacred royalty. Their lifeless eyes seemed to narrate tales of past grandeur. However, the villagers of Poison Fog were thoroughly terrified. The village chief rushed over, his face a mask of anxiety. You mustn't. Why have you hung the heads of the sacred royalty at the village entrance? Shinzei smiled at the chief. What? Is it acceptable for them to hang the corpses of villagers, yet we cannot display their heads? That is not the point. You have seen the cruelty and ruthlessness of the sacred royalty, and they hold their dignity in the highest regard. Such a display has never occurred before, and the consequences could be unimaginable. The chief was visibly agitated. The villagers stood behind, their faces etched with worry. We are doomed either way. Why not humiliate them thoroughly before our end? What say you, chief? This. I relish the sight of these fellows enraged yet powerless against me, Shinzei replied, turning towards the village's exterior, exuding calmness and confidence. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from outside the village. Countless footsteps followed, heads darting through the trees. They did not reveal themselves immediately. Instead, they spread out, completely surrounding the village of Poison Fog. A rough estimate suggested there were likely over 1,000 sacred royalty, wielding golden spears, clad in golden armor, and equipped with superior gear. Instead of riding the 8-legged monstrous dogs, they were mounted on heavily armored reptiles, each exhaling white mist, appearing rather ferocious. Their eyes gleamed with the thirst for blood, clearly seasoned in battle. As they emerged from the woods, their faces twisted in rage, preparing to attack. They suddenly halted upon seeing the heads displayed at the village entrance, the atmosphere growing eerily silent. The village chief and the villagers dared not breathe, their hearts racing wildly. It was over. In this eerie silence, a sacred royal, riding a blood-red reptile, adorned with a golden diamond crystal embedded in his forehead, which expanded towards his temples, resembled a pair of golden wings as he slowly advanced from the ranks, gazing haughtily at Shinzei and his companions, speaking in a deep voice. Outsider, are you the one who hung the heads of my kin at the village entrance? Indeed, it was I, Shinzei replied boldly. Liu Yang and the others exclaimed. Big brother, take it easy, I'm scared. The sacred royal's face contorted with rage, the veins in his neck bulging. You shall regret everything you have done. Charge. The sacred royalty cannot be insulted. The sacred royalty cannot be insulted. With thunderous shouts, the sacred royalty began their charge towards the village. Their target was not Shinzei or the villagers, but rather the heads hanging at the entrance, eager to erase this humiliation. If that is the case, I shall not allow you to succeed. Let it infuriate you. Shinzei raised the dragon magic staff, a green light illuminating the surroundings. Come forth, my tentacles. Thanks to the resonance crystal, the tentacle summoning spell ascended once more. Container tentacle summoning technique. Forbidden touch summoning technique. Forbidden touch summoning technique LV 5371. Summon any number of forbidden touches at any time and place, in any position, unable to move, can act as sensory eyes. Consuming 5,000 mana to summon 100 forbidden touches, can be paid in installments. Exceeding 100 touches triples mana consumption, with an additional 1,000 mana consumption added for each passing day. As Shinzei pointed the staff forward towards the stakes adorned with heads, the transparent air suddenly split open, revealing a substance that surged like black seawater. A robust tentacle, approximately 1 meter in radius, emerged from the fissure, suspended in midair. The edge of the tentacle perfectly aligned with the split in space. The surface of the forbidden touch was lined with sharp teeth, capable of independent biting. Upon contact with the enemy, it would clamp down tightly. What is this thing? The leading sacred royal, filled with terror, hastily attempted to break, but inertia propelled them forward. The 10-meter-long forbidden touch lifted slightly, crashing down upon 4 sacred royals, its teeth gnawing through metal armor and heavy scales, producing a disconcerting crunching sound. 6273, curse spreading, curse activated. 3207, gnawing damage. 6321, curse spreading, curse activated. 3289, gnawing damage. 6321, curse spreading, curse activated. 3391, a ravenous damage. The horrifying magnitude of destruction erupted in waves, causing the surrounding holy aristocrats to change their expressions drastically. Their immediate instinct was not to rescue their comrades, but to distance themselves as much as possible. A bunch of hypocritical scoundrels. Nevertheless, utilizing this tentacle is remarkably convenient. It can be summoned one by one, much like a tower defense game. The most astonishing aspect is that they can emerge from thin air, which is utterly incredible. Arise, my tentacles. Arise, my tentacles. With Qin Zhe's deliberate summons, tentacles sprang forth from the head of the wooden stake, forming a square enclosure. Let us see who can break through. Forbidden Touch. Immovable. Level, LV 17. Attributes, Strength 42-17, Agility 0, Intelligence 0. Skill 1, Fierce Whip. The Forbidden Touch strikes the target with a powerful blow, inflicting 6,000 points of damage while simultaneously causing negative control effects such as suppression and immobilization. Each strike requires 25 seconds to execute, and there is a certain probability of missing. Skill 2, Forbidden Devour. The surface of the Forbidden Touch is adorned with numerous sharp fangs, capable of severing armor or scales, inflicting permanent damage, dealing 200 points of damage to magical elemental equipment, and each bite causing 3,000 points of damage. Skill 3, Curse Aura. Centered around the Forbidden Touch, all enemies within a 10-meter radius are cursed, losing 10 health points per second while enhancing perception. When the Fierce Whip strikes cursed units, it boasts a 200 accuracy, inflicting 50 damage and 50 points of negative effects such as intimidation and suppression. Description: where do the nutrients of consumed flesh and blood ultimately flow? 20 Forbidden Touches emerged at the village entrance, instantly sending the holy aristocrats who had come to attack into disarray. Once subdued, with no comrades to assist, they could forget about rising again. They would be devoured alive. Congratulations, you have slain a member of the holy aristocrats' punitive team, earning experience, 3,000. Congratulations. You have slain a member of the holy aristocrats' punitive team, earning experience, 3,000. From other directions of the village, sounds of intense clashes erupted. Qin Zhe raised the dragon mage's staff, and the azure light shone once more. Tentacles emerged in a circle around the village, creating a truly terrifying scene. Chapter 61. The transformation of the holy aristocrats into the path of the extraordinary. What is this thing? Foster father, aren't you a necromancer? Since when can necromancers summon tentacles? Shouldn't they be the bones of the tentacles? Are you foolish, Meow? Tentacles have no bones. They don't. Once is a lesson, twice is familiarity. At the onset of battle, Lu Yong and others had set up the barbecue stall again. Middle-aged Uncle Sun Yunlong, perhaps burdened by life's hardships, exuded the weariness of a middle-aged man. He paid no heed to the holy aristocrats attacking the village, focusing solely on preparing delicious barbecue for Qin Zhe. According to him, everyone is just living day by day. As for the villagers of Poison Mist Village, they were already terrified into silence, unresponsive to the chaos outside. Little Qiang had developed a taste for the food, scampering over without concern for whether the holy aristocrats could defend themselves, prioritizing her own indulgence. However, the rows of forbidden touches encircling the village, towering at 10 meters high, offered a considerable sense of security. With my 100 forbidden touches, how do you intend to respond? Esteemed ones? On the other side, the holy aristocrats had already been completely demoralized by the heads displayed on the wooden stakes. How could the noble holy aristocrats permit such a humiliating spectacle to unfold? Yet, the square formation of 20 forbidden touches rendered them unable to approach. Unforgivable. The holy aristocrat riding the crimson crawling beast slowly emerged in fury. The golden patterns on his forehead, resembling wings, began to glow and intensify. Qin Zhe instantly became intrigued. It seemed he was on the verge of a transformation. It appears my collection of heads was not in vain. It has directly forced his ultimate move to surface. Captain of the Holy Aristocrats Punitive Team. Nightmare Level Elite Monster. Level, LV 20. Health, 175,000. Attributes, Strength 2731, Speed 2061, Intelligence 2289. Skill 1, Phase 1 Transformation. Through various cruel experiments, the Holy Aristocrats have combined a specially cultivated ancient disease to induce certain members of their race to undergo transformation and metamorphosis, gaining immense power with each transformation. After 3 transformations, they will ascend to a more advanced and perfected life form, not yet successful. The captain of the punitive team is still in the first phase of transformation, with strength 700, agility 500, and accelerated sacred energy operation by 50. In an extreme emotional state, there is a minuscule chance to trigger sacred cells, temporarily gaining significant power, with death occurring once the state dissipates. Skill 2, Energy Beam. The captain of the punitive team can condense energy through the sacred crystal at his forehead, firing a high-energy, searing beam with an effective attack range of 300 meters. Damage decreases with distance, capable of inflicting continuous burning damage ranging from 300 to 15,000 points. After one release, the captain of the punitive team will enter a state of exhaustion and weakness. Skill 3. Descent of the Holy Light. The captain of the punitive team can temporarily activate the sacred cells within his body through secret techniques, increasing strength by an additional 700, agility by an additional 500, and enhancing the number of energy beam releases to 33 times, while activating the abilities of Sacred Strike and Sacred Shield Transfer. This state lasts for 10 minutes. After it ends, he will be unable to use sacred energy for 3 days. Skill 4. Flag of the punitive team. The punitive team of the Holy Aristocrats can share and convert sacred energy output and input, achieving resonance frequency, with a synergy of 200, increasing strength by 20, agility by 20, and defense by 20, while enabling rapid information sharing. Description: the path of holy transformation. Where does it ultimately lead? Ahem, the path of holy transformation. The ambitions of the Holy Aristocrats are grand indeed. If the Black Abyss instance follows its usual patterns, practitioners may very well be able to transition into the sacred transformation of the Holy Aristocrats, which would indeed constitute a rare and special profession. However, whether this will culminate in a favorable outcome remains uncertain. The transition at level 25 is crucial, and the path of holy transformation could potentially attract numerous practitioners. Or perhaps Lee's company has already begun research on it. Suddenly, Qinzhe felt a chill run down his spine. The negative impact of the Black Abyss instance on reality is almost catastrophic. At that moment, the captain of the punitive team's forehead glowed with the wing-like golden patterns. His strength and agility attributes were soaring. The sacred energy seemed on the verge of overflowing. His golden glowing eyes fixated intently on the head impaled on the wooden stake. And then he charged forward on the crimson-scaled beast. The Holy Aristocrat is indeed resolute. Perhaps this is a point of opportunity to create some object that would insult the Holy Aristocrats, inherently carrying infinite provocation. Buzzing, the forbidden touch was unrelenting, delivering a powerful strike directly downward. The captain of the punitive team's diamond-shaped crystal on his forehead ignited with a blazing glow, unleashing a finger-thick high-energy beam that struck the forbidden touch. The forbidden touch opened its maw and began to consume high-energy rays. Strangely, there was no indication of health reduction. Instead, a series of golden characters appeared, connected to the roots of the forbidden touch, which linked to a deeper, unknown space. 7,500. The master of the forbidden touch expressed his satisfaction. 7,500, he reiterated, clearly pleased. What in the world is happening? Qinzhe exclaimed, astonished. He had initially planned to sacrifice one of the forbidden touches and then strike with another immediately afterward. To his shock, the forbidden touch was devouring the sacred energy beams. The blood food consumed by the gaping maw of the tentacle was evidently destined for a far more sinister end. This was akin to a sacrificial offering. No way. My searing beams can pierce even the obsidian shield. How could they possibly be consumed? What is this creature? The captain of the punishment squad shouted in disbelief, his composure finally fracturing. However, when faced with the descending forbidden touch and its terrifying, gaping fangs, he exhibited no hesitation. He raised his right arm, channeling sacred energy that began to weave and expand around his circular shield, swiftly constructing a robust and expansive sacred shield. With a resounding crash, the forbidden touch struck the sacred shield, and astonishingly, it held firm. The sharp teeth of the forbidden touch began to gnaw at the sacred shield, but this time, the shield proved much more resilient. The teeth left only a few puncture marks, and it would take considerable time to completely devour the shield. The captain of the punishment squad felt the strain as he bent his body, pressing his shoulder firmly against the shield, while the blood-red armored beast beneath him was pushed down into the earth. What are you still staring at? Come and help. The captain barked at the stunned teammates lingering in the distance. Yet, he soon despaired as he realized that the outsider was even quicker in their actions. The words spoken sent chills down his spine. The test is over. It is time to conclude this. Do you still have a trump card? The captain of the punishment squad questioned, bewildered. Is a mere basic attack considered a trump card? The forbidden touch resembled a defensive tower, encircling the village. Its towering 10-meter frame lifted and fell, causing the sacred royalty to tumble in disarray. Its only flaw was the slow frequency of attacks. It took a full 25 seconds for each descent and ascent, requiring other tentacles to fill the gaps to prevent the sacred royalty from breaching the defenses. Any sacred royal trapped beneath the tentacles was effectively doomed. Some of the sacred royalty, sensing the danger, refrained from charging in. Instead, they drew crossbow bolts and aimed at the forbidden touch, successfully firing into the sharp mouths scattered across its surface, which then quickly crushed and consumed the projectiles. This creature's appetite surpassed even that of the ghoulish necks. Congratulations, you have slain a member of the Sacred Royalty's punishment squad, earning 3,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain a member of the Sacred Royalty's punishment squad, earning 3,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have slain a blood-red armored beast, earning 700 experience points. As the notifications of kills echoed, the experience points surged upward like a rocket. The experience provided by the punishment squad was exceptionally rewarding. 3,000 points were unparalleled across all nightmare dungeons. Moreover, the number of Sacred Royalty appeared to be plentiful, presenting a treasure trove of experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV18. All attributes increased by 1, free attributes by 4, health by 400, and mana by 100. All free attributes were allocated to intelligence. Simultaneously, the attribute cap for all summoned creatures was further unlocked. The attributes of already summoned creatures remained unchanged. The skirmish was swift, as the Sacred Royalty attacking the flanks and rear of the village fell silent, with 80% already perished. Only the captain of the punishment squad and a few subordinates remained, still capable of combat. The captain, adorned with luminous golden wing-like markings on his forehead, strained against the weight of the forbidden touch while supporting the sacred shield. Fear began to creep in, prompting him to shout urgently behind him, "Hurry! What are you all doing? Come and assist me." His subordinates hesitated. After all, if their captain could barely withstand it, what could they possibly do? Would they merely march to their doom? This is an order. Anyone who defies it will be sent to the castle. Upon hearing this, the expressions of his subordinates shifted to one of terror. Compared to the forbidden touch, they feared being sent to the castle far more, for it was no place for the living. Thus, the sacred diamond crystals on their foreheads began to emit light, transmitting energy to their captain while they advanced, grasping their long spears and fiercely thrusting them toward the forbidden touch that bore down on their leader. With a squelching sound, damage values popped up: 3897, 3902, 3919. A flurry of numbers erupted, instantly invigorating the members of the punishment squad. There was hope. The forbidden touch recoiled in pain, rising unsteadily, allowing the captain to break free. The faces of the squad members blossomed with victorious smiles. The forbidden touch was not invincible. It could indeed be slain. In the next moment, however, the captain of the punishment squad abandoned the blood-red armored beast beneath him, sprinting away without the slightest hesitation. Golden strands of light emanated from his sides, intertwining in the air to form rudimentary wings. He ran with all his might, even channeling sacred energy. This left the squad members who had come to his aid utterly dumbfounded, standing motionless in confusion. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." Lu Yang laughed heartily. The Sacred Royalty is truly hypocritical. The catgirl couldn't help but chime in. With such a grand name, their methods are so vile. When subordinates come to rescue them, they escape without a second thought, just like some leaders in Gallon. I just want to claw them to death. I only want to know, is this tentacle serious? Mu Shui joined the commentary, albeit with a rather peculiar focus. "Mu Shui, you're acting strangely." "No, I'm not." At that moment, Qin Zhe suddenly spoke, capturing everyone's attention. To put it bluntly, the Sacred Royalty only bullies the weak, taking advantage of those without the capacity to resist, squeezing out every last ounce of value. Yet when faced with a formidable opponent, they become cowards, unable to muster even a fighting spirit, while their pride remains exceedingly strong. In more flattering terms, they are merely adept at bullying the weak. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, Mu Shui curiously asked, "Are we really going to let the captain of the punishment squad escape now that he has evaded the Tentacle S attack?" "Mu Shui, you really have a thing for tentacles. Get lost, stop saying nonsense." Mu Shui's usually cool demeanor flushed a rare shade of crimson. "Of course we cannot allow him to flee. The experience from the punishment squad captain is the most valuable. But how could they accomplish this?" The group observed Qin Zhe's calm demeanor with growing curiosity. The captain of the punishment squad was sprinting with incredible speed, akin to low-altitude flight, and was nearly out of sight. How could they possibly capture him? Qin Zhe revealed no intention of concealing his thoughts, directly calling out, "Dark Ranger." "My lord." The Dark Ranger, cloaked and with an athletic physique, knelt on one knee, wielding a longbow. "Soul of the underworld, arise." The world transformed in Qin Zhe's eyes, allowing him to perceive and manipulate souls directly. A spectral blue soul floated above the right hand of the underworld. "Newborn from the lost, activate." Qin Zhe harnessed this soul and forcefully pressed it against the Dark Ranger's chest. Soul consumption, 1 point. Underworld soul capacity, 4,450,000. Death Whisper, triggered. Strength attribute, 5, random. Health and mana restored, 1,000. As the soul surged into the Dark Ranger's chest, she suddenly lifted her head, the brilliance in her ruby-like eyes intensifying. A torrent of power coursed through her being, and 5 flames erupted at the tip of her longbow. Soul Flame, 55. Next shot range, 100 kilometers. Damage, 50,000. Pierces all entities, can inflict piercing characteristics, igniting the enemy's soul upon impact, causing 3,000 points of soul burn damage per second, along with debilitating negative effects such as pain confinement. The Dark Ranger's crimson gaze fixed upon the fleeing captain of the Judgment Squad. Then she aimed her longbow toward the heavens, gradually drawing the bowstring back. A flickering soul flame extinguished, merging into the arrow she knocked. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the pinnacle of her charged shot, the arrow ignited with an ethereal green flame. This was a flame loathed by all living beings, scorching souls directly. The Dark Ranger released the bowstring, and the arrow, ablaze with the ghostly green fire, vanished into the sky. Moments later, horrifying damage figures emerged. 80,000. Soul ignited, crippling strike. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. In the distance, from the jungle echoed the anguished wails of the Judgment Squad captain. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. The soul burn inflicted upon him rendered him in unbearable agony, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to alleviate the pain. Unfortunately, as this was a soul wound, physical shielding proved futile. The cries of despair reverberated, astonishing the squad members for an entire year. Liu Yang prided himself on being accustomed to such sights. Yet even he could not suppress his astonishment. What on earth was that skill? Did it instantly enhance the Dark Ranger and obliterate the Judgment Squad captain from several kilometers away? Am I dreaming? Mu Shui looked at Qin Zhe with a complex expression, an arrow dealing 80,000 points of damage, with ongoing burn effects. This defies the very definition of abnormal. Meow meow. Meow? Brother Qin Zhe, would you be interested in joining our Azure organization? Even a nominal affiliation would suffice. The cat girl's eyes sparkled as she turned to Qin Zhe with a playful demeanor. Your Azure organization operates in the shadows of the black market. Once this dungeon concludes, could you help me seek out any skills related to necromancy? Qin Zhe had long desired to inquire about skills, which he deemed far more crucial than equipment or items. Of course, we can. Can we arrange installment payments? The cat girl tilted her head in confusion, then resolutely nodded. Absolutely. Nax, come. Qin Zhe snapped his fingers. In the distance, Nax, the ghoul, gnawing on a thigh, looked up in bewilderment, then glanced back at the remnants of what was once a body with indignation. Letting out a howl as he approached Qin Zhe, it seemed he was reporting a grievance. The body has been devoured completely. Who could be responsible? The forbidden touch lingered nearby, having just finished its last bite, pretending as if nothing had happened. Go fetch the Judgment Squad captain and drag him here. Don't snack along the way. I have some questions for him. You can eat afterward. Upon hearing this, Nax became instantly thrilled, his claws frantically digging into the ground as he dashed towards the Judgment Squad captain. Liu Yang and the others exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. Are you sure Nax can bring him back intact? Sure enough, moments later, the chilling screams of the Judgment Squad captain echoed from the distant woods. The squad members shook their heads. There was no way Nax could resist. A meat bun thrown to a dog. Would the bun return? However, Qin Zhe held firm trust in Nax. As time ticked away, Nax, with the Judgment Squad captain's leg clenched in his jaws, emerged from the forest and laid it before Qin Zhe, his eager gaze seemingly seeking praise. The captain writhed in pain, his fingers and toes completely gnawed away. A pitiful sight indeed. As Qin Zhe approached, the captain trembled in fear. I will ask you a few questions, if you can answer them. I might consider letting you go. Really? I will tell you everything. The captain's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied. You are currently in the first stage of metamorphosis. The strongest holy aristocrat in this region. How many stages of metamorphosis are there? The Sun General has completed the second stage of metamorphosis, both his body and soul transformed. He is now seeking the third stage, which signifies an even higher state of existence. Rest assured, only 20 holy aristocrats can achieve the third stage of metamorphosis. And only our king can undergo the transformation afterwards. Completed the second stage already? Qin Zhe furrowed his brow. The path of extraordinary metamorphosis for the holy aristocrats was indeed formidable, representing a commendable choice for a 25th level class. However, it regrettably did not align with his occupational traits. Moreover, this path was derived from the study of diseases by the holy aristocrats, and the ultimate destination of this metamorphosis remained uncertain. What if, after all the effort, one ended up as a monster? Who would they turn to for justice? The Sun General is indeed the mightiest in this area? Qin Zhe pressed on. He needed to ascertain the limits of his enemy's strength. Otherwise, a sudden emergence of a formidable monster could spell doom for him. The Sun General is indeed the strongest, commanding 12 fierce generals, all at the second stage of metamorphosis. One of the generals even guided me, enabling my smooth transition into the first stage. The Judgment Squad captain spoke with a hint of pride. What then of the castle? Qinze, maintaining his inquisitive demeanor, inquired with genuine curiosity. According to previous intel, the castle is said to be a more terrifying entity than the Sun General. How could it be weaker? That is the Duke's castle, capable of direct communication with the royal family, dedicated to the study of ancient diseases and the advancement of the path of holy metamorphosis. The Sun General spent a decade in the castle, exploring the path of holy metamorphosis with his own body, ultimately achieving the third stage. One could say the Duke's castle created the Sun General. The Judgment Squad captain's pride swelled, his head held high. Such a feat could only be accomplished by our holy aristocrats. Understood. I now have a clearer understanding of the power dynamics in this region. Qinze nodded, having gained insight into the hierarchy of strength. He then waved at the ghoul Nax. It's in your hands now. Ow! Nax immediately scampered over, casting a glance at the Judgment Squad captain's face, twisted in terror. You cannot go back on your word. I said you could leave. I never specified where you could go. How can it not count? Congratulations, you have successfully slain a captain of the punitive squad, earning experience for 1,500. Acquired item, Divine Shield, Platinum Grade. The ghoul Nyx devours the captain's head, gaining evolution points, 25, Strength Attribute, 25, Holy Energy, 100. Your ghoul Nyx begins to evolve. Nyx abruptly halts its feeding, rising to its feet in astonishment as it gazes at its dark golden claws. Almost immediately, its talons unfurl like blossoms, transforming into a terrifying scythe-like apparatus. As Nyx wields its will, the outspread claws retract with ferocity. Scythe apparatus. The unfurling claws can vibrate and slice through the enemy's flesh, capable of piercing armor with a defense level twice that of its attack, inflicting 6,000 points of tearing damage and guaranteeing the activation of bleeding and debilitating effects. Nyx has finally evolved, with an attack power reaching 6,000. This is indeed commendable. Congratulations, you have completed the faction mission to defend the village, earning faction points, 500. Gained favor with the Poison Mist Village, 3,000. Experience gained, 150,000. Reward acquired, Exquisite Treasure Chest. Faction mission triggered. Mission direction choice. Continue to defend Poison Mist Village. Eliminate the stronghold of the Holy Royal Family. Capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Popo people. Extremely dangerous. Note, all missions are part of a mission chain. Each choice will alter subsequent tasks. Chapter 64. The Secret Treasure of the Popo People. The faction mission to defend the village has been completed successfully. Qinze observes other team members glowing with white light, undoubtedly having amassed substantial experience. The Black Abyss dungeon allocates rewards based on contribution percentage. Thus, they are destined to receive only a fraction of the experience. However, this is still far superior to entering the dungeon and fighting monsters alone. Continuing to choose the faction mission, I believe the third option should be selected, to capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Popo people. What do you all think? After all, we are a team, and it is prudent to consult others for their opinions. Liu Yong, foster father, I'm with you. I can follow any choice you make, for whether simple or arduous, the Holy Royal Family can always bring the worst out of me. Cat Girl, it's all up to you. Brother Qinze, after we exit the dungeon, you can help me maintain the situation, and in return, I'll provide you with the skill book for the Necromancer. How does that sound? Qinze responded with an okay gesture. As long as there is a skill book, everything is negotiable. Mu Shui, Sun Yunlong, fantastic. I've leveled up twice and acquired a piece of golden grade equipment. Is there anything else I can do? Observing that everyone was in agreement with him, Qinze chose to remain silent and selected the third faction mission. Capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Popo people. Those damned Holy Royal Family, let them perish. Let them experience what true necromantic calamity entails. Faction mission accepted successfully. Experience reward, 500,000. Equipment reward, 1 stellar quality equipment chest. Other rewards, 1 perfect quality chest. 1 share of the city's economic distribution, 500,000 experience. And a stellar quality equipment chest? It is well known that above diamond grade equipment lies the elusive stellar quality gear, a rarity indeed. Any practitioner fortunate enough to obtain stellar quality equipment would cherish it meticulously, utilizing it until their last breath. A level 20 stellar quality piece can rival that of a level 30 diamond grade item. One can only imagine its preciousness. This city must be taken. This task must be accomplished. Oh, and there is also the exquisite treasure chest. A hefty chest materializes out of thin air, landing with a thud before Qinze. crafted from metal and adorned with intricate patterns. As the chest slowly opens, a blue light radiates forth. A skill book appears, spinning gracefully. A skill book. Qin Zhe's eyes lit up as he eagerly grasped the skill book. The heavy chest dissipated into black smoke. Congratulations. You have opened the exquisite treasure chest and acquired the skill book, Frost Armor. Frost Armor can be learned by Necromancer, Undead Mage, Water Mage, and Arcane Mage. Skill description. An armor of extreme cold that can freeze nearby enemies or slow down the movement and attack speed of formidable foes. It can be cast on oneself or allies, increasing armor value by 1,000 points, consuming 500 mana, with a duration of 1 hour. A rather ordinary skill, though the freezing effect may hold some utility. Yet Qin Zhe remains unfazed, for he possesses the Resonance Crystal. As long as it is a skill, it is worth acquiring without hesitation. Resonance Crystal activated. Frost Armor is undergoing continuous upgrades to Extreme Cold Arcane Armor. Extreme Cold Arcane Armor LV 8326 can be learned by Undead and Ice Mages. Skill description. Releases pure, extreme cold elements, forming an armor around the body through special arcane methods. Providing indomitable defense, with armor value of 100,000, grants magical energy enhancement, running speed of 50 ms, jumping and attack speeds are similarly affected. The extreme cold aura spreads, causing all enemies within a 50-meter radius to enter a state of freezing and sluggishness, inflicting continuous damage of 100 points per second. Mana cost, 3,000 points. Target units, self or allies. Duration, 3 hours. Group release, consumes 15,000 mana, allowing up to 10 allies to receive the effects of extreme cold arcane armor. An excellent enhancement. Wait, does this seem to suggest a halved mana cost for group releases? Regardless, as a standalone defensive skill, it is quite appealing. And there are no stipulations regarding the size of allied units. A 10-meter tall entity and a 1-meter tall one are entirely different matters. And the specifics of how the release is calculated remain uncertain. Current mana, 48357500, regenerating 20 mana per second. As the skill level rises, the mana becomes increasingly insufficient. The mana bonuses from equipment are negligible, consuming 3,000 mana nearly depletes half of it. I must quickly acquire items and gear that boost mana capacity. Hopefully, this mission will resolve that. Without further ado, Qin Zhe promptly approached the village chief to inquire about the exact location of the invaded city. The village chief, still in a state of shock, failed to respond despite repeated calls. The Holy Royal family has been annihilated? How could this be possible? It was utterly unbelievable. Village chief, not only will I liberate the invaded city, but those Holy Royal family members will have to vacate so that you, the true natives, can resettle and thrive. Qin Zhe declared with a confident smile. His teammates nodded in agreement, expressing their belief in Qin Zhe's capabilities. The village chief remained in a daze for a long while, tears suddenly welling up in his eyes, and he fell to his knees, attempting to bow to Qin Zhe. Oh, village chief, let us have a proper conversation, Qin Zhe exclaimed, quickly supporting the village chief. The village chief ceased his insistence, gazing tearily at Qin Zhe as he continued. We, the Popo people, also possess our ancient heritage. Unlike the Holy Royal family, who can ascend in a single leap, we excel in our abundant magical energy, which can greatly unlock our potential. However, this is equally an object of scrutiny for the sacred royal family. Should they delve into and assimilate our legacy, it might precisely remedy their physical inadequacies, and they could potentially traverse the path of divine metamorphosis. At that juncture, the annihilation of our Bobo people would be imminent. It is likely that only upon achieving a certain level of rapport would the village chief divulge such a profound secret. Qin Zhe could no longer discern anything else. His mind was consumed by two phrases, Lando, ceaselessly flowing. Regardless of others' perceptions of the Bobo people's legacy, to him, it represented an SSS-level class advancement. Chief, may I obtain the class advancement? Qin Zhe inquired directly, without any circumlocution. Of course you can. You are our benefactor. Fully deserving of this legacy, the village chief replied without hesitation. However, to prevent the sacred royal family from acquiring it, we Bobo people have deliberately concealed the legacy treasure. Only by obtaining this treasure can you attain the true legacy. Is the legacy treasure still extant? Indeed, it lies within the northern underground fortifications. But my token alone may not suffice for you to claim the legacy. As long as it exists, the rest can be negotiated. If necessary, I shall slay the sacred royal family to assist you. The village chief abruptly raised his head. Chapter 65, General Black Sunday. In the general's residence of the sacred royal family, the imposing figure of General Black Sun, towering at 2 meters and broad as 3, reclined on an opulent golden chair. Layers of fat sagged upon him, shimmering in golden light that flickered like breath, illuminating his corpulence before dimming once more. A golden diamond crystal nestled at his brow emitted golden stripes that flowed along his skin, converging upon his eyes to form a radiant point at the center of his pupils, casting a golden glow akin to sunlight. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 members of the sacred royal family, diligently attending to him. In stark contrast, these individuals appeared diminutive, likely panting after merely circling the formidable General Black Sunday. At that moment, an informant from the sacred royal family hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee, exclaiming, "General, a riot has erupted in the Poison Fog village." A riot? General Black Sun's eyelids lifted slightly as he gestured dismissively at the individual before him. What sort of riot? Speak. The inhabitants of Poison Fog village have allegedly revolted. The entire slave convoy has yet to return. General Black Sun paused momentarily before a cold smirk spread across his face. These Bobo people are indeed resilient. Even now, they dare to resist. Very well. Let us send them all to the castle. The mere mention of the castle caused the guards stationed nearby to tremble, as if those 2 words were deeply rooted in their very bones. At once, moments later, the informant rushed back in, breathless. What is it now? General Black Sun, momentarily disturbed from his musings, asked with evident annoyance. The informant wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stammering, "The entire slave convoy has been annihilated. They have even erected the heads of the slaves at the village entrance. Reports indicate that the guards surrounding the castle have also discovered an arrow fitted with the head of the slave captain." General Black Sun was momentarily stunned. A bunch of malnourished Bobo people managed to slay the slave convoy? Realization dawned upon him that there might be outsiders involved in the upheaval. He promptly altered his orders. Deploy a punitive squad and eradicate the entirety of Poison Fog village. That outsider must be captured. Hanging our sacred royal family's heads at the village entrance? He truly seeks death. Understood. Just then, an informant from the sacred royal family barged in, stumbling, and exclaimed, "The punitive squad has also been completely obliterated. Enormous, incomprehensible tentacles have emerged around Poison Fog village, and it was these tentacles that dispatched every member of the punitive squad." What? General Black Sun stood abruptly, instinctively tightening his grip, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. In an instant, his pale body exploded, splattering the surrounding individuals with gore. Yet, they dared not utter a sound. Damn it, how audacious can these outsiders be? Prepare my dragon mount. I shall personally investigate Poison Fog village. The members of the sacred royal family scattered, hastily preparing for his command. At that moment, 5 shadowy figures appeared outside the door, clad in armor befitting professionals. "General, please refrain from acting impulsively." The leading man inhaled deeply, a smile adorning his face as he approached. Lin Moshwan, an elite professional from the Lee Corporation, a berserker of level 24, was but 1 level away from his class advancement quest. Thus turning his gaze towards the sacred royal family's divine metamorphosis path, a choice also favored by other members of the Lee Corporation, including Li Xingang. "Outsiders, do you have something to say?" General Black Sun, noticing the professionals, felt his anger somewhat subside, and in a composed tone, he inquired. This exemplifies the advantage professionals hold over natives. As long as the abyssal ruins confirm their alignment with a faction, individuals of any standing within that faction exhibit a high degree of tolerance towards professionals, at least granting them the opportunity for dialogue. Lin Moshwan needed ample faction points to secure his chance for class advancement, while simultaneously eliminating Qin Zhe to earn rewards for the Lee Corporation. A dual benefit, indeed. "General, it is this way. I am familiar with the outsider in Poison Fog village. His strength is exceedingly feeble. With but a finger, you could easily crush him." Lin Moshwan spoke respectfully. General Black Sun nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was a being of the 3rd stage of divine metamorphosis. Crushing the opponent with a finger was only natural. However, hearing such praise from these outsiders was quite gratifying. Yet, this individual is insidious and quite fond of leveraging the small against the large. He specializes in preparing toxic substances or one-time use lethal artifacts. You know how it is. We outsiders possess all manners of peculiar items, and he is one who collects such things, waiting to ensnare others. Upon hearing this, General Black Sun's brow furrowed deeply. His state of being was currently chaotic, at times beyond his control. If he were to encounter any toxic substances, he could very well meet his demise. Observing that he had successfully swayed General Black Sun, Lin Moshwan smiled and continued, "Please allow us to handle him. As fellow outsiders, we are all too familiar with his methods. Such a lowly life form hardly requires your involvement, General." General Black Sun nodded in satisfaction. He resumed his seat upon the luxurious chair and addressed Lin Moshwan. "If you can take care of the outsider in Poison Fog village, I shall grant you 3 grand treasure chests. Wealth, women, equipment, and divine power. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Upon hearing this, Lin Moshuan was overjoyed. In the next moment, a prompt appeared before him, inquiring whether he wished to accept the faction task. Faction task: defend the colonial city. He concealed his excitement and, along with his 4 companions, knelt and bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity, General. We shall not disappoint your expectations. General Black Sun nodded, then waved his hand impatiently, urging them to depart swiftly. Once Lin Moshuan and his companions exited the general's residence, they hurriedly made their way towards the colonial city. Defending the colonial city. Mission acceptance. Chapter 66. This is the true trump card, the undead cataclysm. The sacred royal family, colonial city. A towering figure of the royal lineage strides through the city constructed by the Popos, indulging in the sumptuous feasts and fine wines acquired through plunder. His countenance radiates a sense of superiority, coupled with unabashed disdain for other beings. Meanwhile, the original inhabitants, the Popos, find themselves confined within iron cages in the slave market on the western side of the city, heavy chains encircling their necks, being bartered over by the sacred royals, sometimes enduring lashes that leave them bloodied and bruised. Numbness is the only emotion reflected in their eyes. At that moment, above the western city wall, the tranquil space begins to undulate, as if shedding its garments. Behind this veil of space, the strikingly beautiful face of Mu Shui emerges, followed by a swift motion of her right arm, which unfurls a cloak akin to an invisibility cloak. Qinzhe emerges from beneath her arm, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing over the entirety of the colonial city from the edge of the wall. Goodness, the population is quite substantial, conservatively estimated at around 200,000. However, the living conditions are rather rudimentary. The low, dilapidated houses resemble a slum, and the pathways between them are nothing but muddy trails. Most critically, the entire city lacks dedicated sewage systems, with excretions occurring in the streets, and some of the more fastidious sacred royals resorting to using a basin, only to then discard it onto the road. Qinzhe silently pinches his nose, finding the situation rather absurd. Soon after, several individuals emerge from Mu Shui's concealment, their poses reminiscent of eagles swooping down on their prey. Qinzhe wraps his arms around Mu Shui's waist, following closely behind. The proximity causes a flush to rise on Mu Shui's cheeks. However, the moment they fully reveal themselves, they all scrunch their noses in dismay. Ugh, what a stench. My eyes are watering. Lu Yang, having just stepped out, squints as tears stream down his face uncontrollably. Meow. The cat girl follows, seemingly struck by a blow, immediately sticking out her tongue in disgust, spinning around to retreat into Mu Shui's embrace, only to be callously pushed away. The middle-aged man, Sun Yunlong, who had previously witnessed shattered corpses, adapts remarkably well, showing no signs of nausea. Perhaps he has allocated his resistance points in peculiar places. Watching everyone exit, Mu Shui waves her arm, re-enveloping herself. I'm utterly exasperated with these sacred royals. They brandish such imposing names, yet show no decorum. Qinzhe raises the dragon magic staff, consuming 1,000 mana to don himself in a frost magic armor. A light blue icy current swiftly intertwines around him, encasing him entirely. The refreshingly cold air revitalizes him. As for the others, he cannot concern himself with them. Spending 1,000 mana on such trivial matters, what would become of his siege endeavors? Nevertheless, the others manage to cope. Lu Yang produces a stone mask, placing it over his face, allowing him to breathe. The cat girl employs a bubble skill, encasing her head like an astronaut. The middle-aged man, Sun Yunlong, leisurely retrieves a face mask. It seems the barbecue feast is off the table. Instead, they stand to appreciate the undead cataclysm. The reason Qinzhe and the others approach the western wall under Mu Shui's invisibility cloak is due to the multitude of sacred royal strongholds surrounding them. To reach this colonial city would necessitate a bloody path, far too troublesome. It is more prudent to infiltrate and execute a grand plan. Suddenly, a vigilant voice pierces the air. Who are you? Qinzhe turns to find 5 sacred royal guards wielding long spears, their golden diamond-shaped crystals gleaming. He glances at them, smiles faintly, and responds, guess. He then raises the dragon magic staff, beginning to chant. Arise, my Despair Sea Battle Cemetery. Despair Sea Battle Cemetery LV12374 summons 5 super sea battle cemeteries from another world, each possessing distinct marine grave trenches. Ship Grave Trench, Sea Monster Grave Trench, Piranha Swarm Grave Trench, Oceanic Serpent Grave Trench, Abyssal Fishman Grave Trench, all skeletal in nature. Every 10 seconds, 30 different types of oceanic skeletons emerge from each trench. With no limit on summon quantity, skill duration, unlimited, mana cost, 5,000 points, mana consumption doubles every hour. Chanting duration, 30 seconds. The Skeleton Cemetery summoning skill chain is currently one of Qin Zhe's ultimate trump cards. The per second level increase during this period renders its terror unpredictable. The only drawback is the additional 30 seconds of chanting time. Qin Zhe understands this, for such a cataclysmic skill requires time to unfold its domain. The 5 Sacred Royal Guards, sensing the anomaly, recognize Qin Zhe's formidable power. True to their racial instincts, they refrain from risking confrontation, immediately scattering to alert others. Quick! There's an enemy attack. Inform the city defense commander. I'll notify the city lord. The enemy is formidable and must be taken seriously. Yes. I'll gather some more people. The Sacred Royal Guards utter their noble intentions before hastily retreating. However, mere moments later, a colossal shadow looms from the heavens, eclipsing the light above them. The shadow spreads rapidly, seemingly poised to engulf the entire city. The 5 Sacred Royal Guards pause, stunned, gazing upwards. To their astonishment, the sky has transformed into a vast ocean, or rather, has become a profound abyss, the unfathomable darkness sending shivers through them, as if the entire sea were about to spill forth. Yet, these are merely their imaginations. The dark trench remains suspended in the air, tranquil, with not a single droplet of seawater falling. As Qin Zhe continues his chant, the trench cemetery gradually unfolds, revealing glimpses of its contents. In the next moment, the central sea battle trench issues forth the creaking sounds of vessels. A dilapidated ship, reduced to mere skeletal remains, emerges from the shadowy depths of the trench, breaking through the threshold and soaring above the colonial city. The 20-meter-long battered hull crashes violently against the city wall. With a resounding boom, the wall collapses, and the splintered remnants of the ship slide towards the city center. Upon the pitch-black masts and tattered planks stand a multitude of pirate skeletons, brandishing curved blades. They believe themselves to be pillaging the city, their jaws clattering in jubilant celebration. In this moment, be it allies, sacred royals, or the operatives from the Lee Corporation, they all behold the sudden emergence of 5 trenches, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Chapter 67. For whom the bell tolls. The Sacred Royal Colonial City, Lord's Mansion. Lin Mo Xian, accompanied by 4 teammates, swiftly enters, greeting the city lord with a respectful bow. My lord, we have received orders from General Blacksun, and have come to protect this city. The slender, bamboo pole-like Sacred Royal City Lord stands with arms crossed by the window, his countenance brimming with arrogance. Lin Moshwan exchanged glances with the deceased, and then his expression shifted. He retrieved 5 gleaming gold bars, which he had exchanged from the bank, from the warehouse, stacking them neatly to display their alluring golden luster. Beneath them lay a small tray, which he then presented to the side of the lord of the Sacred Royal Clan. The lord's eyes flickered with delight upon catching sight of the gold, but he quickly masked his excitement with a facade of composure. His lips twitched uncontrollably, yet he managed to suppress it. Your Excellency, we are not questioning your capabilities, nor do we seek to showcase our own, Lin Moshwan continued, cradling the gold. Rather, the foreign threat looming over our city is our long-standing enemy. We require your strength to eliminate this intruder, thereby ridding our city of this menace. These 5 gold bars are our humble offering. We hope you will accept them. A foreigner? Is he truly worth such an endeavor? The lord questioned. Incredulity etched on his face. As far as I know, he is merely one of the pigmen. How could such a being stir any significant turmoil? Turning away, the lord discreetly accepted the 5 gold bars, his fingers trembling as they brushed over their surface. Such a hue, such symmetry, he had never encountered anything like it before. Indeed, Your Excellency, you are correct. This foreigner is far inferior to us. To put it bluntly, should we meet, I could easily leave him searching for his teeth. Lin Moshwan affirmed with a nod of agreement. Such weakness? The lord appeared taken aback, handing the gold bars to a subordinate while stretching his arms. So, by your account, I could effortlessly eliminate this intruder? Certainly, Your Excellency is far stronger than we are. It would be a mere trifling matter for you. However, Lin Moshwan interjected. This foreigner is notoriously treacherous. It is said that the city has but a single water source. I am certain he will poison it, possibly even introducing contagions, which would lead to the swift demise of half the city's populace. The lord's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, and besides that, he possesses the ability to wield wind magic, capable of dispersing toxic powder into the city with similar effects. What do you propose we do now? First, summon all the Sacred Royal Clan soldiers from every stronghold, surrounding the city in an impenetrable formation, ensuring not even a bird can pass. Our team will capture and eliminate this cunning intruder. Lin Moshwan's lips curled into a sly smile as he envisioned the scene of defeating Qin Zhe and claiming rewards from both sides. At level 24, and with the entirety of the city backing him, how could he possibly fail? Victory was practically assured. Subsequently, Both parties engaged in a candid and profound discussion about how to eliminate Qinze, a dialogue that could easily fill a tome titled 100 Ways to Kill Qinze. It was then that a shadow appeared outside the window, resembling an eye slowly unfurling. What is that? The Slender Lord was the first to detect the anomaly, peering curiously out the window. Initially suspecting it to be a mere experiment from the castle, he soon realized something was amiss. This is not right. As time slipped away, the vertical slit widened, revealing a dark abyss reminiscent of a water-filled trench, seemingly concealing countless bones and bizarre objects. Since the Sacred Royal Clan was an inland race unacquainted with the sea, they could not comprehend the depths of such a chasm. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mashuan and his companion's smiles froze in place. In the next instant, he leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Enemy attack! The intruder has arrived." The intruder? Did you not say he would only poison the river? The Lord was now more perplexed than ever. How has the river been summoned into the sky? And there are 5 of them. How is this even possible? Such a scale of power. Does it truly exist in this world? My heavens! A deep-sea trench suspended in the sky, complete with sunken ships and sea monsters. But according to intel, Qinze is merely a level 15 practitioner. Even if he is a necromancer, I can comprehend summoning skeletons, but bringing forth a trench is beyond reason. Lin Mashuan and his 4 companions were too stunned to pay heed to the Lord. They were engulfed in unparalleled shock, unable to grasp the current situation. However, the elongated trench looming above seemed to maintain a barrier from reality, as the terrifying seawater did not cascade downwards. Ha ha ha, I understand now. This must be an illusion, a mere trick to frighten us. Lin Mashuan felt a surge of clarity wash over him, his tension easing. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a dilapidated black ship's hull burst forth from the trench, adorned with a skull and crossbones emblem. Countless skeletal remains clung to the ship, brandishing curved blades. The heavy vessel crushed the city walls without hesitation. Are you serious? Moreover, the ship was indeed laden with skeletons, precisely what a necromancer would command. As if that were not enough, the other 4 trenches began to unleash sea creature skeletons in a relentless tide. Merfolk skeletons with fish tails surged forth, writhing like a deluge. Massive armored figures enshrouded in seaweed, the deceased ocean titans, emerged from the trench's depths. Piranhas writhed, their mouths filled with sharp teeth, eager to bite anything in sight. A torrent of white skeletons cascaded from the 5 trenches, resembling 5 cascading waterfalls. Is this some sort of joke? This is utterly absurd. Lin Mashuan and his companions gazed in disbelief at the spectacle, their minds overwhelmed. The Lord, now anxious, exclaimed, "Is this the foreigner you spoke of? Did you not say he was weak? Calm down. Gather all the Sacred Royal Clan soldiers to confront these emerging skeletons. Do not worry. These skeletons are decayed and fragile. They will crumble at a mere touch. The Necromancer himself is weak. We shall bring some skilled fighters to hunt down his core." Lin Mashuan spoke rapidly, reassuringly. Without a hint of hesitation, the Lord nodded decisively. "Very well. I shall personally lead the charge against these skeletons. You shall take my trusted aides. They are the strongest of the Sacred Royal Clan, and swiftly eliminate this so-called necromancer." Agreed. Thus, both parties hastily dispersed from the Lord's estate, quickly mobilizing to confront the skeletal horde that had manifested in the sky. However, alas, the necromantic calamity had already commenced, with countless experiences converging within Qinze. Congratulations. You have slain a Sacred Royal Clan guard, earning experience, 2,100. Congratulations, you have slain a Sacred Royal Clan archer, earning experience, 1,800. Congratulations. You have slain a commoner of the Sacred Royal Clan, earning experience, 100. Chapter 68. The Undaunted Ship's Bones. Charge. Enemy attack. The Sacred Royal Clan guards had been idly gambling in the cool shade of the city walls. Suddenly, the massive trench unfurled above them. They remained transfixed, watching until the trench fully opened. As the dilapidated black ship's hull surged forth from the trench above, they were finally struck with the realization that terror had descended upon them, witnessing the ship grow larger before their very eyes. The guards sprang to their feet in a panic, scrambling in all directions to escape, desperate not to be a second too late. Yet, only a few managed to flee successfully. The majority were crushed by the black ship, splattering into pools of flesh and blood. 85,000, crushed to death by overwhelming weight. 85,000, crushed to death by overwhelming weight. 85,000, triggered by overwhelming pressure, resulting in death. Damage values burst forth in succession, leading to an instantaneous demise without any unexpected developments. Congratulations, you have slain a guard of the Sacred Royal family, earning experience points, 2,000. Congratulations, you have slain a guard of the Sacred Royal family, earning experience points, 2,100. Congratulations, you have slain an archer of the sacred royal family, earning experience. 1,800. As the dark ship's bones crushed down, the city walls crumbled, and 123 guards of the sacred royal family met their end. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to LV19. With all attributes at 1, and 4 free attributes, health at 400, and mana at 100. The Undaunted Ship's Bones. Special Monster Route. Level, LV19, cannot exceed the Summoner. Health, 350,000. Attributes, Strength 5,000, Agility 0, Intelligence 0. Skill 1, Set Sail, Weigh Anchor. The spirit of the Undaunted yearns for the adventure of the seas. Yet it has been sunk by cannon fire, eternally submerged beneath the waves. Nevertheless, its obsession with moving forward remains potent. It glides forward utilizing advantageous terrain at a speed of 20 knots, inflicting 1,000,000 damage upon enemies in its path. Terrain is necessary, but in its absence, skeletal crew members can carve out a pathway. Skill 2, Skeleton Crew. If recognized by the spirit of the Undaunted, one may become a skeletal crew member, sharing 50 points of strength and gaining 300 agility, retaining their original intelligence. Upon slaying an enemy, they can transform them into a skeletal crew member or absorb their life force to grow stronger. Current number of skeletal crew members, 100, 100. Skill 3, Ship Activation. After the spirit of the Undaunted manifests, the ship gains a limited range of mobility. The tether and anchor may be launched forward to change direction, and the deck can open and close. Abandoned cannons can autonomously turn and reload, and if they can still fire, they may bombard enemies. Description: it was an exceedingly brutal naval battle. With a thunderous crash, the bones of the Undaunted smashed against the city walls and began to slide into the city. The skeletal crew brandished their curved blades, their teeth clattering as they leapt from the ship. A single powerful strike landed upon the guard's spear. The air erupted with sparks as the guards of the sacred royal family recoiled in agony, blood seeping from their hands. The pirate skeletons, merciless and ferocious, offered no respite, swiftly reducing the guard to a mangled heap of flesh and shattered bones. 4,789, 4,801, 4,823. The green essence representing vitality escaped from the lifeless guard's orifices, which was then shared among the pirate skeletons that had slain him. In the next moment, the surface of the pirate skeletons gleamed with renewed luster. Even the seaweed adorning them became a more vibrant green. After the bones of the Undaunted crashed into the city walls, they were immediately surrounded by the approaching guards of the sacred royal family. A fierce battle ensued. The brutality here specifically referred to the sacred royal family guards. Meanwhile, within the city, the slave master of the sacred royal family wielded a whip, mercilessly lashing the nearby Bobo people until their skin was torn and bloodied. The cages surrounding them held only more Bobo captives. I want you to perform with spirit. Do you not understand? If I can't sell you for a decent price, I'll beat you to death. You still need to eat every day. It's driving me to ruin. Even pigs are more useful than you. The venomous curses grew increasingly harsh. The Bobo man, suspended by bound hands, hung his head low. Faced with the vicious whip, his body merely swayed. He was so weak that he could not utter a word, only managing to emit faint whimpers. Since his birth, his homeland had been invaded and occupied, forcing him and his mother to constantly hide. Until one day, when several guards of the sacred royal family leered and reached for his mother, he fought desperately, only to end up bloodied and bruised. Since then, he had never seen his mother again, only a pool of unrecognizable flesh. How infuriating, he thought to himself. Before he dies, he wished he could take at least one of them down with him. He would gladly bite into their flesh. Now, being bound and whipped to death here felt unbearably suffocating. Suddenly, the relentless pain ceased. The Bobo man cautiously opened his eyes, bewildered. It turned out that guests had arrived, 3 elegantly dressed members of the sacred royal family. He recognized them. They frequently came to select Bobo female slaves. It was clear what they intended to do with them. Their frequent purchases left little doubt about the fate of these Bobo women. Death. The slave master rubbed his hands together, smiling as he approached the 3 to select female slaves from the cages. Soon, the screams and cries of the women filled the air. They, too, understood that being taken away meant facing a fate worse than death, but it was beyond their control. The suspended Bobo man closed his eyes, tears streaming from the corners. Even though his heart was filled with humiliation, anger, and resentment, what could be done? Nothing could change. The only fate awaiting him was to be whipped to death in disgrace. Not far away, they had already selected a female slave, leering as they pulled her from the iron cage. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Something appeared to have fallen from the sky, followed by the horrified screams of the slave master and the other 3. What is this? A skeleton with a fishtail? Ah, they're moving. Someone help me get them off. It bit me. It bit me. My ear is gone. The Bobo man blinked in astonishment, then witnessed an unforgettable scene. Skeletons with human bodies and fish tails rained down from the sky. Upon landing, they began to tear into the surrounding people. Ha ha ha, serves you right. Die. All of you die. The Bobo man laughed maniacally, until one of the mermaid skeletons slowly crawled towards him, its terrifying visage sending chills down his spine. Come, devour me. And consume them as well. The Bobo man exclaimed with excitement, tears of exhilaration streaming from his eyes. But in the next moment, the ropes binding him were suddenly severed by the mermaid skeleton's bite. Chapter 69. Today is your day. In the slave market, white skeletons rained down like a storm. They struck the muddy ground, sending up clouds of dust, crashing against buildings with resounding thuds, and some even fell directly upon the sacred royal family members, knocking them to the ground. Upon seeing food, the mermaid skeletons bared their razor-sharp teeth and bit down, blood splattering like bursting fruit. Oh, sacred royal family. Today is your day. Countless Bobo people witnessed this apocalyptic scene, feeling not a shred of fear, but rather an excitement. Who has experienced being sold into slavery by those who invaded their homeland? Such humiliation is unacceptable to any sane mind. At long last, the ordeal has come to an end. The wicked do indeed face their comeuppance. Witnessing the wretched demise of the sacred royal lineage was an exhilarating spectacle. However, what the enslaved Pop-Pop people did not anticipate was that the terrifying skeletal figures descending from the heavens would not devour them outright, but rather sever the ropes binding them and shatter the metallic cages that confined them. Those sharp claws, upon contact, would surely leave gaping wounds, yet astonishingly, not a single one of them was harmed. Freed from their restraints, the Pop-Pop people collapsed in disbelief, their eyes wide as they observed the sacred royals screaming in terror as they were torn apart. Those who once held dominion over them, selecting them at will, were now reduced to trembling, submissive beings, unable to muster even the slightest semblance of resistance. Suddenly, a panicked royal, upon noticing the Pop-Pop people unscathed, rushed towards them, seeking refuge by their side. As expected, a nearby skeletal mermaid, poised to pounce, immediately altered its course. The sacred royals, utterly inept at any task, excelled only in their flight from danger. More and more royals recognized this phenomenon and hurriedly crowded around the Pop-Pop people, including a particularly rotund slave owner. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. A group of slaves had not noticed the skeletal monstrosities outside. Get out of my way, or I'll trample you. Though the slave owner barked his commands, he was, in truth, cravenly pushing his way to the center of the throng. The Pop-Pop people exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with hatred. Clenching the stones from the ground, they hurled them towards the slave owner's head. Ah! He screamed, blood gushing forth. He turned with a snarl. How dare you, you wretched slaves! Tears of blood streamed from the corners of the Pop-Pop people's eyes, their resentment palpable. They had awaited this day for far too long. Countless stones rained down upon the slave owner, transforming him into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Congratulations, you have slain a commoner of the sacred royal lineage. Gaining experience, 50, faction points, 10. Congratulations, you have slain a slave owner of the sacred royal lineage. Gaining experience, 200, faction points, 2,000. Congratulations, you have slain a commoner of the sacred royal lineage. Gaining experience, 50, faction points, 10. Standing at the edge of the city walls, Qinze was enveloped in an aura of cold, magical armor. The scene of the colonial city besieged by a cataclysm of the undead was truly magnificent. Captain, may I take a picture for my social media? The cat girl inquired hesitantly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although mobile phones could be brought into the instance, there was no signal. Of course, Qinze replied with a gentle smile, summoning everyone over. Lu Yang, masked, and Sun Yunlong, wearing an N95 mask, along with Mu Shui, who was concealed beneath a cloak with only her head visible, gathered. The cat girl stood at the forefront, forming a heart shape against the backdrop of the devastated colonial city. As she pressed the shutter, a skeletal deep-sea titan raised a colossal anchor high, creating an extraordinarily awe-inspiring scene. Wow, the picture turned out fantastic. I'll just edit my face to be a little smaller when I get back. The cat girl nodded in satisfaction. I'll send you all a copy. Do you want the original or the edited version? Qinze replied. The original is fine, thank you. Lu Yang echoed the same sentiment. Mu Shui requested. Please send me an edited version. The group turned to her in unison, their expressions reflecting the infamous reputation of the Asian face-swapping technique. Lu Yang approached Qinze, gazing towards the outskirts of the colonial city. It seems the sacred royals have caught wind of the situation. Soldiers from the surrounding outposts are rushing this way. Indeed, I anticipated such a scenario, yet the sacred royals possess numerous hidden cards, Qinze remarked, observing the colossal entities emerging from the dense forest, trampling the great trees beneath their feet. This must be the war machines of the sacred royals. However, in the end, they would merely serve to provide him with experience. Guidance of the underworld's corpse. Shinzei's expression turned serious as the world around him began to shift. Countless souls of the sacred royals wailed in the air, seemingly unable to accept their own demise. Shinzei showed them no mercy, directly drawing their souls towards him. In the next instant, a torrent of ethereal, bluish souls surged forth, their faces contorted in expressions reflective of their lives. It was quite eerie. Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1. The number of souls was rapidly escalating. Underworld soul storage. 2, 738, 950, 000. Within mere seconds, he reached half of the storage capacity. Such a multitude of souls was too valuable to waste. It would also serve to replenish his depleted mana. Shinzei swiftly grasped a handful of the sacred royal souls and hurled them towards the hull of the Invincible. New beginnings, activate. The tilted mast of the Invincible immediately straightened. At the same time, the remaining short lengths of the ship's ropes elongated significantly, thickening to the girth of an adult's wrist. Dozens of jet-black ropes twisted powerfully in the air, resembling a rampaging python. The anchor became extraordinarily robust, capable of piercing through anything. Crucially, once the anchor and ropes regained their strength, the Invincible could move forward without relying on skeletal crew members to push it. Instead, it could pull itself forward by anchoring and securing the position ahead. The maneuverability of the Invincible greatly improved, allowing it to hunt down the soldiers of the Sacred Royals. Reaper, trigger. Agility attribute 5, random, health and mana restored by 1000. Reaper, trigger. 5 souls were consumed in total, completely replenishing his mana. Shinzei wasted no time, summoning the Ghoul Nax and the Dark Ranger. He had an unsettling premonition. Having these two for protection would offer him a measure of safety. As soon as the Ghoul Nax appeared, his eyes gleamed at the sight of the blood and flesh strewn across the city. Wait until we're done before you eat. At that moment, applause erupted from one side of the city wall. Lin Mashwan approached, flanked by 4 professionals, a sinister smile upon his face. Shinzei, you're quite audacious, standing brazenly atop the city wall. Chapter 70, Battle of the Professional Squad. The colonial city found itself in the throes of one-sided slaughter. The white skeletons raining down from above faced no resistance from the commoners of the Sacred Royals, who could only scream as they fled in all directions. The 15-meter-high remains of the deep-sea titan raised its massive anchor, methodically demolishing the more fortified structures. Each strike fell silently, due to their status as commoners. Their combat strength was likely inferior even to the ghouls in the Manor instance, resulting in minimal experience points. However, when amassed, the experience was still considerable. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV20, all attributes 2, free attributes 6, health 1000, mana 500. Attribute bonuses would increase with level progression. The situation within the city quickly became clear, but the true challenge lay beyond its walls, as soldiers from the surrounding Sacred Royal outposts surged forth. Accompanied by bizarre experimental creatures reminiscent of human-faced dogs and specially engineered war machines, which still possessed considerable strength. 5 summoned sea tombs. With the mermaid's skeletal sea tomb intended to confront the forces within the city, while the remaining 4 are designated to combat the armies outside its walls. Shinzei, Lin Mashwan, accompanied by 4 teammates and a multitude of the city lord's elite guards, all in the first stage of metamorphosis, emerged with a sinister expression. You say you are a summoner, and while it would be one thing to not hide, you brazenly stand atop the city wall. Is that not akin to courting death? Lin Mashwan wore a menacing grin, clearly exhilarated. Summoners are widely acknowledged to be physically weak. He did not believe that Shinzei could unleash a cataclysmic city-destroying technique while simultaneously possessing combat prowess. Surely, he relied on his comrades for protection. However, he chuckled darkly. One was more inept than the next, save for that cat girl who seemed slightly stronger. The female assassin was intriguing as well. Her level information concealed, perhaps due to some hidden artifact. Such a rare item must belong to a wealthy family. He resolved to spare her life, or at the very least, not to antagonize her. To thrive as a professional, one must navigate the intricacies of human relationships. As for Shinzei, he must be eliminated, ideally. He would retrieve the head for boss Li Xingang, who would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Securing S-class resources would no longer be a distant dream. They lined up, malice radiating from them like a palpable aura. On the other side, Shinzei narrowed his eyes at them. Battling a summoner felt peculiar, reminiscent of encountering a fellow countryman abroad. Yet, in foreign lands, such compatriots often harbored the most treacherous intentions. One might as well wish to strip away a layer of skin. Lin Mashwan, level, LV24, health, 13200. Profession, Berserker. Li Dazhuang, level, LV22, health, 15800. Profession, Shield Warrior. Qingyang, level, LV24, health, 7500. Profession, Frost Ranger. Lu Yan, level, LV24, health, 6300. Profession, Lightning Mage. Wang Chunyang, level, 19, health, 4800. Profession, Holy Light Priest. A quintessential team of professionals, capable of enduring damage, delivering output, and providing healing. Their levels generally exceeded his own, with one even a tier below him. The challenge did not seem overly daunting. This was Qin Zhe's first encounter with a team of professionals, and he found it rather novel. Qin Zhe, what distinguishes you from a butcher who slaughters the innocent of an entire city? My act of killing you is a righteous endeavor. Lin Moshuan proclaimed with a sense of justice, concurrently brandishing two large blades crossed before him. Instantly, his aura transformed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang and the others could no longer contain themselves. Lu Yang retorted, "Do you not see? This is the city of the Bobo people. The indigenous population has been reduced to mere slaves. Are you blind?" Sun Yunlong added, "I may lack education, but I understand that the oppression and humiliation endured by the Bobo people far exceeds my own by 100-fold. Those are matters of the past. Yet you have slaughtered the city of the sacred royal family. You are the true villain, while I stand for justice." Lin Moshuan crossed his blades, a crimson glow emanating from his body, evidently activating the core skill of the Berserker. At that moment, a panicked cry erupted from the Holy Light Priest, Wang Chunyang. No. Lin Moshuan was still in the midst of activating his Berserker skill, and his heart raced as he swiftly turned to look. He beheld the assassin Mu Shui, who had stealthily approached the Holy Light Priest from behind, and with a dagger, she swiftly slit his throat. 1783, bleeding status triggered. 73, Lin Moshuan's pupils constricted sharply. Such high damage. He hurriedly turned back, crossing his blades before him, striving to continue the activation of his Berserker skill. The total activation time required was 30 seconds, and he began the process immediately. Once successfully activated, he would gain a speed boost of 30, damage of 30, and lifesteal effects. Quite formidable. With Li Dazhuang, the Shield Warrior, by his side, it should hold up. Moreover, there were the City Lord's elite guards, 12 of them, each at the first stage of metamorphosis. Truly the main force. In the next moment, a scream from Li Dazhuang pierced the air. Out of nowhere, a terrifying ghoul emerged, ripping apart his 2-meter-tall shield. It then bit off his right arm and devoured it, the sickening sound of muscle being chewed causing Lin Moshuan's scalp to prickle. 7321, crippling effect triggered, toxin triggered. 500. Lin Moshuan's eyes widened in shock. What damage was this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows imbued with a faint blue chill flew towards Qin Zhe in succession. Lin Moshuan breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was my turn. 173, 188, 209. Damage values floated up consecutively, all in white. This is impossible. The Frost Ranger Qingyang, with her longbow, felt her confidence shatter in an instant. Her attacks could not even breach the enemy's shield. Now it's my turn. Lu Yang, now at level 17, thrust his spear directly at Qingyang's face, forcing her to retreat clumsily, only to collide with the crouching and gnawing Nyx. Nyx slowly turned, still clutching an eyeball in its mouth. With a thud, Qingyang's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. However, Nyx showed no mercy, grabbing her delicate leg and pulling her into its embrace, before exposing its menacing fangs and sinking them into her flesh, accompanied by Qingyang's screams. The crunching sound of her bones echoed. Professional Li Dazhuang has died, dropped experience, 15,000, dropped equipment, Earth Shield, Platinum Grade. Professional Qingyang has died, dropped experience, 17,000, dropped equipment, Frost Longbow, Platinum Grade. In a single clash, 2 team members perished. Moreover, the priest had his throat cut, rendered unable to chant. Lin Moshuan trembled uncontrollably, and his core skill, Wrath of the Berserker, had yet to be fully activated. Chapter 71, A Surge in Basic Attributes. 10 seconds remained until Wrath of the Berserker, successfully activated. Lin Moshuan gritted his teeth, the hair on his body standing on end. He had never anticipated the death of 2 teammates in such short order. Where was the promised level suppression? However, Qin Zhe, to his credit, did not take the opportunity to ambush him at that moment. Once he successfully activated Wrath of the Berserker, he would become immune to all negative effects and control effects. If worst came to worst, he could always retreat, right? Most crucially, the 12 elite guards of the City Lord stood by, each at the first stage of metamorphosis, LV25. Health of 150,000, each one a boss-level entity in other instances, now representing his greatest reliance. Kill for me. Lin Moshuan shouted, crossing his blades. This command did not spur the 12 elite guards into action. Rather, it elicited disdainful glances from them. As noble members of the sacred royal family, they were quite displeased with this outsider issuing orders. Watching these intruders perish one after another brought them joy. Conversely, the only remaining lightning mage, Lu Yan, could hardly contain herself. She panicked and turned to flee, casually tossing out 2 lightning balls that struck Nyx in the face, the electric sparks dancing across its terrifying visage, yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. Magic immunity. Magic immunity. What? Lu Yan, witnessing this, was utterly terrified. Magic immunity? Nexus extended his claws to wipe his face. Then, baring his fangs, he leapt up with ferocity, executing a pounce akin to a famished tiger, pinning Lu Yan to the ground, his claws firmly gripping her hands and feet. What do you intend to do? Lu Yan gazed at Nexus's terrifying visage, her heart gripped by sheer terror. Nexus opened his maw wide and sank his teeth into her exposed chest, tearing upward, flesh and blood stretching grotesquely. 7,389, bleeding effect triggered, toxins spreading. What the hell? All the women present instinctively clutched their chests, experiencing a phantom pain. Professional Lu Yan has perished, experience dropped. 18,000, equipment dropped. Energy staff, platinum grade. It must be said, the experience dropped by professionals is indeed quite enticing. Just 5 more seconds. Endure for 5 more seconds. Just 5 seconds. Lin Moshwan crossed his dual blades, his skin already flushed crimson, pores exuding mist. Power surged within him. With 12 remaining bodyguards, they should be able to hold out. An exhilarating battle. Now it was our turn. The captain of the Lord's bodyguard spoke leisurely. He had witnessed the intensity of the previous battle and knew they were far from capable. The sole concern was that woman draped in a hooded cloak, whose charged black arrows, ignited with ghostly green flames, posed a significant threat to them. Eliminate the threat first. The captain led his men straight towards the Dark Ranger, the right hand of the underworld. The world transformed in Qin Zhe's eyes, and souls became visible to the naked eye. He grasped a handful of sacred royal souls and forcefully pressed them against the Dark Ranger's chest. Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1, Soul 1. It consumed a full 100 souls. Underworld stored souls, 4, 987, 350, 000. If not used soon, they would overflow. Lost Path Rebirth activated. The charged arrow, already aflame with soul fire, underwent yet another transformation. The soul fire began to crystallize, ultimately enveloping the entire arrow. Countless distorted, agonized faces were eternally imprinted within the crystal. Soul crystal, a sufficient number of soul fires coalescing into an eternal soul crystal, range 1,000 kilometers, requires prior sensing of target unit. Damage 100, 000. Can penetrate defenses to directly attack the soul, inflicting an additional soul damage of 5, 000, and causing the crystallization effect, rendering the enemy's body rigid. Their consciousness unable to control their form for 3 seconds, usable 11 times. Death Whisperer activated. Consumes 1 soul, power 5, random, restores 1, 000 health and mana. A total of 100 souls. The quantitative change leading to a qualitative transformation. Qin Zhe's attribute enhancements were indeed remarkable. Strength 175, Agility 225, Intelligence 100. Whoosh. The crystallized charged arrow shot forth with tremendous speed. Its vibration in the air seemed to resonate with souls, causing profound discomfort. The captain of the Lord's bodyguard's expression changed dramatically as a warning bell of danger rang in his mind. He instinctively sought to evade. Yet the charged arrow pierced through his chest, creating a gaping wound. 130, 000, with additional soul damage, accompanied by crystallization. 5, 000. The captain's eyes widened in shock, his pupils gradually losing their luster, before he collapsed backward. Congratulations, you have slain a captain of the sacred royal lord's bodyguard, gaining experience. 55, 000. The charged arrow did not cease, but continued to pierce through 3 more bodyguard members, ultimately embedding itself within the city wall. 12, 203, with additional soul damage, accompanied by crystallization. 5, 000. 11, 832, with additional soul damage, accompanied by crystallization. 5, 000. Congratulations, you have slain a member of the sacred royal lord's bodyguard, gaining experience. 30, 000. Congratulations, you have slain a captain of the sacred royal lord's bodyguard, gaining experience. 31, 000. The 3 bodyguards collapsed as well. Lin Moshwan, catching a glimpse of the fallen lord's guard, was astounded. What? I still have 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Nexus continued to feast on Lu Yan's body, devouring an arm with 1 bite and a thigh with another. Ghoul Nexus consumed the right leg of Professional Liu Yan, gaining Evolution Degree 100, Agility Attribute 100. Archery Proficiency 300. Ghoul Nexus consumed the right shoulder of Professional Liu Yan, gaining Evolution Degree 100, Agility Attribute 100, Archery Proficiency 300. Such significant attribute gains. Qin Zhe was somewhat taken aback, but first, he needed to deal with the immediate enemy. The right hand of the underworld pulled forth another handful of souls, approximately 100, and directed them towards Nexus. Due to the long-range infusion, 6 souls dissipated in the process. Lost Path Rebirth activated. Nexus raised his head and let out a howl, his claws and fangs undergoing crystallization. The Dark Ranger was used per instance, while this one had a 20-minute time limit. With damage enhancement reduced to 50,000, soul damage remaining at 5,000, but movement and attack speeds increased by 300. Death Whisperer activated. Strength 325, Agility 55, Intelligence 120. Nexus turned to face the remaining bodyguards, his eyes gleaming with a rainbow-hued soul light. The bodyguard members instinctively took a step back. My core skill has finally been activated. Lin Moshwan was enveloped in a surge of blood energy, appearing imposing. Yet he dared not raise his voice. Chapter 72, The World Line Changes. The core skill, Berserker's Fury, has finally been successfully activated. Lin Moshwan was engulfed in blood energy, his muscles bulging, veins protruding. He felt power surging within him. A murderous impulse consuming his mind. The overwhelming strength made him feel invincible, as if he could cleave any foe into oblivion. This skill could be said to sacrifice reason in exchange for immense combat prowess. A series of subsequent minor skills were built upon this mechanism. In a typical battle, he would charge ferociously into the enemy ranks. However, at this moment, he stood amidst the remnants of mangled flesh, lost in silence, appearing remarkably docile. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from a member of the sacred royal bodyguard. Lin Moshwan turned to look, his breath catching in his throat, and his legs trembled uncontrollably, dropping him to the ground. Qin Gu, I was wrong. We are all human, and we are all from Linhai City. Spare my life, and I will surely repay your kindness in the future. I was blind to your strength. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to approach even with 100 times the courage. Please, just give me a beating to vent your anger. Spare my life, I beg you. The so-called berserker, reputed for his diminished intellect, now exhibited an unexpected rationality. Who was it that claimed I was a butcher earlier? Qin Zhe approached with a smile, hands clasped behind his back, intentionally leaving Lin Moshwan alive. After all, there was much intelligence he could not ascertain from his side, so he would have to inquire from the enemy camp. I am who I am, my dear brother. I am the executioner. The plight of the Bobos is indeed tragic. They once toiled diligently in their homeland, only to be invaded by the accursed holy royalty, who wreaked havoc, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage, leaving no sin uncommitted. Ultimately, they seized the very cities of the people, brazenly occupying them and treating the inhabitants as mere slaves to be sold. Such wickedness. These holy royals deserve nothing less than total annihilation. Lin Mo Xian exclaimed, his indignation palpable, as if he had witnessed the entire ordeal firsthand. Qin Zhe paused momentarily before responding. Your moral standards seem rather flexible. Oh, not at all, Lin Mo Xian humbly retorted. Let me propose this. I shall pose a few questions, and if you answer truthfully, I may consider granting you a chance at survival. Absolutely, ask away. I will answer with utmost sincerity, even if you have 100 inquiries. First, let us discuss the Black Sun General. Relate everything you know about him. The Black Sun General is the most formidable boss in this region, so one must be adequately prepared. I am well versed in this matter. My faction's quest is directly linked to the Black Sun General, so I possess some knowledge about him. Lin Mo Xian eagerly exclaimed. Very well, enlighten me. The Black Sun General suffers from a peculiar affliction that has grotesquely distorted his body, layers of fat accumulating without any means of excretion. Qin Zhe raised an eyebrow. Is it as I suspect? How do you know all this? I previously undertook a mission at the Black Sun General's residence and participated in a research conference by the Li Corporation regarding the Holy Transformation Path. We unanimously concluded that the Black Sun General is a failure. Had he succeeded, he would have cocooned himself like a holy royal, awaiting his metamorphosis into a higher life form. Oh, I see. But how does this information benefit me? The Black Sun General's might is overwhelming, so formidable that it inspires despair. Nearly invincible, especially now that he operates at nightmare difficulty, his strength has escalated to an unfathomable level. To be frank, with your current combat prowess, venturing forth would be tantamount to a death sentence. Lin Mo Xian shouted with fervor. The Li Corporation once convened to devise strategies against the Black Sun General, ultimately concluding that he is impossible to kill. Qin Zhe furrowed his brow upon hearing this. If what he said were true, wouldn't encountering the Black Sun General spell doom? Even if one could breach his physical form, he would swiftly regenerate. The Lee Corporation did, however, discover a method, exploiting the Black Sun General's bodily flaws to induce his internal collapse. He lacks an excretory outlet, and his corpulent form is suffocating. If they were to seal off his last remaining opening, he would inevitably explode. There seems to be a semblance of logic in that. Qin Zhe fell into contemplation. The Black Sun General and the castle as the ultimate boss of this region are indeed perplexing. You have provided a method to defeat the Black Sun General. Now you ought to grant me my freedom, yes? Lin Mo Xian asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Wait, I have one final question. Since the Lee Corporation has formulated a method to eliminate the Black Sun General, they would not simply disregard such a lucrative reward. So why did they ultimately fail to kill him? Lack of strength? With the aid of some peculiar tools, sealing a boss's mouth should not be insurmountable, should it? Lin Mo Xian's expression froze in an instant. At this point, you still dare to deceive me. I am not deceiving you. All I have stated is the truth. If you possess any lie detection tools or skills, feel free to employ them on me. Indeed, you have not lied. But you have neglected a crucial element, the ancient disease studied within the castle. Qin Zhe sneered. A flicker of fear crossed Lin Mo Xian's eyes as he hastily shook his head. I know nothing of this ancient disease. Such knowledge is typically only accessible after one has undergone a class change and embarked on the holy transformation path. I am not qualified at this moment. Will you divulge it or not? I truly do not know. Next, I leave it to you. The practitioner Lin Mo Xian has perished. Experience dropped. 20,000. Equipment dropped. Bloodthirsty twin blades. Platinum grade. Announcement. The 7th practitioner team of the Lee Corporation has been completely annihilated in the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon, Dusk Plains. Announcement. The 7th practitioner team of the Lee Corporation has been completely annihilated in the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon, Dusk Plains. The troublesome practitioner team has finally met their demise. Yet, Qin Zhe's expression remained heavy. What could this ancient disease truly be? Without understanding it, how could one hope to confront the Black Sun General, the super boss? Moreover, the look in Lin Mo Xian's eyes had unmistakably suggested that he possessed key information regarding the ancient disease, yet he refused to divulge it. Qin Zhe was unconvinced of his integrity. This only served to indicate that the penalties for leaking the secret of the ancient disease were more terrifying than being devoured by a ghoul. The waters here are quite murky indeed. I can no longer remain idle. I must acquire some powerful skills to alleviate my unease. Half an hour later, the Holy Royalty's main force outside the city had been completely eradicated. Faction quest. Seize the invading city. Liberate the Bobos. Successfully completed. Experience reward. 500,000. Equipment reward. Stellar quality equipment chest X1. Other rewards. Perfect quality chest X1. Entitlement to a share of the city's economy X1. Main storyline dungeon Dusk Plains. Phase 1 completed. Free entry and exit with no penalties. Announcement. Qin Zhe's team has completed the first phase of the main storyline quest. World line altered by 5. Reward. World line chest X1. Chapter 73. The Black Lightning begins to dwindle. The flurry of notifications left Qin Zhe momentarily stunned. Oh dear. Has the faction quest been completed so soon? I have yet to fully relish the slaughter of my oceanic skeletal army. Wait a moment. This experience seems incorrect. Logically, the experience from the Holy Royalty's main force should be 100-fold that of ordinary individuals. After slaying them all, it should have sufficed for me to level up 3 or 4 times. He then turned his gaze towards the colonial city. The streets, once teeming with Holy Royalty, now lay strewn with dismembered remains. The few remaining Holy Royalty cowered within their homes, trembling in fear as they awaited the skeletal mermaids to deliver their fate. The hundreds of enslaved Bobos in the slave market knelt on the ground, weeping profusely as they beheld the gruesome spectacle around them. They raised their voices in heartfelt gratitude towards the skeletal mermaids, their eyes brimming with awe and appreciation as if it were tangible. Should they reclaim control of the city, they would surely erect a skeletal statue in homage, perhaps even deifying the skeleton itself. Simultaneously, some enslaved Bobos emerged from the homes of the Holy Royalty, bewildered by the calamity that had befallen their city. In total, there were thousands of Bobos, sufficient for their future propagation and governance. Meanwhile, outside the city, the Holy Royalty's main force was retreating like a receding tide. They seemed to have come to realize that the odds of forcibly overtaking the oceanic skeletal army were exceedingly slim, prompting their hasty withdrawal. Among them, the lanky city lord fled the fastest, vanishing in an instant. What a pity for my experience points. Judging by the time, we have spent 3 days within the dungeon. Having completed the first phase, I intend to step outside for some much-needed rest. What do you all think? Qin Zhe turned to address the others. In truth, His condition was quite satisfactory. However, he was rather intrigued by the unique abilities mentioned by the Catwoman. Additionally, having just received a plethora of rewards, he needed to meticulously organize his thoughts regarding the Shining Level equipment chests and the so-called Worldline chests, both of which warranted further exploration. Lu Yong remarked, "I shall heed the commands of my adoptive father. For those of us merely spectating, we must embrace our role as mere spectators." Sun Yunlong echoed, "I feel the same." Catwoman offered, "If you wouldn't mind, I could attempt to contact someone up top to request access to the skills collected by the Gallon organization. They possess some unique abilities." Qin Zhe nodded eagerly, having awaited such an offer. Previously, the skills he acquired from the Li Corporation were of the lowest caliber and at exorbitant prices. The prospect of acquiring potent skills, coupled with a skill upgrade system, left him pondering the unimaginable outcomes. Mu Shui hesitated before saying, "Actually, I could also assist. But never mind. You should first secure the skills from Catwoman. I will reach out to you later should I come across any commendable skills, as I still have access to some upper-tier resources. Consider it my way of repaying you." "All right, no problem. Let's exchange V numbers once we step outside." Qin Zhe gestured to her. Regardless, the first phase of conquering the colonial city had reached a gratifying conclusion. He intended to procure some formidable skills before returning, perhaps even to vanquish the Grand General of the Black Sun. Qin Zhe and his companions did not depart immediately, but awaited the arrival of the village chief from the Poison Fog village to officially hand over the city. "This is our city. We have finally reclaimed it." The village chief gazed upon the devastated city, tears streaming down his face. "Grandpa Village Chief, does this mean we no longer have to hide? We have a home to return to?" Xiao Qiong exclaimed with wide eyes, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, we shall no longer need to hide. We will return to our own houses," he reassured her. "Exiting the Abyssal Depths dungeon, please hold on." Calculating experience points. "Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV21, with all attributes at 1, for free attributes, health at 1000, and mana at 500. Your Despair Sea Battle Cemetery has not been reclaimed. Would you like to reclaim it? Note: unable to reclaim outside the dungeon. I shall not reclaim it. The Despair Sea Battle Cemetery has no time limit and is akin to a hero-level summon. It remains consistent in its form, given its unique attributes. The Holy Royal Family would find it challenging to pose a threat to it. Thus, it would remain above the colonial city, temporarily safeguarding the entire area until the city is reconstructed. A familiar distortion appeared before him, revealing the connection point to the abyssal depths. An inexplicable sense of nostalgia washed over him. After enduring the dreadful conditions imposed by the Babab people and the Holy Royal Family, returning to Blue Star felt blissfully serene. To put it plainly, their productivity was woefully inadequate, reminiscent of a medieval Blue Star, unable even to manage waste disposal. At that moment, a notification appeared once more. During your time in the main storyline dungeon, the Manor Dungeon generated a total of 27 million experience points. As the dungeon's ruler, you will receive an additional 5 experience points, totaling 60,000 experience points. Oh, I had forgotten about this. A torrent of experience surged forth, causing his experience bar to leap to LV 2141. Everyone's tired. Let's head home and rest. Oh right, let us exchange V numbers, Qin Zhe said as he retrieved his phone, sharing contact details with his teammates, as they would need to procure some powerful skills in the future. "Qin Zhe, I await your news," said Catwoman, waving her phone before taking a couple of steps back and scaling the wall to depart. Lu Yong teased, "Does she have a crush on you? What are you thinking?" "It's merely a transaction regarding skills," Qin Zhe replied dismissively. Mu Shui glanced at Qin Zhe and remarked, "I owe you a favor, and I shall repay you in due time." Subsequently, her concealment ability activated, rendering her invisible. "Hey, do you also sense that Mu Shui is interested in you? How did you discern that?" Man's intuition. Meanwhile, a public announcement incited a frenzy online. The headlines of major media outlets in Linhai City featured Qin Zhe prominently. That man has achieved yet another remarkable feat. He has completed the first phase of the nightmare-level main storyline dungeon. A miracle had transpired once more. While all believed it to be a certain death, he emerged unscathed from the nightmare-level main storyline dungeon. Polls indicated that Qin Zhe's notoriety had reached 99 in Linhai City, with a commendation rate of 97. Following the death announcement of the Li Corporation's adventurer team, discussions flared even more fervently online. The Li Corporation has certainly bitten off more than they can chew this time. With the announcements of the Li Corporation's adventurer team fatalities and Qin Zhe's completion of the first phase ringing out in succession, there was clearly more than met the eye. What else could it be but the Li Corporation's adventurer team targeting Qin Zhe, only to be countered forcefully? Those from the Li Corporation are nothing but hypocrites. Their reign of tyranny is coming to an end. Have you noticed? The black lightning above the city seems to have diminished, indicating a shift in the control of the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon. Chapter 74. The Dark Empress at the Li Corporation building. A black distorted vortex materialized. Li Xingong and his companions emerged, looking quite disheveled. Many among them bore golden diamond crystals upon their brows, with Li Xingong's being the most pronounced. Golden streaks radiating from his crystal like beams of sunlight, a harbinger of his impending transition to the second phase of divine metamorphosis. Haha, just as I suspected. This time, the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon was not in vain. Although Li Xingong appeared weary, he could not suppress his triumphant laughter. To inherit some special powers or unique classes from the dungeon, only the Nightmare level could offer a complete inheritance. In truth, the Nightmare level was the closest to the authentic state of the abyssal world. With each metamorphosis, my fundamental attributes double. During the second metamorphosis, my basic attributes may surpass 2,000. Coupled with a unique class, I might even venture into the central district. Li Xingong's eyes sparkled with yearning, as if that were the true stage of excitement. Entry into the central district required a ticket, and the control of the main storyline dungeon in Linhai City served as a passport, one he now possessed. My dear, congratulations. Our son is still languishing in prison. I visited him a couple of days ago, and he has lost weight and his eyes have dulled. A stunning woman approached, dabbing her eyes. Humph, that unfilial child. A bit of hardship will serve him well, otherwise he shall never amount to anything. Li Xingong recalled his son's pitiful state in prison, his anger flaring. But he is your son. Enough. The family will arrive in 5 days, and I have been informed that if I achieve something in the Nightmare level dungeon, I can also overcome this hurdle. And then there's Qin Zhe, who even managed to eliminate one of my adventurer teams. Once I find him, I shall take my revenge. Li Xingong spoke with a hint of brutality in his gaze, his words laced with malice. The beautiful woman covered her mouth, fearfully regarding the man with whom she had shared a bed for a decade, as if he were a stranger, the familiar feelings having evaporated. What are you staring at? Be careful, or I might just kill you too, Li Xingong declared, not even glancing up. The beautiful woman retreated, stifling her breath in fear. She remained oblivious to the events that had transpired concerning her husband within the instance. After all these years venturing into the Twilight Plains, nothing significant had occurred. Meanwhile, Tang Zhu was diligently reviewing documents in the mayor's office. The initial establishment of the professional marketplace had taken shape. Although it only housed equipment and items up to level 115, it sufficed to meet the needs of the majority of lower-tier professionals. Consequently, with the manor instance serving as a cornerstone, everything began to flourish. At that moment, the announcement of Qin Zhe's team completing the first stage resonated, instantly eliciting a smile from her. I knew it. Even in the Nightmare level main storyline instance, Qin Zhe would undoubtedly carve out his own path. The black lightning above the city began to wane, signifying that Qin Zhe was starting to wrest control from Li Xingong. Should I rush over to celebrate in person? Would that be inappropriate, considering he had just emerged from the instance and would need to entertain someone like me? Perhaps a phone call would suffice? But wouldn't that seem rather informal? Tang Zhu fell into contemplation. Just then, a sultry voice pierced through her thoughts. What are you pondering? Startled, Tang Zhu realized someone had entered the office without her notice. Her instincts kicked in, readying her skills. However, upon seeing the visitor, she immediately exclaimed in panic, Your Excellency. The White Emperor. How did you come to our humble city from the central district? The woman, adorned in white knee-high boots and exuding an aura of elegance, perched gracefully on the desk, smiling at her. Of course, there is someone worthy of my visit, but alas, my level prohibits me from entering the main storyline instance. Otherwise, I would assist him directly in clearing it and then escort him to the central district. Observing the woman's level at 45, Tang Zhu silently acknowledged her words. So, you have come for this reason. Indeed, I have come for Qin Zhe, the woman named by D said with a smile. The Li family may be plotting against him behind the scenes, and there is no one here capable of withstanding it. I have come as a precaution. Meanwhile, Qin Zhe had returned home. Tang Zhu had previously suggested he move into a different villa, funded by the authorities, but he had never found the time. Moving was so cumbersome. Just as he settled down and had yet to catch his breath, a notification popped up before him. Dark Ranger Summoning Technique. Dark Queen Summoning Technique. Qin Zhe mused. In such a short span, the Ranger has become a queen? Or perhaps the Dark Ranger's true identity has always been that of a queen. Regardless, nobility is what matters. The mana cost for the Dark Queen Summoning Technique had also reached 5,000 points. After some contemplation, he decided to raise the Dragon Mage's staff and behold the visage of the queen. Arise, my Dark Queen. Suddenly, exalted chants echoed from all directions. As if numerous supplicants surrounded him, the neighboring residents could no longer contain their impatience and shouted in frustration. Fortunately, the chanting soon subsided. and a figure cloaked in darkness materialized, descending slowly, clad in a magnificent gown. With scarlet eyes and prominent cheekbones, was this not the Dark Ranger? Yet, she was no longer clad in revealing leather, but rather adorned in an elegant, dark gown embellished with gilded patterns. A golden crown rested upon her head. She had shed her sultry allure, transforming into a figure of grace and intellect. My lord, upon her appearance, the Dark Queen did not kneel as before, but instead executed a noble curtsy, lifting her gown with dexterity. Dark Ranger, I am most curious about the trials you have endured. Shinzei couldn't help but internally comment. Dark Queen, heroic summoning unit. Level, LV21, cannot exceed the summoner's level. Health, 75,000. Attributes, Strength 3721, Agility 5783, Intelligence 5890. Skill 1, Dark Solitude. The Dark Queen possesses dominion over darkness, as the chanting duration extends to 110 seconds. The area of dark manifestation expands by 110 kilometers. Enemies enveloped in darkness suffer from a myriad of debilitating effects such as blindness, silencing, and profound isolation. Note, continuous chanting is required for release, rendering movement impossible. Interruption leads to cancellation. Skill 2, Dark Arrow. The Dark Queen wields her exclusive weapon, the Queen's Longbow, channeling dark energy into her arrows. She may charge for 110 seconds to inflict damage ranging from 30,000 to 100,000, or unleash a split arrow, creating a rain of dark arrows, damage reduced to 70. Enemies struck by the arrows will enter a state of dark solitude, and upon death, transform into dark skeletal archers. Skill 3, Death Knight Legion. Summons a legion of Death Knights to guard the Queen. Skill 4, Dark Resurrection Cross. Should an ally perish, within 5 minutes, the Dark Queen may command their revival, granting them 50 health and 50 mana, along with a random dark attribute skill. Cooldown 1 day. Description, your queen has returned. Chapter 75, The Callan Organization. The Dark Queen's beauty is striking, exuding a mature allure. Were her image to be captured and shared online, the horde of keyboard warriors would undoubtedly proclaim her a visage of high elegance. In her previous incarnation as the Dark Ranger, her features bore a youthful softness. However, as the Dark Queen, her countenance has matured, the corners of her eyes now imbued with a hint of seduction, and her scarlet gaze adds a touch of wickedness, carrying an otherworldly intensity. A noticeable passage of time separates the two forms. Surely, the Dark Ranger endured numerous tales before ascending to the throne as queen. Shinzei chose not to retract the skill, but rather to keep the Dark Queen by his side, allowing them to grow familiar with one another. As for Nyx, he dismissed that thought. The more times a skill is upgraded, the greater the level attained in between. The Dark Queen had now ascended, raising her skill level by several thousand, and he was eager to transfer this to the elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton clan. Sensing that the upgraded summoning technique would yield significant surprises, even without upgrades, the enhancement in skill levels would noticeably benefit the summoned entities. The Dark Queen glided gracefully around the room, seemingly lost in reminiscence, while for Shinzei, the transition from Dark Ranger to Dark Queen was a mere instant. Yet for the Dark Queen, it seemed an eternity had elapsed. Subsequently, she delicately pointed her toes, settling into a swirling mass of dark mist, her scarlet eyes gleaming within, awaiting Shinzei's next command. Why does it feel as though everything has changed? Shinzei tilted his head and proceeded to claim his rewards. Faction Quest. Seize the invasive city. Rescue the Bobo people. Would you like to claim your rewards? Yes. Faction Quest Rewards. Experience Reward. 500,000. Equipment Reward. 1 Starry Quality Equipment Chest. Other Rewards. 1 Perfect Quality Chest. 1 Share of City Economic Revenue. Faction Points. 100,000. A staggering 500,000 experience surged into him. Shinzei felt a flash of white light envelop him, his body undergoing subtle transformations. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV22, with 2 points to all attributes, 6 free attribute points, 1,000 health, and 500 mana. The allocation of free points remained unchanged, all directed towards intelligence. However, the skill points gained from level advancements are not as abundant as those bestowed by the Necromancer, who randomly grants 5 points per consumed soul. If one were to expend 100 souls, that would amount to an impressive 500 points of experience. Truly terrifying. Shinzei. Title, Sovereign of the Manor Instance. Level, LV22. Health, 25, 300. Mana, 16, 500. Attributes, Strength, 432. Agility, 270. Intelligence, 417. Skills, Dark Queen Summoning Art. Thunder Skeleton Clan Summoning Art. Ghoul Nax Summoning Art. Forbidden Touch Summoning Art. Frigid Arcane Armor. Despairing Marine Cemetery Summoning Art. Click to expand for secondary skills. Underworld Shell Guiding Art. Click to expand for secondary skills. Equipment: Dragon Staff, Nightmare Ring, Crimson Battle Armor, Crimson Boots, Crimson Cloak. Were it not for the Necromancer's random allocation of 5 attribute points, I fear I might struggle to even surpass 200. Due to the unpredictable nature of these enhancements, my Strength attribute has ultimately surpassed my Intelligence attribute. To augment my attributes, I must rely on additional gains. Relying solely on the meager attributes from leveling up is a daunting endeavor. Furthermore, my skills are woefully insufficient. With merely 4 summoning spells, 1 defensive magic, and 2 core skill chains, I ought to possess hundreds of skills to unleash upon my adversaries in battle. Moreover, every one of these skills consumes a considerable amount of mana. When I reach level 25 and undergo a class transition, inheriting the legacy of the Bobos, I should be able to resolve the mana consumption issue, as the village chief refers to them as the source of magical energy. As for my equipment, everything is level 15 and requires a complete overhaul. Shinzei scrutinized his panel, analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. In summary, one must amass a plethora of skills and address mana consumption. However, when it comes to equipment, the starry quality equipment chest is the obvious choice. With great anticipation, Shinzei retrieved the chest and, with a resounding thud, struck it against the ground. To his astonishment, swirling nebulae adorned the chest, a sight of exquisite beauty. Would you like to open the starry quality equipment chest? Shinzei hesitated upon reading this prompt. At level 22, I would only receive level 20 equipment. Why not wait until level 25 to open it? That way, I would obtain level 25 starry gear, avoiding years of detours. The same reasoning applies to the other chests. Alas, I shall exercise restraint. Worldline reward. Would you like to claim it? Yes. Acquired. Worldline chest 1. This worldline is rather intriguing. Does it imply that the Abyss instance is an entire grand world, with the Bobos and the Sacred Royal Family representing the main storyline in Coastal City? Holding significant weight within the world line, could the ultimate goal of entering the Abyss instance be to alter the world line? What changes might occur in the main storyline of the Central District? Shinzei suddenly felt that the Abyss instance was far from a mere upgrade and monster-slaying endeavor. It was shrouded in layers of mystery. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he could simply crush through the fog with his upgraded skills. Subsequently, Shinzei sent a message to the cat girl. Shinzei, what are you up to right now? Cat girl, selling potions at the Abyss Connection, meow. Shinzei was somewhat surprised and typed back. Did you not receive any rewards for clearing it? Cat girl, platinum grade equipment, but it was taken away by the higher-ups. Shinzei, why did they take your equipment? Cat girl, any equipment we acquire must be surrendered, meow. Shinzei, that sounds no different from being a slave. Just got out of the nightmare instance and still have to work? Cat girl, alas, it's unavoidable, meow. Every organization operates this way now. If you don't do it, someone else will. Shinzei, tomorrow, I'll go and acquire the skills, then eliminate everyone. Cat girl, sounds good, meow. Shinzei locked his phone, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. With the Dark Queen keeping watch beside him, he felt a profound sense of security. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he drifted into a deep and sweet slumber. Awakening naturally, Shinzei slowly opened his eyes. His declaration of exterminating the entire Gallon organization was not made lightly. After all, it was an underground illegal organization with the peculiar requirement of body modification for membership. The cat girl must have once been an ordinary girl, transformed into her current state through the process of beastification. Most critically, body modification is explicitly prohibited by the Dragon Kingdom's laws. Just this alone led Shinzei to believe that the Gallon organization was far from benevolent. Specific circumstances warranted careful analysis. He needed to investigate further. Of course, he was not motivated by mere skills or monetary gain. Chapter 76, Ultra-Rare Undead Skill Book. When great power is concentrated within an individual, it becomes increasingly difficult for the authorities to manage. Shinzei had arranged to meet the cat girl in front of a bustling mall square. The area was teeming with people, many handsome men and beautiful women present. Upon spotting the cat girl, he found her seated on a wooden bench, lost in thought. Clad in denim shorts, her long, slender legs exuded a captivating charm, youthful and vibrant. Upon noticing Shinzei, her face lit up with a joyful smile, and she leapt from the bench, waving enthusiastically at him, drawing the attention of passers-by. Here, you arrived rather early. Shinzei chuckled as he approached, then turned to survey the area. The Gallon organization is located within this mall. No, meow. The Gallon organization does not exist in reality. Huh, it doesn't exist in reality? Correct, meow. The Gallon organization is an underground trading syndicate, explicitly outlawed by the authorities. The Lee Corporation is actively hunting them down. They have no place to hide in Coastal City. So they must utilize items to create new spaces where all members of the organization reside. The Gallon organization plays a dangerous game. Let us go. I want to see what good skills they have. Yes, please follow me. The cat girl seemed to harbor no resentment towards the Gallon organization. Everything appeared to be natural or, one might say, commonplace. Whether it was surrendering equipment or having to engage in menial labor immediately after emerging from an instance, she showed no signs of complaint. In the end, there was even no monetary compensation. If this were an ordinary person, they would have been outraged. Strange, it was all too strange. Shinzei recalled the emotional responses of the cat girl during their time in the Dusk Plains. Her reactions seemed quite normal, such as the fear upon arriving in the Poison Fog village and the overwhelming stench encountered in the colonial city. These mirrored the reactions of others. Yet in the face of the Gallon organization, she became submissive, or perhaps numb. Could it be that the Gallon organization was exerting psychological control over the cat girl? In the ordinary real world of the last life, there were numerous cases of mental manipulation. In this realm of extraordinary powers, achieving mental control would be even simpler, merely requiring a single skill. The location of the Gallon organization was shrouded in mystery. The cat girl guided him through the mall, turning left and right, until they finally reached a staircase. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching before producing a blue crystal. Radiance emanated from the crystal, causing the space ahead to ripple with distortion. Stepping inside leads to the Gallon organization. Meow, they already know you're coming. Very well, I shall enter now. Saying this, the cat girl stepped boldly into the distorted space, vanishing from the staircase. Shinzei followed closely, stepping into the unknown. The entire experience resembled stepping into the abyss of a dark dungeon. With a fleeting moment of disorientation, he found himself in an entirely different realm. However, within the confines of the Gallon organization, there was an incessant need to forge ahead. The dimly lit corridor stretched into the shadows, flanked by doors, each guarded by individuals who had undergone transformation. Clad in loose-fitting blue garments paired with white trousers, their heads hung low, hands clasped in prayer-like reverence. One might mistakenly believe they were engaged in a solemn act of worship. Beneath his feet lay a woolen carpet adorned with cryptic, abstract creatures. Was this the interior of a building, or perhaps beneath the earth? Shinzei found it impossible to discern, for there were no windows to offer clarity. At that moment, a gentle male voice resonated nearby. Shinzei, welcome to our abode. It is a privilege to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you. It is indeed remarkable to encounter a man capable of standing against the entirety of the Lee Corporation single-handedly. We aspire to emulate your resistance against the Lee Corporation and liberate those subjugated. Yet alas, our power pales in comparison, leaving us to languish in such a place. Shinzei turned to see a man similarly garbed in blue. His eyes crinkled into mere slits as he smiled broadly. Behind him stood a cat girl, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Surprisingly, the man's nose bore a striking resemblance to that of a lion, quite prominent. Su Liang, Beastman, level, LV-23. I see your profile identifies you as Su Liang. May I address you as such? Shinzei inquired. Certainly, Su Liang replied with a warm smile. I have been informed by the cat girl that you wish to acquire some unique skills. Allow me to escort you. Yes, please include the cat girl. I tend to be somewhat shy around new people, Shinzei replied, sensing an oddity in the situation. The members of the Gallon organization exhibited an alarming level of obedience, reminiscent of a cult or pyramid scheme. Su Liang hesitated momentarily. Principally, she cannot accompany us, but since you have requested it, it shall be so. He gestured invitingly and led the way. Shinzei nodded, following closely, as the Gallon members silently turned to watch him depart. After approximately 5 minutes of traversing the narrow corridor, with doors tightly shut on either side, and occasional unsettling noises or beastly roars emanating from within, they arrived before a grand, gilded door. Please, enter, Su Liang said with a slight smile, pushing the ornate door open. To Shinzei's astonishment, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary space concealed within this unassuming location. With eager anticipation, he stepped inside, only to find a barren cave devoid of any decor. In the dim light, a massive statue loomed in the shadows at the rear, while a stone table adorned with a haunting blue glow lay before it, faintly revealing the outline of a skill book. This is the unique necromantic skill book that our Gallon organization has specially prepared for you. It is exceedingly rare, and we hope you will find it to your liking. As for the price, we are open to negotiation or alternative forms of exchange, Su Liang assured him with a confident grin. Chapter 77. This is the true Necromancer. The skill book floated effortlessly above the stone table, its extraordinary aura evident in the swirling azure light. Shinzei's eyes widened in excitement at the sight of the skill book. Ordinary skill books were merely hefty in material, lacking the grace of levitation or the ethereal glow that enveloped this one. Perhaps some device safeguarded it. rendering further details inaccessible. Eager to investigate, he found Su Liang incessantly chattering beside him. This skill book was acquired by the Galan at great expense, and it holds immense value. Moreover, we greatly admire your accomplishments. Having conquered the Nightmare-level Manor dungeon and openly challenged the Lee Corporation, truly commendable. Su Liang continued, regarding the price. You must understand that this ultra-rare necromantic skill book is exceptionally difficult to procure. Even prestigious families would pay a fortune for it. In light of your contributions, our organization has decided to offer it to you at the auction price of 98. How generous of us, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, we would appreciate it if you could affiliate yourself with our organization, allowing us to emerge from the shadows while we staunchly support you in confronting the Lee Corporation and liberating all oppressed professionals. Qin Zhe thought to himself, a mere 2 discount? How magnanimous of you. And now you want me to affiliate with your organization as if I were a gullible fool? Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a smile, saying, let us discuss the price later. May I take a look at the skill book first? Also, are there any restrictions on this skill book? Why can't I view its information? Please allow me to finish speaking. Thank you, Su Liang interjected, his brow furrowing slightly. This skill book is exceedingly precious, and we must handle it with caution. Understood, Qin Zhe nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking for grains. Su Liang sighed, you are rather impatient. We had hoped to sit down for a meal and discuss matters in detail. Do you see the statue in the darkness ahead? It represents the professional skill of our Galan's founder, allowing one to draw upon special abilities through its presence, which also grants protective effects. The skill book resides within this protection, and should we successfully complete our transaction, the protection will be lifted. Ah, I see, Qin Zhe responded. I will unlock the viewing restrictions for you. You may examine it thoroughly. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall step outside for a moment. Very well. Go ahead. I assure you I won't tamper with anything, Qin Zhe replied. Su Liang smiled as he turned to leave, his expression shifting momentarily as he pondered. This Qin Zhe will not be easily deceived. Approaching the skill book, Qin Zhe felt as if the statue behind him was observing his every move. As the viewing restrictions lifted, the information about the skill book materialized before him. His smile faltered, replaced by confusion as he read. Necromantic skill book, bone summoning. Is this truly considered ultra-rare? I can summon a multitude of skeletal minions with ease, he mused. As he perused the details of the skill book, realization dawned upon him. It was not merely a summoning skill, but a necromantic spell. Bone summoning. Call upon the power of the undead to conjure 3 burning skulls, 5 powerful thigh bones, and 16 rib bones from the earth, inflicting burning, kicking, and piercing damage upon enemies, consuming 1,000 mana points. Note: placement of the summoned bones can be arranged according to the user's will. Restrictions in effect: unable to learn. This skill bore similarities to the Forbidden Touch summoning technique, allowing for strategic placement of releases. However, it lacked the formidable prowess of the Forbidden Touch, which could summon spontaneously. For instance, releasing a burning skull to chase down an enemy, while the thigh bones could appear abruptly to deliver a powerful kick, and the rib bones could be buried as traps. Any creature stepping upon them would be ensnared, piercing their flesh. This summoning did not create an entire skeleton, but rather individual bone segments, each capable of delivering distinct magical damage effects. This is truly a legitimate high-tier necromancer skill. Should one cultivate this ability further or combine it with a few supplementary skills, its potency could be formidable. This skill certainly possesses some intrigue. Qin Zhe nodded slightly, indicating his approval. However, where is Su Liang? What is this fellow up to? Qin Zhe furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings, noting that this individual was persistently reluctant to finalize the price, undoubtedly aiming to extract additional funds. What about the Su Liang from earlier? Qin Zhe turned his gaze towards the cat girl. I am at a loss as well, meow, the cat girl responded, swishing her tail earnestly. I believe he might be hoping for you to join us or support our cause, hence he went to negotiate prices with some higher-ups. Your earlier disdain towards the 98 discount was quite evident. Did I? Qin Zhe mused, touching his face before frowning at the sealed skill book. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his magic dragon staff. Arise, my Dark Queen. The incantation resonated from all directions. The Dark Queen's magnificent form gradually emerged from the shadows. Master, Qin Zhe pointed at the skill book and inquired, could you retrieve it? Allow me to attempt. The Dark Queen replied, her head slowly lifting, her crimson eyes growing increasingly luminous. A sphere capable of dispelling all darkness began to descend gracefully, enveloping the skill book entirely. Subsequently, the statue behind the stone table began to tremble, cracks forming with a series of resounding snaps, until it ultimately shattered. Qin Zhe was astonished. The Dark Queen's power held such an effect? How convenient it would be to obtain skill equipment in the future. The Dark Queen elegantly approached, Her delicate hand extended into the darkness, and when withdrawn, it clutched a skill book. Ethereal blue light swirled around her hand. Bone art, learnable. Qin Zhe's eyes lit up, and he promptly began the learning process. Countless white bones materialized within his mind. Congratulations, learning successful. Resonance crystal, activate. Bone art is undergoing continuous upgrade. Bone Kingdom. Bone Kingdom. Awaken the power of the undead, constructing a realm crafted from bones, including rib towers, skeletal walls, and spires, all fashioned from bone. Exerting ongoing pressure on enemies with necromantic energy while inflicting functional damage through bone architecture. Blue energy cost, 8,000, duration, permanent. Incredible. Qin Zhe gazed in delight at the description of Bone Kingdom. In that moment, he truly felt like a necromancer. He effortlessly conjured a ribbed wall. It was exhilarating. As darkness dissipated, the statue behind the stone table collapsed. Hey, what are you doing? The price hasn't been settled yet. How could you learn the skill? The statue. He shattered it. He outright seized the skill book. Quickly, keep an eye on him. I must report this to the higher-ups. From the surrounding darkness, figures clad in blue garments suddenly emerged. Upon witnessing the collapsed statue, they pointed at Qin Zhe and shouted. A dark arrow swiftly struck one of their foreheads. 137,890. Infected by dark energy. In the next moment, the sound of rattling teeth echoed as a skeleton arose from his corpse.